All Attributes Martial Arts. Arc 7. Merits of the Baron, Part 2 of 3. After collecting the attribute bubbles, Wang Teng returned to the warship with Peggy and the others to continue their journey back to the main base. The sudden appearance of Wendell and his group wasted a lot of their time. Otherwise, they would be back at headquarters by now. Major Wang Teng, we just spotted this around here. Peggy walked over to Wang Teng from the warship, holding an instrument in her hand, and said, "A signal jammer." Wang Teng glanced at it and immediately recognized it. It was the signal jammer that Long Shixi and the others had mentioned before. The signal jammer is a spherical metal object, about the size of a basketball, from which you can feel strange fluctuations emanating. This fluctuation has a strong interference effect on signal transmission. Yes, this signal jammer is quite powerful. It can even interfere with information emitted by Domain Lord level spaceships, Peggy said. Oh, Wang Teng was somewhat surprised. Interference devices used to jam the signals of the main-class spacecraft in the region are quite expensive. Moreover, Peggy and her team discovered more than one. There were 3 in total, forming a triangular area that trapped them inside, preventing any signal transmission. In other words, if Wendell and his group really succeed, Wang Teng and his men will die quietly, at least for a short period of time without being discovered. The time interval in between was enough for Long Shixi and his men to leave Defense Planet 29 silently after succeeding. Don't underestimate the methods of large families, they have plenty of ways and channels to get rid of people. The Perix family really went to great lengths to kill you, Titch couldn't help but say. Now this thing is mine, Wang Teng chuckled, then said to Peggy, keep it. He appeared indifferent on the surface, but no one knew what he was really thinking. Peggy nodded and put the signal jammer away. Oh, and prepare another room for me. I need to talk to Wendell alone. Wang Teng gave Wendell a friendly smile. Wendell suddenly felt a jolt. How terrifying. What exactly does this demon want to do? The warship has a lot of space, so there are naturally many separate rooms. Peggy quickly prepared a room, and Wang Teng led Wendell inside before closing the door. Peggy, Ditch, and the others were very curious, wondering what Wang Teng was doing taking Wendell inside. Was it really just a simple interrogation? Are they going to do something weird or strange? The group exchanged glances and then turned away simultaneously. It's best not to know too much about the boss's affairs. The more you know, the faster you die. Inside the room, Wang Teng found a chair and sat down, while Wendell stood obediently in front of him, feeling somewhat uneasy. Do you know why I spared your life? Wang Teng poured himself a glass of golden jam, gently swirled the glass, took a sip, and asked slowly. I stole this jam from Diki last time. He had been eyeing this for a long time, and now that he had saved Diki's life, he was going to use that as an excuse to extort a hefty sum from Diki. The taste is truly extraordinary, and it's a different experience from drinking it in a virtual universe. I don't know, Wendell said hesitantly. Oh, you really don't know? Wang Teng looked at him with a half-smile. Wendell felt a chill run down his spine and was extremely uncomfortable under his gaze. He could only brace himself and say, you want me to become your informant? Not stupid, huh? Wang Teng said with a smile, but his voice suddenly turned cold. I not only want you to be my informant, but also a nail driven into the heart of the Perix family. Wendell suddenly raised his head, staring at the young man in front of him with a look of horror on his face. This guy is incredibly bold. He actually dared to set his sights on the Perix family. Wendell's face turned pale. He already knew Wang Teng's plan. If he were merely an informant, he would only need to provide some intelligence. But Wang Teng also wanted him to become a nail driven into the heart of the Perix family. What does this mean? Wendell wasn't stupid. He immediately understood that what Wang Teng wanted him to do was not just to pass on intelligence. Wang Teng is going to take on the entire Perix family. He even wanted to destroy the Perix family. Wendell stared at the calm face before him, feeling utterly absurd. Ants can shake the heavens. At that moment, only these 4 words echoed in his mind. What a ridiculous and ignorant idea. This guy has no idea how terrifying the Perix family is. The martial artists sent to assassinate Wang Teng were nothing special within the Perix family. They weren't even a small part of the Perix family's overall strength. What qualifications does Wang Teng have to oppose the Perix family? Does he think that defeating them will allow him to deal with the Perix family? Wang Teng could tell what Wendell was thinking just by looking at his expression. Anyone who heard that he wanted to deal with the Perix family would probably think he was overestimating himself and was simply courting death. But he didn't care, and he wouldn't explain anything to Wendell. What, you don't want to work here? Wang Tang said calmly. If you don't want to work here, there's no need for me to keep you here. No, no. Wendell was startled, his expression shifting, and he quickly shook his head. Regardless, we need to calm this guy down first, otherwise who knows what terrible things he might do to us. Wendell had had enough of the torment he had endured before and didn't want to suffer that pain again. At worst, he could tell his family about Wang Tang's entire plan when he got back, which would be a way of redeeming himself. As for becoming Wang Tang's informant or a spy, he had no interest whatsoever. If his life hadn't been in the other party's hands, he wouldn't have wanted to say another word to this madman and idiot. But there's nothing I can do now but play along. Can't we change the terms? You should know the power of the Perix family. There's no point in you doing this, Wendell said. If he were to agree immediately, Wang Tang would definitely not believe him. Whether it's meaningful or not is not up to you to decide, Wang Tang said calmly. But with my strength, my status in the family isn't high. It's unrealistic for you to expect me to infiltrate the heart of the family, Wendell said. Since I'm going to use you, I'll naturally raise your status, at least to a higher level than it is now, Wang Tang said calmly. Wendell was utterly astonished. He thought Wang Tang had truly gone mad. What gives this guy the right to say such things? Elevate his status, at least to a higher level than he is now. Who does this guy think he is? Wendell believed that he had worked hard for so many years and had reached his current position as one of the elites in the family, but in reality he was still just a small fry in the Perix family. Wang Tang was an outsider and only an imperial baron. His own status wasn't particularly high. Aren't you afraid of biting off more than you can chew when you say such things? So, do you agree or disagree? Wang Tang asked, a strange light flashing in his eyes as he stared directly into Wendell's eyes. When Wendell saw Wang Tang's gaze, he was taken aback. He felt that something was not quite right, but when he looked more closely, he found nothing. Everything seemed normal. State your decision, Wang Tang said. Do I have any room to object? Wendell said with a wry smile, as if resigned to his fate. Very good. Wang Tang nodded in satisfaction, then looked at him with a half smile and asked, You won't turn around and sell me out, will you? No, absolutely not. If I betray you, I will be devoured by the Dark Ones and die without a burial place. Wendell's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly denied it, even making a vow. Afraid that Wang Tang would not believe him. He's pretty ruthless to himself. Wang Tang gave him a strange look, muttered to himself, and said, Remember, from now on, I am your master, and you will only be loyal to me. Yes, Wendell replied, bowing his head and enduring the humiliation. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly froze on the spot, his eyes filled with confusion for a moment. It's done. A smile appeared on Wang Tang's lips. He used the bewitch skill from the very beginning, and it seems to have worked quite well. The seed of temptation had been planted silently, without Wendell even realizing it. This was like a hint, taking root in Wendell's mind until it completely took control of his thoughts, making him Wang Tang's slave. To execute this plan, there's no way to use the soul imprint. With the power of those immortal old men in the Perix family, discovering the soul imprint would be incredibly easy for them. Only a skill like bewitchment, which leaves no trace, can truly deceive them. As for how Wang Tang determined whether the other party had truly been bewitched. That's simple, because once the bewitchment is planted, Wang Tang will sense that faint connection. This is proof that bewitchment was successfully cast. No one can fool him. Go out and call Long Shixi and the other two in, Wang Tang said, waving his hand. Next, he will plant the bewitchment on Long Shixi and the other two. Ellipsis ellipsis. 2 hours later, Wang Tang and the others returned to the main base. The warship landed on the tarmac. Then everyone disembarked from the warship. Before returning to the main base, Wang Tang had already released Wendell and the others, and the bewitchment seeds left on them were activated. Wendell and his men have now become his complete slaves. The plan has begun. He who plants a nail today will reap a field of nails tomorrow. Wang Tang chuckled to himself. Diki and the others couldn't understand Wang Tang's actions at all. All they knew was that after speaking with Wendell and the others alone, Wang Tang let them go. What exactly happened in between, Ditch and the others had no idea. Could it be that the two sides reached some unknown agreement? Diki was very curious, but no matter how he asked, Wang Tang always had an extremely mysterious smile and wouldn't answer him, making him itchy but helpless. Peggy and the others were also curious, but they didn't ask anything. They always firmly obeyed Wang Tang's decisions. Wang Tang had just returned when he was immediately received by General Mokurin. However, this time it wasn't in General Mokurin's office, but somewhere else. Wang Tang followed behind his adjutant Song, who had come to greet him, and asked, "Adjutant Song, why did General Mokurin choose a different place to meet me this time?" "You'll find out when you get there," Lieutenant Song said with a hint of envy in his eyes and a mysterious smile. Alright, seeing his expression, Wang Tang knew he wouldn't get any information out of him, so he shook his head and didn't ask any more questions. Soon, the two arrived at a large door, and Lieutenant Song knocked on the door. "Come in," General Mokurin's voice came from inside. Lieutenant Song then pushed open the door and gestured for Wang Tang to enter. Wang Tang straightened his military uniform and stepped inside. He looked around and found that it was a very spacious hall, with white lights illuminating the surroundings. A long wooden table was placed in the center of the hall, and many figures were sitting around it. This situation surprised Wang Tang slightly. What's going on? Why are there so many people? He didn't know anyone except General Mokurin. Everyone in the hall turned their curious gazes toward him. These gazes were complex, containing curiosity, fervor, and disdain. Each person's was different. Wang Tang's appearance greatly surprised them. Too young. They're ridiculously young. Is he really that strong? However, this young man's demeanor was truly extraordinary. Just by standing there, one could sense his confidence and composure. "Major Wang Tang, come in, we've all been waiting for you." General Mokurin, sitting at the head of the table, looked at Wang Tang with a smile on his face and said. Everyone was extremely surprised when they saw his appearance. It's unbelievable that the stern and rigid General Mokurin would actually smile because of Wang Tang's arrival. Wang Tang didn't think anything of it. After regaining his senses, he walked into the hall with a calm expression. "Please sit down." General Mokurin pointed to an empty seat at the end of the long table. There were 3 seats. The left seat was already occupied by a middle-aged man with the rank of colonel, while the middle and right seats were empty. Wang Tang then sat down in the middle seat. The middle-aged man on the left sat very upright, his eyes fixed straight ahead. Even when Wang Tang sat down next to him, he showed no curiosity and remained calmly seated. "General Crofts, has Wendell not arrived yet?" General Mokurin nodded to Wang Tang, then turned to the old man in the 7th seat on the right side of the long table and asked. Crofts remained expressionless, but in reality, he was on the verge of exploding with rage. He already knew that Wendell and his group had attacked Wang Tang, and now that Wang Tang had returned safely, it meant that Wendell and his group had failed. He was furious that his plan, which he thought was foolproof, had turned out like this. Useless. Useless. They're all a bunch of useless trash. He took a deep breath, stood up, and said, "Excuse me, I'll be right back." "It seems General Crofts needs to contact another competitor." General Mokurin nodded. Wang Tang narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Crofts. By this time, he had already discerned from the conversation between General Mokurin and the other party that this Crofts was the Perix family's representative on Defense Planet 29. And also the mastermind behind sending Wendell and others to assassinate him. Crofts walked out of the hall and returned a moment later, his face still expressionless, but everyone could feel the suppressed emotions emanating from him. "Wendell abstains," he said. "Oh?" General Mokurin looked at him in surprise. "They actually abstained." Crofts was eyeing the position of Tiger Fiend leader, so why would he give up so easily? Abstain? The others were also stunned, staring at Crofts in astonishment, completely unable to understand why he had given up the competition. The man sitting to Wang Tang's left also raised his eyes, and a hint of surprise finally appeared on his face, no longer as calm as before. Only Wang Tang had a sweet smile on his lips. 3 competitors. One of them suddenly and inexplicably withdrew, which surprised everyone. The smile on Wang Tang's face vanished in an instant, unnoticed by anyone. Even General Mokurin was so engrossed in the news that he didn't notice Wang Tang's expression. Otherwise, he would have guessed that this was probably related to Wang Tang. After announcing Wendell's abstention, Crofts sat back down in his seat without saying a word. This competition has nothing to do with his family anymore, but it would be beneath his dignity and status to leave now. Moreover, Wang Tang is still among the candidates. The other person is Hodge, the former deputy leader of the Tiger Fiend gang, who is also a strong contender. This means that Wang Tang is not necessarily guaranteed the position of leader of the Tiger Fiend gang. Crofts has 1 vote, and he could easily vote for Hodges, which would be good for Wang Tang. Gentlemen, since Wendell has given up his chance to compete for the position of Tiger Fiend Commander, let Major Wong Tang and Colonel Hodge decide, General Mokalin coughed, drawing everyone's attention as he spoke. The others naturally had no objections. Wong Tang glanced around and realized that the whole commotion was for the position of Tiger Fiend gang leader. General Tuttle had mentioned this before, but Wong Tang originally thought he would have to wait a while longer. He didn't expect to be summoned as soon as he returned. Moreover, Wendell was also among the candidates. A thought flashed through his mind, and he roughly understood why Wendell had made his move on his way back. It turns out it was all for this election. Wendell probably knew his strength, and without certainty, he naturally had no choice but to take the risk of having someone kill him first. With the support of the Perix family, he was at least 80% confident that he could take the position of Tiger Fiend leader. That's pretty ruthless, Wong Tang thought with a cold laugh. As he experienced more and more things, he finally saw through the darkness and filth behind these noble families. Never take any chances with them. Wong Tang gave himself a warning. Then, as we agreed before, Major Wong Tang and Colonel Hodge will have a duel to see who is stronger. And that person will become the commander of the Tiger Fiend Regiment, General Mokalin continued. A duel? Wong Tang was slightly taken aback. To decide the position of Tiger Fiend gang leader in this way, isn't that a bit too frivolous? We have reviewed your resumes. Each of you has your own strengths and weaknesses, so we have decided to judge the final outcome based on your abilities, General Mokalin explained, as if he could read Wong Tang's mind. Wong Tang nodded thoughtfully. Then, if you two have no objections, please come with us to the training ground for the duel, said General Mokalin. Wong Tang and Hodge had no objections. The group then left the spacious command hall and headed directly to the training ground. As they walked along the road, they immediately attracted a lot of attention, especially the martial artists around them, who stopped and bowed, watching them go. These generals are rarely seen. How come they've all gathered together today? Is something about to happen? Look, isn't that Hodge, the vice commander of the Tiger Fiend gang? It really is him. I heard that the Tiger Fiend gang leader was transferred. Could it be for the election of the Tiger Fiend gang leader position? Ellipsis. The surrounding martial artists couldn't help but whisper among themselves, and they quickly discovered the key point, becoming even more excited. So they all followed. Soon, the group arrived at the training ground. General Mokalin and the others did not stop the crowd from watching. For military personnel, witnessing strong fighters in battle is a great morale booster. Furthermore, this duel is related to the position of the Tiger Fiend gang leader. If the final victory can be achieved in front of a large number of martial artists, it will undoubtedly be of great help to the victor in taking control of the Tiger Fiend gang. There are many fighting stages in one corner of the training ground, which are usually used for martial arts competitions. At this moment, Wong Tang and Hodge stood facing each other on a fighting platform. A crowd of martial artists had already gathered around, their faces filled with excitement. However, many of them were unfamiliar with Wong Tang and were constantly discussing him. The other one, isn't that Major Wong Tang? Wong Tang, a major? Who is he? I don't know him. I know. I just got back from the Third Front. Major Wong Tang really made a name for himself there. Damn it, tell me then, what show of bragging rights did you have? I'll tell you quietly, come closer and listen. What do you want to do? Let me tell you, I'm not gay. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't start whispering in my ear all the time. There were always strange conversations mixed in, some of them a bit vulgar, but the story of Wong Tang still spread very quickly. Then many people stared wide-eyed, feeling a bit incredulous. Assist General Tuttle on the Third Front in killing a mid-level demon emperor-level dark being. Confirm this is true? That Major Wong Tang looks like he's a stellar-level martial artist. The idea that a stellar-level warrior could pose a threat to a mid-level demon emperor-level dark being seems like a fantasy. This news undoubtedly ignited everyone's emotions, making the atmosphere even more heated. Some people believe it, some people question it, and the discussion is in full swing. However, as more and more people provided concrete evidence of this, people had no choice but to believe it. This kind of thing can't be kept secret forever. No one would joke about something like this, so it's highly credible. Martial artists have always admired the strong, and suddenly many people looked at Wong Tang differently. This young-looking Major Wong Tang seems to be quite a remarkable person. Hodge stood opposite Wong Tang. He didn't know Wong Tang's strength or what achievements Wong Tang had made. When he first heard that he was going to compete with a rookie who had only carried out 3 missions for the position of Tiger Fiend squad leader, he was extremely angry. As if he had been insulted. He had served as the deputy leader of the Tiger Fiend gang for many years, accumulating countless merits and becoming extremely familiar with the gang. Logically speaking, after the original leader of the Tiger Fiend gang left, it would have been the best choice for him to take over the gang. I just didn't expect 2 people to be parachuted in. One of them is from the Perix family, so it goes without saying that he has a powerful background. The other person, though I haven't heard of any powerful background, is a complete novice. The fact that such a person could get involved in this competition suggests that their connections are not weak either. If not, he'll eat shit upside down. That's why Hodge felt so resentful. He was also very surprised by Wendell's subsequent abstention. He couldn't understand why Wendell would abstain, but this made him even angrier. They come and go as they please. What do they take the position of Tiger Fiend gang leader for? Hodge has done a lot for the Tiger Fiends and has a deep emotional connection with them. Therefore, he felt extremely disgusted with Wendell and Wong Teng for treating the Tiger Fiend gang like a child's play. However, he was stunned when he heard the discussion among the crowd below. Could a warrior capable of threatening a mid-level demon emperor-level dark race really be a novice? There seems to be some misunderstanding. What did he just say? Eat shit upside down? That's absolutely not true. Hodge remained expressionless, shaking his head inwardly to dispel all distracting thoughts. Since the young man opposite him is quite strong, he can't afford to be careless. He cannot hand over the Tiger Fiend gang to anyone else. I don't care who you are or what your background is, the position of Tiger Fiend gang leader must be mine, Hodge said, looking at Wong Teng in front of him. And then? Wong Teng asked casually. Therefore, I will definitely defeat you. Hodge stared at Wong Teng and said, I am a 7th level cosmic level martial artist, and my combat power is far greater than that. While you are only a stellar level martial artist. No matter what methods you have no chance of winning. Are you so sure? Wong Teng couldn't help but chuckle. A 7th level martial artist of the cosmic level. He just defeated 3 peak level martial artists of the universe, one of whom even mastered an ultimate combat technique. I wonder how Hodge compares to them. Are you so sure? When Ditch, Peggy, and the others received news of Wong Teng's match with Hodge, they rushed over. How could they not come to watch such an important event? However, as soon as they arrived at the foot of the ring, they overheard Hodge and Wong Teng's conversation, and they couldn't help but look at each other with strange expressions. Hodge seems to be confused about the situation. He didn't know Wong Teng's record, but they knew it very well. To be honest, someone at the 7th level of the cosmic realm seems, maybe, probably, no match for Wong Teng. Just thinking about how Wong Teng had not only experienced the great battle of the 3rd line of defense, but was also ambushed by Wendell and others. The 2 battles must have taken a heavy toll on him. Is it really okay to have a competition right now? They were extremely worried. Hogwarts frowned as he looked at Wong Teng's indifferent face. Does Wong Teng look down on him? HMPH, arrogant. Let's see who's better. Hodge snorted coldly and stopped wasting words. He took off his outer clothes and armor, revealing his muscular upper body. Boom! Suddenly, an incredibly powerful aura surged from his body, making him seem like a tiger unleashed from its cage. His muscles bulged suddenly, expanding several sizes in an instant, and his height also increased accordingly. Hodge's height was originally only about 1.8 meters, which was considered normal, but now it has reached 4 or 5 meters, making him look like a little giant. His arms alone were thicker than Wong Teng's thighs. Veins bulged on his face, and hot breath spewed from his mouth and nose, making him look like a jet train. Wow, it's transforming. Wong Teng's eyes widened slightly, genuinely surprised. I never expected that Hodge was also a martial artist who focused on cultivating his physical body. This is interesting. It's here. It's that one. What is it? Hogia's strongest combat technique, elephant body, you don't even know that? Your information is too outdated. The savage elephant body. It looks really powerful. It's not just strong. Within the same realm, Hodge has never been defeated. Under his savage elephant body, others can only get beaten up. It is said that Hodge once defeated a peak cosmic level martial artist with this savage elephant body, leaving the opponent bruised and battered, almost in tears. Then Major Wong Teng is finished. He's only a stellar level martial artist. I heard that Major Wong Teng only managed to kill the mid-level demon emperor level Dark Seed by using a sneak attack and a powerful move. That kind of powerful move must take a long time. In this kind of arena competition, Hodge probably won't give him time to prepare. He's probably doomed. Many people know Hodge very well and are familiar with his signature fighting techniques. Seeing that Hodge unleashed his strongest combat technique right from the start, they couldn't help but feel sorry for Wang Teng, pessimistic about his chances of winning. Any normal person would make the same judgment. After all, one is a 7th level cosmic level martial artist, and the other is a peak stellar level martial artist. The difference is too great. On the other side, several powerful generals in the military were also discussing the matter. Hogya's strength is indeed impressive. He has mastered the savage elephant body to an extremely high level. General Qi Yuanju nodded approvingly. Hogya has honed his physical body through the savage elephant body technique for many years, reaching an extremely terrifying level. Even a newly ascended domain lord level martial artist would have to put in considerable effort to break through his defenses. This Wang Teng. The speaker was an elderly man, a major general. He shook his head, seemingly not very optimistic about Wang Teng. General Yukri is right. Wang Teng is only a stellar level martial artist after all, another female martial artist said. General Crofts, what do you think? General Qi Yuanju suddenly turned to Crofts and asked. I'll stand and watch, Crofts said expressionlessly. He was completely unsure of Wang Teng's methods. He had sent dozens of stellar-level martial artists and 3 peak cosmic-level martial artists, but they still failed to kill Wang Teng. In addition, the information provided by his family made him unsure of Wang Teng's true strength. The crowd. Bang! Suddenly, a loud bang came from the arena. With a powerful stomp of his foot, Hodge vanished from his spot and teleported directly toward Wang Teng. Here we go. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat and they immediately turned their gazes to it. At this moment, Hodge was like an incomparably massive mammoth, charging in with a thunderous roar, and the impact was undoubtedly enormous. Wang Teng, standing in front of him, felt it most strongly. Hodge's aura was locked onto him, but it wasn't just a simple aura emanating from a powerful physique, it also carried a boundless fighting spirit. This shows that Hodge had experienced countless battles to accumulate such a terrifying level of fighting spirit. Ordinary martial artists would probably stiffen or even tremble uncontrollably when faced with such fighting spirit. However, this was not enough to affect Wang Teng. He has experienced countless wars, large and small, from Earth to the universe, and has accumulated countless battlefield consciousness attribute bubbles, pushing his battlefield consciousness to perfection. For someone with a perfect battlefield awareness, the will to fight is as natural as eating a meal, so what is there to fear? Wang Teng is currently pondering a question. Should we use the Dragon Blood Battle Body, or just use the Ancient God Body? Or should we use both? Both combat techniques are powerful, but he has never used them in combination. This Hodge specializes in physical training and is a 7th level cosmic level martial artist, so his physique is undoubtedly extremely powerful. This was the first time Wang Teng had encountered such a martial artist, and he was somewhat excited. Let's just use both together. Wang Teng made a decision after a moment's thought. Where are you looking? Just then, a furious roar rang out. Hodge had already covered hundreds of meters and rushed to Wang Teng's side. He stomped down hard 5 meters in front of him and leapt high into the air. The enormous body cast a shadow, enveloping Wang Teng. He clenched his right fist, a yellow fist imprint forming on it, and mercilessly slammed it down towards Wang Teng's head. Bang! A sonic boom was heard in the air. Wang Teng raised his head, and a terrifying gust of wind blew his black hair back, making it fly in all directions. However, his eyes remained calm and his face remained composed, showing no sign of panic. Ancient God Body, open. Dragon Blood Battle Body, activate. Almost instantly, Wang Teng activated both of his physical abilities. Boom! A deafening roar suddenly erupted. Flames erupted from Wang Teng's body, like a blue fire dragon coiling around his massive form. Azure Jade Glazed Flame. On the body of the Azure Fire Dragon, there were 3 strange flames, like scales of the Azure Fire Dragon, adorning it. Starfire. Raging Beast Flame. Sea Whale Flame. Such a spectacle left the onlookers below somewhat stunned. Roar. The Azure Fire Dragon roared to the sky, then swooped down and merged back into Wang Teng's body. Only then did Wang Teng's figure appear. His body was covered in flame patterns resembling dragon designs, on his arms, even his face, and his body beneath his clothes, no part was exempt. No, there's one exception. That was between his eyebrows where there was an extremely mysterious pattern. Unlike the blue flame patterns formed primarily by the azure jade glazed flame, the patterns at the center of the forehead are golden in color, making them appear particularly unique. This is, Crofts stared wide-eyed, as if he had seen a ghost. Why is Wang Tang's combat technique so similar to their family's dragon blood battle body? He wasn't sure, because although they were extremely similar, there were some differences, especially the golden pattern between Wang Tang's eyebrows, which his family's dragon blood battle body did not have. Regardless of Croft's shock, the battle below did not stop. All of this is a long story, but it actually happened in the blink of an eye. Before Hodge's fist landed, he had already noticed Wang Tang's change and the terrifying aura emanating from him. His expression changed instantly, and his pupils contracted involuntarily. It was as if I had witnessed something utterly unbelievable. However, the die was cast and there was no turning back. He roared and channeled all his power into the fist imprint, pressing it down completely. Wang Tang stared directly at the fist imprint, his eyes seemingly flashing with a blue flame. Suddenly, flames rose from his right fist, quickly condensing into a blue fist imprint. It also had a golden glow on it, and was intertwined with red and blue colors. The next moment, he threw a punch. Boom! The cyan flame fist imprint collided directly with the incredibly thick yellow fist imprint that slammed down from above. A tremendous roar resounded, and terrifying shockwaves of the force swept outwards, impacting the arena's defensive shield and causing it to vibrate continuously, as if it might shatter at any moment due to the powerful force bombardment. Hiss! Those watching below gasped in astonishment, their eyes widening in disbelief. This! General Mokarin and the others were also extremely astonished, and could hardly believe their eyes. Boom! Just then, an explosion occurred at the center of the collision between the two fist imprints. The seemingly solid yellow fist imprint above could not withstand the bombardment of the cyan flame fist imprint and shattered. Amidst the roar, a figure was sent flying backwards, then crashed heavily into the defensive shield, rolled down, and slammed onto the hard ground of the arena with a thud. Quiet. Silence reigned all around. Everyone stared blankly at the figure that had thrown the farewell, their minds still reeling. This person was none other than Hodge. He was actually smashed away. Moreover, he was sent flying in such a pure clash of forces. Damn, this result is wrong. Where is the promised physical strength? Where is the promised incredible power? That's it. Who exactly is the strongest being in the universe? They all suspected that Hodge had swapped bodies with Wang Tang, only their appearances were different. Otherwise, how could Wang Tang, a stellar-level martial artist, possess such terrifying power? Tap! Footsteps sounded, and a tall figure emerged from the aftershocks of the force, surrounded by faint blue flames, like a fire god descending to earth. Oh no, it seems like I used a little too much force, Wang Tang said, looking at Hodge, who was lying on the ground in a U-shape in the distance. Everyone. This statement isn't very offensive, but it's extremely insulting. Everyone was speechless. Did I use just a little too much force? You probably have some misunderstanding about the word, slightly. Gentlemen, how strong is Wang Tang? General Mokalin asked the people beside him with a smile. Generals Chi Yuanju, Yu Kelly, and others were speechless, their facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. Just moments ago, they had said that Wang Tang had little chance of winning and was definitely no match for Hodge. But this is the result. Snap, snap, snap. This is a blatant slap in the face. The generals felt a sharp pain in their faces and wished they could take back what they had just said. Beside him, Crofts's face was extremely ugly, his eyes fixed on the young figure on the ring, his heart trembling. How could this little beast have such strength? He found it hard to accept this fact. Now he finally understood why Long Shixi and the others had failed. With such strength, it wasn't impossible for them to contend with a peak-level martial artist of the universe. This Wang Tang absolutely cannot be allowed to live. If he has such strength at the stellar level, it would be a disaster for the family if he were to become a domain lord level warrior or a world lord level expert. On the arena, one was standing, the other was lying down, creating a stark contrast. However, the person who fell was not Wang Tang as everyone expected, but Hodge, making the competition exceptionally shocking. Cough, cough. A dry cough sounded. Suddenly, Hodge, who had fallen to the ground in the distance, moved and struggled to get up. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. Only a few breaths had passed since Hodge was knocked away, and he had recovered by now. Look, Hodge is back up. He hasn't lost yet. Is there still a chance? But he was sent flying with just one punch. The difference in strength seems a bit too big. That's hard to say. What if Major Wang Teng is a one-punch expert? Ellipsis ellipsis. The crowd had recovered their senses by then, and seeing Hodge get up again, they couldn't help but start discussing it. The competition became suspenseful due to Wang Teng's sudden outburst, which surprised everyone even more. Staggering, Hodge stood up. His massive body had some charred marks, and there was a very obvious fist mark on his chest. He looked down at the fist imprint, a hint of shock in his eyes, then looked up at Wang Teng opposite him. How can you possess such immense power? It's alright, actually I only used 30% of my strength, Wang Teng said casually. Hodge, is this kid showing off? I only used 30% of my strength to send him flying. Then what is he? General Mokalin and the others were also speechless. This young man was indeed quite capable, but he loved to show off. Not steady enough. You think you can send a cosmic-level martial artist flying with only 30% of your power? Are you kidding me? Whether others believe it or not, they certainly don't. But I'm quite surprised that you were able to get up, Wang Teng said, looking at Hodge in front of him with interest. He was telling the truth. He had just combined the power of his two physical constitutions, and he had only managed to knock Hodge away, not completely defeat him. This showed that Hodge's physical body was indeed very strong, which was surprising. Hodge's face darkened upon hearing this. Is this even human language? It's infuriating that he was looked down upon by a stellar-level martial artist. He took a deep breath to calm himself down and said in a deep voice. I've already placed you in a very high position, but I didn't expect that I still underestimated you. However, if you think that's all the strength I have, then you're wrong. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Hodge's aura surged once more, and a terrifying burst of yellow force erupted. Rumble! Yellow force surged from Hodge's body like a tide, thick and solid. From a distance, Hodge looked as if his willpower was contained within a mountain. Moreover, as the force surged forth, Hodge's pupils faintly glowed with a yellow light, and an aura reminiscent of a savage beast seeped out from his body. At the same time, the yellow primal force began to change, rapidly condensing into a huge phantom of a savage elephant. The illusory elephant was lifelike, exuding a strong aura of savagery, as if it had crossed time and space from ancient times. Wang Teng's gaze sharpened slightly. This Hodge is indeed not to be underestimated. He is at the 7th level of the cosmic level, and his aura is already comparable to that of Long Shixi and his two companions. Although the savage elephant body seems to have a tendency to overdraw its own strength, the combat power it unleashes is terrifying. Ordinary peak-level martial artists of the universe would probably only suffer defeat if they encountered it. What a terrifying aura! Peggy and the others watching from below couldn't help but feel a little nervous. This is the true power of the savage elephant body, isn't it? Can Wang Teng defeat it? Diki said with a solemn expression. Even he sensed a threat from that aura. The opponent is very strong. To be able to force my savage elephant form to this extent, even if you are defeated, you have reason to be proud. Hodge stood in the illusory image of the savage elephant, his voice booming out. Hold head high. At this moment, the illusory elephant outside Hodge's body let out a deafening roar, and the elephant charged towards Wang Teng with its 4 hooves pounding the ground. Wang Teng shook his head and smiled faintly, showing no fear in his expression. Then I'll play with you a little longer. The next moment, he transformed into a streak of azure light, his body wreathed in flames, and collided with Hodge. Boom boom boom. Both men unleashed their fists, colliding violently in mid-air. One was as tall as a giant, while the other was only of normal height, creating a stark contrast when they stood together. But these two people actually fought to a standstill, even exchanging blows in such a simple and brutal way. A deafening roar erupted on the arena, and powerful bursts of primal force also exploded and echoed in mid-air. The fierce clash left many onlookers below speechless. That's so cool. The duel between these two was absolutely fierce. However, it must be admitted that such a competition made everyone's blood boil and their emotions were inevitably stirred up. Everyone's eyes followed the two figures as they moved, not daring to blink, as if afraid of missing even the slightest detail of the battle. Such a spectacular battle is a rare sight indeed. After fully unleashing the elephant body, Hogwarts' strength undoubtedly surged once again, especially his power, which became incredibly formidable. But he soon discovered that Wang Teng's power had not yet run out. Was what he said before true? He only used 30% of his strength just now. An incredible thought surfaced in Hodge's mind, shaking him to his core and leaving him unable to calm down. The others also noticed this and were even more astonished. Originally, it was thought that after Hodger fully unleashed the elephant body, even if he couldn't crush Wang Tang, he would still have a considerable chance of winning. Unexpectedly, the situation turned out to be so unbelievable. Wang Tang's strength far exceeded everyone's expectations. Boom! After Hodge and Wang Tang exchanged a punch, their figures separated like two bolts of lightning, each appearing tens of meters apart. Hodge's expression was very solemn. He clenched his fist and a huge warhammer immediately appeared in his massive palm. At this moment, his body was over 5 meters tall, and his hands were like palm leaf fans, yet the warhammer fit him perfectly, as if it were tailor-made for his current physique. Hodges flicks his wrist and the warhammer in his hand strikes the air, creating a sonic boom. It seemed to explode in everyone's ears. Wang Tang was stunned when he saw the enormous hammer. That guy fouled. If such a huge hammer came down, it would definitely turn me into a meat patty. Wang Tang looked at his various weapons and it seemed that none of them were as big as him. Wait a minute, blind student, I think I've discovered the key point. The next moment, a brick appeared in Wang Tang's hand. No, it was a square seal. After sitting for so long, it's time to take it out and give it a run. When the person below saw the unremarkable square seal, a look of astonishment immediately appeared on their face. This weapon seems a bit strange. Did Wang Tang really think he could contend with Hogwarts' giant hammer with this tiny square seal? The expressions on everyone's faces became somewhat strange. Even Hodge looked bewildered, glancing at the square seal with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Can this thing be used to hit people? Even his palm was bigger than that square seal. Although the surface of the seal was covered with strange purple patterns, it looked quite intimidating. But it really is a bit of a mishmash. It looks like a brick but not quite. It looks like a seal but not quite. It's ambiguous. It doesn't look like a proper weapon at all. General Mokalin's expression changed slightly. He recognized the object as the weapon that Wang Tang had used to withstand lightning after refining the elixir. This seal seems unusual. Regardless of what others thought, Wang Tang had already raised the thunder seal and released his spiritual power. Boom! The thunder seal instantly flew into the sky, like a purple lightning bolt, and crashed towards Hodge. Everyone shook their heads. Compared to Hodge's massive size, this seal was practically a toy. It was questionable whether it could even tickle Hodge. Hodge remained expressionless as the square seal, no bigger than an adult's palm, hurtled towards him. He then swung his heavy hammer with a thunderous roar. Clang! The heavy hammer slammed directly into the square seal, producing a long, resonant metallic sound. While it seemed like he had easily blocked Fang Yin, Hodge's expression suddenly changed. Hodge's eyes widened, as if he had seen something utterly unbelievable. Boom! The square seal, which was originally only the size of a palm, suddenly burst forth with a dazzling purple lightning. Under the lightning, Fang Yin was growing at a visible speed, instantly surpassing the heavy hammer in Hodge's hand. This time, not only did Hodge's expression change, but the onlookers around also showed shock. Wow, this seal can grow bigger? Wang Tang's weapon is strange. Sir, wouldn't this be considered cheating? Hearing the surrounding discussions, General Mokalin and the others were at a loss for words. They were all quite knowledgeable, but most of them had never seen a weapon that could be enlarged or shrunk before, and they were all shocked. General Mokalin, in particular, originally thought that the seal only contained the power of thunder, but now it seems that the seal is not just that simple. Have you ever seen this kind of weapon before? General Qi Yuanju asked hesitantly. Never seen it before, never have I ever seen it. General Yukri shook his head repeatedly. I have seen it once, a very strong female martial artist next to her said hesitantly. Oh, General Kimberly, you've met her? Everyone looked at her in surprise. Tell us. It is somewhat similar. It was a weapon of a divine sense master. I was fortunate enough to see it when I was traveling through the universe. His weapon was a small mountain, but when he used it, it turned into a real mountain. No, it was much larger than an ordinary mountain and directly shattered an asteroid. I was extremely shocked when I saw it. General Kimberly recalled. So, Wang Tang is also a divine sense master. General Qi Yuanju exclaimed in surprise, grasping the key point. When Wang Tang made his move, they thought he was just using his force to throw them away, but now that General Kimberly said that, they have some doubts. He is indeed a divine sense master, and his divine sense master level has reached the stellar level. General Mokalin nodded after reviewing Wang Tang's information. Hiss. A stellar level divine sense master is equivalent to a cosmic level martial artist. Coupled with that terrifying physical strength just now, Hodge is in danger. General Ukri gasped and said solemnly. Others wholeheartedly agreed. Ellipsis, ellipsis. Just then, the thunderseal had grown 100 times larger, its wheel now twice the size of the heavy hammer in Hodge's hand. The purple patterns on it were emitting a purple light, and faint flashes of lightning could be seen. How about it? Isn't my baby big? Wang Teng looked at Hodge across from him and chuckled smugly. Quote ellipsis ellipsis quote. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. What outrageous and inhumane words. Everyone felt as if a tire mark had suddenly appeared on their faces, as if something had just run over them. In an instant, the men all wore strange expressions, as if they had heard a familiar language. The women blushed and spat out a harsh paw, a phrase they found very familiar. Ahem, this kid has no manners, he needs to be taught a lesson, General Mokalin coughed, sounding annoyed. They really need to be taught a lesson, General Chi Yuanju said with a strange expression. Young people, it's understandable, General Kimberly said with a loud voice and a hearty laugh. On the ring, Hodge was horrified when he heard those words, his muscles tensed and goosebumps rose all over his body. What's it like to be asked by a man, is my penis big? He felt as if he had been subjected to the greatest insult in the world. Roll! Hodge's eyes widened, and he roared as he swung his heavy hammer. Ding ding ding! A tremendous sound rang out as the heavy hammer slammed into the enlarged thunderseal. So fierce. It seems it's not big enough. No, I'm going to make you admit that mine is bigger than yours, and much, much bigger. Wang Teng frowned. Quote ellipsis ellipsis quote. Everyone fell silent again. What is this person's obsession? Wang Teng was completely unaware that everyone's thoughts had shifted from the 29th defensive planet to the Great Qian Earth Star. At this moment, his mental power erupted, and the purple light on the thunderseal surged, expanding and growing larger until it seemed to transform into a metal mountain. Suspended above Hodge's head, gurgle, those watching from below swallowed hard as they gazed at the terrifying metal mountain. Holy crap, what the hell is this thing? If they could accept the size before, this is now completely beyond their comprehension. It's impossible for a palm-sized square seal to grow into the size of a mountain. Even master-level weapons have never been seen to have this function. General McCollin and the others all looked at General Kimberly, recalling her earlier description, which was remarkably similar. Right, that's it. General Kimberly had an expression that said it was just like that. Hodge looked up, his pupils contracted, and all he could think of was, fuck you. That guy fouled. Go! Wang Teng reached out and pressed down, and the thunderseal slammed towards Hodge, the whistling sound echoing outwards. Even the air itself was crushed by the force of the impact. Boom! Faced with this enormous thunderseal, Hodge's expression changed drastically. He quickly unleashed the power he possessed and channeled it into the heavy hammer in his hand. A continuous stream of violent primal force surged from his body, frantically condensing on the heavy hammer. Boom! As the immense force was poured in, a gigantic hammer shadow condensed on the warhammer in Hodge's hand, and a terrifyingly powerful aura emanated from it. Elephant hammer. In Hodge's eyes, the yellow light grew brighter and brighter, like two lit lanterns. The ancient and savage aura emanating from him deepened, and a roar that was almost a howl came from his throat. Boom boom boom. He stepped on the ground, transformed into a beam of yellow light, and shot into the sky, charging towards the thunderseal. Hold head high. The illusory elephant that clung to his body also let out a long roar, and along with his figure, it crashed hard into the thunderseal, pressing down from above. Oh? Wang Teng was surprised, as he sensed a familiar fluctuation of profound power in Hodge's attack. So he poured the essence of his own power into the thunder-turning seal, along with his spiritual energy. With the infusion of massive amounts of spiritual energy, the speed of the thunderseal increased dramatically, unleashing a dazzling purple lightning bolt that pressed down from the sky. Boom! The purple and yellow lights moved with incredible speed, and in just a moment, they collided in the sky like meteors. A powerful and violent surge of primal force swept out like a storm from the point of impact. The ground of the arena was violently shaken and cracked, revealing cracks as thick as an arm. It should be noted that the floor of this arena is made of a special type of stone, and is even engraved with reinforcing runes, making it extremely hard. The fact that the impact of their collision shattered the object demonstrates just how terrifying those two attacks were. Even the protective shield was shaking violently, and tiny cracks appeared on it, making a constant cracking sound, as if it would shatter at any moment. Not good. Everyone's expression changed. General Mokalan quickly waved his hand, and a powerful surge of force energy emanated from his body, flowing into the defensive shield. If this defensive shield were to explode, the 2 shockwaves from the attack inside would be enough to injure many onlookers. As General Mokalan channeled his force, the cracks in the protective shield gradually disappeared, and it finally stabilized again. He was a World Lord level expert. No matter how strong Wang Teng and the other person's attacks were, they couldn't possibly shake a World Lord level expert. At this moment, Hodge's expression was extremely solemn, and he was slightly pale. At the instant of impact, he clearly felt the terrifying power contained in the seal. It felt as if a real mountain was pressing down on him. Even when he used the savage elephant body technique, all the bones in his body couldn't help but creak and groan. Interesting, it can actually hold on. A strange light flashed in Wang Teng's eyes, and his mental power surged forth, being applied to the thunder-turning seal. Boom! The purple light on the thunder seal intensified, and lightning flashed everywhere. Crackling sounds tilde. Just as Hodge realized something was wrong, it was too late. The lightning instantly struck him through the heavy hammer in his hand. Tribulation lightning. Without a doubt, this is the power of tribulation lightning contained within the thunder seal. If brute force can't overwhelm, then add some spice. This tribulation lightning power is the true attack method of the thunder seal. Even with Hodge's formidable physique, he was still electrocuted by the terrifying power of the tribulation lightning, his whole body trembling as if he had epilepsy. A burnt smell emanating from his body, and his hair standing on end. That face, which had become enormous due to the growth of his body, had now turned completely black. Phew! A puff of black smoke came out of his mouth. At the same time, the illusory elephant outside his body finally couldn't hold on any longer, letting out a long, unwilling howl before collapsing. Boom! The thunder seal slammed down, slamming Hodge onto the arena. The entire arena shook violently, the tremors even reaching the defensive shield and causing the ground outside to sway. After a great effort, everyone regained their footing and looked at the scene on the arena. The enormous square seal landed steadily on the arena, fitting perfectly with the ground, while Hodge's figure had already disappeared from sight. Gurgle. Someone couldn't help but swallow hard. I'm not going to get smashed into a meat patty, am I? Wang Teng stood in the sky, reached out and beckoned, and the thunder seal immediately shrank and fell into his hand. Only then did everyone see the situation on the arena clearly. A human-shaped crater appeared in the very center of the ring, and Hodge was lying in it, completely embedded in it. His posture was extremely disheveled. Wow! An uproar erupted around them. Major Wang Teng really won. Everyone stared blankly at the scene, still feeling as if it were a dream. Hogwarts, a level 7 cosmic level being, was actually defeated. Moreover, he was defeated by a stellar level martial artist, which seems unbelievable no matter how you look at it. Everyone stared at Wang Teng's figure, their eyes filled with shock, unable to calm down for a long time. At that moment, Hodge suddenly moved on the ring, as if trying to get up. It can still move. Wang Teng couldn't help but show surprise. Martial artists who cultivate their bodies are different, their bodies are incredibly strong. They can even get up like this, they're practically cockroaches. Wang Teng certainly couldn't just watch him get up, so he flashed to his side and, taking advantage of the moment when the other man had just gotten up a little, smashed the thunderclap seal in his hand down on the back of his head. Thump thump thump. A dull thud echoed in the air above the arena. Hodge wanted to get up and admit defeat, as he had realized the gap between himself and Wang Teng and knew that he had no chance of winning. But before he could speak, he was suddenly struck hard on the back of the head. He felt his head buzzing, his vision going black, and even a slight numbness coming from the back of his head. This is the power of thunder. It's one thing to smash his head with MMP, but to use a grenade is just too cruel. Even without thinking, he knew it must be Wang Teng's doing. This guy is incredibly ruthless. At this moment, he wanted to raise his hands and shout that he had lost, but Wang Teng did not give him the chance at all, attacking him one after another, as if he would not stop until he was knocked unconscious. Hodge was suffering in silence, he had never felt so frustrated. He felt his head starting to swell, which was incredible given his physical strength. But he couldn't resist. At this moment, he could only hope that General Mokalan and his men would quickly realize something was wrong and come to stop this devil. Thump thump thump. Crackling sounds tilde. Are you going to admit defeat or not? Wang Teng asked while fighting. Thump thump thump. Crackling sounds tilde. Hodge raised his hand shakily. What, you still won't admit defeat? Wong Tang was astonished. Thump thump thump. Crackling sounds tilde. Hodge made a fist. You actually want to hit me? Wong Tang was shocked and couldn't help but admire the other party's tenacity. Thump thump thump. Crackling sounds tilde. The dull thuds, accompanied by the crackling of lightning, echoed continuously across the arena, causing the eyes of those around to twitch and their hearts to pound with fear. That's way too ruthless. In particular, Wong Tang asked questions while hitting the target, but didn't give anyone a chance to answer, which showed a lack of sincerity. At this point, they had automatically listed Wong Tang as one of the people they couldn't afford to offend. Look at that technique, so skillful, he must be a repeat offender. We can't afford to mess with them. We can't afford to mess with them. Hodge was nearly driven mad. His consciousness was a blur, his mouth was completely unresponsive, and only one thought occupied his mind. Wong Tang, go to hell. Can you give me a chance to admit defeat? General Mokurin finally couldn't stand it any longer and quickly removed the protective shield, coughing as he said, Major Wong Tang, stop fighting, you've won. I won? Wong Tang stopped and asked. Yes, you won. Stop fighting. General Mokurin glanced at Hodge on the ground, somewhat unable to bear the sight, and quickly nodded. But he hasn't admitted defeat yet, Wong Tang said hesitantly, while weighing the thunder-turning seal in his hand. No, we concede defeat on his behalf. General Mokurin quickly stopped him when he saw that he seemed to still want to make a move, and said very firmly. Yes, we've decided on this matter, General Chi Yuanju echoed. They really couldn't fight any longer. That's right, we've already assessed your strength, there's no need to compete anymore, General Kimberly said, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. You should have said so earlier, my hands are getting sore from typing. Only then did Wong Tang feel relieved enough to put away the thunder-turning seal. General Mokurin, General Chi Yuanju, General Kimberly, that kid deserves a beating. The competition ended in an unexpected way. Hodge was carried out. Even the toughest man can't withstand this kind of treatment. He was starting to question the meaning of life. As she was being carried away, Hodge struggled to open her swollen eyes and looked at Wong Tang, who was now the center of attention. Are you even human? That was incredibly ruthless. Wong Tang was surrounded by General Mokurin and others when he suddenly felt a resentful gaze fall on him, and he couldn't help but turn his head to look. Good heavens, he did this? I was too serious about the fight just now, and I think I went a little too far. Hodge has been beaten up like this, I almost didn't recognize him. My apologies. General Mokurin and the others also looked at Hodge, their lips twitching involuntarily. I wonder if Hogwarts will regret participating in this competition? While everyone's attention was drawn to Hodge, Wong Tang quickly picked up the attribute bubbles around him. Earth-type Star Force *2500. Mastery of Power *1200. Open black lens bracket Savage Elephant Body *600 Close black lens bracket. Elephant Hammer *900. Earth-type Star Force *2200. Royal Level Earth-type Talent *3000. Stellar Level Spirit 600. Cosmic Level Comprehension *1200. Ellipsis. Wong Tang's eyes flashed and a slight sense of joy rose in his heart. Since Hodge is an Earth-type warrior, the dropped items were naturally Earth-type Star Force, totaling 11,000 points. Wong Tang's Earth-type Stellar Force was originally stuck at the peak of the 7th level of the Stellar level, but it broke through instantly. Earth-type Star Force, 5,308 thousandths, 8th level of Stellar. The 8th floor. It was a pleasant surprise. Next is the profound meaning of power. Wong Tang's mastery of the profound meaning of power has been slow to improve because few people have mastered it, and there's nowhere to pick up attributes. This time, Hogia provided him with a significant boost to his power mastery attribute, totaling 4,300 points, which raised Wong Tang's power mastery by 1 level. The secret of power, 806 thousandths, 60%. Wong Tang's mind was filled with insights into the mysteries of power, and a subtle ripple stirred within him. A hollow illusion appeared in his mind. Wong Tang felt as if he had transformed into a giant, possessing unparalleled and terrifying power, capable of destroying stars and lifting the moon, like the manifestation of power. In an instant, countless strange lights flashed in his eyes. Phew! After a moment, he exhaled a breath of stale air, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Previously, his understanding of the profound meaning of power had just broken through to 50%, but now his comprehension of the profound meaning of power has deepened to 60%. He has been having really good luck lately. After comprehending the profound meaning of power, another insight appeared in Wang Tang's mind. That was my reflection on the barbarian elephant style. Wang Tang felt as if he had transformed into a real ancient savage elephant, towering to the heavens and reaching the earth, enormous in size. The wild elephant gallops across the land, crashing against mountains to hone itself, and traversing raging floods to temper its physique. And so it went, day after day, year after year. Its body grew stronger and more indestructible, roaring towards the sky above the ancient, desolate land. Wang Tang seemed to see the phantom of a savage elephant, having already grasped the cultivation method of the savage elephant body and entered the entry-level stage. Elephant style, 601,000th beginner. To Wang Tang's surprise, this savage elephant body was actually a body refining method that directly reached the level of a world lord. After mastering it, one's physical body would be incredibly powerful, comparable to an ancient savage elephant. Therefore, it is relatively difficult to improve the attribute values of this technique, as it requires 1,000 attribute points just to get started. Wang Tang only gained 600 attribute points from Hodge, which was insufficient to break through to the beginner level. But it doesn't matter. For him, the savage elephant body is just icing on the cake, because he possesses the ancient god body, which is definitely a more powerful body refining method than the savage elephant body. Of course, if this technique is mastered, it will also have a cumulative effect, making Wang Tang's physique even stronger. It seems that Hodge's elephant body technique has only reached a minor level of mastery. If it had reached a major level, I really wouldn't be able to break through his defenses without using my ultimate move, Wang Tang thought to himself, stroking his chin. Then another wave of insights came to mind. Elephant hammer. This was also a hammer-based combat technique that Hodge had just used. Combined with the profound meaning of power, it was able to contend with the thunder seal that he controlled with his mental power. It should be noted that Wang Tang's mental power has reached the peak of the stellar level, which is almost the peak of the cosmic level. Combined with the powerful weapon, the thunder seal, the fact that Hodge was able to withstand it is enough to demonstrate the extraordinary nature of the barbarian elephant hammer. After his reflection ended, Wang Tang finally understood why. The elephant hammer is actually an ultimate combat technique. Moreover, it is a profound combat technique that requires a deep understanding of the essence to be used. Wang Tang was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, I obtained another ultimate combat skill, and it's even a power-based ultimate skill, which is even rarer than ordinary ultimate combat skills. We've made a fortune. We've made a fortune. Elephant hammer, 101,000th mastery. The 900 attribute points allowed Wang Tang to reach the mastery level in his understanding of the savage elephant hammer. The same advancement value as the radiant lion killing spear he had obtained before. With the power of this combat technique, killing a cosmic level martial artist would be absolutely no problem. In addition, there are 3,000 points of royal level earth element talent, 2,400 points of stellar level spirit, and 3,600 points of cosmic level comprehension. Hogwarts's earth type talent is quite strong, reaching the emperor level. No wonder he is so powerful. Wang Tang's earth-type talent is now at the royal level, and these 3,000 attribute points have made his talent slightly stronger. As for the attributes of spirit and comprehension, they have also been slightly improved. Overall, the harvest was pretty good. All his hard work in getting freebies was worth it. After Wang Tang finished collecting the attribute bubbles, General Mokalin and the others comforted the pitiful Hodge and had him taken to the treatment room. Major Wang Tang, you've really offended Hodge this time. He's the deputy commander of the Tiger Fiend Regiment and knows the regiment very well. You'll have to rely on him a lot in your future work, General Mokalin said meaningfully as he approached. I hope he's not taking revenge for personal reasons. Wang Tang said somewhat guiltily, it's his own fault for not admitting defeat sooner, so it can't be my fault. You're quite self-righteous. General Mokalin couldn't help but roll his eyes. Alright, this is your own business. Anyway, the position of Tiger Fiend Corps Leader will be handed over to you from now on. You can decide how to handle it. So, I'm now the leader of the Tiger Fiend gang? Wang Tang asked. Good. Your appointment will be issued shortly. Please check your mail. General Mokalin nodded. I understand. Wang Tang nodded. At this moment, General Qi Yuanju and others gathered around and introduced themselves. Wang Tang was astonished. These were all powerful figures on Defense Star number 29. Major Wang Tang, you are truly a promising young man. Your abilities have broadened our horizons, General Qi Yuanju said with a smile. General, you flatter me. My strength is negligible. I was only lucky to defeat Hodge. Wang Teng saw the other party's rank and knew that he was a major general. He dared not be negligent and said humbly. Haha, that's not what you said just now, Qi Yuanju teased. Ahem, that was just a slip of the tongue, Wang Teng said with a dry cough. However, this is the first time I've seen someone possess such strength at the stellar level, General Yukri chuckled and remarked. In fact, a genius like Major Wang Teng should seek a broader platform in the universe, rather than risking his life here on our defensive planet, General Kimberly said. Being on the defense planet is a kind of training, and my strength has improved quite a bit since I came here, Wang Teng said. He was telling the truth, but General Kimberly and the others didn't believe him, taking it as mere politeness. They knew Wang Teng had only been there a few days, and yet he had already improved. It was like leveling up. That's not how it works. Our military also values the cultivation of talent, and a genius like Major Wang Teng will certainly not be overlooked, General Mokaran said. The Imperial Genius Tournament is coming up soon, and I will apply to the higher-ups to have Major Wang Teng represent our military in the competition. The Battle of Geniuses. Wang Teng was slightly taken aback, not expecting to hear about the Battle of Geniuses again from General Mokalan. He had originally planned to participate in this Battle of Geniuses, but if he could participate as a representative of the military, there should be many benefits. With Major Wang Teng's strength, he should be able to achieve a good ranking in the Genius Tournament. General Qi Yuanju's eyes lit up, and he nodded in agreement. Then I'll support him too. Even if it's just me. Haha, then we'll jointly apply to the higher-ups, General Yukri laughed. General Mokalan glanced at the crowd speechlessly, inwardly cursing them as old foxes. How could he not see what they were thinking? The representative for this Battle of Geniuses only needs to apply, and he will be approved without a doubt. Whether General Yukri and others are included or not makes no difference. But how could they possibly let such a good opportunity pass by and show Wang Teng a little goodwill? Now, in their eyes, Wang Teng is not just a martial artist with the ability to heal with light, but also a genius with great potential, worthy of their efforts to win him over. Wang Teng also sensed the excessive enthusiasm of these generals. When did he become so sought after? Wang Teng couldn't help but wonder, and then asked, does this mean anything? Becoming a military representative and achieving a good ranking will bring rewards from the military, including rank, merit, and even preferential treatment in terms of resources, General Mokalan explained. Just as I thought, Wang Teng couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. He was right, having a military representative participate did indeed have its advantages. Sigh, he receives such preferential treatment wherever he goes, which must be quite bothersome for a genius like him. Crofts, who was standing to the side, heard the discussion and his eyes turned extremely gloomy. This kid was getting more and more out of control. Battle of Geniuses. If Wang Teng participates in the genius battle as a representative of the military, it will be even more difficult for his family to take action against him. Wang Teng possessed an incredibly strong spirit. He could keenly sense even the slightest hint of malice in a gaze. Moreover, that gaze was right there, not far away, and there was no attempt to conceal it. Wang Teng turned his head and glanced at it, a smile suddenly appearing on his lips. Croft's heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition immediately welled up in his mind. That kid's smile is so cunning. General Mokalan, I have something to report, Wang Teng suddenly said. Oh, what is it? General Mokalan asked, slightly taken aback. On my way back, I was ambushed by a group of martial artists, Wang Teng said calmly. What? General Mokalan exclaimed in surprise, are you serious? General Qi Yuanju and the others also changed their expressions slightly and looked at Wang Teng. Someone actually attacked and killed a meritorious member of the military, and on this defensive planet number 29. Who has such audacity? Croft's eyes flickered, but his face remained expressionless. After receiving news of Long Shixi and his men's failed assassination attempt, he immediately ordered them to evacuate. They should have already left Defense Planet 29 by now. Wang Teng's attempt to expose him using this is probably wishful thinking. Croft sneered inwardly. He's just a greenhorn. Trying to take him down is nothing short of delusional. Of course it's true. I've already killed that group of martial artists, but unfortunately, 3 of their leaders escaped, Wang Teng said. You bastard. General Mokalan roared in fury. Outrageous. Utterly outrageous. General Yukri roared. How dare they attack and kill a meritorious person on the 29th defensive planet? They must find him and punish him severely. General Chi Yuanju said coldly, his eyes burning with anger. They all valued Wang Tang highly, and when they heard that someone had actually tried to assassinate him, they were furious. Moreover, taking action on a defensive planet is an act of contempt for them and a disregard for military law. Seeing the general's anger, Crofts remained unconcerned, his hands behind his back, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. No matter how angry these people are, without evidence, there's nothing they can do about it. Wang Tang glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. This old dog is so calm. He didn't seem worried at all. No matter where you are, there will always be these disgusting maggots. General Kimberly said with disgust. Crofts finally couldn't hold back any longer, and his eye twitched involuntarily. He was a general, yet he was called a maggot. It would be a lie to say he wasn't angry, no amount of self-control could change that. But he couldn't refute it. Otherwise, wouldn't that be an admission of guilt? This is very frustrating. Wang Tang almost laughed. This General Kimberly had really given him a good offensive. Although she was big and burly, like a female bodybuilder, Wang Tang found her surprisingly pleasing to the eye. Major Wang Tang, do you know who attacked you? General Mokalin asked. As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Crofts. It seems that Wang Tang's biggest enemy is none other than the Perix family. When Wang Tang returned from the Third Front, it was during the competition for the position of Tiger Fiend Regiment commander, giving the Perix family a strong incentive to take action at that time. Considering Wendell's subsequent abstention, it seems that everything is connected. The recorder on my warship recorded everything that happened. Everyone can take a look. Wang Tang didn't directly say who it was, but he presented the evidence directly. Crofts's expression changed involuntarily. Didn't they use a signal jammer? How come there are still records being leaked? Damn it, how exactly did Long Shixi and his men handle things? They're more trouble than they're worth. If what Wang Tang said is true, then we're in big trouble. Thoughts raced through his mind as he quickly considered how to respond. If there's a record, that makes things easier. General Mokaran paused for a moment, glanced at Wang Tang with surprise, then looked around and said, "But let's go back first." "Very well, this is certainly not the place to discuss such matters." General Chi Yuanju and the others nodded. The group then left the training ground and returned to the command hall they had been in before. The martial artists who had been watching Wang Tang and Hodge's match gradually dispersed, but the match itself continued to be discussed. Wang Tang's reputation is spreading far and wide, and there is a trend that this young man's fame will spread throughout the entire defensive planet. A defensive star, neither too small nor too large. However, due to the unique nature of the defensive planet, the population is sparse and the defensive bases are relatively concentrated, so information travels very quickly. After Wang Tang and General Mokalin returned to the command center, they played the video recordings from that time. Signal jammers can indeed affect the operation of a recorder, but with this intelligent creature, Roundy, around, recording a video isn't too difficult. After seeing the video, Crofts finally gave up all hope, but he didn't know how much of the content was substantial enough to threaten him. As the video played, General Mokalin and the others watched it intently. Their expressions gradually turned serious, as if they were suppressing their anger, and their faces all looked quite grim. The video was recorded almost immediately after Long Shixi and his group appeared. During the recording, Wang Tang used language to guide the other party to reveal their identities. Long Shixi and his group of idiots thought they could really handle him, so they didn't hide anything. When Crofts saw this, his face turned green. Damn it, were those three bastards sent by a pig? Why don't they just die? What are they doing coming back? Such a pig-brained person is simply wasting the Perix family's resources. At that moment, everyone looked at Crofts, and the atmosphere in the entire hall froze instantly, as if the temperature had dropped to freezing point. General Kimberly and the others stared at him indifferently, a hint of disgust in their eyes. Wang Tang sat calmly in his seat, smiling as he looked at Crofts. Isn't this old dog quite calm? Stay calm, what's there to be nervous about? Looking at the other person's appearance, Wang Tang felt incredibly happy, like drinking a bottle of ice-cold soda on a hot summer day. General Crofts, do you have anything to say? General Mokalin asked calmly. Absurd. Crofts shouted, General Mokalin, you wouldn't be concluding that I ordered this based solely on this video, would you? Isn't that so? General Mokalin retorted coldly. General Crofts, do you think everyone is blind? General Kimberly sneered. Those people revealed their identities so easily. They were just trying to frame me, Crofts said excitedly. Everyone frowned. What Crofts said was a possibility, but it was actually very small. Based on the situation in the video, it appears that the other party revealed their identity because they believed they could kill Wang Teng, and that Wang Teng's words guided them to reveal it. It was not something they said voluntarily. Therefore, its credibility is relatively high. However, if Crofts insists that the other party framed him, and Wang Teng has no other substantial evidence, they can't really do anything to Crofts. A soft laugh suddenly rang out in the hall, filled with disdain. Everyone couldn't help but look at Wang Teng, who was laughing. What are you laughing at? Crofts asked, frowning. It's all right, keep acting. I'll show you the evidence after you're done, Wang Teng said calmly. Crofts felt a surge of anger when he heard Wang Teng's calm yet sarcastic tone. He wanted nothing more than to kill Wang Teng on the spot, but unfortunately, he was powerless to do anything about it. Moreover, judging from Wang Teng's demeanor, he seemed quite confident. Crofts felt a mixture of suspicion and nervousness. He said coldly, if you have evidence, then produce it. I am innocent, and I have nothing to fear from others' slander. I didn't realize you were such a talented actor, Wang Teng chuckled. Crofts. Damn it, every word this kid says makes him want to punch someone. All right, Major Wang Teng, produce whatever evidence you have, General Mokalin said. Okay. Wang Teng nodded, took out a token, placed it on the table, and said, this is something that fell off the 3 leaders when I defeated them. I think General Crofts should recognize it. This was not something that fell off the other person. Rather, it was something that Wang Teng found on Long Shixi after he captured him. When Crofts saw the token, his expression finally changed completely. That was the Perix family's identity token, bearing the blood imprint of a Perix family member. Whether it's true or not, a simple test will tell. He had no room for rebuttal. But he couldn't understand how Wang Teng could have obtained this token. Because once the owner of the token dies, the token will shatter and become impossible for anyone to obtain. Besides, who would carry a token around on their person for no reason? Wouldn't it be stored in a spatial device? The idea that it fell out of one's person is utter nonsense. Countless thoughts flashed through Crofts' mind, and he finally came up with one possibility. Long Shixi and his gang have been captured. However, after Wang Teng took what he had from them, he released them. What exactly does he want to do? Crofts stared intently at Wang Teng, his face extremely grim. He realized he had truly underestimated Wang Teng. This kid is like a venomous snake hiding in the grass, ready to pounce and bite him when he's not looking. That one bite was enough to seriously injure him. General Crofts, why did you stop acting? Wang Teng said with a slight smile to Crofts. He didn't care about the other party's speculation. Or rather, all of this was what Wang Teng wanted him to see. In the end, Long Shixi and his 2 companions will only become expendable pawns. Their existence is merely to provide cover for Wendell, who is the thorn in Wang Teng's side. General Crofts, we'll see you in a military court. General Mokalin gave him a cold look, then stood up and left. Chi Yuanju and the others also got up and left, without looking at Crofts again. In the blink of an eye, only Crofts remained in the entire hall. He sat in his seat, looking much older, his face ashen and filled with resentment. He's finished. Crofts' fate was already sealed. Once he was court-martialed, there was virtually no chance of redemption. Military courts represent the highest authority of the military in the Great Qian Empire and are not to be trampled upon. Even a family like the Perix family couldn't possibly disregard the authority of the military court and rescue Crofts. Crofts' military career is over. He will lose all his positions, power, and even his life. Attacking and killing a military warrior who had just made a great contribution right after the end of a major battle was an affront to the military's authority. Moreover, this kind of news cannot be kept secret at all, and once it spreads, it will enrage countless military personnel. They fought against the dark race on the front lines, risking their lives, yet they still suffered attacks from their human comrades. What kind of logic is this? Although they weren't the ones attacked, it didn't diminish their shared hatred of the enemy. Once this kind of thing starts, it will keep happening. Under such circumstances, failing to deal with Crofts would not be enough to quell the anger of the military personnel. After General Mokarin and the others left, Wang Teng also got up and left the hall. His expression was very calm, so calm that Crofts found it a little hard to accept. Shouldn't Wang Teng be happy to have taken down his formidable enemy? Why did he act as if he had only done a small thing? Crofts could not accept such contempt, because it meant that Wang Teng did not take him seriously at all. Being looked down upon by someone he considered insignificant was undoubtedly the biggest blow to him, a loser. Wang Teng returned to his residence, ready to get some rest. After a series of battles, if he hadn't been able to quickly recover by picking up attribute bubbles, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on much longer. But while my body can hold up, I'm a bit mentally exhausted. So he did nothing but take out a bunch of delicious food to feed himself, then fell asleep and soon began to snore softly. A round, chubby figure appeared beside him, and he couldn't help but shake his head, a hint of concern in his eyes. Wang Teng slept soundly and felt completely relaxed. So much so that when he woke up the next day, he felt completely refreshed and incredibly comfortable. It seems that we need to balance work and rest. Pushing ourselves too hard isn't good either. After stretching, Wang Teng shook his head and gave a wry smile. Wang Teng, you have a few messages. A round voice rang in Wang Teng's mind. Open it for me. Wang Teng nodded and said. There were 3 messages in total. One was from General Mokaran, which was the appointment letter for the commander of the Tiger Fiend Regiment. He was told to go to the logistics department to collect his uniform and supplies within 3 days and then go to the Tiger Fiend Regiment to take up his post. 3 days isn't a rush. Wang Teng opened the messages from the next day. They were from Peggy, mainly asking how he was doing. It wasn't hard to tell from her words that she was somewhat concerned about Wang Teng. After all, no one can withstand such a high-intensity battle as Wang Teng. Wang Teng, your little adjutant seems to have a bit of a crush on you? Roundy chuckled. If you're handsome, you'll be loved wherever you go, Wang Tengtian said shamelessly. Quote. Roundy had underestimated Wang Teng's shamelessness and was speechless. Wang Teng hesitated for a moment, but still replied to Peggy with a text message. Regardless, they care about him, so he can't pretend he didn't see anything. On the other side, after receiving Wang Teng's message, Peggy couldn't help but smile, a very beautiful smile. She usually has a stern and aloof demeanor, so when she suddenly revealed a smile, it was truly stunning. Unfortunately, no one can see it. Peggy didn't reply to Wang Teng anymore. Instead, she closed her eyes and continued cultivating. She could already feel the gap between her strength and Wang Teng's. Although she might never catch up, she still had to work hard to narrow the gap. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't even be able to see Wang Teng's back anymore. The third text message was sent by Diki, also inquiring about Wang Teng's situation. Wang Teng replied casually and then ignored it. At this moment, a thought struck him. Perhaps because his body and mind were relaxed, he felt that the inherited memories from the void-devouring beast had loosened considerably. And many memories naturally merged into his mind and were completely digested by him. Wang Teng quickly sat cross-legged on the bed and closed his eyes. Time passed slowly, and after about 3 hours, he opened his eyes again, a strange light flashing in his pupils. The true scripture of the Buddha. Innate divine power, devouring heaven and earth. As Wang Teng absorbed the knowledge and memories in his mind, an uncontrollable, wild smile spread across his face, his inner joy almost overflowing. Just a quick plug. This is the book reading app I've been using lately. It lets you cache books and read them offline. The Floating Buddha Sutra is a cultivation method. Mental cultivation techniques. This was precisely the mental cultivation technique that Wang Teng had always longed for. The inheritance of the void-devouring beast had indeed not disappointed him. Moreover, this Buddha scripture is not an ordinary spiritual cultivation method, but an extremely mysterious and ancient cultivation method in the universe. This technique seems to have existed since the very beginning of the universe. No one knows its origin. Only a very powerful martial artist once obtained this technique and left a great reputation in the universe. The most recent powerful figure to date appeared out of nowhere 30,000 years ago, reaching the immortal level, and then disappeared without a trace, never to be seen again. However, the Buddha Sutra he practiced was well known. The cultivation method of the open black lens bracket floating pagoda scripture close black lens bracket is to temper the spirit and body, thereby constructing a 9 treasures floating pagoda. Therefore, if a cultivator uses the floating pagoda scripture, a 9 treasures floating pagoda will appear, which is very distinctive. This 9 treasure pagoda is actually a powerful means that combines offense and defense. Once that 9 treasures pagoda is successfully constructed, Wang Teng will not only be able to use it to attack others' spirits, but his own spiritual defense will also be greatly enhanced. From now on, any mental attack, unless it is far beyond his level, will be difficult to harm him. However, cultivating the Buddha Sutra is not easy. Otherwise, over such a long period of time, only a handful of exceptionally talented individuals would have been able to successfully cultivate it. What makes this mental cultivation technique different from other ordinary mental cultivation techniques is that it requires mental strength several times stronger than that of an ordinary person in order to cultivate it. The spiritual requirements for constructing the 9 treasures pagoda are immense. It's like building a house. If you don't have enough bricks, you can only build half a house, which is useless. Similarly, if the spiritual body is not large enough, the 9 treasures pagoda cannot be constructed. Fortunately, this was not a problem for Wang Teng. If his spiritual body isn't large enough, then no one is stronger than him. It could even be said that his spiritual body was probably the strongest among those exceptionally talented predecessors who obtained the Buddha Sutra in the past. If he were to say such things, others might think that Wang Teng is overestimating himself. Those predecessors were all immortal beings or above. When they were at the stellar level, would their spirits be weaker than Wang Teng's? That is indeed the case. Since Wang Teng reached the stellar level in recent days, he has stopped improving his spiritual abilities, but he has been gaining more and more spiritual attributes, which have accumulated to make his spiritual body extremely large. Such a method of harvesting the spirit is simply incomparable to that of geniuses who are born with strong spirits. Besides this, there is another difficulty in cultivating the Buddha Sutra. During cultivation, the cultivator must endure immense pain. The entire process is like being constantly hammered by thousands of hammers, making the spiritual body more solid and pure. Moreover, this process will not be done once or twice but will continue for a very long time. If it is abandoned halfway, the 9 treasures pagoda that has been built will eventually collapse, and all the previous efforts will be in vain. Without strong willpower, one might not even dare to practice this technique. Generally speaking, the more powerful a mental cultivation technique is, the more painful it is to cultivate. Given the power of the Buddha Sutra, the pain it inflicts is certainly 10 or 100 times greater than that of other ordinary mental cultivation techniques. Wang Teng couldn't help but smile bitterly, sensing that he was in for a rough time. He hesitated and did not immediately begin his practice. It wasn't that I was afraid of pain, but rather that the floating pagoda scripture was incomplete. The void-devouring beast's inherited memories only contained the cultivation methods for the first 3 levels. This Buddha scripture is divided into 12 levels in total, and it should be possible to cultivate it to the immortal level. However, Wang Teng's part of the Buddha scripture does not have detailed explanations, and Wang Teng has no way of knowing it. The first 3 levels can be cultivated up to the World Lord level. Wang Teng didn't know how many levels those predecessors who obtained the Buddha scripture had reached, but he was certain that probably none of them had obtained the complete Buddha scripture. This Buddha Sutra is truly mysterious. Wang Teng shook his head, pondered for a moment, and then made a decision. Forget it, let's focus on cultivation first. At least we can reach the Realm Lord level. If we really can't find any more advanced techniques, then we can just switch to other techniques. For others, switching to other cultivation methods is not so easy. The Buddha Sutra is very powerful, and the 9 treasures Buddha pagoda, cultivated from it, is naturally very sturdy. If the renovation is to be carried out, the 9 treasures pagoda must be destroyed. For ordinary people, shattering the 9 treasure pagoda, a symbol of spiritual unity, is undoubtedly a form of self-harm. Mental harm is extremely troublesome. A moment of carelessness could lead to unimaginable consequences and affect future cultivation. It's even possible that their souls will die out. However, Wang Teng was not worried. He only needed to prepare a large amount of spiritual attributes to prevent the damage caused by breaking the 9 treasures pagoda. Furthermore, he could also seek out elixirs that could nourish and repair mental damage, thus ensuring he was prepared for any eventuality. Of course, that's a story for another time. Perhaps he really did find the subsequent cultivation method of the Buddha Sutra. Wang Teng felt he had plenty of luck. After making his decision, Wang Teng turned his attention to another lineage. Innate supernatural power, devouring the heavens and the earth. It sounds impressive, but actually, it really is impressive. As everyone knows, the most powerful aspect of the Void Devourer is its abnormal ability to devour everything. This innate divine ability, known as devouring heaven and earth, is the key to unleashing the devouring power. Having this talent allows one to devour everything, whether it be grass, trees, stones, metal, living beings, or even various magical spirits. The Realm Lord level being who had previously pursued Wang Teng was devoured by this divine power and is still trapped in the devouring space of the void devouring beast. So what exactly are supernatural powers? This is no ordinary talent skill. Anything that can be called a divine power must be an extremely powerful innate combat skill. Only those with pure bloodlines and innate talent have the potential to develop innate supernatural abilities. In fact, reaching the level of supernatural powers has completely transcended ordinary combat skills. Otherwise, how could the void-devouring beast, with its peak universe-level strength, possibly devour a world lord-level being? After learning about the power of the devouring heaven and earth, divine ability, Wang Teng was overjoyed, but he couldn't help but have the idea of taking advantage of it. With such powerful abilities, it would be a shame not to take advantage of them. You're really pulling your own pants. In fact, Wang Teng could have used the void-devouring beast clone to unleash the devouring heaven and earth, divine power. But using a clone would certainly not be as satisfying as using the main body personally. And what if one day she goes out on business and isn't around? Therefore, for convenience, Wang Teng decided to extract the attribute bubble of the devouring heaven and earth, divine power. I didn't know before, but now that I do, I definitely can't let this opportunity pass. Do it as soon as you think of it. Wang Teng immediately entered the dark devouring space and floated in front of the void devouring beast. First, he sensed the aura of that realm lord level expert to see how many breaths he still had. Even a world lord level expert would likely perish if trapped in the devouring space of the void devouring beast. But the result surprised Wang Teng greatly. Saren's life force was extremely strong. During this time, the void devourer had only consumed less than 1% of it. And it looks like this bone is going to be tough to chew. However, the small world he resided in, belonging to the Realm Master, was already showing signs of decay. This small world of the Realm Lord is the first line of defense for Realm Lord level powerhouses. Once the small world is completely devoured, it will be the Realm Lord level powerhouses' turn to suffer the consequences. Wang Teng was extremely surprised. It seemed that a World Lord level expert was still a World Lord level expert. Even when trapped in the devouring space of the void devouring beast, he was still so tenacious. He shook his head and ignored it, looking at the void devouring beast in front of him, and then sent it a command. The void devouring beast clone sent back a thought. Wang Teng was taken aback for a moment, then patted his head. The devouring heaven and earth, divine power cannot be used inside the devouring space. I completely forgot about that. Left with no other choice, Wang Teng had to return to reality and temporarily put aside his idea of taking advantage of the loopholes. Because it's really not suitable to use the devouring heaven and earth, divine power at the main base of the 29th defense star, we can only wait for another opportunity to use it. Wang Teng shook his head in disappointment, suppressing his restless thoughts. With nothing else to do, he decided to go to Veblin's place to check on the research progress of the Demon Egg and the Demon Brain clan. As he arrived at the laboratory of the great sage Veblen, the surrounding warriors recognized him. Some greeted him warmly, while others stared at him curiously or whispered among themselves. Wang Teng felt as if he had become the focus of everyone's attention, and this feeling of being respected everywhere made him feel as if he had returned to Earth. However, he didn't pay any attention and soon arrived at the laboratory of the great sage Veblen. Veblen was observing the dark race of the demon brain, who was confined in a glass enclosure, when he saw Wang Teng arrive. He couldn't help but tease him. "Great hero, what brings you here today?" "Just checking to see if you've made any progress," Wang Teng said, rolling his eyes. "There has been some progress." When this was mentioned, Veblen immediately became serious. "Oh, what did you discover?" Wang Teng asked. "I didn't find anything else, but I did find something very interesting." "Can you guess what it is?" Veblen gave Wang Teng a meaningful look and said. "How would I know?" Wang Teng said speechlessly. "This demonic egg seems to have become an empty shell. The dark essence inside has disappeared," Van Braun said slowly, looking into Wang Teng's eyes. Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't show it on his face at all, and said with a smile, "If you want to kill the demon egg, you must first eliminate its dark origin." "So what method did you use to eliminate this dark source? Can you tell me?" Veblen's expression changed, and he leaned closer to ask, looking like a curious child. "Moira, who was standing next to him, also turned her gaze over, looking at Wang Tang with curiosity. Quote. Wang Tang breathed a sigh of relief. So it turns out the suspicion wasn't that he absorbed the source of darkness. That was terrifying. Seeing the two of them, he was speechless and made up a story. Actually, it's not really a secret. I have mastered a rather special light combat technique that can obliterate the source of darkness. That's all. A combat technique of the light type, huh? To be able to obliterate the source of darkness without damaging its outer shell, that's something no ordinary combat technique can do. Veblen stroked his chin and exclaimed in admiration. By the way, you promised me last time that once I solved the demon egg problem, you would tell me how to improve my light force. Now it's time to keep your promise, Wang Tang said, changing the subject. His main purpose in coming here this time was for this purpose. Did I? Veblen's eyes flickered, and he turned his head away, looking as if to say, I didn't say that. Wang Tang was speechless. Hey, how can you be so shameless? Don't you care about your reputation as a great sage? Moira glanced at her teacher, both amused and exasperated. She knew without a doubt that her teacher was trying to renege on her promise. He must have agreed to Wang Tang's request, but now he wants to go back on his word. His guilty look was so obvious. But when Wang Tang mentioned enhancing the power of light, could it be that place? Moira's heart skipped a beat, and she finally understood why her teacher wanted to back out. Upon hearing Wang Tang's words, Van Bolen's expression changed drastically. He had agreed too quickly, jeopardizing the reputation of his Huimu tribe. Now, he was filled with regret. How is it, Veblen, the great sage? Wang Tang emphasized the words, the great sage, at the end. All right, I'll tell you then. Veblen waved his hand dejectedly, then said seriously, but before that, you have to agree to one condition. I have one more condition to grant you. Wang Tang frowned, somewhat displeased. They promised to tell him as soon as he solved the demon egg problem, but now they've changed their minds. Do they think Wang Tang's conditions are so easy to meet? Teacher. Moira seemed to sense his displeasure and quickly nudged Veblen. Let me finish speaking first. Veblen rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that daughters grow up and leave home. For Moira's sake, you can say it, but if you make any unreasonable demands, don't blame me for not playing along, Wang Tang said calmly, glancing at Moira. Moira blushed instantly. Something just doesn't feel right. How did it become because of her? She simply didn't want the two of them to become enemies for no reason. However, she felt inexplicably happy that Wang Tang said that. When Veblen saw that the two men were looking at each other strangely and that Veblen's face was almost green, he quickly stepped forward and stood between them, saying, This condition is not something I want you to do, but rather a request. I underestimated you back then. I didn't expect you could actually solve the demon egg. I shouldn't have told you, lest someone disturb their peaceful life. But now, he sighed and said helplessly, Fine, as long as you promise me you won't do anything to hurt them, I'll tell you. Them? Wang Tang said, You have to tell me who they are. That place is a special planet with a very high concentration of primal energy, and they are the original inhabitants of that planet, Veblen said. I see. So, the indigenous people there are still quite backward, Wang Tang said with a sudden realization. Not bad. Veblen nodded. A backward planet, no wonder you're so worried. What level is their strongest fighter? Wang Tang asked. The strongest is their Grand Elder, a planetary-level warrior, Van Braun said. Planetary-level martial artists? Wait a minute, since you know them, why don't you help them? Wang Tang asked suspiciously. Because their life form is very special, I can't help them much. Over the years, I have collected a lot of light-based cultivation techniques for them, but their cultivation system is different from the orthodox cultivation system. They simply cannot cultivate the techniques I found, Van Bolen said. I can't believe such a thing exists. Wang Tang frowned and asked curiously, Special? How special? They are the spirits of light, not humans, Veblen said, then suddenly realized and added, You haven't agreed to my request yet. I can agree to this condition, provided, of course, that they don't attack me, Wang Tang said. Don't worry, I'll notify them in advance. With my influence, they won't lay a hand on you, Veblen said. I hope so. Wang Tang nodded, a hint of joy in his heart, and said, A planet with an extremely rich concentration of light force is a very rare existence. And it will indeed be of great help to me. For martial artists of the light element, that place is a sacred place for cultivation. Perhaps with your light talent, you will gain their recognition, Van Braun said. Wang Tang didn't care whether he could gain the other party's approval. He was just there to take advantage of the situation. A planet rich in the power of light must have plenty of light attribute bubbles on it. Veblen was unaware of Wang Tang's thoughts. What he didn't know was that for Wang Tang, attribute bubbles were the best resource, and everything else was secondary. So his worries were completely unnecessary. Wang Tang wouldn't go out of his way to hurt the other party. However, Veblen was still not at ease, so he eventually signed a soul contract with Wang Tang to ensure that no accidents would occur. Wang Tang signed his name without any hesitation. Alright, now I'll send you the planetary coordinates of the Light Velvet Spirit Clan. Go find it yourself. Veblen was extremely satisfied with Wang Tang's attitude, so he operated the smartwatch and said, "Okay, I received it." Wang Tang glanced at the smartwatch and nodded. "When do you plan to go to the planet Lightveld?" Veblen asked. The planet Radiant Velvet is the planet inhabited by the Radiant Velvet Spirits. Light Velvet Planet, what a hasty name, Wang Tang said, looking at Veblen with a strange expression. This isn't a name I chose. It was chosen by the Light Velvet Spirit Clan themselves, Veblen said, a black line appearing on his forehead, sounding annoyed. Wang Tang's gaze made him feel despised. "Well, I can't go right now, let's wait a while." Wang Tang coughed and got back to the main topic. "Let me know when you go, and I will inform the Grand Elder of the Light Velvet Spirit Clan," Van Braun said. Wang Tang nodded again, then took his leave. "Get lost, I get angry just looking at you," Veblen said, waving his hand dismissively. Wang Tang laughed heartily, naturally feeling extremely pleased with himself for the benefits he had received. Moira escorted Wang Tang to the door, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Wang Tang, the Light Velvet Spirits are a kind-hearted people. I hope you can treat them well." "Why are you all making me sound like a bad guy?" Wang Tang said speechlessly. Seeing his expression, Moira couldn't help but chuckle. "Alright, we're just a little worried. After all, if others accidentally find out about the existence of the Light Velvet Spirits, they could suffer a devastating blow. Your teacher and I both really believe in your character, but we were just too concerned and couldn't help but say a few more words. I hope you don't mind." "Don't worry, Wang Tang, am not a greedy person. I definitely won't do anything to them," Wang Tang assured him. He could actually understand them. Earth was in the same situation back then. They had just entered the universe and were afraid of being targeted by powerful beings. If that happened, all the humans on the planet would become slaves. How tragic that would be. In some ways, the Light Velvet Spirits are more valuable than Earth's humans. Light-type warriors are extremely rare in the universe, and resources for them are also very scarce. Once they appear, they will inevitably attract a great deal of attention. A planet so rich in light elemental energy must have extremely abundant light elemental resources, and even the Light Velvet Spirit race itself is a resource. In many people's eyes, this is all money. There aren't many people who can resist such a great temptation. This explains why Veblen was so cautious. By the way, those 2 suits of light armor you got from the planet Light Velvet, right? Wang Tang was about to leave when he remembered something and asked quietly. Actually, he was quite envious of that suit of armor. Moira immediately gave him a disdainful look. Who was it that just said they weren't greedy? Their true nature was revealed in the blink of an eye. This guy is so real. Ahem, don't be nervous, I'm just asking. At worst, I'll trade something with them. Wang Tang felt a little guilty under her gaze and coughed lightly. It was indeed obtained from there. The great elder of the Light Velvet Spirit Clan gave him a lot of materials to thank the teacher for his help, and then the teacher forged them into battle armor. Moira nodded. What incredible luck, Wang Tang exclaimed. The materials for 2 full suits of armor, is this something you can just give away? Wang Tang secretly made his own guesses. It's certain that the Light Velvet Spirits are unaware of the prices in the universe. Otherwise, how could such a precious item have been given to Veblen so easily? Who are you calling lucky? Moira glared at him, seemingly able to see what he was thinking, and said irritably, "We have already told the Grand Elder of the Spirit of Light that this material of light is very precious. But she insisted on giving it to us, so we accepted it. Moreover, our teacher has been providing assistance to them ever since, without interruption. Otherwise, how could we have maintained such a long-lasting friendship?" Wang Tang looked a little embarrassed, realizing that he had been judging others by his own petty standards. He couldn't help but admire Moira's intelligence, as she always seemed to be able to see through his thoughts. This girl is not only big and strong, but also very intelligent. Don't be angry, I misspoke." Wang Tang chuckled and quickly apologized. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to work. Moira rolled her eyes playfully and turned to leave. Wait a minute, there's one last question. Wang Teng quickly pulled her back. Why do you have so many questions? Go ahead and ask, Moira said helplessly. Hee, it's just, does the Light Velvet Spirit clan have any preferences? I'll bring them some when I go, to cater to their tastes, Wang Teng said with a sly grin. You're really quite shrewd. Moira shook her head, laughing and crying at the same time. If we're talking about preferences, it's naturally all things related to the light element. They like planting. You can try to see if you can buy any light elemental herbs or various light elemental materials, etc. They probably have a lot of these things, Wang Teng said speechlessly. That's true. Moira looked at Wang Teng's helpless expression and found it somewhat amusing. She said, but you can look for some special ones, they might not have them on their planet. Furthermore, their biggest problem is cultivation. If you can help them solve this problem, they will definitely treat you as an honored guest, and your status may even surpass that of my teacher. Wang Teng nodded thoughtfully, feeling that this was a good starting point. For ordinary people, establishing a cultivation system is an extremely difficult task, and they may not be able to complete it even if they spend their entire lives. However, it is not impossible for Wang Teng. As long as he has enough techniques, he can easily learn by analogy and, through a lot of trial and error, comprehend new techniques. The bizarre confidence of a cheater, JPG. Key point, a lot of trial and error. I wonder if those radiant spirits will cooperate? Wang Teng didn't ask any more questions and eventually took his leave. After returning to his residence, Wang Teng temporarily put aside his concerns about the Light Velvet Planet. He couldn't leave Defense Planet 29 right now, and thinking too much about it was pointless. Afterwards, he sat cross-legged on the bed, preparing to begin cultivating the Buddha Sutra. His spirit was already too powerful, pure yet extremely scattered. He had been trying to temper it but had been struggling to find the right techniques. Now that we have the true scripture of the floating pagoda, we must immediately begin its refinement. As for the pain of the training process, he wasn't afraid. Wang Teng closed his eyes and reviewed the cultivation method of the first level of the floating pagoda true scripture in his mind. After having a clear understanding of it, he began to try to cultivate. The first level requires the formation of 100 spiritual hammers. These 100 hammers of the spirit were meant to be used to hammer himself. Imagine hammering yourself with 100 hammers, that sounds pretty exciting. However, this hammer can't be just any hammer. Actually, it can be any hammer, but if you choose an ordinary hammer, the spiritual body you create won't be as refined, and it will be considered the lowest level. With such an awesome technique as the Buddha Sutra, no one would choose an ordinary hammer. But forging a powerful hammer is not so easy. This spiritual hammer comes through visualization, so you need to find a reference point for visualization first. The more powerful the visual reference, the stronger the visualized mental hammer becomes, and the more dangerous it will also be. The mental hammer formed through visualization is too powerful and may shatter the visualizer's own sea of consciousness, which would be tantamount to courting death. However, the stronger the spiritual hammer, the more refined the spiritual experience it forges. This is the foundation for building the 9 Treasures Pagoda. The more refined and profound the foundation, the stronger the 9 Treasures Pagoda will be. As Wang Teng entered the virtual universe, a round, chubby figure appeared beside him. He's not short of money now, he's already bought property in the virtual universe, so as soon as he enters the virtual universe, he appears in his own house. Roundball, help me search for the most powerful hammer-like weapons in the universe, Wang Teng said. Are you really going to choose the strongest ones? Roundy knew that Wang Teng wanted to cultivate the floating pagoda scripture, and also knew the risks of observing the spirit hammer. So he couldn't help but feel a little worried. This is no joke. One wrong move and something terrible could happen. Don't worry, I have a way, Wang Teng said. Seeing his insistence, Yuan Gungun didn't say anything more and started searching directly. Soon, a figure of light appeared in front of Wang Teng. There are 8 heavy hammers of different styles in the light and shadow, but they have one thing in common, they are ancient. It was evident from their appearance that these 8 heavy hammers exuded an ancient and weathered aura, which Wang Teng could clearly sense even without seeing the actual objects in front of him. This clearly demonstrates how ancient they existed. These hammers have amazing origins and are recognized as some of the most powerful hammers. However, they are now scattered throughout the universe. Some are in the hands of powerful beings and some have disappeared. You can only look at them as virtual objects. Fortunately, they have left behind specific appearances and even some of their spirit. It should be enough to contemplate them, said Roundy. Wang Tang nodded, his gaze completely drawn to the heavy hammers. Let me introduce it to you. This 8th hammer is the Berserker hammer. It is said to have been forged by a god-level blacksmith of the dwarf race 80 million years ago. The round-faced boy began to explain. Wang Tang listened with great interest. Just as Yuan Gungun had said, each hammer had a remarkable history, the stories of which were unbelievable. The 8 heavy hammers, 6 of which are round and chubby, each have a remarkable history. The first 6 were all made by past god-level blacksmiths, and there are clear records of them. A master blacksmith, that's a god-level blacksmith. Wang Tang is no longer a clueless newbie, he naturally knows what a god-level blacksmith means. In the field of forging, god-level forging masters are the pinnacle of existence in the entire universe. Being able to associate oneself with the word God indicates that one has reached the pinnacle of a certain field. In other words, the 6 heavy hammers they forged are already at the level of divine artifacts. These hammers, the most recent of which dates back 80 million years, can be traced back to hundreds of millions of years ago. No wonder we can't find any of them in person. Such weapons must be in the hands of powerful beings whom the world calls gods. Those gods have long transcended the constraints of time and exist eternally in the world, so how could one possibly obtain divine artifacts from them? Aside from the first 6 divine hammers, the last 2 are rather special. The last 2 hammers are a pair. As Yuan Gungun finished speaking, his expression turned serious. He said, these 2 divine hammers are just legendary objects. I don't really recommend that you use them as objects for visualization. Wang Tang looked at the last 2 hammers with a strange expression. The first 6 divine hammers were at least phantom images left by real objects, but the last 2 were just carvings on murals. However, when Wang Tang saw the mural, for some reason, he felt that the style seemed familiar. What is this? Wang Tang asked. These are murals discovered in an ancient black stone temple, said Roundball. The Black Stone Palace? Wang Tang frowned. It was a grand hall floating in the void of space, entirely forged from an unknown black stone. It was exceptionally sturdy, indestructible, and also extremely mysterious and eerie. After considering for a moment, Yuan Gungun said, there were once powerful experts at the immortal level or above who went in to investigate, but the result was, no one came out. People outside heard screams coming from inside, so the intruders are probably in grave danger. This great hall never stays in one place. It appears in front of people occasionally, and then disappears silently, as if it never existed. No one knows where it came from, nor does anyone know where it will drift to. That grand hall has been a mystery since it appeared. Are there such bizarre existences in the universe? Wang Tang was shocked and asked in surprise. Even immortal-level powerhouses encountered misfortune upon entering it. What exactly is inside that black stone palace? And who forged it? I know what you're thinking, but nobody knows who built it. Rumors of it have been around for trillions of years, said Roundy. Trillions of years ago, Wang Tang gasped. What an ancient existence this is. Now you know, right? That pair of hammers on top is just a legend, Roundy said, shaking his head. Since you know it's just a legend, why did you still show it to me? Wang Tang rolled his eyes. Well, I just selected them. You mentioned the most powerful hammers, so of course I got them for you too. If I hadn't shown them to you, and you found out about these 2 divine hammers someday and thought they were more suitable, don't blame me, Roundy argued vehemently. Okay, you're right, Wang Tang said speechlessly. Since you don't use it, let's just exclude it, said Roundball. Wait a minute, Wang Tang called out to it. What, you don't really want to use this, do you? The round-faced boy asked suspiciously. Don't rush. Didn't you say this is a mural from that black stone palace? There should be more than just this one, right? Are there any others? Show them to me, Wang Tang said. I thought it was something serious, but that makes sense. People who are learning about this black stone palace for the first time are probably very curious about what is carved on it, Roundy said with a laugh. After saying that, he waved his hand, and a large area of light and shadow appeared in the air again, containing more than 100 murals. Wang Tang also became interested and looked closely. From the first to the last image, they are engraved with powerful races from across the universe. It includes races such as humans, elves, dwarves, orcs, and three-eyed races. It seems that billions of races in the universe are included. There are even various powerful star beasts, such as the Kunwu beast of the Great Qian Empire, the giant dragon once bathed in the blood of the Perix family, and even the void-devouring beast that Wang Teng possessed. Furthermore, among those powerful races, there are many depictions of divine artifacts, such as knives, swords, battle-axes, and so on. These seem to be divine artifacts possessed by those races and existing in their mythology. Some of these mythical artifacts actually existed, while others are unverifiable and have disappeared into history. After viewing the series of murals, Wang Teng fell silent, deeply moved and unable to calm down for a long time. From these murals, one can almost see the vastness and antiquity of the universe, as if they depict a weighty history. After a moment, he took a deep breath and said, "The person who built this palace must have had some purpose." "You don't need to tell me that, it's a pity that no one has ever gone in and come out alive," said Roundy. Wang Teng shook his head, not bothering to argue with it, and finally focused his gaze on the mural where the two divine hammers appeared. He now finally understood why it felt so familiar. Ancient gods, Wang Teng murmured to himself. The mural vividly depicts an extremely special race, the ancient gods. "Huh, you actually know about the existence of the ancient gods?" Roundy exclaimed in surprise. "Is that strange?" Wang Teng asked in return. "Of course, the ancient gods have been gone for countless years. Even I, if I hadn't specifically looked it up, wouldn't have known that such a powerful race ever existed," the round-faced man said with a sigh. "Oh," Wang Teng said dismissively. "They have perished, and he has never seen any living ancient gods, but he has seen some dead ones." However, he didn't want to explain anything further. The round little thing wasn't happy about it. What did that mean? It seemed offended. "Where did you learn about the ancient gods?" it asked. "I met you by chance," Wang Teng said casually. "Tch, fine, don't tell me then." Roundy curled her lip and got back to the point. "Which one do you want to choose?" "I'll choose these two," Wang Teng said, pointing to the last two divine hammers. The murals are depicted so clearly that even the colors and lines are incredibly distinct, making them perfect for visualization. The only problem is, we don't know just how powerful these two divine hammers are. There's no physical object, it's just a legend. Who knows what it is? However, Wang Teng believed that the things of the ancient gods could not be too weak, so he decided to take a gamble. Quote. Roundy was stunned. After all that talk, this guy still chose these two hammers. "Why?" it asked, frowning. "Why? I just chose it if I wanted to," Wang Teng said nonchalantly. Roundy was speechless, not knowing what to say. To say that Wang Teng was hasty doesn't seem right, but to say that he wasn't hasty is also problematic given how casually he made the decision. It's really hard to understand. "Fine, you decide for yourself, I don't care." As soon as he finished speaking, the round thing vanished from the spot. It felt that if it kept competing with Wang Teng, it would eventually become neurotic. Wang Teng was a little confused, but he didn't think much of it. After choosing the object of his visualization, he disappeared into the virtual universe. Reality. He kept his eyes closed, but the image of two hammers appeared in his mind, and he began to sketch them out with his mental power. The two hammers were completely different. A flaming hammer, its entire body covered in strange crimson patterns, was quite peculiar. The flames formed a sharp shape at the tail of the hammer, like a trail of flames being dragged out when it was swung. The other weapon is crackling with lightning and has intricate purple patterns. When swung, it carries the power of thunder, falling from the sky and crashing to the ground, making it quite extraordinary. Wang Teng secretly named the two hammers. One called Vulcan's hammer, one is called Thor's hammer. It's convenient, easy to remember, and sounds high-end and classy. Absolutely perfect. Outlining these two hammers was not easy, mainly because the patterns on the surface of the hammers were too complex, and they were not any kind of rune structure that Wang Teng was familiar with. They seemed to contain a kind of rule of heaven and earth. It sounds a bit profound, and it really is profound. Wang Teng remained patient and didn't rush. He slowly sketched the patterns according to his understanding. His theoretical knowledge was quite solid. Although he couldn't understand what these patterns represented, he could feel the power of fire and thunder within them. This power is very similar to the power of origin. So, as he slowly sketched out the design, drawing along his own insights, he also captured the essence and spirit of the two hammers. Time passed slowly until 2 days had gone by. A round, chubby figure appeared, frowning as it looked at Wang Teng, muttering to itself, "You're not going to fail, are you?" I told you a long time ago not to choose those two hammers. If you insisted, you're something else. However, it only said this to itself and dared not tell Wang Teng. It's pathetic that a living being has fallen to such a state, it feels so worthless and pathetic. The round thing circled Wang Teng twice, feeling a little worried. Fortunately, it stopped right in front of him, staring intently at him, waiting for the outcome. Whoosh! Just then, Wang Teng suddenly opened his eyes, and two beams of light, one red and one purple, flashed in his eyes. The red light was as fiery as fire, and the purple light was as powerful as thunder. Within that light, there was a phantom image of a hammer. A hammer appeared in his eye. To be honest, it was a bit strange. But at this moment, Roundy didn't have time to think much. It stared wide-eyed at Wang Teng and said, "You succeeded." Wang Teng was stunned for a moment, not expecting the round thing to appear in front of him. The hammer phantom in his eyes dissipated, and he nodded and said, I just visualized it. These two hammers are really something. You're really amazing. Roundy exclaimed in amazement, then urged impatiently, "Tell me quickly, what's so special about those two hammers?" "It's very strong. It seems to contain the rules of heaven and earth. At least it feels stronger than the previous 6. Wang Teng pondered for a moment and said, "It seems those two hammers really are something special. Does this indirectly confirm the rumors?" Roundy laughed. "Ha ha ha, shouldn't those researchers thank me?" Wang Teng couldn't help but laugh. "It's a pity these two hammers have never appeared before, otherwise they would have been truly amazing," said Roundball. "Even if it appears, it has nothing to do with us. There will definitely be many powerful people vying for it." Wang Teng shook his head and said, "Alright, I'm going to start tempering my spirit." Roundy nodded and disappeared from the spot. Wang Teng closed his eyes again. In his sea of consciousness, two hammers floated there, with strange fluctuations swirling around them. Now we need to copy it. Because the first level of the Buddha Sutra requires 100 hammers to forge. Fortunately, the two hammers have already been visualized, and now all that's needed is to copy them, which is not a difficult process. With the surge of spiritual energy, one hammer after another appeared, and they were all in pairs. For every Vulcan hammer, there was bound to be a Thor hammer. Time passed. 100 hammers finally materialized and floated within the sea of consciousness, densely packed, creating a truly magnificent sight. No wonder only those with strong mental power can cultivate this Buddha Sutra. Just these 100 mental hammers alone will consume a lot of mental power. It's questionable whether an ordinary person can even condense 100 mental hammers. Moreover, it is such a powerful spiritual hammer. The more powerful the mental hammer, the more mental energy it consumes. Wang Teng's two Vulcan hammers and Thor hammers are probably the strongest, and only he could conjure them. Furthermore, even after he condensed 100 spiritual hammers, his spiritual body remained enormous. Which was undoubtedly due to the accumulation of spiritual attributes he had acquired during this period. Without further hesitation, Wang Teng controlled 100 mental hammers and smashed them towards the mental body. Thump thump thump. Hiss! Wang Teng's face turned pale, and he couldn't help but gasp. It hurts. It hurts so much. Even with Wang Teng's willpower, he almost cried out at this moment. He suddenly regretted it a little. Why did he use 100 hammers directly? He should have used one hammer to test the waters first. That was too hasty. It's too late to regret it now. The damage is already done, so we can only grit our teeth and continue. Thump thump thump. A dull sound echoed continuously within Wang Teng's sea of consciousness, causing it to tremble. Wang Teng's spiritual body, which had been in a scattered state, gradually coalesced and condensed, contracting inward. At the same time, strands of the power of rules flowed into his sea of consciousness from the heavens and earth. These were the two primordial rules of thunder and fire. They followed the patterns on the hammers of the god of fire and the god of thunder, and merged into Wang Teng's spirit when they were struck. Wang Teng immediately sensed something unusual, and a hint of surprise appeared in his heart. This is the power of the primordial rules? The Vulcan hammer and the Thor hammer were actually able to draw upon a trace of primordial rules to forge the 9 treasures pagoda. Since that's the case, I'll add fuel to the fire. A crazy idea popped into Wang Teng's mind. It's impossible for Wang Teng not to have some thoughts after learning that the Vulcan hammer and Thor hammer could draw upon the power of the primordial rules to forge the 9 treasures pagoda. The true scripture of the floating pagoda does not mention that the power of the primordial rules will appear when the 9 treasures floating pagoda is forged. The problem must lie with Vulcan's hammer and Thor's hammer. It is the special nature of these two hammers that has triggered the power of the primordial rules. This also shows that Wang Teng did not make the wrong choice. These two hammers were indeed extraordinary. Judging from the attributes of the two hammers, one belongs to fire and the other to lightning. Logically speaking, if an external force of the same nature is applied, the power of the two hammers will be greatly increased. Wang Teng happens to possess both of these attributes as auxiliary external forces. A strange fire from heaven and earth. Heavenly tribulation lightning. However, using these two powers would inevitably be somewhat dangerous. Because this is within Wang Teng's sea of consciousness, if the two hammers cannot withstand the power of the strange fire and the tribulation lightning of heaven and earth and explode directly, it will definitely cause irreparable damage to Wang Teng's sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness is an extremely important place for any living being. If the sea of consciousness collapses, unless the spirit is strong enough to exist outside the body, there is only one way out, death. But Wang Teng still decided to take the risk. Although a hint of madness appeared in his eyes, he did not lose his rationality. Before activating the extraordinary fire of heaven and earth and the tribulation lightning of heaven and earth, he did one thing first. The 100 divine hammers were transferred into the spiritual space of the void-devouring beast. The void-devouring beast, as an incomparably powerful star beast, is exceptionally gifted. Its sea of consciousness is countless times larger than Wang Teng's, as solid as iron, and cannot be shaken by ordinary forces. Therefore, it's best to handle such dangerous matters within the consciousness of the void-devouring beast clone. Void-devouring beast clone. *tilde. I'm not human, but you really are a dog. An intensely strong resentment echoed within the void-devouring beast's sea of consciousness, drifting back and forth in front of Wang Teng. Cough cough, don't be like that. Your mind is so strong, you'll definitely be fine. Wang Teng said awkwardly, besides, we're practically family, we're all the same person, so let's not be so formal. Void-devouring beast avatar. That statement seems to make sense. After calming down the void-devouring beast clone, Wang Teng stopped talking and his expression became serious. Then he directly integrated the strange fire of heaven and earth into the fire god hammer. First came the azure jade glazed flame. Good, it didn't explode. Then the myriad beast's true spirit flame didn't explode either. Next came the holy flame of light, which still didn't explode. Wang Teng wiped away non-existent cold sweat. Finally, there is the dark flame. The Vulcan hammer was a bit unstable. Although the 4 types of flames had been inside Wang Teng's body for so long that they would not rebel, they still became extremely violent after being injected into the Vulcan hammer at the same time. Wang Teng was terrified. Or should we reduce the number of heaven and earth flames? Fortunately, the Vulcan hammer did not explode in the end, and actually withstood the injection of 4 kinds of flames. Phew! Wang Teng breathed a sigh of relief. Boom! Just then, a series of booming sounds rang out in Wang Teng's sea of consciousness. With the infusion of the strange fire of heaven and earth, the flames on the surface of the Vulcan hammer were no longer ethereal but became real flames. It's done! Wang Teng was overjoyed. The hammer didn't explode. Instead, its power increased significantly, which meant his prediction was correct. And he immediately sensed that as the Vulcan hammer was being wielded, the flow of primordial power from the outside seemed to increase considerably. This feeling invigorated him. At the same time, he no longer hesitated and mobilized the heavenly tribulation lightning, injecting it into the thunder god hammer. This time, Thor's hammer did not show any signs of exploding. After all, it only had one type of heavenly tribulation lightning, and it was only at the first level. As the heavenly tribulation lightning was injected, the purple patterns on the surface of Thor's hammer became even more dazzling, with wisps of purple lightning power swirling around it, making it incredibly mystical. The next moment, Wang Teng transferred the hammer back into his body's sea of consciousness. Thump thump thump. Without any hesitation, Wang Teng immediately manipulated the 100 hammers to smash them fiercely against his spiritual body, and a dull sound rang out again in his sea of consciousness. When the hammer strikes the spiritual body, the Vulcan hammer erupts with fiery power, carrying immense heat, and invades the spiritual body, as if tempering it with a strange fire from heaven and earth. The same applies to the lightning power on Thor's hammer. The lightning transforms into tiny electric snakes that dart into the spirit, playing a unique role in tempering it. With the addition of the power of thunder and fire, Wang Teng felt even more excruciating pain. His body was trembling involuntarily, his face was contorted and pale, large beads of cold sweat dripped down, soaking his clothes, and he occasionally let out muffled groans, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Again. But Wang Tang didn't stop, roaring inwardly. Again. Again. Hundreds of heavy hammers pounded down wildly, leaving only countless hammer shadows in sight. Boom. As time went on, the pain intensified, while Wang Tang became extremely numb, with only the muscles in his face still twitching, indicating that the pain was not yet over. Within Wang Tang's sea of consciousness, a mysterious ancient tower was slowly forming, emitting a faint golden light. Even though it is not yet fully formed, an ancient and weathered aura has already spread out, profound and majestic. Red, blue, white, and black flames suddenly rose up, surrounding the ancient pagoda and burning fiercely, as if forging true gold in a raging fire. Even above that sea of consciousness, streaks of purple lightning struck down with a thunderous roar, landing directly on the ancient tower. Even if someone were standing in front of Wang Tang at this moment, they probably wouldn't have imagined that such a terrifying phenomenon was happening within his sea of consciousness. Yet even amidst such strange phenomena, the mysterious ancient tower still emitted a faint golden light, exceptionally conspicuous and dazzling, impossible to conceal. Even under the forging of flames and thunder, the golden light became even more intense, standing out among the light of flames and thunder, while the ancient tower became more and more solid, seemingly about to be completely formed. At this point, Wang Tang could already see the shape of the ancient pagoda. This ancient tower has 9 stories and is hundreds of feet tall. The hundreds of large hammers next to it look very small. The entire tower has a complex structure, with a pointed top, flying eaves and brackets, and various strange and mysterious creature totems on it. Those creatures were ferocious yet majestic, with tall bodies like giants, seemingly about to leap out of the ancient tower and guard it in the middle. A majestic and imposing aura emanated from it. Wang Tang had never seen these creatures before, but he felt that they seemed to be somewhat similar to the ancient gods, equally enormous and robust, like giant spirit gods. However, compared to the faces of the ancient gods, the creatures on this ancient tower look much more ferocious, clearly 2 different species. Boom, boom, boom. The entire sea of consciousness was trembling. Strange fire and tribulation lightning were tempering the 9 treasures pagoda. Strands of primordial rule power poured in from the outside and merged into the pagoda, seemingly giving it unpredictable power. The appearance of Vulcan's hammer and Thor's hammer caused the 9 treasures pagoda to develop in an unknown direction. Even the creator of the Buddha Sutra probably couldn't have imagined such a change would occur. Time passed slowly, and when the morning of the 3rd day arrived, the pagoda in Wang Tang's sea of consciousness had been completely formed. The 4 kinds of strange flames of heaven and earth gradually dissipated, and the heaven and earth tribulation lightning that struck down from the sea of consciousness also slowly subsided. Wang Tang's sea of consciousness is returning to calm. The 9 treasures pagoda floated quietly in the deep sea of consciousness, emitting a soft golden light that was not dazzling but exceptionally bright and eye-catching. If this 9 treasure pagoda were placed among a group of radiant pagodas, the first thing people would see would definitely be this 9 treasure pagoda. Wang Tang was exhausted, but overjoyed. It was a success. Finally, the 9 treasures pagoda was completely condensed. He carefully observed the 9 treasures pagoda and discovered that beneath the golden light, there were strange patterns of 5 colors: red, blue, white, black, and purple. It corresponds perfectly to the colors of the strange fire and the tribulation lightning from earlier. The patterns were hidden under the golden light and were not conspicuous. If Wang Tang hadn't observed them carefully, he might not have noticed them at all. There is no such explanation in the Buddhist scriptures. Could it be due to the modification of the original rules? Wang Tang pondered. He sensed a trace of the power of the primordial rules from the 9 treasures pagoda, which gave the pagoda even greater offensive power. If it were a normally formed 9 treasures pagoda, it would at most be directly impacted, but now, with the power of this primordial rule, it can contain the power of fire and lightning. That's amazing. What do spirits fear most? They fear fire and lightning. Wang Tang's 9 treasures pagoda is now not only exceptionally sturdy, but also possesses the power of fire and lightning, making it a formidable weapon for mental attacks. Furthermore, its defensive capabilities have been greatly increased. To break through the 9 treasures pagoda, one must first break through the protection of fire and lightning, which is equivalent to adding 2 layers of protection. How could Wang Tang not be pleased with such a gain? Wang Tang breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that the gains this time were much better than he had imagined. Next, all we need to do is continue to refine the 9 treasures pagoda, and it will become increasingly powerful. The stronger one's spiritual power, the stronger the 9 treasures pagoda will become. At this moment, the void-devouring beast clone also appeared in Wang Teng's sea of consciousness, looking at the 9 treasures pagoda in front of him with great interest, and said, "Main body. Please make me an ancient pagoda like this in the future." "Hey, now that you mention it, it makes sense." Wang Teng's eyes lit up, and he nodded and laughed, "That way I'll have 2 pagodas, ha ha ha." The void-devouring beast clone smiled slightly. Wang Teng really wanted to forge another 9 treasures pagoda right now, but he hadn't forgotten that today was the day he was going to take up his post in the Tiger Fiend Gang. Helplessly, he had to put it aside for the time being. However, just as he was about to leave his sea of consciousness, he suddenly noticed something unusual. These 2 hammers haven't disappeared. Wang Teng stared in astonishment at the Vulcan hammer and the Thor hammer. The remaining 98 hammers disappeared, but these 2 remained on their own. Wang Teng could tell that they were the 2 hammers he had first visualized. What exactly happened? According to the description in the Buddha Sutra, the object of visualization can dissipate and condense at any time after it is first visualized. Therefore, after Wang Teng finished forging the 9 treasures pagoda, he dispersed the fire god hammer and thunder god hammer that he had visualized. After all, visualizing objects also consumes mental energy. But now he discovers that the 2 hammers he first visualized have not disappeared. Something's not right. Could it be that these 2 hammers have developed their own consciousness? At this moment, the Vulcan hammer and the Thor hammer were floating next to the 9 treasures pagoda, appearing very small, so Wang Teng had not noticed them before. He simply reached out and beckoned, and the 2 hammers obediently flew into his hand. I sensed it carefully. It didn't develop consciousness, but it does contain primordial rules. Wang Teng's expression was strange, as if he had found the reason why the 2 hammers were left behind. They seem to have become something similar to the 9 treasures pagoda. Does this count as, buy 1 get 2 free? Never mind, it's a good thing anyway. Wang Teng shook his head. These 2 hammers seem like a good choice for hitting people. Aside from hammering people, Wang Teng couldn't think of any other uses for the 2 hammers for the time being, so he simply stopped thinking about it and decided to study them slowly later. Reality. Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes, his face slightly pale. He felt that the muscles in his face were a little stiff, so he couldn't help but rub them. This Buddha Sutra is no human being to practice, it's too painful. Wang Teng muttered, "Won't I become facial paralysis?" He quickly got off the bed and went into the bathroom. When he saw his reflection in the mirror, he gave a wry smile. It's really starting to look like he has facial paralysis. The fact that he was turned into this state shows that the previous training process was truly extremely painful. The round, chubby figure appeared to the side, circled around in front of him, and laughed gleefully. "Oh, you expressionless man. Get lost." Wang Teng rolled his eyes in annoyance. He quickly channeled the light force within his body to his face, and the healing light force softened his face, making it less stiff. "Boring. It's nice to change things up once in a while," the round-faced girl said, pouting. "Change it yourself if you want." Wang Teng ignored it, took off his clothes, and went into the bathroom to wash up. He had been sweating profusely, and he couldn't go out in public without washing up. After showering, Wang Teng emerged from the bathroom feeling refreshed. "Your uniform rations have already been collected by your adjutant. I had her leave them at the door," said Roundy. "I brought it over for me," Wang Teng said, wiping his hair, somewhat surprised. "Hee, isn't that how much I care about you?" Roundy winked at Wang Teng. "Go away." Wang Teng rolled his eyes, walked to the door, opened it, and sure enough, saw a silver-white box in front of the door. This box was different from the supply boxes he had received before. Its surface bore a majestic and menacing tiger head emblem. It was like a real tiger about to pounce. Wang Teng raised an eyebrow, brought the box in, opened it, and found his military uniform and other belongings inside. First, he took out the general's uniform, shook it slightly, and unfolded it. Then Wang Teng noticed that the military uniform had a tiger head emblem embroidered on the chest. It was entirely black, but the eyes were blood red, exactly the same as the emblem on the box. This must be the Tiger Fiend Gang's unique symbol. Wang Teng chuckled, dried himself off, and put on the military uniform. His upright posture, paired with a crisp military uniform and a tiger head insignia on his chest. Suddenly, a fierce aura emanated from him. However, this aura quickly disappeared, all of which Wang Tang suppressed, leaving him calm and unassuming. Besides the military uniform, the box also contained pills, source stones, and other items, all of which were several levels higher than the previous treatment. But for Wang Tang, these things were still dispensable. They're incredibly wealthy. That's how confident we are. After making preparations, Wang Tang informed Peggy and the others, and then left the room. Peggy and the others had been waiting for a long time. Wang Tang had told them before that he would take them to the Tiger Fiend Gang, so they had been waiting and were very excited. That's the infamous Tiger Fiend Regiment, a group that many people desperately try to accumulate military merits to get into. Now, because of Wang Tang, they have this opportunity. Joining the Tiger Fiend Gang means that their status will be higher than before, and they will be able to obtain more resources, at least twice as much as before. This is common knowledge. Otherwise, so many people wouldn't want to join the Tiger Fiend Gang. Soon, Wang Tang met up with Peggy and the others at the training ground. It seems everyone is very happy, Wang Tang said with a smile. Boss, please don't make fun of us. Joining the Tiger Fiend Gang is something we've always dreamed of, Evan said embarrassedly. I have to thank you, Major Wang Tang, for all of this, Peggy said gratefully, looking at Wang Tang. Even she couldn't help but feel a little excited to be able to join the Tiger Fiend Gang. In that case, let's hurry over there. I bet you're all getting impatient, Wang Tang laughed. These subordinates had helped him a lot in the past, so he wouldn't mind giving them a boost. The group then headed towards the Tiger Fiend Gang's encampment. The various legions of the main base are stationed on the perimeter of the main base. Once war breaks out and threatens the main base, they will be the first line of defense. The Tiger Fiend Gang's base was located in the western part of the main base, and Wang Tang and his group attracted a lot of attention as they walked. That's Major Wang Tang. Are they going to the Tiger Fiend Gang? It should be. The Tiger Fiend Gang is over there, but why are there so many of them? That goes without saying. Major Wang Tang would definitely bring his subordinates to join the Tiger Fiend Gang. Otherwise, why would he bring them along? No way, joining the Tiger Fiend Gang is just too lucky. The crowd buzzed with discussion, seemingly guessing Wang Tang's purpose, and couldn't help but show envy on their faces. This can truly be described as when one person attains enlightenment, even their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. I can only envy that. Why weren't they lucky enough to join Wang Tang's team earlier? But they were just envious. They knew they had no chance. Who would have thought that Wang Tang, a newcomer who had just arrived on Defense Star 29, would become the leader of the Tiger Fiend Squad? Back then, no one thought becoming Wang Tang's teammate was a good thing. Before long, Wang Tang arrived outside the Tiger Fiend Gang's encampment. The first thing that caught his eye was a flag fluttering in the wind. The flag bears the tiger head logo that Wang Tang is familiar with. Peggy and the others were filled with awe upon seeing the tiger head emblem, especially when they sensed the faint aura of menace emanating from it. They were all terrified and fell silent. 5 stellar-level martial artists stood guard at the entrance. When they saw Wang Tang and his group, they couldn't help but frown. What are so many people doing here? One of them stepped forward, about to order them to leave, when he suddenly noticed Wang Tang's military uniform and his expression changed slightly. You are the new commander? The martial artist saluted and asked respectfully. Wang Tang nodded. Sun Junda, captain of the 13th Squad of the Tiger Fiend Regiment, greets the commander. The martial artist quickly saluted again and shouted loudly. Wang Tang had no choice but to return the salute. Commander, everyone is waiting for you at the drill ground, Sun Junda said. Take me there, Wang Tang nodded. Who are they? Sun Junda was about to lead the way when he glanced at Peggy and the others behind Wang Tang and asked hesitantly. They are my subordinates. Wang Tang didn't say much, just gave an explanation, and then walked forward. Sun Junda hesitated, then could only sigh inwardly. He could see through the new commander's intentions, but it was against the rules, and the other deputy commanders would not agree to it. However, he was just a small captain and didn't have much say. He didn't know the commander's preferences, and if he angered the other party, it would be a loss. A new emperor brings a new court. This new leader will be the highest-ranking officer of the Tiger Fiend Gang. He's someone you can't afford to mess with. So Sun Junda had no choice but to shut his mouth and obediently lead the way. In the Tiger Fiend Gang's encampment, there was a small training ground. At this moment, all 5,000 members of the Tiger Fiend Gang had gathered, and the 5 deputy leaders were standing at the front, discussing something. Hodge, I heard you got badly beaten by that new captain? Is he really that strong? a burly man asked. Hodge's face immediately darkened. That bastard always brings up the most sensitive topics. The thought of being brutally beaten by Wang Teng 3 days ago made the back of his head throb with pain. That's not all, it's just embarrassing. He, a martial artist at the 7th level of the universe level, was actually beaten into a pig's head by a martial artist at the stellar level. It was a disgrace to his life and a complete black history. Now, wherever he goes, he always feels like everyone is talking about him. This feeling is very unpleasant. Therefore, his resentment towards Wang Teng can be described as quite deep. Being brought up by a colleague in person made him feel even more embarrassed. He glared at the other person and sneered, "If you want to know his strength, go and try it yourself." Hee, I'm not stupid. Even you are no match for me. If I go up there, wouldn't I be offering myself up as food? The burly man with broad shoulders and a thick waist said slyly, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Wei Tong, do you have to be so cowardly, boosting the morale of others while diminishing your own? Another martial artist with red scales covering his cheeks, fiery red hair, and an icy expression sneered. Molly, I know you're not happy about this. You must have been upset that the captain recommended Hodge instead of you. Now that Hodge has lost and the captain's position has fallen into the hands of someone with no experience, you must be very unhappy. But I still want to remind you, don't do anything rash. A middle-aged man who had been resting with his eyes closed spoke up. Exactly, he's a proper regimental commander now, so there's nothing you can do about it even if you're not convinced, Wei Tong said, pursing his lips. It's none of your business. I know what I'm doing, Morley said calmly. They're here. The last deputy leader who didn't speak was a female martial artist. She hadn't participated in the argument, so she noticed the group approaching from a distance immediately. Wei Tong and the others quickly shut their mouths and looked into the distance. A group of people escorted a young man as he walked over. He was wearing the uniform of the Tiger Fiend Regiment commander, and his expression was calm. His face looked unusually young. All the martial artists in the training ground turned their gaze to the figure approaching from afar. Everyone was very curious about what kind of person the new leader was. They've heard a lot of rumors these past few days, mostly about the battle between Wang Teng and Hodge. Hodge was defeated and suffered a crushing defeat. They heard that the new commander was ruthless, so they were all very careful and no one dared to offend him on the first day. At this moment, they finally saw the real person. Young. They're so young. He was more like a rookie entering the army than the renowned commander of the Tiger Fiend Regiment. They simply couldn't reconcile Wang Teng's image with that of the new regimental commander. Wang Teng walked closer and looked around. Sun Junda quickly ran forward and said to Wei Tong and the others, Deputy Commander, this is the new commander. Wei Tong and the others had naturally noticed Wang Teng's attire and all stepped forward to give him a military salute. Commander. Only Morley seemed slightly reluctant, his gaze scrutinizing, but he still gave a military salute. Please don't stand on ceremony, everyone. I'm new to this position, and there are still many areas where I need your guidance, Wang Teng said with a smile, returning the greeting. Seeing that Wang Teng seemed easy to talk to, the group breathed a sigh of relief. You're too kind, Commander, said the only female warrior among the vice-commanders with a smile. You must be Deputy Regiment Commander Ji Lu, Wang Teng said with a smile, looking at the other person. I didn't expect the commander to recognize me, Ji Lu said with surprise. I looked at your information before I came here, Wang Teng explained. In that case, we don't need to introduce ourselves, the middle-aged deputy commander said with a smile. Deputy Regiment Commander Feng Gang, Wang Teng recognized him. Then he looked at the other people and called out their names. When he reached the last person, he paused for a moment and asked, Vice Commander Hodge, how is your injury recovery? The other deputy commanders all looked at Hodge, somewhat gloating. Thank you for your concern, Commander. I'm fine now, Hodge said with a straight face. Vice Commander Hodge is very strong. I didn't stop myself that day and hit him a little too hard. You don't mind, do you? Wang Teng asked with a smile. Hodge's lips twitched. Is yours a little too heavy? Don't you have any idea how heavy your blows are? And this doesn't sound like a compliment to Hodge at all, it sounds more like a compliment to himself. The other deputy commanders, seeing Hodge's frustration, secretly chuckled to themselves. I'll accept the consequences of my bet, and I won't hold it against you, Hodge said, taking a deep breath. That's good. We'll all be comrades from now on, and I don't want anyone to hold a grudge. Wang Teng gave him a meaningful look, then his gaze swept over everyone, lingering on Mori for a moment. Mori's face remained expressionless, his eyes closed as if he were lost in thought. Commander, all the brothers in our regiment are here. Would you like to say a few words? Wei Tong said. All right, I'll just say a few words. Wang Teng nodded, and then, accompanied by Wei Tong and the others, walked up to a high platform in front of the training ground. He looked down and saw 5,000 stellar-level martial artists standing neatly together, exuding a powerful and fierce aura. Like a lurking tiger, their imposing presence overwhelming. Greetings, Commander. As Wang Teng was observing them, the martial artists below suddenly bowed in unison, stomped their feet on the ground with a loud bang, and the ground shook. Then they shouted in unison, their voices soaring into the sky. Their auras erupted completely, coalescing together and charging straight at Wang Teng. The combined malevolent aura of 5,000 people was terrifying. If it were an ordinary cosmic-level martial artist, they would probably be so frightened by such an aura that they would turn pale and dare not speak. Wei Tong and the others all focused their attention on Wang Teng, not because they wanted to see him make a fool of himself, but because they wanted to know just how capable this new regimental commander really was. If we can't even withstand the momentum of the Tiger Fiend Gang, how can we expect to win over the masses in the future? A show of force. This was the gift the Tiger Fiend Gang gave to Wang Teng upon their meeting. Almost every powerful legion has this practice. Firstly, it was to show the new commander their strength, and secondly, it was also to test the new commander's ability and courage. Peggy and the others were shaken, their faces turning slightly pale, clearly shocked by this aura. They all looked at Wang Teng with some worry. If he makes a fool of himself now, he will probably have a hard time controlling this ferocious tiger in the future, and he will probably have to leave in disgrace before long. This kind of thing has happened before. These infamous legions are not easy to control. Under everyone's gaze, Wang Teng remained calm, but suddenly a powerful aura erupted from his body. Boom! This aura contained a powerful killing intent, which instantly spread from Wang Teng's body and hovered above the martial artists below. The 5,000 martial artists instantly turned pale, their momentum collapsed, and they were so horrified that they couldn't speak. What a powerful aura! Even Wei Tong and his group of 5 couldn't help but take a half step back, staring at Wang Teng's back, deeply shocked. They were too close, and the aura they felt was many times stronger than that of the 5,000 warriors below. Morley's pupils contracted slightly, all his confidence shattered in that instant. He clenched his fists tightly, and only after a long while did he dejectedly relax them. Peggy and the others stared at Wang Teng in disbelief. Although they hadn't personally felt his aura, they had seen the changes in everyone's expressions. One person suppressed 5,000 stellar-level martial artists. What does this mean? They felt that their understanding of Wang Teng was not deep enough, and that it only remained superficial. Such an aura is something that ordinary martial artists cannot cultivate, not even cosmic-level martial artists. What exactly did he go through? If Wang Teng knew what they were thinking, he would definitely be speechless. Everyone is overthinking it. There was nothing special about it, I just picked up too many attributes. Wang Teng's imposing aura persisted for a moment, showing no signs of dissipating. Everyone realized that the situation seemed to have reversed. What started as a test for Wang Teng now seems to have turned into a test by Wang Teng. Wei Tong and the others exchanged glances and couldn't help but smile wryly. At this moment, a smile appeared on Wang Teng's lips, tinged with appreciation, as he slowly uttered 2 words. Good. As soon as the words were spoken, the imposing aura that had been hovering above everyone's heads vanished instantly, as if it had never existed. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but a bitter look appeared on their faces. In the eyes of this new commander, are they just good enough? Wei Tong and the others also had complicated expressions. The new regimental commander's power was too strong, so strong that they couldn't even lift their heads. Hodge had no choice but to admit defeat. He finally realized that the difference between him and Wang Teng was not just a matter of strength, at least he couldn't do what Wang Teng had just done. For a moment, all the warriors in the Tiger Fiend Gang looked at Wang Teng with a hint of admiration in their eyes. Seeing the gazes of the crowd, Wang Teng knew he had achieved his goal. I wanted to intimidate him. This Tiger Fiend Gang has never been beaten up before. With a slight smile in his heart, Wang Teng maintained a calm demeanor as he looked at the crowd below and said, I am very pleased to take over the Tiger Fiend Gang. I am very satisfied with the spirit of the Tiger Fiend Gang today. You have not disappointed me. Hodge and the others were speechless. I always felt that the Tiger Fiend Gang was being underestimated. Although Wang Tang said he was very satisfied, his expression was too bland, as if he were praising an ordinary team rather than the famous Tiger Fiend group. However, they could not refute it, because Wang Tang's strength gave him the right to say such things. Faced with overwhelming power, their pride was shattered. I am easy to get along with and fair in rewarding and punishing. I will not be stingy with rewards for those who have made contributions. What is rightfully yours will be yours. I will not take credit for it as the leader of the regiment, nor would I stoop to doing so. But if anyone makes a mistake, don't blame me for being ruthless. So please, everyone, don't cross my line. Wang Tang spoke slowly. When everyone heard his last sentence, looking at his calm face and considering the rumors, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. If someone can be ruthless enough to deal with Deputy Commander Hodge, then dealing with them is a piece of cake. At this moment, they truly regarded Wang Tang as the leader of the Tiger Fiend gang and as a powerful figure, and dared not be negligent in the slightest. I won't waste any more time on small talk. From now on, we're all comrades in arms. We'll drink together, eat together, and shed blood together, Wang Tang said with a slight smile. The atmosphere on the training ground immediately relaxed. Alright, if there's nothing else, let's dismiss everyone. There will be a mission later, so everyone should go back and prepare, Wang Tang said, waving his hand. Task. Hodge and the others felt a sudden unease. But Wang Tang didn't say much, and they didn't feel comfortable asking any further questions. Commander, let us show you around our Tiger Fiend regiment, Deputy Commander Ji Lu said with a smile. Put the visit aside for now. I've already been ordered to assemble the Tiger Fiend group to recapture the fallen 13th defense line as soon as I take office, Wang Tang said in a deep voice. The 13th line of defense has been recaptured. Hodge and the others were immediately taken aback. No wonder. I saw the Red Scorpion and Violent Bear legions set off 2 days ago, with almost all of their main forces heading to the front lines, Feng Gang said thoughtfully. I heard that 3 major defense lines have fallen this time, so with us there, it's perfect, Ji Lu said. Great, it's time for our Tiger Fiend gang to show off our skills again. Wei Tong rubbed his hands together excitedly. Captain, give the order quickly. We're already 2 days behind them. Hodge, Morley, and the others also looked over, and it was not hard to see the strong fighting spirit in their eyes. They clearly wanted to go to the front line immediately. Then let's all get ready, Wang Tang said with a smile. Alright, let's assemble the team right away. Wei Tong said excitedly, damn it, this time we'll definitely teach those dark creatures a lesson. How long will it take? Wang Tang asked. Half a day should be enough, Feng Gang said. Okay, Wang Tang nodded, then said, by the way, assign my subordinates to the Tiger Fiend regiment. They will also participate in this recapture operation. Hodge and his group had already noticed Peggy and the others who came with Wang Tang, and they had a rough idea of Wang Tang's purpose. When they heard Wang Tang's words, they hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. These martial artists were all quite powerful, considered top-notch among stellar-level martial artists. Moreover, they had experienced many battles under Wang Tang's command, suggesting they had earned Wang Tang's approval. In addition, since Wang Tang had just taken office and it was only a small request, they were happy to give Wang Tang face. So Peggy and the others joining the Tiger Fiends was decided with just one sentence. After several vice-captains of the Tiger Fiend Corps left in a hurry, the entire corps began to quickly assemble. Peggy and the others were also incorporated into the Tiger Fiends, forming their own small team with Evan as the captain. Peggy remained Wang Tang's adjutant. Time passed quickly. Feng Gang said it would take half a day, but in fact, they were already prepared in less than half a day. Everyone was ready to go and gathered on the training ground. The Red Scorpion, Violent Bear, and Tiger Fiend legions are all renowned and fiercely competitive. With all 3 legions mobilized at the same time, they are bound to vie for supremacy. So, how do we compete? Of course, it all comes down to who fights the best, suffers the fewest casualties, and recaptures the front lines the fastest. The Red Scorpion and Violent Bear legions have been on their way for 2 days now, and the Tiger Fiend legion members are all very eager to get to the 13th front as soon as possible. At this moment, Wang Tang was wearing the Tiger Fiend gang's specially made leader's armor, with a majestic and ferocious tiger on his chest that seemed to be roaring to the sky. He soared into the air and floated in front of all the warriors of the Tiger Fiend gang. Gentlemen, this is my first battle in charge of the Tiger Fiend gang. We cannot afford to lose, and we must fight it spectacularly. The calm voice that came from Wang Tang's mouth was not loud, but it echoed in the sky and clearly reached everyone's ears. Tiger Demon, victory is assured. Tiger Demon, victory is assured. Tiger Demon, victory is assured. 5,000 warriors roared in unison in response to Wang Teng, their voices soaring into the sky, their morale soaring. When Avon and the others joined the Tiger Fiend Gang for the first time, they felt the powerful cohesion of the group and were immediately filled with excitement, shouting along with them. Looking down at the Tiger Fiend Gang members, Wang Teng finally understood where the Tiger Fiend Gang's reputation came from, and a smile appeared on his lips. May you have great success in your military endeavors. Set off. Everyone boarded the Tiger Fiend Corp's dedicated warship, the Tiger Fiend Type 8, which was parked to the side, according to the squad's specifications. There are a total of 50 warships, and each warship can easily carry nearly 100 people. This type of warship can only be considered a small warship, which is more suitable for combat inside a planet. The Tiger Demon Type 8 warship is dark red overall and is equipped with a large number of heavy force weapons. The muzzle can be seen from almost every direction, making it look extremely ferocious. It is a terrifying war behemoth. Wang Teng, along with several deputy commanders including Hodge, boarded the main ship and set sail under the escort of a group of warships heading towards the 13th front. More than 50 warships transformed into streaks of dark red light and disappeared into the horizon. This scene immediately attracted the attention of many warriors at the main base, who all looked up. Judging by the insignia, it's a warship belonging to the Tiger Fiend Gang. More than 50 ships. Has the entire Tiger Fiend Gang been mobilized? Their direction seems to be towards the previously fallen 13th front. Are they going to retake it? The Tiger Fiend Regiment is now under the command of Major Wang Teng. I wonder if they can successfully recapture the 13th front. I hope everything goes well. Ellipsis. Many people were already aware of the changes within the Tiger Fiend Gang, and seeing them mobilize as a whole filled them with both worry and anticipation. Many people know about Wang Teng's deeds, especially after the results of the Third Front were reported back, which made Wang Teng even more famous. However, he was just a newcomer and had no experience in commanding a legion. People are bound to be worried. Diki stood in front of his squad. He had almost recovered and was now ready to go out on a mission again. The last mission had a great impact on him, especially seeing that Wang Teng had begun to take charge of the Tiger Fiend Gang. It would be impossible for him not to feel envious. Diki's feelings were very complicated. He had entered the military earlier than Wang Teng and made many contributions, but Wang Teng had caught up with him. Wang Teng's position in the military was now much higher than his, which was quite regrettable. He had previously refused when Wang Teng invited him to join the Tiger Fiend Gang. He had his own pride, and he wanted to gain more real power through his own efforts and catch up with Wang Teng again. At this moment, he looked up at the sky and saw the Tiger Fiend Gang's deployment. He also seemed to see Wang Teng's figure. He took a deep breath and silently prayed in his heart, Wang Teng, you'd better fight this battle well. Don't let people look down on you. Captain, shouldn't we set off? A martial artist approached and asked. Okay, let's go. Diki withdrew his gaze, and together with the others boarded the warship, which soared into the sky and disappeared. Ellipsis. At the top of the building housing the Veblen laboratory, Moira stood on the edge of the building, gazing at the sky. If you're worried, why don't you go see him off? A voice rang out behind her. Teacher. Moira turned around and looked at Veblen walking over, and smiled slightly. I wasn't worried, I just came out for some fresh air. Stubborn. Veblen shook his head, looked up at the sky, and said, but there's nothing to worry about. That kid is as cunning as a fox and as strong as a monster. This battle won't be a problem for him. Teacher, you think highly of him, Moira said. So, Veblen said, pursing his lips. It's just that I haven't seen such an interesting person in many years. Is it all right to send him to the planet Lightveld? Moira asked. Actually, I hope he can help the Light Velvet Spirit Clan, Van Braun said. I knew it all along, Moira laughed. You little rascal, Veblen laughed. At the command center, General Mokalen looked up and a slight smile appeared on his serious face. This kid has finally decided to set off. He gave Wang Teng 3 days to prepare. Originally, it was thought that Wang Teng would be restless on the first day and go to the 13th front to recapture the territory, but unexpectedly he waited until the last day. They really are very composed. I just wonder if Wang Teng can bring him a surprise? Standing beside General Mokalen, Lieutenant Song was genuinely surprised by his expression. It seems that General Mokalin really values that Major Wang Teng very much. How are things going with Red Scorpion and Violent Bear? General Mokalin asked. The two legions have reached the 9th and 17th fronts respectively and launched a strong attack. But they failed to break through the Dark Race's defenses, Lieutenant Song hurriedly reported. Keep an eye on it. Let me know immediately if there's any news. General Mokalin nodded, showing no expression, and turned to go back to his office. The 13th line of defense. Located in the northwest region of Defense Planet 29, it was built on the Grand Canyon, occupying a natural stronghold and blocking the invasion of the Dark Race. It can be described as a place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. However, in the previous invasion, the 13th line of defense only lasted for half a day before it completely fell. Even with the deployment of numerous reinforcements, it was still impossible to reverse the outcome. Many warriors perished on the 13th line of defense, their blood staining the canyon. Although most of them were eventually evacuated in time, the losses were still heavy. Before the invasion of the Dark Race on Defense Planet 29, this Great Canyon was called the Ngoro Grand Canyon, a scenic and spectacular tourist destination. Now it is stained red with blood, the soil and stones have turned blackish-brown, and it is filled with a strong smell of blood. The Dark Race occupied this defensive line, and a large number of low-level Dark Races unconsciously roamed around the canyon, constantly expanding their territory. 6 kilometers away, 50 warships stopped and observed the situation of the 13th line of defense from a distance. On the warship, Wang Teng and 5 deputy commanders, including Hodge, stood in front of the main control panel, which displayed the situation outside the defensive line. The constantly changing scenes allowed everyone to clearly see the situation around the defensive line, and the atmosphere inside the warship gradually became tense. At least 70 or 80,000 low-level dark creatures, Hodge said solemnly. These are just low-level dark species. The truly powerful high-level dark species are all inside the defensive line, said Deputy Commander Wei Tong. According to the intelligence reports, the high-level dark creatures appearing at this defensive line are mainly vampire dark creatures, with strength at the lower-level Demon Emperor level. No mid-level Demon Emperors have appeared, said Deputy Commander Ji Lu. Lower-level Demon Emperor. Wang Teng's face showed a hint of surprise. Are you sure? A lower-level Demon Emperor was enough to cause this defensive line to fall. What was the strength of the original commander? It is indeed a lower-level Demon Emperor level existence. This is the battle video from that time, which was promptly transmitted back to the main base. You can take a look, Commander. Vice Commander Ji Lu pointed at the light screen in front of her, and the video played, presenting Wang Teng with a fierce battle scene. Wang Teng focused his gaze on the video, which showed a powerful dark vampire. It was clear from the video that it was indeed a lower-level Demon Emperor. Furthermore, Liu Gaoj, the former commander of the 13th Defense Line, also directly stated the opponent's strength during the battle. However, its combat power was terrifying, and when it finally unleashed its power, it fought Liu Gaoj to a standstill. It's important to know that Liu Gaoj is a Domain Lord level being. Although he's only at the early stage of the Domain Lord level, a Domain Lord is still a Domain Lord. The fact that the lower-level Demon Emperor level Blood Clan Dark Seed could fight him to this extent and ultimately force him to retreat with his people is enough to explain the situation. After watching the video, Hodge and the others looked even more serious. Major General Liu Gaoj was very strong, but he still couldn't gain any advantage against that dark vampire. If they were to encounter each other, they would probably be no match. Unless all 5 vice commanders act simultaneously to restrain that dark vampire. However, there should be more than just this one lower-level Demon Emperor among the Dark Races, so it's simply unrealistic to expect to gather the power of the 5 vice-captains to deal with it. But then they suddenly remembered that they seem to have a pervert on their side as well. And he's even more perverted than the other party. This dark vampire was merely a lower-level Demon Emperor who could contend against a Domain Lord-level being. While their opponent was a mid-level Demon Emperor who had killed a mid-level Demon Emperor with stellar-level strength. Hodge and the others all looked at Wang Teng. They had later studied Wang Teng's battles on the 3rd line of defense and found that he was truly strong. That's definitely not a feat that could be achieved by luck. Why are you looking at me? Wang Teng was analyzing the battle footage of the vampire when he suddenly noticed that Hogya and the others were looking at him, so he couldn't help but ask. Ahem. Wei Tong coughed lightly and asked, Commander, are you confident about this dark vampire? You don't expect me to deal with it alone, do you? Wang Tang said speechlessly. With your strength, Captain, dealing with a mere low-level demon emperor-level dark species is a piece of cake, Hodge said. I suspect you're getting revenge on me. Wang Tang glanced at him sideways. Impossible, I'm not that kind of person, Hodge said calmly, his face expressionless. I don't believe you for a second. Wang Tang rolled his eyes. He hadn't expected this serious-looking guy to lie through his teeth. He had really misjudged him. You can't judge a book by its cover. Commander, that ultimate move you used on the third front should be able to deal with this dark vampire, right? Feng Gang said. Feng Gang, do you really think our commander can't handle that dark vampire? Deputy Commander Ji Lu laughed. Huh, what does that mean? Feng Gang was completely baffled. The commander is just being modest, Wei Tong said with a chuckle, his tall, muscular frame concealing a glint in his eyes. Quote. Feng Gang said speechlessly, am I the only one who believes it? Stupid, Morley said calmly. Feng Gang didn't care and gave Wang Tang a resentful look. Alright, I'll take care of this dark vampire. Wang Tang quickly looked away, unable to bear the murderous glare from the middle-aged man. With the captain holding that vampire dark species back, the rest of us can free up our hands to deal with the other lower-level demon emperor-level dark species, Wei Tong said. We need to make a plan before we go any further. Rushing in to fight the dark ones like this is probably not a wise choice, said Vice Commander Ji Lu. Wang Tang nodded, then turned to Peggy, who had been standing silently to the side, and said, Peggy, come and join the discussion. Peggy had just joined the Tiger Fiend Gang and hadn't made any contributions yet. In terms of status, although she was Wang Tang's adjutant, she was a newcomer in the Tiger Fiend Gang, so she couldn't interrupt the conversation. Hearing Wang Tang call her name, she was surprised but also touched. She knew that Wang Tang was giving her an opportunity to shine. Ji Lu, Hogia, and the others naturally saw this as well, and they all knew it perfectly well. In particular, when they saw Peggy's appearance, they all gave her a meaningful look. Wei Tong, Feng Gang, and a few other men gave Wang Tang a knowing look. When they first saw Peggy, they were all stunned by her beauty. She was truly like an ice flower blooming in the snow, pure and ethereal, exquisitely beautiful. In particular, her aura made people afraid to approach her, yet they couldn't help but want to conquer her. There's no man who doesn't love this. Such a person is extremely rare in the military, no wonder Wang Tang wanted to keep her by his side. Wei Tong and the others were very envious, thinking to themselves that they had wasted so many years in the army and had never discovered such a beautiful flower. What kind of looks are those? Wang Tang glared fiercely at Wei Tong and the others. Peggy naturally noticed everyone's expressions and a blush rose on her snow-white ears. Ahem, let's talk about serious matters. Ji Lu coughed lightly, getting Peggy out of the awkward situation. Yes, let's discuss serious matters, Wei Tong quickly chimed in. Everyone quickly averted their gaze, not daring to look at Peggy again, in case Wang Tang disliked them and made things difficult for them later. Peggy's expression turned serious. She took a deep breath, stepped forward, and tapped the light screen, revealing an image. Everyone looked at Peggy with confusion, wondering what she meant. This is the information I found about the Ngoro Canyon. Due to some reason, the climate here has changed, and every 3 months, the entire canyon becomes a lightning collecting ground, where a large amount of lightning gathers, Peggy explained. Upon hearing this, everyone seemed to understand something. So? Ji Lu asked with great interest. It seemed that this adjutant was not just a pretty face. Wang Tang smiled slightly, sat down in the main seat of the warship, and gave Peggy an encouraging look. Well done, as expected of the people I brought. The power of thunder has a strong restraining effect on the dark race. We can use the power of thunder to catch the dark race off guard and win a greater victory with minimal effort. Peggy saw the look in Wang Tang's eyes, her heart trembled, and she said firmly. That's a good idea, Deputy Regiment Commander Ji Lu said with a smile, looking at Wang Tang. To unleash the power of thunder, we need to set up a large-scale thunder array capable of drawing upon the thunder power here. This array must be powerful enough, otherwise it will be overwhelmed by the thunder power. Just how much thunder will accumulate here? Wang Tang said. Based on past records, it would require at least a Grandmaster level rank 5 or higher lightning type formation, Peggy replied immediately. It is clear that he has done a very thorough investigation. Very good, does anyone have any questions? Wang Tang nodded and asked. A Grandmaster level rank 5 formation. I wonder if the rune masters in our group can construct it? Ji Lu asked hesitantly. Let them give it a try. If it really doesn't work, I'll do it myself, Wang Tang said calmly. You? Hogwarts and the others stared at Wang Tang in astonishment. I forgot to tell you, I have some skill in runes, and I've managed to become a Grandmaster, albeit somewhat mediocre, Wang Tang said casually. So? Everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning. That's a Grandmaster level. It's not some random cat or dog. Using so is not apt at all. Peggy looked at Wang Tang in silence. Although she was the one who proposed the plan, she never thought that Wang Tang would be a rune master. This is incredible. She really couldn't imagine what other surprises Wang Tang had in store for her. Commander, you're not kidding us, are you? Wei Tong asked uncertainly. Look at my face, isn't it serious? Wang Tang asked. It's not very serious, Wei Tong said truthfully. Get lost. Wang Tang kicked him in annoyance. How could he not see through that serious face? Was he blind? Wei Tong felt very wronged. To be honest, he was kicked, and he didn't even dare to dodge. It was too miserable. Everyone burst into laughter. All right, everyone go and get ready. Wang Tang waved his hand. Yes, everyone quickly replied. Since Wang Tang is a rune master, they are much more confident in setting up the formation. This news has given them a lot of confidence. Every 3 months, a lightning-prone area forms in the Ngoro Canyon. Lightning strikes from the sky and accumulates in the canyon, turning the entire canyon into a forbidden zone for lightning. However, this accumulated lightning will not last forever, it will only exist for 4 or 5 days before the lightning gradually dissipates. All Wang Tang and his team had to do was seize this opportunity. 2 months and 27 days have passed since the last thunderbolt, meaning that Wang Tang and the others only have 3 to 4 days to set up the formation. Peggy made this suggestion precisely because the timing was perfect. However, 3 or 4 days is still a bit short. 3 or 4 days is far too short a time to set up a Grandmaster level formation. But there was no other way, everyone could only do their best to complete it. Being able to use the power of the formation to suppress the dark species is definitely a major advantage that cannot be easily given up. The Tiger Fiends are a powerful elite legion, fully equipped with at least 10 rune masters. At this moment, all 10 rune masters gathered in front of Wang Tang. Furthermore, they already knew the purpose of this trip, to set up a large-scale, 5th-grade Grandmaster level formation to suppress the dark race. To be honest, they were all a little incredulous when they heard the decision. Is it a bit too much to give a group of Master-level rune masters the right to set up a large-scale array of the 5th rank of Grandmaster? Let alone a Grandmaster level rank 5 formation, even a Grandmaster level rank 1 formation is extremely difficult for them, with a success rate of less than 10%. The 10,000 Thunder Annihilation Array that Wang Tang and Golan set up back then didn't even reach the Grandmaster level, yet it already gave Golan and the others a lot of headaches. Keep in mind that at that time, Goring was almost at the Grandmaster level, possessing extraordinary skills. In the end, it was only by pooling the power of all the otherworldly rune masters that it was barely completed. Of course, Wang Tang also contributed a great deal to this. Otherwise, it's definitely not that simple. Now, a Grandmaster level rank 5 formation is laid out before them, and they're asking these 10 rune masters to set it up? Isn't that a joke? Even if they are rune masters who grew up in the universe, with extraordinary skills and a foundation much stronger than Goran and his group from another world. However, there is an insurmountable gap between the Master level and the Grandmaster level. Ji Lu and the others were unaware of the difference between Master level and Grandmaster level, and thought that if they gathered 10 rune masters, they would have a high chance of setting up a Grandmaster level rank 5 formation. But these rune masters were well aware of their own abilities. They simply cannot set up a Grandmaster level grade 5 formation. For a moment, all 10 rune masters looked troubled, unsure of how to begin. They were still a little intimidated by Wang Tang, the new regimental commander. Given that this was their first mission, if they said no, wouldn't that be a slap in the face to the team leader? Wang Tang won't kill them, will he? The reason I called everyone here is to set up the Zan Tian Thunder Sword formation, Wang Tang said, looking around. This mysterious Heaven Thunder Sword formation is one of the several Thunder-type formations he had just found in the secondary profession alliance. This formation can gather the power of thunder, transforming it into thousands of thunder swords that fall from the sky. That power was absolutely terrifying. In terms of attack power, the Zhan Tian Thundersword formation is the number 1 among the 5th grade Grandmaster level formations. When Wang Tang does something, he either doesn't do it at all, or he does it to the best of his ability. Therefore, he chose the Mysterious Heaven Thunder Sword formation without hesitation. What? The Mysterious Heaven Thunder Sword formation? Upon hearing the name of the formation, the 10 rune masters were once again taken aback. Although they had never eaten pork, they had at least seen pigs run. This Mysterious Heaven Thundersword formation was a master level 5th grade formation, and its difficulty level was among the top 3. They all knew about it precisely because of its great reputation. Wang Tang actually wanted to set up such a difficult formation. They suddenly felt like crying. This is too difficult. This is so difficult. The layman is truly terrifying. They really wanted to rant and rave, but seeing Wang Tang's indifferent face, they didn't dare. This new regimental commander is quite fierce. However, one of the 10 rune masters had a different expression from the others. He seemed uneasy, lagged behind the others, and hid behind them, as if avoiding Wang Tang's gaze. Wang Tang's gaze swept over the figure, and he frowned. That rune master, haven't we met somewhere before? The rune master shuddered and could only step forward with a bitter face, awkwardly saying, Grandmaster Wang Tang. Grandmaster Wang Tang. The other rune masters stared at Wang Tang in astonishment, and then at the rune master who had spoken. Isn't this the guild leader? How did he become a grandmaster? Everyone was completely bewildered, not yet realizing what was going on. Is Master Pikmin too nervous and called me by the wrong name? So young, how could he possibly be a grandmaster level rune master? So it was you, Wang Tang said in surprise. This person was none other than the master-level rune master he had encountered when he first arrived on the Imperial Star and went to the secondary professional alliance to participate in the Grandmaster-level assessment. Furthermore, he had a grudge against Master Fan Taining, and when he saw that Wang Tang was one of the examiners brought by Master Fan Taining, he wanted to kick him while he was down. I didn't expect to run into a brick wall. Later, he vaguely learned from rumors that Wang Tang had passed the 3 Grandmaster assessments, and immediately packed his bags and ran away, fearing that Wang Tang would make things difficult for him. In reality, Wang Tang forgot about him as soon as he turned his head, and would never take a master-level rune master seriously. After leaving the Imperial Star, Master Pikmin came to this 29th defensive planet and joined the Tiger Fiend Gang, becoming one of its rune masters. Although the defense planet is very dangerous, the treatment here is much better than in other places. Pikmin also has some ambition, hoping to accumulate more resources to improve his skills and reach the master level as soon as possible. In this way, even if he returns to the Imperial Star, Wang Tang will be unable to do anything to him. Both being Grandmasters, the secondary professional league would provide him with ample protection, and he would also have the confidence to stand before Wang Tang. Who would have thought that even after coming to such a remote place, he would still run into Wang Tang? He hasn't even reached the Grandmaster level yet. They were no match for Wang Tang. At this moment, he was recognized by Wang Tang, and his heart sank to the bottom. He was doomed. On this defensive planet number 29, Wang Tang was still one step ahead of him. As the leader of the Tiger Fiend Gang, Wang Tang had plenty of ways to deal with him. Master Pikmin seems to be afraid of me? Wang Tang looked at him with a half-smile. No. Pikmin's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Alright, I'm not going to hold a grudge against you over such a small matter. Wang Tang shook his head, no longer paying attention to him, and looked at everyone, saying, Everyone, please feel free to speak your mind if you have any opinions or suggestions. Pikmin breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help feeling a little bitter. Was he overthinking things? The clown was himself. Grandmaster Wang Tang didn't take him seriously at all. Upon hearing Wang Tang's words, everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Guild leader, are you really a rune master? A rune master asked. That's right, I will be in charge of setting up the Zhan Tian Thundersword formation this time, and you will be the assistants, Wang Tang nodded. Phew, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. They were just there to assist them. Although Wang Tang's identity shocked them greatly, having a Grandmaster-level figure in charge was undoubtedly the best outcome. Otherwise, they would really lose face. Hogya and the others, having witnessed Wang Tang's exchange with the 10 rune masters, finally realized they had been too presumptuous. Setting up a Grandmaster-level 5th grade formation is not so easy. Even if 10 rune masters joined forces, it wouldn't be of any use. They were very fortunate that Wang Teng was a master-level rune master. Otherwise, there's no point in even thinking about this formation. There is only one Grandmaster-level rune master on the entire 29th defense planet, who is stationed at the main base and cannot be easily transferred out. Peggy was also somewhat surprised. Although she had checked the information in advance and knew that the lightning power of this thunder accumulation land was extremely terrifying and required a Grandmaster-level 5th grade formation to contain it, she did not expect that a Grandmaster-level 5th grade formation would be so difficult to set up. Without Wang Teng backing her up, her idea would have been nothing but empty talk. Alright, there's nothing else. Everyone, please come with me to survey the terrain and prepare to set up the formation, Wang Teng ordered. Yes, the 10 rune masters replied hastily. Whether Wang Teng was the leader of the Tiger Fiend Gang or a rune master, these rune masters dared not be negligent in the slightest. Commander, do you need us to come along? Deputy Commander Ji Lu asked worriedly. Because Wang Teng and his group needed to get to the Grand Canyon, they had to pass through the 13th defensive line occupied by the Dark Race. If they were discovered, they would inevitably be surrounded by the Dark Race. No need, Wang Teng said. It's easier for me to carry them with me. Too many people will hinder our operations. Besides, we need you here to keep things in order and prevent any problems from arising. We understand, Hodge and the others nodded. After that, Wang Teng said no more and led 10 rune masters to silently sneak towards the Ngoro Canyon ahead. In the eyes of Hodge and the others, Wang Teng seemed to have completely disappeared from their sight, his aura was also concealed, and they could not detect his location at all. The group exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with shock. It's a shame they were worried about Wang Teng's safety. With his abilities, he could probably come and go as he pleased. Wang Teng was unaware of what the others were thinking. At this moment, he had already led 10 rune masters into the Ngoro Canyon. He completely isolated the auras of the 10 rune masters to avoid attracting the attention of the dark races outside. There are quite a few low-level dark creatures in this canyon, but they pose no threat to them. Wang Teng did not kill them, but simply instructed the 10 rune masters to avoid them and complete their respective tasks, so as not to alert them. After surveying the area, the group selected a suitable location and immediately began setting up the formation. Wang Teng was in charge of setting up the core of the formation, while the rune masters were responsible for inscribing runes on the edges of the formation, which was not a difficult task for them. In addition, Wang Teng would check on their progress in his spare time and occasionally give pointers and corrections, which greatly reduced the difficulty. The 10 rune masters felt they benefited greatly. Guidance from a grandmaster is not something that can be obtained at any time. Many of them are ordinary rune masters without lineage or background, and they rarely see grandmasters. This time, I was able to receive guidance from a grandmaster entirely thanks to the Tiger Fiend Gang. Master Pikmin finally realized the gap between himself and Wang Teng, and felt a bitter taste in his mouth. In the art of runes, those who have mastered them come first. Although Wang Teng was young, his mastery of runes was beyond what he could achieve. He felt that even if he advanced to the Grandmaster level, he still couldn't compare to Wang Teng. Master Pikmin finally believed that Wang Teng would indeed not cause him any more trouble. He probably never even entered Wang Teng's field of vision, so why would the other party cause him trouble? Amidst these intensive preparations, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days passed quickly, and the Zhan Tian Thundersword formation was quietly set up, much faster than expected. Pikmin and the other 10 rune masters were all very surprised and found it hard to believe. They were fortunate to participate in the construction of this Grandmaster level rank 5 formation and deeply understood the difficulty of such a formation, but the process went very smoothly. Before they could even react, the formation was already completely complete. The 10 rune masters looked at Wang Teng with completely different eyes. Such skill was probably rare even among grandmasters. Most importantly, he is still very young. Wang Teng returned to the warship with 10 rune masters, where Hodge and the others, who had been waiting for a long time, hurriedly came to greet him. "Commander, how is it?" Feng Gang asked anxiously. The others also looked on with anticipation. "All done, now we just wait for the weather to change and for thunder to sound." Wang Teng looked up at the sky and smiled slightly. Everyone was overjoyed, but at the same time, they were also extremely shocked. It really worked. They've been very worried these past few days. After all, it's a Grandmaster level rank 5 formation, and the Zhan Tian Thundersword formation is extremely difficult, with a high failure rate. They only have one chance. If they fail, they will have no choice but to fight the dark race head-on. It's impossible to wait another 3 months. As a result, the casualties will certainly be much higher than expected. Fortunately, Wang Tang succeeded. Looking at Wang Tang now, they felt a greater sense of approval. Great, with this formation, we can give the Dark Seeds a big surprise, Wei Tong chuckled. Everyone, get ready. Thunder could strike at any moment, Wang Tang said. Don't worry, Commander, our warriors are on standby at any time, said Deputy Commander Ji Lu. Don't be too tense, the battle hasn't really begun yet, Wang Tang said with a smile. Yes, everyone replied with smiles. The atmosphere was much more relaxed than before, as if the existence of a Grandmaster level rank 5 formation had given them a lot of confidence. Red Scorpion, how's the situation with the Violent Bear? Wang Tang asked. In the past few days, they have launched their second wave of attacks, eliminating more than 30,000 Darkfolk. The results are remarkable, Hodge said, a glint of light in his eyes. Oh, it seems they can't wait any longer, Wang Tang said with a smile. With the 3 legions moving out simultaneously, a clash is inevitable, Morley said with a light snort. However, they also paid a heavy price, with many elite martial artists killed or wounded. It seems that this time, we still have a great chance of winning, Ji Lu said. Wang Tang nodded, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Whether we can win the first battle well depends on whether fate is on our side. Ellipsis. At the same time, General Mokaran also received news about the 3 legions and was fully aware of their progress. The actions of Red Scorpion and Violent Bear are to be expected, but what about Tiger Fiend? General Mokalan shook his head and said, they haven't made a move for 3 days. What are they waiting for? General Mokaran would not interfere with the operational plans of the 3 legions, nor would he inquire about them too much. He only cares about the results. However, he is now curious about Wang Tang's plans. What is the reason that he is holding back? Cowardice? Or do you have other plans? Continue to monitor the situation, General Mokalan ordered. Not only General Mokalan, but also several powerful figures behind the main base, such as General Yukri, General Chi Yuanju, and General Kimberly. We're paying close attention to the situation at the front. Especially on the Tiger Fiend Gang's side, the newly appointed leader Wang Tang has great potential. He had already attracted their attention when he was running for the position of leader. This is his first battle, so they are naturally paying even more attention. They were very surprised and puzzled to learn that Wang Tang had not taken any action for a long time. But the more this happened, the more interested they became in Wang Tang's side. Another day passed in this situation. Outside the 13th front line, Wang Tang and others stood on the top of the warship, looking at the sky above the Ngoro Canyon. Everything was as usual, without the slightest change. No lightning strike occurred. The 5 deputy commanders of the Hodges looked up at the sky, their brows furrowed deeply. Of all these people, the most nervous was undoubtedly Peggy. She was the one who proposed the plan, and if something went wrong, she would have no face to stay in the Tiger Fiends. Don't worry, there's always a time error in lightning strikes. 3 months is just an approximate time. A difference of a few days is normal, Wang Tang said calmly, placing a hand on Peggy's shoulder. Peggy took a deep breath and nodded. In any case, we should prepare first, and also be on guard. We've been here for so many days, the Dark Ones can't possibly be unaware of this. They're probably waiting for us to let our guard down, Wang Tang said. Hodge and the others were startled. All their attention was focused on the formation, and they forgot about this matter. If the Dark Ones really make a move, this is undoubtedly the best opportunity. On this day, everyone waited for the thunder to strike, but the sky was perfectly calm, and they could only return disappointed. On the morning of the 5th day, thunder still hadn't arrived, and the atmosphere on the warship immediately became tense, with Hodge and the others appearing somewhat impatient. At this moment, news also came from Red Scorpion and Violent Bear. A resounding victory. That very morning, the 2 legions successively breached the Dark Race's defenses, recapturing the 9th and 17th lines of defense. In this battle, the Red Scorpion Legion killed more than 80,000 Dark Races, including 7 lower Demon Emperor level Dark Races. Furthermore, with the cooperation of its commander and several vice-commanders, and despite suffering minor injuries themselves, the Legion severely wounded a mid-level Demon Emperor level Dark Race, forcing it to retreat. The Bear Legion was even stronger, killing over 90,000 Dark Races, including 8 lower Demon Emperor level Dark Races, and also severely wounding 1 mid-Demon Emperor level Dark Race. The news reached headquarters and excited everyone. General Mokarin was also very pleased and highly praised the 2 legion commanders. After everyone calmed down, they turned their attention to the Tiger Fiend Legion. Compared to the achievements of the 2 major legions, the Tiger Fiend Legion has been slow to act and has not fought a single battle so far, which is really unacceptable. Many people even wondered if Wang Teng was afraid of fighting and dared not take the initiative. Suddenly, all sorts of opinions emerged. Major generals with real power also sent messages inquiring about the situation of the Tiger Fiend Legion. Hodge and the others felt immense pressure, a situation they had never experienced since the Tiger Fiends were founded, leaving them somewhat at a loss. "Commander, I have informed headquarters of our plans," said Deputy Commander Ji Lu as she walked over. Wang Teng nodded lightly. "Commander, should we launch a direct assault instead?" Wei Tong said hesitantly. The others also looked at Wang Teng, and most of them were ready to fight, except for Hodge and Ji Lu who were still hesitating. Having waited these past few days in vain, it's not something you can just give up on. Wang Teng ultimately did not send troops, leaving everyone to wait. He had a premonition that thunder would soon strike. He had previously asked Yuan Gungun to investigate the lightning records of previous years, and the total time difference would not exceed 5 days. This time difference refers to the time before and after. This time it has already been more than 2 days, so it will either arrive today or tomorrow. Wang Teng can afford to wait this long. As for the possibility that thunder will not appear, it is highly unlikely. Unless the celestial phenomena in this place change drastically, but the probability of that is less than 1 in 10,000. The celestial phenomena of a place are not so easily formed, nor do they disappear so easily. If that situation were to actually occur, how bad would their luck be? How incredibly unlucky would they be? Wang Teng couldn't believe he was such an unlucky person. "You really are very calm." A round voice rang in Wang Teng's mind. It knew everything about what was happening outside and couldn't help but admire Wang Teng's unhurried nature. "There's no use in rushing. With such a large group of martial artists in my hands, I can't guarantee that every single one of them will survive, but at least I will try to minimize casualties," Wang Teng said calmly. "What about the evaluation from the main base?" Roundy asked. It knew that Wang Teng really wanted to win this battle well. Because the evaluation from the headquarters would affect his future promotion and whether he could catch the eye of the bigwigs behind the military. For the Red Scorpion and Violent Bear legions, this was just an ordinary battle, but for Wang Teng, it was of great significance. Unfortunately, the weather didn't cooperate. From the very beginning, Wang Teng found himself in a passive position. Even if the Red Scorpion and Berserker Bear legions don't win, waiting a couple more days won't hurt, as long as we can win. However, with the 2 great legions preceding them, the pressure on the Tiger Fiend Legion will naturally increase exponentially. As the leader of the group, Wang Teng was naturally at the very center of the pressure. "Screw the evaluation. Even without the military, I'm not afraid of anyone," Wang Teng sneered. Roundy was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but chuckle. He found Wang Teng in this state to be quite interesting. The 5th day passed slowly, and as night fell, the thunder still did not appear. The atmosphere within the Tiger Fiend gang became somewhat tense, and people's hearts were uneasy. Ellipsis. Meanwhile, in the former commander's office within the 13th line of defense, a young man of extreme handsomeness sat in a chair. His face was extremely pale, so pale that you could see the veins under his skin, while his lips were as red as blood and 2 sharp teeth were faintly visible. This was clearly a high-level dark vampire. At this moment, it was gently turning a transparent goblet in its hand, which contained an unknown scarlet liquid. As it rotated, the scarlet liquid formed a vortex. The handsome young man stared at the liquid in the glass, a hint of purplish red light flashing in his pupils, just about to taste this tempting wine. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door. The handsome young man frowned, his interest completely gone, and coldly said, "Come in." A dark vampire walked in. Compared to the dark vampire in the room, this vampire, though also very handsome, was far inferior. Especially in terms of its aura, this dark vampire in the room was even more outstanding, exuding a noble air. Even if it were thrown into a group of dark vampires, it would stand out from the crowd. The dark vampire that entered seemed somewhat apprehensive. It could already sense the other party's displeasure and knew that it had disturbed the enjoyment of the person in the room. "Lord Thorby, I'm so sorry," the vampire said cautiously, bowing deeply. If you can't give me a satisfactory reason, I'll make you go and embrace the blood ancestor ahead of schedule, Thorby said calmly. The vampire immediately broke out in a cold sweat, stammering, Master, the humans outside have been here for 6 days already, we PFF'd. Before he could finish speaking, a crimson light shot out from Thorby's mouth and landed on the vampire. Before it could even scream, its entire body turned into a pool of dark blood. Idiot. Thorby's eyes flashed with a purplish-red light as he muttered to himself, what are a mere group of humans? Huntington and Yorkshire seem to have already left. Hopefully it will be soon. It rose from its seat, walked to the window, looked towards the location of the 9th and 17th fronts, and muttered to itself. Ellipsis ellipsis. On the 6th day, the 5 deputy commanders went to the top of the warship early in the morning to observe the celestial phenomena, eagerly hoping that the heavens would quickly send thunder so they could go home and collect their laundry. No, I mean, that thunder would quickly come so they could start the war against the dark race. Only Wang Tang remained in his room on the warship until after 9 o'clock in the morning, when he slowly walked out. Commander, you really can stay put. We're all getting impatient, Wei Tong said resentfully. If being anxious is helpful, I'll definitely be anxious with you, Wang Tang said with a smile. Everyone was speechless. How come we didn't notice before that their new regimental commander was so carefree? Is this just carefree, or is it because he has a plan in mind? Wang Tang ignored everyone's expressions, glanced at the sky, closed his eyes to sense it, and felt a slight joy in his heart. It's here, the thunder are really coming. With his lightning-based talent, he could already sense a faint gathering of lightning power in the sky ahead. Everyone, get ready. I've done some calculations, and I estimate that thunder will strike this afternoon, Wang Tang said. Let's calculate with our fingers. Hodge and the others exchanged glances, their minds brimming with countless complaints they wanted to unleash. You think you're some kind of fortune-teller, calculating things with your fingers. What time is it? Can't you be a little more reliable? Commander, please stop joking with us, Deputy Commander Ji Lu said with a wry smile. I'm not joking, Wang Tang said leisurely. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then looked up at the sky. Unfortunately, they were not lightning-type martial artists and could not sense anything. Commander, can you perhaps sense the movement of lightning-type primal force in the world? Wei Tong asked in astonishment. Wang Tang knew that these people wouldn't believe him unless he gave them a strong boost of confidence, so he nodded and readily admitted it. It can actually be sensed. Wei Tong's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He had only asked casually, but he didn't expect Wang Tang to actually admit it. What does this tell us? This indicates that Wang Tang is a relatively rare lightning-type martial artist. Otherwise, how could he sense the lightning-based primal force between heaven and earth? Hodge suddenly remembered that when Wang Tang defeated him that day, he used a weapon that could release lightning. He originally thought that Wang Tang only had the advantage of that strange weapon, but now it seems that he was overthinking it. Wang Tang himself was a lightning-type martial artist. We'll notify everyone immediately and tell them to get ready. Everyone was excited and hurried off to prepare. The order was relayed from top to bottom. The entire Tiger Fiend gang was excited. Finally, the battle could begin. They had been waiting for this day for 6 whole days. For the past 6 days, no one has been more anxious than them. The feeling of having a dark creature right in front of you but being unable to fight it is like having a beautiful woman lying naked in front of you but being unable to move. Everyone felt aggrieved, especially the warriors of the Tiger Fiend gang, who couldn't sit still after the news of the great victories of the Red Scorpion and Violent Bear legions came. Elite legions like the Tiger Fiend gang all possess their own sense of honor. This is the honor that the Tiger Fiend gang has built up over the years under the leadership of one gang leader after another. Every martial artist who joins the Tiger Fiend gang cherishes this sense of honor. Therefore, they all attach great importance to this and will never allow themselves to lose to other legions. After 6 days of silence, Wang Tang finally gave the order to launch a general offensive. All members of the Tiger Fiend gang were thrilled and quickly prepared for battle. Time slipped away, bit by bit. Dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky above the Ngoro Canyon. These dark clouds were quite peculiar. They only gathered above the Ngoro Canyon, while the rest of the sky remained clear. It's here. It really happened. Hodge and the others looked up, their hearts filled with a subtle excitement. Wang Tang hadn't lied to them. The thunder was indeed going to strike today. Wang Tang also stood on the top of the warship, gazing at the dark clouds in the sky, feeling somewhat strange. It is said that this phenomenon of lightning convergence occurred after a Domain Lord level lightning-type warrior fought here. At that time, the Domain Lord level expert unleashed a powerful move, forcibly drawing in the power of lightning. After that, the celestial phenomena here changed, and such a scene would occur once every 3 months. What kind of combat technique could alter the forces of nature? Wang Teng couldn't imagine it, at least he had never encountered it before. This can only mean that the ultimate move used by that Domain Lord level expert was extraordinary and definitely not an ordinary combat technique. It seems that no martial artist should be underestimated. Don't think that Wang Teng is so great just because he can ambush and kill a Domain Lord level being. If he were to encounter a truly powerful expert, he would probably be defeated. Wang Teng was alarmed. The gathering of dark clouds lasted for more than half an hour. Looking up, all I could see was a dark, oppressive mass, as if it were hanging directly overhead, creating a sense of suffocation in the world. Rumble. Suddenly, thunder rumbled from the dark clouds, echoing throughout the heavens and earth. The thunder came very suddenly, startling Hodge and the others. Just moments ago everything was perfectly calm, but as the dark clouds grew thicker and thicker, without even a flash of lightning, a sudden roar of thunder erupted. Moreover, the roar was extremely terrifying, as if it had been suppressed for a long time and was about to be completely released. However, when everyone looked up, there was still no sign of lightning in the sky. Wang Teng frowned, finding the thunderclouds rather strange, but fortunately he could sense the lightning energy constantly gathering within them. Ellipsis. On the other side, within the 13th line of defense, Thorby stepped out of the room, looked up at the sky, and frowned. How could such a terrifying convergence of lightning suddenly appear here? It is common knowledge that the dark race fears the power of lightning. Even though it is a high-level dark species and is not afraid of the power of lightning, it will still have a certain suppressive effect on its strength. For some reason, it sensed an ominous premonition. Someone come here, my lord. A dark vampire hurriedly and respectfully ran over. Do you know what's so special about this place? Thorby asked, looking up at the sky. My lord, this is a unique spectacle of this place, which appears once every 3 months. It forms a land of accumulated lightning in the Great Canyon ahead, but it's nothing special, said the dark vampire. It happens every 3 months, it's not man-made. Tolby breathed a slight sigh of relief and said, prepare your defenses and keep a close eye on the movements of the humans on the other side. Yes, Commander, when do we make our move? Wei Tong asked eagerly. Wait, Wang Teng smiled slightly. We still have to wait. Wei Tong muttered to himself, but dared not disobey Wang Teng's order. Hogwarts and the others couldn't help but smile. They weren't in such a hurry anymore. After all, the lightning had already begun to gather as Wang Teng had said, and it was only a matter of time before the battle started. There was no need to rush. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the sky once more. This time, lightning finally appeared, and silver-white lightning foxes darted among the dark clouds like silver snakes. Rumble! Boom! Before long, thunder filled the air, and bolts of lightning, like giant pythons, fell from the sky and struck the Ngoro Canyon. The lightning struck with tremendous force. After the initial dozen or so bolts of lightning, hundreds more crashed down. Boom boom boom. This scene made Hodge and the others gasp in shock. Horrible. That's terrifying. Hundreds of bolts of lightning struck simultaneously, densely packed, making one's scalp tingle. That kind of power was terrifying. Even if they enter the area within the dark clouds, they cannot guarantee that they can escape unharmed. Can the power of nature really reach such a terrifying level? At this moment, Hodge and the others couldn't help but ask themselves this question. Even Wang Teng was quite surprised. This power is ridiculously strong. He recalled the rumor again. What kind of combat technique did that Domain Lord level expert use to create such a peculiar celestial phenomenon? However, this is also good, as the power of the Zhan Tian Thundersword formation can be fully unleashed, and he can also happily collect a wave of attribute bubbles. There will definitely be a lot of lightning-type bubbles dropping this time. Wang Teng's eyes reflected the lightning, and he thought to himself with a smug satisfaction. The dark clouds in the sky covered an area of at least 1,000 meters in radius, and thunder rumbled down, creating a spectacular sight. All the lightning converged in the Ngoro Canyon, forming a terrifying area of accumulated lightning that lingered for a long time. Seeing that the time was ripe, Wang Teng floated into the sky, his voice carrying out. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment to witness a miracle has arrived. Everyone's spirits lifted, and they all turned to look at Wang Teng. Then, under everyone's gaze, Wang Teng actually charged straight into the lightning ahead. Humans. Within the 13th line of defense, Thorby immediately noticed Wang Teng's figure, abruptly stood up, his face covered in frost. It didn't know what the human was going to do, but the fact that the human was rushing into the lightning was definitely not a simple suicide mission. "My lord, should we knock him down?" a vampire asked. "I'll go myself," Tolby said coldly. Boom! As soon as it finished speaking, it stomped its foot on the ground, and as the earth shattered, it shot into the sky. Wang Teng noticed the dark creature charging straight at him, his eyes flashing slightly as he sneered inwardly, seeking his own death. "Die!" Thorby reached out and grabbed, a blood-red light condensing into a huge claw that reached for Wang Teng. Wang Teng abruptly stopped, his gaze fixed on the sharp claws reaching out towards him. A mocking smile appeared on his lips, and a calm voice emanated from his mouth. "Mysterious Heaven Thunder Sword Formation, activate." Boom! A brilliant light shone all around, and a massive purple array suddenly appeared amidst the lightning. Countless bolts of lightning transformed into hundreds of sword beams, hovering around Wang Teng, exuding an invisible killing intent. Before the blood-red claws could even get close to Wang Teng, they were shattered by a sword light formed from lightning and vanished instantly. Thorby's pupils contracted as he felt an endless killing intent lock onto him. His calm expression instantly changed, filled with horror. In the sky, dark clouds shrouded the earth, lightning flashed, and the might of heaven was overwhelming. A purple circular array slowly emerged from the lightning, enormous in size, its coverage even exceeding that of the dark clouds in the sky. Terrifying lightning-type stellar energy surged in from the outside, echoing within the formation and circling around it at high speed, as if forming a storm. Buzz! The sound of swords suddenly rang out. Lightning coalesced into longswords of varying sizes, radiating purple lightning, and a terrifying sword intent and killing intent permeated the formation. Thorby's face was filled with horror and disbelief. It only anticipated that this human would cause trouble, but just in case, it took action itself to nip the threat in the bud. Within its perception, the human before it was merely at the stellar level. If it were to make a move, killing him would be an easy task. But reality slapped it in the face. Who would have thought that the other side had quietly set up such a terrifying array? Even it felt a chill run down its spine from this massive formation. That was a threat from death. Just like when facing a dark species that is more powerful than itself, the terrifying aura emanating from it made it feel a chill in its heart. Damn it, when exactly was it? They didn't even notice. Are all the people below blind? They've set up such a terrifying array at the main gate, yet no one has noticed the slightest clue. Thorby's face turned extremely ugly. He was so angry he wanted to kill someone. But now is clearly not the time to think about these things. Dealing with the formation in front of us is the most urgent task. Ellipsis. From afar, Hodge and the others finally witnessed the true appearance of the mysterious Heaven Thunder Sword Formation, and were all filled with shock. No words can describe their feelings. That's incredibly powerful. This is a Grandmaster level, rank 5 formation. They now finally understand what a Grandmaster level rank 5 formation is. It's no wonder they're so inexperienced. Such formations are truly rare. No wonder Grandmasters have such high status. A single formation like this is enough to influence the outcome of a battle. Unfortunately, master-level figures are too rare to be assigned to every legion. It was purely by luck that the Tiger Fiend Gang was able to produce a Grandmaster. The entire Tiger Fiend Gang was shocked. Looking at the formation in the sky, they couldn't help but gasp. That's terrifying. No wonder the captain insisted on waiting for thunder to appear. With this formation, what is there to fear from the dark race? Many people previously thought that Wang Teng was a coward and didn't dare to take the initiative to fight. Only then did they understand Wang Teng's intention, and they felt extremely ashamed, wishing they could find a hole to crawl into. They simply don't understand Wang Teng's level. Pikmin and the other 10 rune masters also looked up at the mysterious thundersword formation in the sky, their eyes filled with fervor and their hearts filled with excitement. This is a master level, 5th grade formation that they set up together. Even if they only contributed a little, they still felt honored. This is probably the only opportunity for many of them in their lifetime to personally set up a Grandmaster level formation. Most of them, even if they spend their entire lives, will not reach the level of a Grandmaster. This is a very harsh reality. However, Wang Teng's involvement in the construction of a master-level formation is something they can boast about for a long time. The feeling was even stronger now that he had witnessed the terrifying power of a Grandmaster level rank 5 formation. Ellipsis. Not only were the Tiger Fiend gang members shocked, but even the Dark Race, who occupied the 13th defensive line, were stunned and then plunged into an uproar. Panic spreads. These dark beings were terrified, staring at the terrifying array above them with expressions of horror. Can anyone tell them why there is such a terrifying array above their heads? Should we run for our lives now? No. If they desert, Lord Thorby will surely kill them first. The thought of Thorby's brutality made the Dark One waver, his face filled with fear, and he abruptly stopped his escape attempt. Ellipsis. At this moment, Thorby stared intently at Wong Tang, his dark star force surging wildly within him, blocking the surrounding lightning power. But the sword beams formed from hundreds of lightning bolts constantly emanated a sharp sword intent, making its entire body feel like it was covered in needles. Human, who are you? Thorby asked. Defense Star number 29, Tiger Fiend Squad Leader. Wong Tang. Wong Tang hovered in the lightning, looking at the dark vampire opposite him, and said calmly. He had already recognized that this dark vampire was the same lower-level demon emperor who had defeated Liu Gaoj, the former commander of the 13th Defense Line, and seized control of the 13th Defense Line. This vampire felt very different to him. Its aura far surpassed that of ordinary dark vampires, possessing an innate nobility, like an aristocrat in human society, high above and looking down on everything. Moreover, it exudes an extremely pure dark aura, while ordinary dark species appear more mottled. The two are completely different. You want to take back the 13th line of defense? Thorby sneered. Do you have a problem with that? Wong Tang asked calmly, looking at it. With me, Thorby, here, you have no chance of taking back this defensive line, Thorby said, giving Wong Tang a disdainful look. It was stalling for time, secretly observing the great formation, searching for its weaknesses. However, Wong Tang did not give it a chance. Are you done talking? Wong Tang tilted his head and asked. Thorby frowned. The human's indifferent demeanor ignited a surge of anger within him, making him feel insulted. As a noble and respected member of the vampire clan, possessing the purest bloodline and holding a very high status, how could they tolerate being offended by a mere human? After you've said that, you can return to your darkness. Wong Tang remained calm, then suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Thorby. Buzz! The sound of swords suddenly rang out, accompanied by the roar of lightning, shooting out like a torrential rain. The gathered lightning-type stellar primal force was thus agitated and surged wildly within the formation. In the sky, the air seemed to be marked with clear streaks by the sharp sword light. Boom! Hundreds of lightning swords, trailing long tails of light, their blades carrying lightning, transformed into a torrential downpour, crashing towards Thorby and the dark creatures below. Damn it! Thorby's pupils contracted. Without thinking, he could only raise his hands high, as if supporting the sky. Blood Roar Ghost Shield. With a roar, the cawing of crows rang out, and a flash of dark red light appeared on Thorby's body, transforming him into a flock of blood crows. The blood crows gathered in his hand and quickly condensed into a ferocious blood-red shield. Boom! The instant Thorby conjured his crimson shield, a sword beam formed from lightning crashed down, engulfing it. These lightning swords weren't just aimed at Thorby, but also at the dark creatures below. Those dark creatures never expected that Wong Tang would attack them along with Thorby. In addition, the lightning sword was incredibly fast, descending upon them in the blink of an eye. By the time the Dark Ones realized what was happening, it was too late. They could only watch helplessly as the lightning sword grew larger and larger in their pupils. No! Countless dark creatures roared in resentment, unleashing their dark stellar power to resist the thunder swords falling from the sky. However, most of the dark races were completely powerless against this thunder sword. The lightning sword pierced through their defenses, pinning their bodies to the ground, their screams echoing everywhere. A fierce sword intent erupted from the thunder sword, tearing apart the body of the dark species and completely destroying the dark star force. Cracks the thickness of an arm appeared on the ground. These were the sword marks left by the lightning sword. Boom boom boom. The roar echoed continuously between heaven and earth. This scene truly resembled the might of heaven. The Tiger Fiend gang members in the distance stared wide-eyed, utterly shocked. That's incredible. The Dark Seed was utterly powerless against the might of this formation. In an instant, everyone was filled with ecstatic joy. If things continue like this, the Dark Race will be mostly wiped out without them even having to lift a finger, essentially securing victory. Roar! Just then, a roar came from the sky. It turned out that although Thorby had conjured a blood-red shield, he was still blasted back more than 100 meters by Wang Tang's dozen or so lightning swords, leaving him in a very sorry state. Wang Tang stared in astonishment at the blood-red shield in its hand. That shield has pretty good defensive capabilities. It was actually able to withstand the lightning sword attacks of the Zan Tian Thunder Sword formation. Human, you're asking for death. Thorby felt a surge of rage, as if he had been deeply humiliated. His gaze was fixed on Wang Tang, filled with murderous intent. Come and kill me. Wang Tang beckoned to it with his finger and shouted. Boom! Thorby's handsome face instantly twisted into a hideous grimace, and a pair of enormous fleshy wings suddenly sprouted from his back. With a flap of his wings, he vanished from the spot. That's interesting. A look of surprise flashed across Wang Tang's eyes. He pointed towards the void, and lightning condensed, shooting out a sword beam. Clang! Thorby revealed himself, his face grim, holding a dark red longsword that blocked Wang Tang's lightning sword attack. Its movements were actually seen through. Die! A dazzling sword light erupted from the longsword in Thorby's hand, and an evil sword intent swept out, shattering the thunder sword. Wang Tang's eyes flashed as he controlled the formation, continuously condensing lightning swords and bombarding Thorby relentlessly. There were too many thunder swords, keeping Thorby busy and unable to get even an inch close to Wang Tang. Pshaw! Suddenly, it couldn't dodge in time, and a lightning sword pierced past its arm, leaving a spray of blood. Thorby's expression grew increasingly grim. He glanced down at the wound, which was wreathed in lightning power, attempting to invade his body. This power of thunder has a strong restraining effect on the dark species, and at this moment it deeply felt how troublesome the power of thunder was. Again, Wang Tang wouldn't give it a chance to breathe, controlling the lightning swords to shoot out continuously, densely covering it. Pshaw! 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 Streaks of purple sword light flashed around Thorby, leaving sword marks on his body. The sword mark was charred black, a unique effect of the power of thunder. In the distance, Hodge and the others watched the battle closely, all of them somewhat incredulous. Was this really the dark creature that General Liu Gaoch was defeated? Feng Gang swallowed and asked. I think so, Wei Tong said uncertainly from the side. The contrast was so stark that they could hardly believe it. General Liu Gaoch is a domain lord level being, so the fact that he was able to repel this dark being shows that it is incredibly powerful. As a result, it was now completely overwhelmed by Wang Tang. Although it relied on the power of the formation, it was still one of Wang Tang's methods, which shows that Wang Tang's strength is truly extraordinary. I wonder if the commander can defeat this dark creature, said Vice Commander Ji Lu. It's hard to say. Although that dark creature is in a very bad state, it hasn't been seriously injured. At most, it's only slightly wounded. It's looking for an opportunity to counterattack, Hodge said, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned serious. When do we make our move? Morley asked after a moment of silence. It's not time to wait for the commander's orders yet, Hodge said. Boom! Thunder roared across the sky, but it couldn't drown out a tremendous sound. Amidst the lightning, a figure was blasted back once more. It was none other than Thorby. It was panting heavily, feeling so frustrated it felt like it was going to vomit blood, its eyes constantly scanning, trying to find a weakness in Wang Tang's defenses. Come on, try a little harder, and maybe you'll be able to get closer to me, Wang Tang said, beckoning to Thorby with his finger. Plate. Thorby was furious and trembled with rage. This human is despicable. I really want to kill him. Boom! It took a deep breath, its eyes flashing with cold light, and a powerful aura erupted from its body. We can't wait any longer. He had to kill this human who disgusted him to the extreme right now. Endless dark red light appeared out of thin air, converging on the long sword in its hand and transforming into a sword light over 100 meters long. Behind the sword light, a huge phantom of a blood crow appeared, its scarlet eyes staring at Wang Tang in front of it, and it spread its wings and let out a mournful cry. Under the influence of the shout, Wang Tang felt dizzy, as if his mind had been impacted. Snort. Wang Tang snorted coldly, and the 9 treasures pagoda in his sea of consciousness flashed with golden light, suppressing and shattering the evil spiritual fluctuations. He then raised his hand and pointed. Dozens of lightning swords converged and condensed into a huge sword beam behind him. The sword light was enormous, its tip pointing straight to the sky, almost piercing through the thick dark clouds. Lightning flashed all around, like thunder dragons coiling around it. Thorby's pupils contracted involuntarily when he saw this. But there was no room for maneuver, and being inside this formation, there was nowhere to hide. They could only tough it out. With a gritted teeth, the red light within its body surged, rushing wildly towards the longsword, making the dark red sword light on the longsword even more terrifying. Roar! Until it could no longer hold on, it roared and swung its arm violently, the sword light slashing down fiercely towards Wang Teng. You'll take this blow from my greatsword too. Wang Teng dared not be negligent. He pointed his finger, and the purple sword light hanging behind him finally slashed out. This sword strike condensed hundreds of lightning swords, increasing its power by at least 100 times. Boom! The two sword lights collided violently in mid-air, and terrifying primal force waves swept in all directions, the booming sound drowning out all other sounds. The world seemed to fall silent, everyone was deaf and could hear nothing. Two sword beams, one red and one purple, intersected, seemingly becoming the only existence in this world. Terrifying sword energy constantly erupted from them, colliding and eroding each other, seemingly evenly matched. Everyone stared in shock at the scene, their mouths agape, unable to close for a long time. The deputy commanders of the Hodges Corps stared intently at the point where the sword lights clashed, shocked and deeply worried. Can the captain defeat that dark creature? A moment later. Click! Under everyone's watchful eyes, a crisp cracking sound suddenly rang out. Everyone stared wide-eyed as they saw cracks appearing on both sword beams simultaneously, and these cracks were spreading rapidly outwards, instantly covering the entire surface of both sword beams. Boom! The next moment, the two sword beams exploded and shattered, turning into countless points of light that dissipated. A powerful shockwave of primal force swept outwards in all directions. The ground was riddled with deep, bottomless sword marks, raising clouds of dust that obscured the view. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the smoke and dust, trying to see what was happening inside. The dark creatures below were no exception, all watching the scene unfold within the smoke and dust. Even the dark race fears death, especially the higher dark species. If Thorby wins, they might have a chance to live, but if he loses, given the power of that formation, they will have absolutely no chance of escaping. Before the smoke and dust had even cleared, a figure suddenly burst out from within. It's a dark vampire, many people exclaimed in surprise. Hodge and the others turned pale. Has the commander been defeated? Can they escape? But just then, a cold shout suddenly came from within the smoke and dust. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At the same time, dozens of lightning swords also burst out of the dust and pursued them. Tuo'er bai da ren. The dark creatures below erupted in uproar, and couldn't help but feel a chill for Thorby. Thorby also noticed the commotion behind him and turned around to look. His expression changed drastically, and he was utterly horrified. Let's see if you can block this sword strike. Wang Teng's figure appeared and disappeared in the smoke and dust. He pointed at Thorby, and the speed of those lightning swords increased dramatically. Boom! In an instant, Lei Jian crossed the final distance and appeared dozens of meters behind him. Roar! Thorby let out a roar of unwilling anger, and a dense crimson light erupted from its body. Boom! The next moment, the thunder sword struck its body directly. Countless sword lights shot out from all directions, extremely sharp, tearing apart the blood-red light and leaving it riddled with holes. Hodge and the others stared in disbelief at the scene. Dead? They simply couldn't believe that such a powerful dark creature was dead. He died rather abruptly. It feels somewhat unreal. However, Wang Teng did not show any joy on his face. Instead, he frowned and stared at the blood-red light in front of him. Although the crimson light was torn apart, it did not dissipate. Instead, it seemed to possess a life of its own and flew away into the distance. Ga-ga-ga. A cawing sound rang out, and the crimson light transformed into a flock of blood-red crows, gathering together once more. Thorby's figure reappeared, his face still pale, without any wounds on his body. Even the sword marks left earlier had disappeared, and it was impossible to tell whether he had been seriously injured. He's still alive. Hodge and the others were utterly astonished, hardly believing their eyes. Wang Teng was also taken aback. Holy crap, what kind of combat technique is this? It's so bizarre. Even though its entire body was blasted apart, it could still transform into a blood-red crow and reassemble itself. Report this. This dark creature is cheating. Human, you actually forced me to use the Blood Raven clone, you deserve to die. Thorby seemed somewhat weak, his voice almost squeezed out from between his teeth. Containing endless killing intent, this Blood Raven clone requires the consumption of its extremely precious essence and blood. It doesn't know how many living beings it will have to devour this time, nor how long it will need to cultivate to replenish itself. Blood Raven clone. Wang Teng muttered to himself, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. That seems to be a very impressive combat technique. But something just feels off. Wait, aren't you a vampire? Why are you a blood crow and not a bat? Wang Teng asked, his head full of questions. Quote. Thorby, damn it, you're the bat, your whole family are bats. It's a noble vampire, it has absolutely nothing to do with bats. Quote. Hodge and the others were speechless. I have a feeling that their group leader's focus is a bit off. In such a serious setting, can we please not pay attention to such nonsensical questions? Could it be that you are actually a hybrid of a blood crow and a bat? Wang Teng stroked his chin, looking suspicious. Hodge and the others' mouths twitched. What the hell is this hybridization? Can two different species interbreed? What kind of bizarre thought process is this? Click. Thorby was so angry he almost crushed his teeth. His face was gloomy and the veins on his forehead bulged, but in the end he just glared at Wang Teng as if to memorize his appearance. Then, without saying a word, he flew away at high speed into the distance. Damn it, it actually tried to run away. Wang Teng couldn't help but swear. They were all so aggressive just a moment ago, but they actually ran away. How can you be so cowardly? Wang Teng quickly shifted the formation, mobilizing the surrounding lightning swords in an attempt to force it back. However, Thorby had just used his Bloodraven clone and was already outside the center of the formation, now on the edge. In just a short moment, it broke out of the Zan Tian Thundersword formation and then rushed towards the edge of the area occupied by the dark race without looking back. It actually abandoned the 13th line of defense. Wang Teng was speechless. It runs faster than a rabbit. Is this the legendary, unbeatable talker, but first and foremost, running for one's life? This doesn't fit the style of the powerful dark race at all. Hodge and the others were also a little confused. The main problem was that the other side ran too fast and too decisively. Everyone was caught off guard and couldn't react for a moment. Something just doesn't feel right. Stop it, Wang Teng shouted hurriedly. He couldn't leave the formation at this moment, so he could only let Hodge and the others take action. The 5 deputy commanders immediately came to their senses, their expressions changed, and they attacked simultaneously, unleashing 5 primal force attacks from 5 directions. Forcing them back. Get out of my way. Thorby roared, swinging his longsword horizontally. Hodge and his group were quite strong. With the combined efforts of the 5 of them, how could they possibly let it escape? The group instantly clashed. Seeing this, Wang Teng breathed a sigh of relief. If this dark creature had escaped, it would have been a huge loss. At this moment, a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he looked down. Before the power of the thunder had completely dissipated, he would first eliminate these dark creatures below. These dark creatures were trapped in the 13th defensive line by his thunder sword, otherwise they would have escaped long ago. It's time to deal with them completely. Rumble. The grand formation accelerated its operation, and Wang Teng mobilized all the power of thunder, transforming the terrifying thunder-type stellar primordial force into a rapidly spinning storm. The dark clouds in the sky began to swirl, and countless bolts of lightning poured down. Then, under the effect of the formation, all the power of thunder condensed into thunder swords, which hung densely in the air, making one's scalp tingle. This is the final blow. A strike that gathers all the power of thunder. Wang Teng stood surrounded by lightning, his eyes flashing with intense purple lightning, like a king of thunder. The next moment, he waved his hand, and countless lightning swords rained down like a storm. The entire 13th line of defense was transformed into a thunderous inferno. Thunder descended upon the world, transforming into countless lightning swords that poured down. At this moment, all the power of thunder seemed to have been drained, becoming the sword in Wang Teng's hand. With this one sword, tens of thousands of dark beings were annihilated. Countless dark creatures howled in terror, some nailed to the ground, others cleaved in two, their hearts and heads shattered, with no chance of survival. From a distance, Thorby saw this scene and his face turned slightly pale. What a terrifying blow. If it had been a little slower to escape, this blow would probably have landed on it. Who exactly was that human? An ordinary martial artist would absolutely not be able to control such terrifying power. Such geniuses must not be allowed to live, they must be eradicated as soon as possible, otherwise they will become a major threat to the dark race. Thorby's eyes flickered, a fierce glint flashing across them as he stared at the 5 people before him. The longsword in his hand glowed red, and he had to get rid of these 5 people and leave this place as soon as possible. Those lowly, ordinary dark beings can simply die, but it cannot die here. Boom! A surge of bloody energy erupted from Thorby's body, and his aura suddenly surged, as if he had used some secret technique to forcibly enhance his strength. Becoming extremely ferocious as he charged into the encirclement of Hodge's group of 5. Careful, Hodge and the others' expressions changed slightly. They dared not be negligent in the slightest and unleashed their strongest combat techniques. Hodge used his savage elephant form, transforming into a phantom elephant that trampled the void. Wei Tong also used some kind of physical combat technique. His body was like steel, and even made a metallic sound when they collided. Ji Lu is a wood-type martial artist. Her wood-type star force transformed into vines, forming a blockade around Thorby and attempting to entangle its body. Feng Gang's battle blade unleashed a sharp golden light, unleashing a powerful burst of sword technique that filled the sky with blade light. Morley moved with unpredictable speed and agility, constantly darting around Thorby, his short blade flashing out from time to time, making him impossible to defend against. It must be said that the strength of the 5 deputy commanders is not just talk. Each of them has their own unique combat skills, and they are all incredibly powerful. Underestimating them would be incredibly foolish. Wang Teng stood within the formation and breathed a slight sigh of relief. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky were on the verge of collapse, and the power of thunder was about to be drained. His final strike had already exhausted the power of this lightning strike, otherwise it would have lasted even longer. But it's completely unnecessary. Wang Teng wanted a fatal blow. He didn't have time to slowly wear things down. After a while, the dark cloud finally collapsed completely and dissipated into the sky and earth. The Zhan Tian Thunder Sword formation finally gave way, collapsing with a roar and turning into countless points of light that vanished into nothingness. It has completed its mission. Many powerful dark creatures below survived, and some even wept with joy, grateful that they had escaped with their lives. But before they could continue to be happy, "Soldiers, charge!" A cold voice came from the sky. The Tiger Fiend Gang warriors, who had been waiting for a long time, were all invigorated and charged into the 13th defensive line. Kill! 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 The terrifying shouts of battle were deafening, seemingly about to overturn the sky itself. The dark creatures within the defensive line paled in shock. They were already severely injured and barely clinging to life from the earlier bombardment by the lightning sword. How could they withstand the attacks of so many warriors? The dark race had long lost their will to fight and scattered and fled. Don't let them get away, kill them. The squad leaders directed their squads to form a formation, surround the dark creatures, and carry out an encirclement and attack. Wang Teng ignored the battle below and looked up at the distant sky, a hint of fighting spirit appearing in his eyes. Boom! In an instant, he vanished from the spot. While fighting Hodge and the others, Thorby's expression suddenly changed. Without thinking, he threw a punch at a certain point in the void to his right. Bang! A muffled thud was heard. Thorby was horrified as he was blasted back more than 10 meters. In battles between cosmic-level powerhouses, traversing hundreds of meters is considered a very short distance, let alone a mere dozen meters. However, Thorby was not at peace. It knew its own strength very well. Even Hodge and the others could not drive it away. This sudden attack had actually succeeded. The opponent's strength should not be underestimated. Thorby stared intently into the void, where a figure slowly stepped out. It was none other than Wang Teng. "It's you." Thorby's face turned pale, and he was shocked. It originally thought that this guy had only forced it into such a sorry state by relying on the power of the formation, but who would have thought that the guy himself was so strong? This is no ordinary stellar-level martial artist. It wouldn't believe it even if you called it a cosmic-level martial artist. Commander. Commander. Ellipsis ellipsis. When Hogwarts and the others saw Wang Teng, they were overjoyed and immediately called out to him. Okay. Wang Teng nodded and said without turning his head, "You guys go and deal with the remaining dark species down there. I'll take care of this." Yes. Hodge and the others knew Wang Teng's strength well, and without any hesitation, they nodded in agreement. King against king, general against general. The remaining dark beings below must be quite powerful, perhaps even lower-level demon emperors. If they don't go down to help, ordinary stellar-level warriors definitely won't be able to hold them off. HMPH. Watching Hodge and the others leave, Thorby snorted coldly and stared at Wang Teng, saying, "You are very confident, daring to face me alone with your stellar-level strength. It's alright, I should be able to handle a dark hybrid of a blood raven bat like you, Wang Teng said calmly. You bastard. Thorby was furious. That human has such a sharp tongue. It is a noble vampire, not a blood crow, nor a bat, nor a hybrid. Damn it. Ah, it seems I saw right through you. How clever I am. Wang Teng stroked his chin, looking at the other person with great interest. He was quite curious about the dark vampire in front of him. The vampires he had encountered before had all transformed into bats, but this vampire could transform into a blood crow, so it must be a different species. Wang Teng activated the Eye of Origin, his pupils becoming deep and dark, but he suddenly froze. The Eye of Origin has stopped working. All that could be seen was a blurry, dark red light and shadow, with a hint of purple within the dark red, making it very indistinct, as if it had been pixelated. Eye of Origin failed the first time, making it impossible to see through the opponent's true nature. This greatly surprised Wang Teng. It seems it's time to upgrade Eye of Origin, Wang Teng thought to himself. But when he looked at the blank attributes on the attribute panel, he felt despair. It's completely empty. Wang Teng suddenly remembered that last time, in order to refine the Zhan Yang rejuvenating pill, he used all the blank attributes to improve the Grandmaster level alchemy attributes. This is outrageous. At that moment, he couldn't help but look up at the sky, his face revealing the bitterness of poverty. For some reason, Thorby felt that the human in front of him had a very strange look in his eyes. Standing in front of him felt like being naked, making it extremely uncomfortable. While Wang Teng's Eye of Origin couldn't see through Thorby's bloodline essence, it could still see through his clothes. Paw! He wouldn't even look at the vampire's body. Those strange quirks had absolutely nothing to do with him. It's a pity we couldn't tell whether this vampire was a blood crow or a bat. Wang Teng shook his head, his expression full of regret. As Thorby watched his expression, his face gradually darkened. Even with his best efforts to control himself, he could not suppress the anger that kept rising in his heart. Roar! With a roar, Thorby vanished from his spot and reappeared in front of Wang Teng, his long sword drawing a crescent-shaped arc as the sword light slashed down from above. Gah! The cawing of the blood crows disturbed Wang Teng's concentration, and the sword light followed closely behind. Unfortunately, this move had no effect on Wang Teng. The 9 Treasures Pagoda emitted golden light, resisting all mental attacks. A battle sword appeared in his hand, and the profound meaning of fire was added to the sword, condensing into a beam of fiery sword light that shot into the sky. Boom! Swords clashed. The flaming sword light couldn't withstand the opponent's attack and shattered instantly. Wang Teng's sword strike was imbued with the full power of his ultimate technique, and his opponent's was also imbued with the same power. Wang Teng's primal force was far weaker than his opponent's, so he was naturally unable to withstand it. So this is all the strength you have? Thorby's face twisted into a ferocious grin as he charged toward Wang Teng in an instant. As expected, relying solely on profound techniques is insufficient to deal with an opponent who is a whole realm stronger than me. Wang Teng shook his head, thinking to himself. Since that's the case, then we can only. Celestial Stone Meteorite Domain, open. Boom! As he retreated, a peculiar wave swept outwards from Wang Teng's body, instantly forming a unique field. The surrounding sky disappeared, transforming into a world filled with yellow light, with giant rocks floating in the sky. Thorby abruptly stopped, his expression changing slightly. Domain. Welcome to my domain. Wang Teng appeared on a boulder, looking at the other party. No wonder you have the confidence to face me alone. Thorby looked at Wang Teng expressionlessly and said, but if you think you can defeat me with just one domain, you're probably dreaming. I have a domain too. Boom! As soon as it finished speaking, a peculiar wave also erupted from its body, transforming into a blood-red domain that pushed aside Wang Teng's heavenly stone meteor domain, instantly occupying half of the area and standing in opposition to it. This blood-red domain was permeated with a strong stench of blood, and there was an undisguised sense of evil, as if it wanted to invade Wang Teng's heavenly stone meteor domain. I knew you possessed a domain long ago, otherwise you wouldn't have been able to have the combat power of a domain lord, Wang Teng said calmly. You truly surprise me. With only stellar-level strength, you've already comprehended the 3rd tier of your domain, while I've only reached the 4th tier. However, the difference in our force is enormous, and that's your fatal weakness. A giant blood-red raven slowly emerged beneath Thorby's feet, its crimson eyes coldly fixed on Wang Teng. Then let's give it a try, Wang Teng said calmly. What the other party said is actually correct. there is a significant gap between the two sides in terms of the force. Even if he possesses multiple primal forces, he cannot compare to a cosmic-level martial artist. With each advancement in realm, the amount of primal force increases exponentially. Moreover, the difference between Wang Teng and his opponent is not simply a few minor realms, there is a major realm separating them. The multiple forces at most only narrowed the gap for him. All he can rely on is the power of his domain and his hidden ultimate move. Thorby frowned. Where did this human get his confidence from? Despite such a huge disparity, he remained completely unfazed. Let's see how long you can keep up your stubbornness, Thorby scoffed. Wang Teng's appearance greatly displeased it. So it stopped talking nonsense, and blood-red light emanated from its eyes, as if dyeing the domain even more crimson. Ga. The endless cawing of crows arose without warning, and then, in the crimson area behind Tolby, pairs of scarlet eyes opened. Those were actually blood-red crows, densely packed behind the blood-red area. If they hadn't opened their eyes at that moment, probably no one would have noticed them. This scene suddenly reminded Wang Teng of the evil eye domain from back then, with so many eyes that it made one's scalp tingle. But now is not the time to think about these things. The blood crow is clearly an attack tactic employed by the enemy. 3,000 blood crows. Thorby suddenly roared. The blood crows suddenly shot out, turning into streaks of blood as they rushed towards Wang Teng, the thick stench of blood instantly assaulting his senses. At the same time, Wang Teng also felt an evil spiritual fluctuation sweeping towards him, causing his expression to change slightly. This mental fluctuation was far more powerful than before, incomparable to anything before. Give me the town. Wang Teng gave a soft shout in his heart, and the 9 Treasures Pagoda immediately burst into golden light, suppressing the sweeping evil spiritual fluctuations. Torby's expression changed. It felt its mental attack being blocked by a force, and it could not advance an inch no matter what it did. Ga. Wang Teng blocked the evil mental fluctuations, but the dense swarm of blood crows still charged forward. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he quickly pointed, causing the surrounding boulders to rumble and crash towards the blood raven. Boom! The next moment, the two collided, producing a terrifying roar. The force fluctuations swept outwards, but they couldn't penetrate beyond the domain. They could only echo within the domain before disappearing. Suddenly, Wang Teng's pupils contracted. The blood crow possessed incredible attack power, actually smashing through the boulder and then charging towards him through its blockade. Human, you're dead. A hint of contempt flashed in Tolby's eyes as he sneered, trying to kill me? You're overestimating yourself. Wang Teng watched as the blood crows rapidly approached but made no move. Hey, have you given up struggling? Then let me taste the blood of this human prodigy, it must be delicious. Thorby's eyes flashed red, and he couldn't help but lick his lips. He couldn't wait to see Wang Teng being devoured by the blood raven. Want to drink my blood? A cold glint flashed in Wang Teng's eyes. Ga. The blood raven quickly reached within 100 meters of Wang Teng, and it looked like it was about to engulf him. Excitement was already evident in Thorby's eyes. Snort. A cold snort suddenly came from Wang Teng's mouth. The blood crows froze in midair, as if a powerful force was pressing down on them, rendering them unable to move. Magnetic realm, open. The two realms overlapped invisibly, unleashing a terrifying power. Boom! The next moment, all the blood crows let out a shrill scream, and then exploded without warning, turning into a cloud of blood mist. How is this possible? Thorby exclaimed in shock, finding it hard to believe. What just happened? Why did a powerful force suddenly erupt at the end when that human was clearly powerless to resist? Could it be that he's been hiding his true strength? Countless questions arose in his mind. Take another one of my Earth explosion stars. Wang Teng didn't care how shocked it was. This vampire actually wanted to drink his blood, which was simply unforgivable. Boom! Countless boulders converged and quickly formed a giant sphere. Upon seeing this, Thorby didn't have time to think and immediately pointed to the sky. Blood raven. A roar erupted. Countless beams of blood converged, transforming into an enormous blood crow with outstretched wings that stretched to the horizon, which let out a piercing, sharp cry. Seeing the opponent's powerful attack, Wang Teng naturally dared not be careless. He tried his best to activate the Heavenly Stone Meteorite domain and the Yuan Magnetic domain, gathering countless boulders into an enormous sphere. The pressure from this dark vampire was greater than that from any previous cosmic-level martial artist, almost comparable to that of a domain lord-level powerhouse. Ga! The enormous blood crow quickly took shape, and with its wings flapping, it moved with lightning speed, charging straight at Wang Teng. Go! Wang Teng also roared angrily. The enormous sphere shot out with a roar, leaving a long yellow tail as it went out, just like a falling meteor. The surrounding space was compressed, making cracking sounds as if it would shatter at any moment. Fortunately, this was within Wang Teng's territory, otherwise they really wouldn't have been able to withstand the crushing force of the boulder. Boom! In an instant, the two attacks collided, and terrifying primal force swept outwards in all directions. On one side, waves of blood surged, while on the other, waves of yellow energy formed from the primal force of Earth elemental stars surged, both incredibly fierce, destroying everything in their path. The blood crows and boulders within the domain were unable to withstand the impact of the aftershocks of the force and all collapsed. Wang Teng let the stones beneath his feet crumble, his hair whipped wildly in the wind, his expression unchanged, his eyes fixed on the point of impact ahead. Thorby was the same. Even though the blood crow beneath his feet had turned into a cloud of blood mist, he remained unfazed, staring intently at the impending collision. The enormous blood crow and the huge sphere were locked in a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. Thorby's face looked extremely grim. It never expected that a mere stellar-level martial artist could fight it to a standstill. Isn't the opponent's domain at the 3rd level? Why is it able to contend with its 4th-order domain? This is absolutely not martial arts. Explode! Thorby thought fiercely, not wanting to wait any longer, and instantly controlled the blood raven to explode. Boom! A loud roar followed. The blood raven transformed into a blinding red light, engulfing the enormous sphere, and a terrifying shockwave swept out once more. This time, the shockwave, carrying a strong stench of blood, rushed directly towards Wang Teng, instantly engulfing him. Ha ha ha! Thorby burst into laughter upon seeing this. Under my blood mist, you are doomed. Yeah? A calm voice drifted out from the blood mist and echoed in Tolby's ears. Boom! Suddenly, a burst of black and gold light erupted from within the blood mist, causing all the blood mist to collapse and become impossible to approach that area. What? Thorby's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Whoosh! Just then, countless sharp black gold sword beams shot towards it. A domain, yet another domain. Thorby screamed shrilly. It never expected that this human would have a domain, and a 4th-order domain at that, which was even stronger than the 3rd-order domain it had used before. That human is so damn insidious. They have a more powerful domain, yet they don't use it first, keeping it hidden until it lowers its guard before suddenly unleashing it. It had never seen such a despicable human before. Boom! Thorby had no time to dodge and was instantly pierced by countless black and gold rays of light. Is it dead? Before Wang Teng could even rejoice, he saw it transform into a burst of red light again, then turn into a flock of blood crows and quickly drift away into the distance, regrouping completely unharmed. This time, however, its face was even paler, and its body was noticeably weaker, as if it had been hollowed out. It glared fiercely at Wang Teng, its eyes filled with resentment, as if it wanted to devour him alive. This is the 2nd time. This human forced it to use the Blood Raven clone for the 2nd time. Damn it, the severe depletion of its original essence and blood will greatly affect its future cultivation. Damn, are you a cockroach? You can't even be killed. Wang Teng's eyes widened, feeling helpless. Could this dark vampire possibly remain a blood crow indefinitely, making it impossible to kill completely? Foolish human, you can't kill me. Thorby's eyes flashed as he sneered. HMPH, I don't believe you can keep using this method to save your life forever. Wang Teng snorted coldly, and the domain surrounding him expanded, trying to envelop it. Thorby's expression changed, and he hurriedly retreated, but his speed was no match for the expansion of the domain, and he immediately fell into Wang Teng's black gold domain. Let's see how many times you can use it. Wang Teng waved his hand, and countless black and gold sword beams rushed towards Thorby. Thorby was horrified and slammed his palm into his chest. A burst of crimson blood essence spurted out and transformed into a blood crow. Ancestor, save me, it yelled and retreated rapidly. A flash of crimson light appeared in the blood crow's eyes. It opened its beak wide, and a crimson beam swept out, completely destroying the black and gold sword light. Wang Teng's expression changed. Something's wrong with this blood crow. What did Tolby just call it? Ancestor. Holy crap, this blood crow is its ancestor. If you can't beat someone, you call them ancestor. Don't you have any shame? Thorby, you actually used the life essence I left you. Just then, the blood raven spoke in human language. It actually spoke. Wang Tang's eyes widened in surprise. Ancestor, I had no choice. If I didn't use the essence blood you gave me, I would perish here. Torby breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the blood raven make a move, but then said bitterly. HMPH, useless thing. Blood Raven sneered. Yes, yes, yes. Thorby lost all his previous arrogance in front of the Blood Raven, becoming as timid as a grandson. No, it was originally the great-great-great-grandson of a grandson. Damn it, this doesn't look good. Wang Tang couldn't quite figure out the blood crow, and his expression turned serious. He wondered if he should run away. Just as Wang Tang was contemplating whether or not to run away, the Blood Raven ancestor suddenly turned its head and looked at Wang Tang. Wang Tang immediately stopped, his expression calm and composed, as if to say, I'm not a coward. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move either. At this time, you absolutely cannot back down. If you show any weakness, the other party will definitely seize the opportunity to strike back hard. Besides, this Blood Raven ancestor is merely formed from a drop of essence blood, so it may not be able to exert much power. Why be afraid of it? Take life and death lightly. If you're not convinced, then fight. A series of thoughts flashed through Wang Tang's mind. The Blood Raven ancestor opposite him looked at Wang Tang with great interest, and a shrill voice came from his mouth. A prodigy of the human race? Killing you here will not be a waste of my drop of blood essence. Old man, you think you can kill me with just a drop of your essence blood? Look at you, so powerful. Why don't you just fly to the heavens? Wang Tang's face darkened, and he retorted directly. Thorby stared at him in shock. This kid is really bold, daring to insult our ancestors. He's dead. This time I'm definitely doomed. It had thought of this sentence countless times in its heart, but it didn't matter. It was certain that Wang Tang would not be able to escape from the ancestors' hands this time. Thinking of this, Thorby smirked. Hee, it's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me like that. The Blood Raven ancestor wasn't angry, instead, he chuckled. Though the laughter sounded particularly grating and made people uncomfortable. Haven't heard it in a long time? Then let me say a few more words, so you can hear enough, Wang Tang said. Blood Raven ancestor, Tolby, is this kid a little slow on the uptake? Hey old folks, are you really crows? Wang Tang asked curiously. Insolence. Thorby roared. I've already said it's not a crow, but this kid still won't stop. Now he's even asking the question directly in front of the ancestor. He's practically asking himself a death wish. This human is dead, so be it. It couldn't have been happier for him to die sooner. But what if the ancestor feels that it didn't explain clearly and takes his anger out on it? Even it will die a terrible death. He. The Blood Raven ancestor suddenly laughed sinisterly and said, I admire your courage, so I've decided to personally taste your essence blood later. What kind of fetish is this? That vampire just wanted to eat my essence blood, and now you want to eat it too? Do you think I'm Tang Sanzang's flesh? But I'm just one person, not enough for you to share. Why don't you fight first? Wang Tang stroked his chin, fanning the flames. Are these vampire dark races crazy? Human prodigies are judged by how delicious something is. Quote. Thorby, damn, that human kid is trying to trick it. Old ancestor Blood Raven was speechless. It feels like it's become a heartless elder stealing food from its juniors. If the other old ghosts in the clan found out, wouldn't they laugh at it? Sharp-tongued, Blood Raven ancestor snorted coldly, then stopped talking and suddenly transformed into a streak of red light, disappearing from the spot. So fast. Wang Tang was startled, a look of seriousness flashing in his eyes. Whoosh! Just then, a red light appeared in front of him and passed right through his body before he could react. Thorby's face contorted with rage, a glint of pleasure flashing in his eyes. This human is finally dead. Having tormented it so badly before, it has finally gotten its revenge, and it was worth wasting the precious essence and blood bestowed upon it by its ancestor. After passing through Wang Tang's body, the Blood Raven ancestor appeared behind him and suddenly let out a soft exclamation. It turned around and looked at Wang Tang in surprise. The figure that had been pierced through a large hole was not bleeding, instead, it was slowly dissipating. That was just an afterimage. When was it? Several hundred meters away, the space rippled slightly, and a figure stepped out from it. That was close. That was close. I almost got fired. Wang Tang patted his chest, looking extremely relieved. What? Thorby's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. This human was actually able to dodge the ancestor's attack. That was just now. Spatial talent. Blood Raven Ancestor stared at Wang Teng and uttered 4 words. Thorby was horrified. It had only been a guess, but since the ancestor had confirmed it himself, it must be true. This human possessed an extremely rare spatial talent. But he had never used it when he fought against it before. Is this looking down on it? Thorby felt offended. A sense of humiliation he had never felt before welled up inside him, and he wanted nothing more than to rush up and fight Wang Teng to the death. It's a genius among vampires, yet this human looks down on it. What spatial talent? I don't know what you're talking about, Wang Teng denied outright, giving him a look that said, you've got it wrong. Quote. Blood Raven Ancestor. Does this human kid think he's blind? With such obvious spatial fluctuations, how could a powerful being like it not notice them? Even Thorby couldn't help but twitch his face, forgetting the humiliation he had just suffered, and was speechless with frustration. HMPH, even if you have spatial talent, you can't escape my grasp. The Blood Raven Ancestor stared at Wang Teng with a cold gaze before disappearing once more. Whoosh! The Blood Raven Ancestor transformed into a crimson ray of light, piercing through Wang Teng's body once more. However, Wang Teng reappeared from afar once more, leaving behind only an afterimage. You can't catch me. You can't catch me. Wang Teng's mind raced as he thought of a solution, but on the surface he just chuckled at the Blood Raven Ancestor. This human is so annoying. Thorby was speechless. The Blood Raven Ancestor remained silent, his eyes flashing with cold light. He turned back, drawing a zigzag line in the air, and charged towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng's spatial body is now at the 3rd level, and with the spatial combat skill, Void Flash, specifically designed for dodging. He can handle even the Blood Raven Ancestor's extreme speed with ease. However, since the opponent was only formed from a drop of essence blood, its actual strength was probably not much. Blood Raven Ancestor finally couldn't suppress his anger. Every time he felt he was about to catch Wang Teng, he could only hit his afterimage. The feeling was like trying to catch a slippery loach. This outcome made him feel extremely frustrated and upset. I even felt a little ashamed. After all, it had just boasted to Thorby that it would easily kill Wang Teng. I've been trying for most of the day, but I still haven't succeeded. It sensed that Thorby's gaze was becoming somewhat strange. If you ask me, that's enough. Neither of us can really defeat the other, so why waste time? Wang Teng dodged another attack, appeared in the distance, looked at the Blood Raven Ancestor, and said, I will definitely kill you. No one can humiliate me, the ancestor, Blood Raven Ancestor said coldly. Hey, you old man, you're still pretty stubborn. Wang Teng shook his head helplessly, then looked at Thorby and said, aren't you going to try to persuade your old man? Old people shouldn't cause trouble. Old man. Thorby was completely dumbfounded and stiffly turned to look at the Blood Raven Ancestor. You're asking for it. The mindset that Blood Raven Ancestor had cultivated over many years collapsed at this moment. The fact that a dignified vampire patriarch was called an old man by a human was bound to anger the Blood Raven Ancestor. In an instant, the Blood Raven Ancestor's body erupted with red light, and a terrifying bloody aura spread outwards. Not good. Thorby's expression changed, and he hurriedly retreated, his heart filled with horror. This kid has completely enraged the ancestor, he's dead. He's dead. Wang Teng's expression also changed slightly. He sensed a terrifying aura from the red light. This old man was going to kill him at all costs. He's having a tough time. He was just stalling for time, since using empty flash was very energy consuming and he couldn't keep using it. He could only use this method to distract himself. Who would have thought that Blood Raven Ancestor was so stingy? He's a respected elder, after all, he can't stand being teased. There's no other way but to fight it head on. Wang Teng thought helplessly. This attack was obviously wide range, and he couldn't guarantee that he could dodge it. Boom! In the distance, the Blood Raven Ancestor had completely disappeared, turning into a red light, filled with a bloody aura, from which roars emanated, accumulating terrifying energy. Without further hesitation, Wang Teng stretched out his hands, instantly mobilizing the spatial power within his body. Phew! It was as if an invisible wind was blowing from the void, swirling around Wang Teng and quickly forming a whirlwind. Rumble! The void trembled and tiny, jet-black cracks appeared. The surrounding area began to crumble under the terrifying spatial power. Click, click, click. A cracking sound was heard. The realm gradually collapsed and the outside sky reappeared before everyone. Such strong spatial fluctuations. Thorby gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. This human prodigy is even more powerful than it imagined. For the first time, it felt a sense of defeat. No matter how strong he is, he will eventually be killed by the ancestor. Thorby's face contorted with rage. It wanted to watch Wang Teng die at the hands of its ancestor. The battle within the lower defensive line had long since come to an end. At this moment, Hodge and the others also noticed the situation in the sky, and their faces showed surprise. What happened? Why is there such a terrifying fluctuation? Was it done by that vampire? Ellipsis. Hodge and the others were filled with worry. They never expected the battle to escalate to this point. In the sky, extremely terrifying energy fluctuations emanated from both sides. One side was filled with a blood-red color, and the smell of blood permeated the air, which even they could smell. That was undoubtedly a tactic employed by the dark vampire race. However, according to intelligence, this dark vampire is only a lower-level demon emperor, so how could it unleash such terrifying combat skills? On the other side, there were extremely strong spatial fluctuations, with an invisible force constantly sweeping outwards, which should not be underestimated. That was Wang Teng's method. Spatial combat techniques. Many people have seen the move Wang Teng used to kill a mid-level demon emperor on the third line of defense. Hodge and others also watched the video later, so it was not unfamiliar to them. Now they can only pray that Wang Teng can use this move to block the opponent's attack. Boom! The spatial vortex around Wang Teng grew increasingly intense, and with its high-speed rotation, it had already formed a considerable spatial storm. Wang Teng's body also disappeared into the eye of the storm. However, the storm continued to expand, shattering the surrounding space, and terrifying suction emanated from within it. The dust, rocks, and some trees below were uncontrollably sucked into the sky, caught in the spatial storm, and instantly pulverized. Even the clouds in the sky were stirred up, poured down, and sucked into the spatial storm. At this moment, a blood-red light shot into the sky from the opposite side, and the endless blood-red light condensed into a scythe-shaped blood-red ray. Die! A sharp, piercing shout came from within. Boom! A scythe-shaped crimson light slashed out with a thunderous roar. Seeing this, Wang Teng no longer hesitated and unleashed the spatial storm. The storm swept out and instantly collided with the blood-red light coming from the opposite direction. A terrifying roar instantly resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The shockwave swept in all directions, pushing everything backward and sending it flying. Even Tolby, who was not far away, was knocked away by this terrifying force. His face turned slightly pale, and his eyes showed horror. Sizzle. Bloodstains immediately appeared on its face, arms, and even all over its body, with bright red blood splattering out. This energy contained a trace of spatial power, which was extremely sharp and could even sever its physical body. However, it was only a minor injury, not enough to damage its core. Thorby's face turned pale, and he quickly retreated, not daring to approach the point of impact. Its eyes were fixed on what was ahead. The outcome will be decided in this very moment. Boom! The scythe-shaped crimson light finally slashed into the spatial storm, almost cutting the entire storm in two. Wang Teng's expression was extremely solemn as he desperately controlled the spatial power within his body, constantly accelerating the spatial storm to resist the terrifying bloodlight. That's incredible. The power of this crimson light far exceeded his expectations. Since he created this spatial storm technique, no one has ever been able to cut it apart with unparalleled power. But the Blood Raven ancestor actually did it. Moreover, it was merely formed from a drop of essence blood. If it were its true form, it probably wouldn't even be able to stop the opponent from a single finger. Rumble. The spatial storm spun at high speed, generating an extremely sharp cutting force that continuously eroded the scythe-shaped blood-red light. However, the crimson light still slowly slashed into the spatial storm, approaching Wang Teng. Above that crimson light, a pair of eyes opened, revealing the Blood Raven ancestor. It coldly stared at Wang Teng in the spatial storm. Its voice rang out. To die at my hands, you can be proud of yourself. It should be about time. Wang Teng glanced at the location of the blood-red light, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Playing tricks. The Blood Raven ancestor was taken aback, not knowing what he meant. His blood-red eyes stared at Wang Teng, and he sneered. The blood light he transformed into surged again, continuously slashing into the spatial storm. As the crimson light penetrated deeper, Wang Teng could already feel the threat of death. A bloody aura, carrying endless killing intent, pressed down from above, as if to cleave him in two. Wang Teng suddenly raised his head, grinned at the pair of eyes above him, and uttered a single word. Explode. Blood-Raven Ancestor's pupils contracted, but it was already too late. Boom! A tremendous roar resounded, and the spatial storm exploded directly, the resulting violent spatial energy engulfing the scythe-shaped blood-red light, and also swallowing Wang Teng. Damn it! Blood-Raven Ancestor let out a final, unwilling roar before disappearing into the explosion. At the epicenter of the explosion, space collapsed, forming a bottomless void where all energy surged inward, and the crimson light was caught in it, unable to escape. Thorby saw this scene from afar, his face changed drastically, and he was utterly horrified. It didn't hear the Blood-Raven Ancestor's roar, and its heart was in its throat. It wondered if the Blood-Raven Ancestor could kill that human under the explosion. Commander! Hodge and the others' expressions changed drastically, and they rushed forward, but they couldn't get close to the center of the explosion at all. The terrifying spatial energy fluctuations filled them with horror. I'm fine. Just then, a voice rang out. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the void beside them, and a figure stepped out from it. It was Wang Teng. Commander! Hodge and the others were overjoyed and rushed to greet him. Commander, are you really all right? Deputy Commander Ji Lu looked Wang Teng up and down and asked with concern. The explosion was so terrifying that it was truly unbelievable that Wang Teng was able to escape. However, his face was extremely pale, and he seemed to have suffered severe damage, looking quite unwell. Don't worry, he won't die. Wang Teng shook his head and said calmly. This spatial storm does indeed consume a lot of spatial power. He felt like he was being hollowed out. However, the collapse in front of him has already generated spatial attribute bubbles, which can be replenished immediately, so there is no need to worry. Everyone was relieved to see that he was really alright. When Thorby saw that Wang Teng was still alive and that the Blood-Raven Ancestor was nowhere to be found, he had a bad feeling and stared at Wang Teng with an extremely ugly expression. What was that attack just now? Wei Tong asked curiously, his expression grave as he stared at the spatial explosion in the distance. This is an attack from a clone formed from a drop of the essence blood of an ancestor of the vampire clan, Wang Teng said. What, the vampire patriarch? Hodge and the others were taken aback and were utterly horrified. How could the essence blood of a vampire ancestor appear here? Feng Gang asked incredulously. It's from that vampire. Wang Teng looked at Thorby in the distance. So, that dark vampire's identity is probably extraordinary, otherwise why would it have been given the essence blood of the vampire ancestor? Hodge said with a solemn expression. We can't let it get away. Wang Teng nodded, he had already thought of this. Although this vampire clan seemed to have no status in front of the Blood-Raven Ancestor, the fact that they were granted essence blood said it all. Wang Teng had long heard that many powerful figures, fearing for the safety of their descendants, would spare no expense to expend their own life essence to leave a backup plan for their descendants. Just to prevent any unforeseen events. This practice exists not only among the dark races, but also among many powerful human clans. In the distance, Thorby noticed them looking over and his expression changed slightly. It couldn't help but hesitate. To run or not to run? The fate of the Blood-Raven Ancestor's clone was uncertain, leaving it somewhat undecided. If the Ancestor's clone is still alive, it will definitely not let it go if it sees it running away. But if the Ancestor's avatar has already perished, wouldn't it be waiting to die if it stayed here? I'm so conflicted. Wang Teng immediately saw what it was hesitating about. A cold smile appeared on his lips, and with a wave of his hand, he beckoned Hodge and the others to surround it. Thorby's expression changed drastically, and he immediately tried to retreat, but his hesitation earlier cost him his last chance to escape. Of course, even if it wanted to escape, Wang Teng wouldn't let it have its way. He would use spatial means to keep it here, otherwise all his hard work would have been in vain. Thorby looked around, his face growing increasingly grim, unable to find any way to break through. Wang Teng and his 6 companions sealed off every direction, leaving it nowhere to escape. At this moment, it is like a turtle trapped in a jar, unable to escape. Stop struggling, you can't leave. Wang Teng looked at it and said calmly. The ancestor will not let you off the hook, Thorby said, his voice trembling with fear. It's too busy taking care of itself, and it might even have already gone back to your hometown, Wang Teng said with a chuckle as he glanced at the explosion over there. The space was still collapsing, presenting a void, and no trace of bloodlight could be seen anymore. It was likely that the drop of blood essence of the Blood-Raven Ancestor had disappeared. Thorby was well aware of this, and his face turned extremely ugly, his heart filled with resentment. Just surrender obediently, Wang Teng said expressionlessly, grabbing out with one hand, gathering the light elemental star force, and reaching for Thorby. Light force. Thorby was almost numb with shock. This human is not only a powerful runemaster, but also possesses spatial talent. Now he has also used the force of light. What is there that he can't do? How could the human race produce such a monstrous talent? At this moment, probably no one can truly understand the deep, unyielding despair in its heart. True despair JPG. Boom. The hand, formed from the force of light, slammed down and grabbed the still dazed Thorby. Hiss hiss hiss. Its body reacted as if it were metal encountering sulfuric acid, emitting a hissing sound, and a cloud of dark red smoke suddenly billowed out from its body. Ah! Thorby let out a piercing scream. Holy crap, why are you yelling so loudly? Wang Teng was startled. This guy is at least a lower-level demon emperor, while his light-type primal force is only at the planetary level. It shouldn't have caused such a big impact. Was he faking it? Did they intend to lower his guard so they could find an opportunity to escape? What a cunning dark species. Thinking this, a cold glint flashed in Wang Teng's eyes, and the light elemental stellar primal force within his body surged forth continuously, forming rope-like structures that tightly bound it. He even used the strange fire of heaven and earth to form a large net directly covering it within. 3 kinds of celestial and terrestrial flames, 3 large nets, that's the only way to be safe. As for the dark flame, it's probably useless against the dark race, so we won't use it. Then, ah! Thorby screamed even more horribly. Whether it was the light-based primal force or the strange fire of heaven and earth, the damage it suffered was exceptionally great, especially since it was already in an extremely weak state. Wang Teng seems to have considered this. This dark vampire had already been half crippled by him, how could it withstand such torment? Hogya and the others looked at the tightly bound dark vampire before them, their lips twitching as they couldn't help but offer a moment of silent mourning for it. The commander is so ruthless. They suddenly realized that Wang Teng was simply the nemesis of the dark race. Having dealt with the dark vampire, Wang Teng breathed a sigh of relief, a smile appearing on his face. Everyone, this battle is over. Everyone, that's a wrap. Upon hearing this, Hodge and the others immediately smiled with delight. They won. Moreover, they won quite well, completely recapturing the 13th front at minimal cost, annihilating all the dark race members without a single one escaping. An unprecedented sense of accomplishment arose in their hearts. This was a resounding victory. Main base. Inside the command hall, all the generals of Defense Planet 29 gathered together once again. The leaders of the Red Scorpion and Berserker Bear Legions are also here. They are awaiting the final outcome of the 13th line of defense. Since the Red Scorpion and the Bear Legion achieved victory, the 9th and 17th defense lines have been recaptured. And generals have been dispatched to rebuild the defense bases to resist the dark race. Now only the 13th line of defense remains unresolved. Meanwhile, the main base had already received news that the Tiger Fiend Legion had finally launched its general offensive. Whether we win or lose depends entirely on this battle. Why did General Mokarin and others attach such importance to these 3 lines of defense? That's because these 3 defensive lines are located in very special geographical locations. After these 3 defensive lines are lost, the middle defensive lines are essentially isolated. Once the dark race launches a large-scale invasion, the isolated defensive lines will almost immediately collapse and fall. Then the dark race army could almost drive straight in, heading straight for the main base. This is why the dark race was the first to breach those 3 lines of defense. Unfortunately, the dark race underestimated the human race's determination. The human race military directly deployed 3 legions and swiftly recaptured both defensive lines. Now only the 13th line of defense remains. However, the importance of the 13th line of defense is beyond doubt, so everyone is waiting for the result. At this moment, the hall was very quiet and a tense atmosphere filled the air. General Mokarin's eyes were slightly closed, his hands were clasped tightly together, his chin rested on them, and his face was calm and expressionless. No one could tell what he was thinking, or whether he was also worried about the situation at the 13th line of defense. The Tiger Fiend Corps leader was practically handpicked by General Mokarin himself. This battle was not only about Wang Teng, but also about General Mokarin. If you fail, you'll always be branded with a reputation for misjudging people. General Mokarin, is there still no news? General Chi Yuanju finally couldn't help but ask. He wasn't particularly rugged looking, but he had a very impatient temperament. He had been waiting for more than 3 hours and still hadn't received any results. How could he possibly wait any longer? Besides, several days had already been delayed. If it weren't for General Mokalin's guarantee, he probably would have personally gone to ask Wang Teng what he was doing. General Qi, you need to change your temper. Why are you in such a hurry? General Jin Bailey said with a smile. You're the only one who's not in a hurry, General Qi Yuanju said irritably. I'm not in a hurry either, General Yukri said quietly from the side. Quote. General Qi Yuanju's lips twitched. Why are you everywhere? Did I talk to you? Snort. He turned and glared fiercely at General Yukri. General Yukri shrugged, completely ignoring General Qi Yuanju's angry little glare. Go ahead and bite me. It should be soon. They're in the middle of a battle, so it's difficult to contact them. Let's just wait quietly for the outcome. General Mokarin slowly opened his eyes and said, we should give the young people a little more patience. I agree with General Mokalin. Besides, Major Wang Teng isn't one to speak without reason. I think he should be quite confident, General Kimberly said. General Kimberly, isn't it because you think Major Wang Teng is handsome? General Yu Kelly asked. Ahem, this is just an extra bonus, General Kimberly coughed. The commanders of the Red Scorpion and the Berserker Bear Legions were speechless. The commander of the Red Scorpion Legion was a middle-aged man who looked extremely capable. He always had a smile on his face and was a handsome middle-aged man. At this moment, he couldn't help but say, it seems that you generals think very highly of this Major Wang Teng. With his keen observation skills, he scanned the faces of the crowd and could easily tell that even General Qi Yuanju, who seemed very eager, was quite optimistic about Major Wang Teng, whom he had never met before but was just eager to know the result. Colonel Berkeley, it seems you're quite curious too, General Ukrainian chuckled. Berkeley nodded slightly to General Euclid and smiled. After all, he is someone that you generals have high hopes for, so of course I am very curious. I hope you won't let us down. The leader of the Bear Legion was an incredibly burly bear man. He sat in an oversized chair, his upper body taller than most people. If he stood up, he would be at least 3 meters tall. His voice was extremely deep, like the sound of a drum. Ha ha ha, with your 3 legions joining forces this time, I wonder which one is stronger. General Qi Yuanju laughed loudly. I've already lost a house, Colonel Berkeley said with a wry smile, shaking his head. Judging from his expression, he clearly felt that the Bear Legion was bound to win this unspoken contest. As for Tiger Demon, he didn't think the new commander could do a better job than him. If even he lost to the Violent Bear, then it was even less likely that Wang Teng would win. When he heard that the Bear Legion had killed 8 lower-level Demon Emperor-level dark beings, he had to admit defeat. Lower-level Demon Emperors are not so easy to kill, even one more makes a huge difference. He deserved to lose. On the battlefield, every high-level dark creature is a battle achievement, something everyone can boast about. This time, House killed a total of 8 lower-level Demon Emperor-level dark species, enough for him to brag about for a long time. At this moment, a hint of pride appeared on House's face. Just then, a communication notification sound suddenly rang out in the hall. They're here. Everyone's spirits lifted, and they immediately looked at General Mokarin. Even Colonel Berkeley and House were no exception, turning their gazes toward General Mokalin, clearly showing that they cared deeply about the outcome. General Mokalin smiled slightly, pointed his finger, and a light screen appeared. The image inside the light screen was clearly that of Wang Teng. Behind him lay the 13th front, now reduced to ruins. The front was littered with scorch marks, buildings destroyed, and the corpses of the dark race scattered everywhere. Even without being on the battlefield, a chilling atmosphere permeated the air, causing everyone to feel a sense of solemnity. How exactly was this fought? The devastation was so immense that it nearly destroyed the entire 13th defensive line. Berkeley and House both looked grave, their hearts filled with doubt. Their battles with the dark race were already quite intense, but they didn't reach this level. This 13th line of defense was practically bombarded with a heavy runic weapon of the Domain Lord level, and this was done without any resistance from the dark race. Otherwise it wouldn't have been destroyed so thoroughly. After all, if a powerful dark race expert were to take action, it would be enough to withstand the attack. And even a Domain Lord level heavy rune warrior would not be able to exert the desired effect. Otherwise, we could just bombard every battle with heavy weapons, and there would be no need for martial arts experts to take action. Ahem. Noticing the strange and probing looks from the crowd, Wang Tang coughed and said, I went a little too far. I shouldn't have to pay for it, right? Quote ellipsis quote. Everyone was speechless. Is this a little too heavy? Do you have some misunderstanding about the word, slightly? And this guy is actually worried about whether he'll have to pay compensation, rather than about the outcome of the fight. He's got quite a big heart. General Mokalin's lips twitched. He was the only one here who knew what Wang Tang had done on the 13th line of defense. If it was an array, then creating this situation would make sense. However, this situation really surprised him. Of course, having strong destructive power has its advantages. Such powerful methods are needed to deal with the dark species. You're not really going to make me pay, are you? Wang Tang asked guiltily, seeing everyone's expressions. To fight a war and lose money at the same time is a huge loss, a thankless task. This is not how you fight a war. You don't need to pay. The military isn't that stingy as to let its own people pay for things, General Mokalin said speechlessly. That's good, that's good. Wang Tang breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone was both amused and exasperated. This guy's thought process is really bizarre. I don't know what he was thinking, that he actually thought he was going to lose money. What was the result? General Mokalin returned to the main topic and inquired. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned serious, and their gazes all fell on Wang Tang. We have successfully completed our mission. Our entire dark race was wiped out, with not a single one escaping. Wang Tang chuckled. We even captured a genius-level dark race vampire. You should like that. Total annihilation. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then their faces showed shock. These two words are no joke. Annihilating an entire dark race army is no easy task. Even the Red Scorpion and Violent Bear legions only killed most of the dark race when they were fighting them. Once the dark race wanted to retreat, they couldn't be stopped and wouldn't be pursued. Now Major Wang Tang is actually saying that they have completely annihilated the dark race that occupied the 13th defense line. Everyone found it somewhat unbelievable. Are you sure? General Mokalin's eyes widened slightly as he asked again in a deep voice. We can send someone to verify this, Wang Tang said. Good. General Mokarin believed it and was overjoyed. He even shouted, good, loudly, which showed how excited he was. Good heavens. Major Wang Tang, well done. Excellent, excellent, truly a promising young man. General Qi Yuanju and others were overjoyed and praised Wang Tang highly. Thank you for the compliment, thank you for the compliment. It's all I should do, Wang Tang said modestly, waving his hand, but his extremely pleased expression was undisguised. The leaders of the Red Scorpion and the Violent Bear legions exchanged a glance, suddenly feeling abandoned. The new wave pushes the old wave aside, and the old wave dies on the beach. They seem to have become those pitiful former generation. By the way, you just said you captured a genius-level dark vampire? Could it be the one that repelled General Liu Gaoj? General Mokalin asked again. Yes, it's this guy. Wang Tang pulled Thorby in front of the light screen and said. Quote ellipsis quote. Everyone's eyes twitched as they looked at Tolby, who was tied up like a dumpling. What exactly did this dark creature go through in Major Wang Tang's hands? It really is this dark creature. I didn't expect you to catch it. General Mokalin took a deep breath, looked at Wang Tang with a strange gaze, and said with a sigh. Just how strong is Major Wang Tang? It's unbelievable that he could capture a dark being of this level alive. Major Berkeley and House both showed expressions of shock. They had both heard of this dark vampire, whose strength was comparable to that of a domain lord. Even they dared not say that they could deal with it. Unexpectedly, they were captured alive by Major Wang Tang. At this moment, they finally placed Wang Tang on an equal footing, and even paid him more attention than the former leader of the Tiger Fiend Gang. At least in their understanding, the former leader of the Tiger Fiend Gang could not have done this. So, is there any reward for capturing this vampire genius? Wang Tang asked. General Mokalin's brow twitched. This guy is really weird. They even proactively ask him for rewards, and this isn't the first time. He's never seen a subordinate like this before. Everyone was speechless. Wang Tang seems incredibly bold. Everyone would love to receive a reward, but very few would offer it voluntarily. This is not something an ordinary person would dare to do. On this point, Berkeley and House felt that Wang Tang was better than them. It took me a lot of effort to capture this vampire genius. It even used up the essence blood of the vampire ancestor. If I hadn't been quick-witted enough, I almost wouldn't have made it back. Wang Tang complained when he saw General Mokalin's disgusted expression. What? Everyone was taken aback upon hearing this. The essence blood of the vampire ancestor. General Mokalin suddenly stood up and said in a deep voice, "This vampire carries the essence blood of the vampire ancestor." Yeah, that blood raven ancestor was pretty fierce. He almost killed me. Luckily, I finally managed to kill him and send him back to his lair thanks to my intelligence. Wang Tang kept complaining, describing the battle as extremely difficult and highlighting his own achievements. After finishing, he looked pitifully at General Mokarin. The originally solemn atmosphere was completely ruined by Wang Tang, and everyone looked at him with extreme curiosity, feeling that he had lost all his integrity. This guy is shameless enough to do anything for a little reward. Can people really be this shameless? Berkeley and House exchanged another glance. We lost. They lost completely. Such shameless people are absolutely incomparable to them. However, after Wang Tang's explanation, General Mokalin and the others understood the cause and effect, and breathed a slight sigh of relief, while looking at Wang Tang with some surprise. Even the essence blood of the vampire ancestor was used, but it still couldn't stop this guy. They really are unfathomable. Can you still find that drop of blood essence from the vampire ancestor? General Mokalin asked a crucial question. Wasn't that drop of essence blood already destroyed by me? Wang Tang said, slightly taken aback. The essence of the vampire ancestor is not so easily destroyed. At most, you have only erased its consciousness, General Mokalin said. Then it's definitely gone. It fell into a spatial rift. In that situation, who could care about essence blood? Wang Tang shook his head and said. General Mokalin was somewhat disappointed and said, "Never mind, you're lucky you survived in that situation. You should come back now. By the way, what are your casualties?" "Wait a minute, let me ask," Wang Tang said. Quote. The crowd. Is this person really the regimental commander? How could they be any more irresponsible if they didn't even know how many casualties their own legion had? They didn't know that Wang Tang had sent a message to General Mokalin immediately after the battle, because he was afraid they would worry, so the casualty figures hadn't been tallied yet. But it should be about time now. Wang Tang called Peggy over and asked her some questions. No one died, but 363 were injured, Peggy said. They were very close. Wang Tang didn't need to repeat himself. Quote. The crowd fell silent again. This data. Are you sure you went to war? Even General Mokalin was taken aback, wondering if he had misheard. Any other questions? Wang Tang asked. No, you did a good job. General Mokalin paused for a moment before speaking. Thank you for the compliment. As for my reward, Wang Tang rubbed his hands together and asked with a chuckle. Snap. General Mokalin immediately turned off the light screen. Everyone was trying hard to suppress their laughter, which made General Mokalin impatient. This Wang Tang is a real talent. However, when they thought of Wang Tang and the Tiger Fiend Squad's record, everyone fell silent again. Is this some kind of monster? Ellipsis. On the other side, Wang Tang stared wide-eyed at the smartwatch in his hand. He hung up on me? He actually hung up on me? Peggy couldn't help but roll her eyes. If it were her, she would have failed too. Wang Tang would at most complain. He wouldn't actually go looking for trouble with General Mokalin. Otherwise, you probably won't get a reward and will instead get a severe scolding. This is quite frustrating. Feeling angry and having nowhere to vent, Wang Tang kicked Thorby hard. Tolby, oh. What the hell does this have to do with me? Peggy pretended not to see it. They're just dark creatures, what's a kick to them? The army that took over the 13th line of defense arrived quickly. It was the same general who had been defending the line, Liu Gaoj. This general had been seriously injured in the previous battle, but after hearing that the 13th line of defense had been recaptured, he immediately chose to return here. General Liu Gaoj must be quite unsettled, having fallen down and then getting back up. When the two met, Liu Gaoj felt very conflicted. Commander Wang, thank you so much this time. Liu Gaoj gave Wang Tang a very serious military salute and said in a deep voice. General Liu, you don't need to be so polite. It's just my duty, Wang Tang said, waving his hand. To my shame, I actually let the dark race take over the 13th line of defense. It's really embarrassing, Liu Gaoj said, shaking his head. The dark race came prepared, concentrating their forces to attack these 3 lines of defense. If it were anyone else, the result would probably be the same. General Liu, don't overthink it, Wang Tang comforted him. He was telling the truth, otherwise those 3 lines of defense wouldn't have fallen so quickly. Liu Gaoj shook his head and said no more. He asked, I heard that you captured that dark vampire. I wonder if I could take a look at it? Oh wow. Is this an attempt to mock the prisoners as revenge? This General Lu looks like he has thick eyebrows and big eyes, but I didn't expect him to be so cunning. Wang Teng was naturally happy to see this happen, and gestured towards the zongzi, rice dumpling, next to him. Look, it's here. Lu Gaoj. Oh. Is this the powerful dark vampire? He almost got hit by some strange package containing a strange fire. This treatment is unparalleled. For some reason, seeing the pitiful state of this dark vampire, he suddenly felt a sense of pleasure. Ahem, Commander Wang is truly a young man of great talent and meticulous in his thinking. Lu Gaoj coughed and came up with 2 idioms to praise him. You flatter me. It's nothing, not worth mentioning. Wang Teng said modestly, but this guy is indeed very cunning. He might even turn into a bunch of crows to escape. If you don't tie him up tightly, he could easily get away. You're right. Lu Gaoj paused for a moment, then nodded. Then, I, General Lu, will take over this place. We must also return to report, Wang Teng said. Okay, I'll see you off. Ellipsis. After Wang Teng and the others finished their handover, they boarded the Tiger Fiend Regiment's warship and returned to the main base. Lu Gaoj stood on the ruins of the 13th defense line, watching them leave, then silently saluted before turning his gaze away after a long while. It would take a while to get back to the main base, so Wang Teng, having nothing else to do, began to take stock of the spoils. He picked up all the attribute bubbles that had fallen on the battlefield, not letting a single one go. It can be said that his gains this time were truly substantial. First, there's the primordial force of the lightning element. By harnessing the power of lightning through the Zhan Tian Thundersword array, it generates even more attribute bubbles than a simple lightning strike. Wang Teng's lightning-type stellar force was originally at the 9th level of the planetary level, but now he has finally broken through. Stellar class. The lightning-type stellar force has reached the stellar level. Moreover, it didn't just reach the 1st level, but went straight to the 2nd level. The star, representing the primal force of the lightning-type stars, slowly rotated above his sea of nothingness, releasing a peculiar life force that merged into his body, triggering a transformation. After yet another transformation, Wang Teng felt that his life essence and soul essence had increased considerably. Origin of life, 36,600. Soul origin, 33,800. Lightning-type stellar force, stellar level 2. Looking at the attribute panel, I saw that my life essence and soul essence had indeed increased significantly, which was quite effective. Next up is the Dark Star Force. Wang Teng's Dark Star Force has also improved dramatically this time. After all, he didn't kill so many dark species for nothing. Dark Star Force, stellar level 8. Wang Teng felt it was a bit excessive that the upgrade from the 1st level of the stellar class to the 8th level was happening in such a short time. Then there was the increase in the stellar primal force of other elements, but not much, because the warriors of the Tiger Fiend Gang acted last and no one died. So the attribute bubbles dropped were naturally not many. As a result, none of Wang Teng's elemental forces improved his cultivation level. Wang Teng shook his head helplessly. No matter what, it was still an improvement, and even a small improvement is still something. In addition, the 5 vice leaders provided him with a lot of useful attribute bubbles. Hogwarts has 800 points in the Elephant Body attribute and 600 points in the Elephant Hammer attribute. Savage Elephant Body, World Lord level, proficient. Elephant Hammer, Ultimate Combat Skill, Mastery. The Savage Elephant Body attribute has progressed from beginner to proficient, while the Savage Elephant Hammer attribute remains at the master level, only more proficient. However, as Wang Teng mastered the Savage Elephant Body technique, he also began to experience its power. If he were to wield this Savage Elephant Body, combined with the Ancient God Body, he would become extremely powerful. In addition to the attribute bubbles for cultivation techniques and combat skills, Wang Teng also obtained the attribute bubble for the Profound Meaning of Power from Hodge. 1,500 attribute points. The Profound Meaning of Power, 23,006,000, 60%. The Secrets of Power were also obtained from Hodge and have just been upgraded to 60%. Now it has improved a lot, which has deepened Wang Teng's understanding. Wang Teng felt that if he threw a punch, he could probably kill a first-level martial artist at the universe level. This is quite formidable, considering he's only at the stellar level. Hogwarts attribute bubble is quite good. Even though we've already taken advantage of it once before, isn't it something that can be taken advantage of again and again? If given the chance, Wang Teng would like to take advantage of Hodge again. On the other side, Hodge, who was frantically training in the warship's training room, suddenly shivered and inexplicably felt a sense of malice descending from the sky. Of course, as the 5 vice commanders, the attribute bubbles of the other 4 are not much different. The attribute bubble obtained from Wei Tong is a physical technique called copper armor technique, which, like savage elephant body, has reached the realm lord level and is not an ordinary technique. The advantage of being a military warrior is that you can exchange for high-level cultivation techniques and combat skills within the military system. At least the cultivation techniques at the realm master level can be exchanged. For Wei Tong and others who have reached the universe level, exchanging for world lord level cultivation techniques is inevitable. Of course, if they are relatively poor, some may settle for domain lord level cultivation techniques. Relatively speaking, it would definitely be better for them to start by cultivating a world lord level technique. The upper limit of a cultivation technique determines the upper limit of their future achievements. If they cultivate a domain lord level technique, they can only reach the domain lord level at most. However, if one wants to break through to the realm lord level, one must change one's cultivation method. This is a thankless task for every martial artist, requiring a lot of time to adapt and transform. Therefore, the best way is to start by cultivating high-level techniques. For Hodge and the others, the realm lord level was the limit of martial arts they could see, and even that hope was slim. Reaching the domain lord level would be considered quite good. But you should always have dreams. What if they come true? Who wouldn't want to become a world lord level powerhouse and a powerful figure in their own right? That's why they chose a realm master level cultivation technique. They were determined to take a gamble no matter what. As for the immortal level, they didn't dare to even think about it. They'd rather reach the world lord level first before considering it. Most realm lord level martial artists cannot reach the immortal level. That is an insurmountable barrier. Wang Teng's bronze armor technique attribute value reached 1300 points, allowing him to break through the beginner level and reach the proficient stage in his understanding of this technique. Bronze armor skill, world lord level, 3,003,000, proficient. Wang Teng closed his eyes and carefully comprehended the technique. The cultivation method of the copper armor skill appeared in his mind, leaving him somewhat speechless. Like the savage elephant body, these physical techniques are practically self-harming techniques. They all temper their physical bodies through various inhuman methods in order to become stronger. Fortunately, Wang Teng can improve his attributes through attribute bubbles, so he doesn't need to harm himself. Otherwise, who could endure practicing 1 or 2 techniques at the same time? People who don't know him might think he's suicidal. The difference between the 2 techniques is that the copper armor technique is a metal-based technique, while the barbarian elephant body technique is an earth-based technique. The advantage is that you can use both techniques together. But surely no one would be crazy enough to cultivate 2 physical techniques at the same time, right? Except for Wang Teng, that guy who's cheating. Imagining the scene of using 2 different techniques simultaneously, Wang Teng suddenly felt that something was amiss. The scene is absolutely stunning. He had seen what Hodge looked like after using barbarian elephant form. His whole body would become extremely tall and strong, almost like a small giant. The copper armor technique is similar. It makes a person extremely strong and tall, and their body becomes like metal. If these are stacked together, wouldn't they become an iron giant? It's both tough and hard. As expected, the ancient god body is better. At least it only leaves a golden mark between the eyebrows and does not cause any changes in body size. In comparison, the ancient god body is incredibly human-like. Moreover, from a Chunibyo, delusional, perspective, the ancient god body is still quite cool. In addition, Wang Teng also obtained the attribute bubble of the profound meaning of power from Wei Tong, which surprised and delighted him. Unexpectedly, Wei Tong has also comprehended the profound meaning of power. The profound meaning of power, 41,006,000, 60%. Wang Teng obtained a total of 1800 points of the power essence attribute from Wei Tong, which significantly improved his power essence attribute. This feels so good. 1 or 2 improvements are always more satisfying than slow and inefficient ones. Feng Gang's attribute bubble is nothing special. Besides the metal-type star force, it also has the metal profound meaning. He had grasped the profound meaning of metal to a very high level, so the attribute values he dropped were also quite high, a full 3,200 points. The secret of metal, 85,009,000, 90%. Wang Teng's The Profound Meaning of Metal had already reached 90%, and now with these 3,200 points, he instantly reached the peak of 90%, and will soon break through to 100%. Once it reaches its full potential, the power of the golden secret will become extremely strong. By then, Wang Teng's understanding of the profound meaning of metal will be complete. Many people, even those who reach the domain lord level, may not be able to fully comprehend the profound mysteries. At most, they can only grasp 80% or 90%. This is already quite high, enough to support them in comprehending the power of the domain. However, if it is not perfect, it will affect the understanding of subsequent fields, even the origin, rules, and so on. Therefore, early preparation is very important. Wang Teng didn't pay much attention to it at first, but later, whether it was the round and chubby creature, the inheritance of the Fire River Realm Lord, or the memory inheritance of the void-devouring beast, they all repeatedly emphasized the role of early accumulation, so he couldn't help but start to value it. The truly valuable aspects of the Fire River Realm Lord's legacy and the void-devouring beast's legacy are actually these precious experiences and knowledge. This is something many martial artists crave but cannot obtain. That's why the universe places great importance on lineage. The difference between having a lineage and not having one is enormous. Ji Lu's attribute bubbles mainly consist of 3 types: Wood-type Star Force, Wood Profound Meaning, and Royal-level Wood-type Talent. Among them, the total amount of Wood-type Star Force is 6,500 points. Originally, Wang Teng's Wood-type Star Force had reached the peak of the 7th level of the Stellar level. The Tiger Fiend Group warriors also provided him with a lot of Wood-type Star Force. Now he has finally broken through and reached the 8th level. Wood-type Star Force, 32,008,000, Stellar level 8. Wang Teng glanced at the attribute panel, a smile appearing on his lips. He had at least broken through one of the 5 elements forces. I gained a total of 2,100 points in the True Arts of Wood, which is not enough to break through my current level. I am still at 80%, but I have gained a lot of insights under the original premise. The Secret of Wood, 53,008,000, 80%. Finally, the total points gained from the Royal-level Wood-type Talent amounted to 3,200. Wang Teng's Wood-type Talent was originally at the Royal level, so this 3,200 Royal-level Wood-type Talent only made his talent slightly stronger at the same level. Royal-level Wood-type Talent, 620,025,000. However, it's not bad. Wang Teng can sense the changes in his Wood-type Talent, which are very realistic, indicating that he has made considerable progress. Finally, Wang Teng was pleasantly surprised to find that the attribute bubbles he obtained from Mori were all Wind-type attribute bubbles. Wind-type Star Force * 5500. Royal-level Wind-type Talent * 4000. Open black lens bracket Wind Technique * 4500 Close black lens bracket. Ellipsis. Wang Teng's Wind Elemental Stellar Force had already reached the 3rd level of the Stellar level, and now it had gained another 5,500 attribute points, making his Wind Elemental Stellar Force much stronger. Wind-type Stellar Force, 187,003,000, Stellar level 3. The Emperor-level Wind Elemental Talent is of little use, because Wang Teng's Wind Elemental Talent is Saint level, and so far he has not found anyone whose talent can surpass his. However, the final, Wind Technique, is quite good. Wang Teng had previously obtained the Wind-killing Profound Meaning and the Gale Profound Meaning. The Wind-killing Profound Meaning is a profound meaning combining Wind-type profound meanings and killing profound meanings, while the Gale Profound Meaning is simply a type of Wind-type profound meaning and can be classified as a Wind Profound Meaning. The 3 wind-based mysteries have some overlap. If Wang Teng wants to fully integrate them, he needs to comprehend them on his own. It cannot be done by picking up attributes. Open black lens bracket The Secret of Wind Close black lens bracket, 21,005,000, 50%. My Wind-type ultimate skill has reached 50%, which is slightly weaker than other types of ultimate skills, but it has improved quite quickly. Especially recently, I have picked up a lot of Wind-type ultimate skill attributes on the battlefield. Otherwise, I might still be hovering around 10% or 20%. Actually, the attribute bubbles of the 5 vice commanders are not the biggest gain this time. The real biggest gain should come from the spatial attribute bubbles created by the spatial storm, as well as the attribute bubbles dropped by the dark vampire Torby and Blood Raven ancestor. The total spatial attribute value reached 7,250 points. In order to deal with the Blood Raven ancestor, Wang Teng made the spatial storm quite large this time, resulting in a relatively large number of attribute bubbles being dropped. Spatial entity 00, third order. Last time in the Fire River realm, Wang Teng's spatial body had reached the third tier. And on the third front line, Wang Teng had once unleashed spatial storm, acquiring a lot of spatial attributes. This time, another wave came and his spatial attributes surged once more. Although it is still a drop in the ocean for a third order spatial body. Wang Teng's spatial energy, which he had just exhausted, quickly recovered, and he was no longer in that completely drained state. If others saw this, they would definitely stare in shock. That's too fast. Is someone even human to recover so quickly? Next was the attribute bubble of Tolby, the dark vampire. Blood Ogre Ghost Shield *2400. Blood Raven Domain *3000. Blood Raven Clone 2200. Blood Raven's Holy Scripture *1500. Royal Level Dark Talent *8000. Wang Teng's eyes gleamed. Sure enough, it was those attribute bubbles. The Blood Raven shield is the blood red shield that Thorby used before, and it has quite good defensive capabilities. Wang Teng always believed that the best defense is offense, so he rarely practiced any defensive techniques. However, we should still take precautions when possible. Who would want to physically withstand someone's attack for no reason? Isn't that just asking for trouble? The 2,400-point attribute of the Blood Raven Shield allowed Wang Teng to progress from beginner to proficient. Blood Raven Shield, proficient. This Blood Raven Netherscale Shield is a Demon Emperor level defensive technique which is quite remarkable. The method for casting the Blood Raven Shield flashed through Wang Teng's mind and he nodded in satisfaction. Then there's the Blood Raven Domain, with 3,000 points, another kind of domain power. Wang Teng now possesses two types of dark domains, and with the addition of the Blood Raven Domain, that makes 3. Blood Raven Domain, 1/3000, Tier 3. After comprehending the Blood Raven Domain, Wang Teng gained a deeper understanding of its power. This Blood Raven Domain can split into countless Blood Ravens to launch attacks, making it extremely powerful. The 3,000 Blood Ravens, used by that dark vampire, was an attack method transformed from Blood Ravens. If it had mastered a more profound domain power, it would probably be more than just 3,000 Blood Ravens. Moreover, the Blood Raven's attack also includes a mental attack, which is undoubtedly extremely deadly for those whose mental strength is not strong. What Wang Teng didn't expect was that the Blood Raven Domain had actually reached the third tier. It can only be said that Thorby truly deserves to be called a genius among the dark vampires, providing so many attribute values. He must have worked really hard. Next up is the Blood Raven Clone, a life-saving technique that can be described as cheating. Every time Wang Teng saw that dark vampire transform into a Blood Raven to escape a fatal attack, he would grit his teeth in hatred. The frustration and resentment he felt were indescribable. There are actually combat techniques that are almost defying the heavens. It's really quite unbelievable. I remember that the Black Nightmare Demon Lord had a similar method back then, which allowed it to scatter and escape. Wang Teng almost let it get away back then. However, he still managed to kill him in the end. The main reason is that Wang Teng's methods are sufficient to restrain them. Otherwise, if it were any other ordinary martial artist, they would definitely not be able to kill them. Wang Teng was increasingly surprised by the dark race's bizarre methods and became more vigilant. In the future, when encountering high-level dark creatures, one must be extremely cautious. If the other party has some strange methods, it is easy to be caught off guard and suffer a setback. Wang Teng thought to himself. Blood Raven Clone, Demon Lord level, beginner. It's actually a Demon Lord level technique. Wang Teng was both surprised and delighted, never expecting that the Blood Raven Clone would actually reach the Demon Lord level. What is a Demon Lord level? Above the Demon Emperor level is the Demon Lord level. The upper Demon Emperor level is equivalent to the Realm Lord level, while the Demon Lord level is at least an immortal level existence. It's unbelievable that this Blood Raven avatar can reach the Demon Lord level. No wonder it possesses such bizarre abilities. Wang Teng was naturally even happier. The higher the level of the Blood Raven clone, the more he would earn, since it was free and he didn't need to pay for it. The value of this blood raven clone cannot be measured in money. It is likely that only the true high-ranking members of the vampire clan are qualified to possess it. If that dark vampire knew that Wang Teng had extracted all its combat skills and secret techniques, it would probably be furious. The cultivation method for the blood raven clone appeared in Wang Teng's mind, his eyes flashing with brilliance, his heart filled with amazement. It is indeed exquisite. Transforming oneself into blood mist and then condensing into blood crows to restore oneself is a technique similar to the transformation between reality and illusion. If one is not careful, it may lead to unpredictable consequences. For example, when recovering, if you don't control it well, it's common to lose limbs or other parts. If you also lose some important, indescribable parts, you'll have nowhere to cry. But this is actually relatively mild, because there is a possibility of the soul being missing, which would be the most fatal situation. Therefore, those who cultivate the blood raven clone technique among the dark race always have powerful elders protecting them. Otherwise, even if someone obtains this technique, it would be very difficult for them to master it. Of course, there are indeed geniuses who can achieve success through their own cultivation, but such people are undoubtedly very few and far between. Wang Teng stroked his chin, feeling that even with his talent, it would be difficult for him to cultivate the blood raven clone technique. Fortunately, he can improve his proficiency by picking up attributes or using blank attributes, so he doesn't have to worry about the risks of cultivating the blood raven clone. Good stuff. With this blood raven clone technique, even a world lord level expert might not be able to kill me. Wang Teng chuckled. There is also a cultivation technique called the blood raven scripture, which has 1500 points. Open black lens bracket blood raven codex close black lens bracket, demon lord level, beginner. To Wang Teng's great surprise, this was actually a demon lord level technique. Wow, what a tycoon. This vampire is quite fat. 2 demon lord level cultivation techniques, this is a fortune that no ordinary dark being could possess. Wang Teng now believes it to be a noble among the dark vampire race. So, we still need to find an opportunity to squeeze a hefty sum out of it. Don't miss this opportunity. Wang Teng narrowed his eyes slightly, having made up his mind. While imprisoned, Tolby felt a chill run down his spine, as if he had a bad premonition that something terrible was about to happen. Finally, there's the royal level dark seed talent with 8,000 points. As a vampire genius, Thorby naturally possesses excellent talent, resulting in a large number of talent attributes being dropped. Wang Teng's dark talent is also at the royal level, and with the addition of 8,000 points, his dark talent has improved significantly. Royal level dark talent, 0. I'm just 5,000 points away from breaking through to the emperor level talent. Wang Teng was both amused and exasperated. Although he had gained a lot, he truly felt that he was going further and further down the dark path. Truly, they're going down a dead-end road. Look at these strange and bizarre dark species techniques and combat skills. If someone were to use them, would people believe that he is a genuine human? Stop joking, you're a dark race and a very high-level one at that. Wang Teng quickly shook his head, trying to banish the terrifying image from his mind. Oh right, and there are also attribute bubbles dropped by the blood raven ancestor. Wang Teng went to great lengths to take down that old guy, almost emptying his pockets. If he didn't find any good attribute bubbles, wouldn't he have suffered a huge loss? However, he is still an ancestor-level figure, so his attribute bubble shouldn't be too bad, even if it's just formed from a drop of essence blood. Let me recommend a book reading app that I've been using recently. It allows you to cache books and read them offline. Open black lens bracket blood side / 5000 close black lens bracket. As the attribute bubble merged into his mind, Wang Teng instantly comprehended a combat skill. Blood side / Demon Lord level combat skill. In an instant, a terrifying blood-red scythe flashed through Wang Teng's mind, slicing through the darkness with a burst of crimson light. Boom! It was as if a loud bang echoed in Wang Teng's mind, as if it were about to cleave his sea of consciousness open, which was extremely terrifying. Phew! A moment later, Wang Teng let out a long breath. Although Wang Teng had witnessed the blood raven ancestor unleash the blood scythe / in reality, the blood scythe / that appeared in his mind at this moment was even more terrifying. That's the complete version of the blood scythe /. Only then did Wang Teng truly realize how terrifying this move was. If it were the blood raven ancestor himself using it, he wouldn't even be able to look directly at it, let alone resist. He would be instantly killed. Even if he had mastered the Blood Raven clone, a life-saving technique, it would be useless. The difference in strength is too great. Fortunately, beings like the Blood Raven ancestor are not so easy to deal with. The fact that even a drop of its essence blood appeared on Defense Star 29 is already an unprecedented event. However, Wang Teng's expression remained solemn, as if he felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. He felt his own weakness. Compared to someone like the Blood Raven ancestor, he was still too weak. No, I need to work harder to improve myself by taking advantage of deals. This world is too dangerous. Open black lens bracket blood scythe / close black lens bracket, Demon Lord level, proficient. Wang Teng glanced at the attribute panel. This blood scythe / was indeed worthy of being used by the Blood Raven ancestor, as it dropped a lot of attribute bubbles. His 5,000 attribute points allowed him to skip the beginner stage and reach the proficiency level. It's said that improving Demon Lord level combat skills and techniques is extremely difficult. Even the entry level requires 3,000 attribute points. The previous Blood Raven clone and Blood Raven Holy Scripture are only at the beginner level. Regardless, obtaining 3 Demon Lord level cultivation techniques and combat skills makes this a truly enormous gain. His efforts weren't in vain. Have I forgotten something? Wang Teng suddenly touched his chin, a glint of light in his eyes. Oh right, there's this thing too. The next moment, a drop of essence blood appeared in Wang Teng's hand. A drop of blood essence floated on Wang Teng's palm, emanating a strong, pungent smell of blood. A glint flashed in Wang Teng's eyes, and he vanished from his spot, along with the thick, pungent smell of blood, as if it had never existed. The next moment, Wang Teng appeared in the spatial fragment. That was close. We can't let anyone else see this. Wang Teng breathed a sigh of relief. He secretly retrieved this drop of essence blood from a spatial rift. Fortunately, General Mokalin reminded him in time, otherwise it would have been gone. Of course, only someone with spatial talent like him could barely retrieve things from spatial rifts. For anyone else, once it's gone, it's gone. Unless one reaches the level of a domain lord, they can only briefly enter a spatial rift. This drop of blood essence no longer contains any consciousness. It is merely a drop of pure blood essence, the very essence within the vampire ancestor's body. Vampires have always enjoyed drinking blood, especially the blood of the strong and the elite, which is their favorite. After consuming the life essence of other living beings, the dark vampires will absorb and refine it into their own life essence, which is considered a treasure. The essence blood extracted from the dark bloodline of the ancestor-level vampires is even more extraordinary, an absolute treasure that others would covet. Of course, others may not be able to obtain such a treasure. After entering the spatial fragment, Wang Teng appeared directly in a small wooden house. This little wooden house is the masterpiece of the Flower Spirit clan. They usually live inside the spatial fragments, so they must have prepared all kinds of facilities. Wang Teng had only been away from the area for a short time, and the little flower spirits had already built up the place in an orderly manner, living a vibrant and fulfilling life. From initial anxiety and apprehension to gradual adaptation and even growing fondness for the place. After all, Wang Teng used this spatial fragment to grow various spiritual herbs, and its vitality was extremely rich, making it very suitable for the Flower Spirit clan to live in. In a sense, this place was simply a paradise. Aside from the occasional appearance of a big devil disrupting their peaceful life, they couldn't find anything wrong with it. At least they no longer had to live in fear and trembling, afraid that a bad guy would suddenly jump out and kidnap them. At this moment, Wang Teng, this great demon king, had no awareness of being a villain and openly occupied the residence of a little flower spirit. In fact, Wang Teng always randomly chose the cabins when he appeared in the space fragments. After all, these cabins all gave him a similar feeling, exquisite, filled with a light floral fragrance, and very comfortable to live in. As the master of the Flower Spirit clan, isn't it normal to take turns flipping cards? Inside the small wooden house where Wang Teng appeared, a little flower spirit was sleeping. He startled it awake, and it stared at him with wide, terrified eyes. That look in his eyes was like he was looking at a weird uncle. Ahem. Wang Teng felt a little guilty under her gaze, so he coughed and shamelessly ordered, "Little flower fairy, go and pour me a cup of flower honey water." Oh. Hua Shen'er was still in a daze, but she was no longer very afraid. They had become familiar with Wang Teng, this big demon king, and knew that he would not hurt them. At this moment, she nodded cutely, subconsciously climbed off her warm little wooden bed, and ran out. They're so easy to bully. Wang Teng shook his head with a sigh. Don't you feel any remorse for bullying such a kind and innocent people? A round voice echoed in Wang Teng's mind. If it weren't for me, who knows which unscrupulous and cruel slave trader would have bought them, and who knows what kind of cruel life they would be enduring now. I saved them from this sea of suffering, Wang Teng said emphatically. Besides, wasn't it you who reminded me to buy them? Shameless. Roundy finally managed to utter 2 words after a long pause. It's alright, Wang Teng said. This is the essence blood of that blood raven ancestor? Roundy didn't continue arguing with him, noticing the essence blood in his hand, and couldn't help but ask. Yes, Wang Teng nodded. You actually managed to scam me. Roundy was a little speechless. It had heard the whole conversation between Wang Teng and General Mokalan. At the time, Wang Teng said that it couldn't find it, and it even believed him. It didn't expect that it was all a lie. It just didn't know when Wang Teng had found it again. This method of doing things so quietly is truly unbelievable. What do you mean by black? This is my spoils of war. I finally defeated Blood Raven Ancestor. Am I just going to hand it over to someone else like this? Wang Teng said. If you hand it over to General Mokaran, they should give you appropriate compensation, right? Roundball said. I'm just taking a look at it first. If it's useless, I'll hand it over to them, Wang Teng said. You're such a cunning fellow, the round-faced boy said speechlessly. Wang Teng chuckled, taking it as a compliment. Just as he was about to say something, a knock came from outside, and a small head peeked in through the crack in the open door. May I come in? Hua Shen'er asked Wang Teng timidly. Come in. Wang Teng nodded, his face stern. The flower fairy carefully carried in a wooden cup, like a timid little deer, then placed the cup on the wooden table beside her and whispered, You drink. Thank you. Wang Teng picked up the cup, took a sip, and found the taste quite good. Flower Fairy was flattered and waved her hands repeatedly, saying, No, don't be so polite. Am I that scary? Wang Teng rolled his eyes. Ah, no. Hua Shen'er panicked again, as if she had angered the Great Demon King, again, and her face showed a tearful expression. Alright, if your older sisters saw you like this, they'd probably think I was bullying you again, Wang Teng said speechlessly. This little one is too timid. She got so scared after just a few words, making it seem like he was going to do something strange to her. No, my sisters all say you're a good person. They didn't say anything bad about you. Hua Shen'er pouted and said defiantly, not knowing where she got the courage. Oh? Wang Teng asked in surprise, didn't you all call me the Great Demon King? How come you think I'm a good person now? Ah, you. Hua Shen'er was completely dumbfounded, her big, dark eyes wide with shock as she stared at Wang Teng. How did you know? How would I know you guys gave me the nickname, Great Demon King? Wang Teng looked at her with a half smile and asked in return. Flower Center. Asterisk, greater than D less than O. Wah, we didn't mean to, we didn't, please don't kill us. She involuntarily took a step back, fell to the ground, and burst into tears as if she had done something wrong. Wang Teng, oh, I only meant to tease her, but I didn't expect to scare her like this. This little girl's courage is probably only as big as a sesame seed. Snap. The door was suddenly pushed open, and the remaining Flower Spirit clan girls rushed in, protecting Flower Fairy behind them and watching Wang Teng warily. Don't hurt Hua Shen'er, come at me if you have any problems. As the leader of a group of Flower Spirit clan girls, Hua Zi stepped forward without hesitation, spreading her arms to block everyone. Like a heroic martyr, if you ignored her trembling legs. Wang Teng's face darkened. Ha. Roundy was already laughing in Wang Teng's mind, finding the scene extremely amusing. Even Wang Teng has his moments of setbacks. What goes around comes around, and retribution is inevitable. Since you put it that way. Wang Teng stroked his chin, walked to Hua Zi's side, and looked her up and down with an unabashed gaze. This Flower Spirit clan girl was very tall, with delicate features and a curvaceous figure. She was truly a beauty among beauties. What do you want to do? Hua Zi was so frightened that she took 2 steps back, looking at Wang Teng with a nervous expression. What do you think? Wang Teng said meaningfully. He felt he really had the potential to be a bad guy. Look how convincingly he acted, he was definitely Oscar-worthy. Hua Zi stammered. The Great Demon King was indeed the Great Demon King. She had been too naive. As if resigned to her fate, she said with a pale face, Fine, I promise you, as long as you don't touch them, I'll do whatever you want with them. Really? Wang Teng asked with great interest. Hua Zi's face grew paler and paler, but she still nodded heavily in the end. Sister Hua Zi, no. Great Demon King, you are not allowed to hurt Sister Hua Zi. Hua, Great Demon King, eat me, but don't eat Sister Hua Zi. Ellipsis ellipsis. A group of flower spirits trembled with fear, yet were filled with righteous indignation, howling and trying to rush forward, but were all stopped by Hua Zi. Quote ellipsis quote, Wang Tang. Is this the same as that? I always felt that these flower spirit clan girls were making suggestive remarks without realizing it. Female drivers are terrifying. Ahem, alright, I was just trying to scare you. I didn't mean anything by it. Now, everyone, get out of here. Wang Tang shook his head and quickly said, realizing that things had gone a bit too far. He quickly sent these young ladies away. Their crying had made his head spin. Who could stand this? Ga tilde. The crying of the group of flower spirit clan girls stopped abruptly, and they stared blankly at Wang Tang, seemingly not understanding what had happened. Hua Zi, however, seemed to have grasped at the last straw and suddenly looked up at Wang Tang in surprise. Did the owner let her go? What, judging from your expressions, you want to play with me a little longer, Wang Tang said. The flower spirit clan girls shook their heads in unison, then rushed out the door one by one, as if some ferocious beast was behind them. Wang Tang. A lifetime of illustrious reputation ruined in an instant. Shaking his head, Wang Tang looked at the essence blood in his hand, released the primal force restraint, and a strong bloody smell wafted out again. He then began to observe it. Huh! After a moment, Wang Tang suddenly let out a soft exclamation of surprise. Just as the stench of blood filled the air, he immediately sensed the intense longing emanating from Xiao Bai. He stepped out of the house and saw Xiao Bai rushing towards him from a distance. Soon, Xiao Bai arrived and stared intently at the blood essence in his hand. Wang Tang and Xiao Bai have a spirit pet contract, so he can clearly sense its emotions. At this moment, it showed an extreme desire for the essence and blood of the Blood Raven ancestor. This surprised Wang Tang greatly. Could it be that the Blood Raven ancestor really is a crow, which is why Xiao Bai, the Netherworld Raven, is so interested in its essence blood? After all, they are the same species. Previously, the Blood Raven ancestor had not given him a direct answer, and he became furious upon hearing the word Raven, leaving Wang Tang uncertain. But now he feels he has finally understood. It's definitely a crow. Thinking this, Wang Tang asked Xiao Bai, do you want to absorb this drop of essence blood? Ga 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 ga. Little White couldn't speak at all, it could only make random gagag noises, but Wang Tang could understand what it meant. It really wanted to devour that drop of essence blood. This is interesting. Wang Tang, you can give it to him to try, Roundy suddenly said. Are you sure? Wang Tang asked. This is the essence blood of the dark vampire race. How could an ordinary being dare to absorb it? Do you think Xiao Bai can absorb the power of the dark star like him? This drop of essence blood should be unique to the Blood Raven clan, and it is of great help to spirit beasts of the same raven kind, said Roundy. The Blood Raven clan, but this drop of blood contains dark power. If Xiao Bai absorbs it, Wang Tang stroked his chin, feeling somewhat worried. That's up to you, said Roundy. Wang Tang couldn't help but hesitate. If Xiao Bai absorbs the essence and blood of the Blood Raven ancestor, it is highly likely that it will be infected by the dark primal force and turn into a dark creature. This is no small matter. Once you become a dark creature, you may never be able to come back. Although Xiao Bai, as a nether flame crow, possesses certain yin attributes and is quite similar to the dark primal force, it is still a creature of light and is fundamentally different from creatures of darkness. No one knows what will happen if it absorbs this drop of essence blood. Gaga gaga, Little White cried out again. Do you still want to absorb this essence blood? Wang Tang's expression was somewhat complicated. Xiao Bai seemed to feel that his role was becoming less and less important, so he was eager to improve his strength. The blood essence of the Blood Raven clan's ancestor was an extremely valuable resource that was hard to come by, and Xiao Bai did not want to give it up. After a moment, Wang Tang sighed and agreed. Xiao Bai has its own thoughts, and since it has already made up its mind, Wang Tang has no reason to refuse. If Xiao Bai can really improve, it will be a great help to him. He doesn't want Xiao Bai to fall behind him and eventually be eliminated. Take it. Wang Tang stretched out his hand, and the drop of blood essence slowly floated towards Xiao Bai. Ga tilde, Little White barked at Wang Tang and nuzzled its head affectionately against his palm. Go on. Wang Tang patted its head. Xiao Bai then swallowed the drop of blood essence in one gulp. Ga tilde. The next moment, Little White let out a high-pitched cry and soared into the sky. Wang Tang quickly looked up. Suddenly, a blood-red light emanated from Little White's body. It spread its wings and kept making cries. The voice seemed to carry a hint of pain. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Xiaobai's body, and the blood-red light grew stronger until it completely enveloped Xiaobai, making it look like a small blood-red sun hanging high in the sky. Wang Tang frowned, feeling somewhat worried, and quickly used spiritual vision and origin eye to look. He discovered that the crimson light was forming a blood cocoon, and Xiaobai was curled up inside it, with wisps of crimson power seeping into Xiaobai's body. The essence and blood of the blood raven ancestor are transforming Little White's body and even changing its aptitude. However, the process was not so smooth. Wang Tang could see wisps of dark power invading Xiaobai's body. Whether this is a good thing or a bad thing for it is hard to say. Wang Tang was somewhat worried. Xiaobai had been with him for so long and they naturally had feelings for each other. He didn't want to see anything happen to Xiaobai. Don't worry, at most this essence blood will transform it into a dark creature. There shouldn't be any danger to its life, Roundy comforted him. If you transform into a dark creature, it will be difficult for you to appear in front of people in the future, Wang Tang said, shaking his head. Don't you know a lot of dark tricks? Can't you help it conceal its presence? The round, chubby man said meaningfully. Wang Tang was slightly taken aback, then suddenly realized what was happening. Yes. Some high-level star beasts are quite intelligent, and they can also learn combat techniques and skills from humans or dark races. Like the void-devouring beast, it has mastered many of the human race's combat techniques and skills. If Wang Tang taught Xiaobai the combat techniques of the dark race, wouldn't it be able to conceal its aura? Moreover, Xiaobai is basically always by his side, so as long as he is careful enough, it is difficult for others to notice anything amiss. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Wang Tang's face, and the gloom in his heart dissipated considerably. Round and plump, thanks. He smiled slightly, round and chubby. Ellipsis. Xiaobai's transformation would likely not be completed in a short time, so Wang Tang withdrew from the space fragment. Several hours later, the group returned to the main base, and the warship slowly landed in the Tiger Fiend Gang's encampment. The warriors at the main base immediately noticed the return of the Tiger Fiend Gang. They all stopped and watched with admiration as the Tiger Fiend Gang's warships descended from the sky, paying their respects. It's the Tiger Fiend Gang. Have you heard? The Tiger Fiend Gang has successfully recaptured the 13th defensive line and returned victorious. It's not just a simple victory. I heard that under Major Wang Tang's leadership, they annihilated the dark race of the 13th defense line. Hiss. Really? Annihilation of the dark race? I heard from my uncle who works at the General Staff Headquarters that the Tiger Fiend Regiment not only annihilated all the dark species within the 13th defense line, but Major Wang Tang also reportedly personally captured a dark species at the mid-level Demon Emperor level. My god, a mid-level Demon Emperor level dark species. Major Wang Tang is only at the stellar level, yet he was able to capture a mid-level Demon Emperor level dark species alive. He's simply a monster. Major Wang Tang is truly a prodigy in our military. In the entire Great Qian Empire, there are probably very few people who can compare to him. Who can disagree? Major Wang Tang has repeatedly achieved great feats on the battlefield. Can any of the other prodigies compare to him? Ellipsis. As the Tiger Fiend Gang's warship disappeared from everyone's sight, discussions erupted. Before Wang Tang and the others returned, news of the Tiger Fiend Gang's victory had already spread like wildfire. With rumors circulating about the complete annihilation of the dark race and the capture of a mid-level Demon Emperor level dark race. After Wang Tang returned to the Tiger Fiend Gang's base, he was summoned again by General Mokalin and others. They were eager to know the specific process of his recapture of the 13th defensive line, as well as the most detailed report of the battle results. Left with no other choice, Wang Tang had to take the 5 deputy regimental commanders to see them. As a result, I heard these rumors along the way. He looked completely bewildered. He only captured a low-level Demon Emperor level vampire genius dark creature, so how did it become a mid-level Demon Emperor level dark creature? Who spread these rumors? Rumors are truly terrifying. Commander, everyone's making you sound more and more amazing, Deputy Commander Ji Lu said with a smile. Although I admit that I am indeed very outstanding, we are people who seek truth from facts. Let's not fabricate anything. Remember to clarify for me later that I only captured a low-level demon emperor level dark race vampire genius, not some mid-level demon emperor level dark race. It would be bad if more and more people misunderstood. Wang Teng said righteously. 5 deputy regimental commanders. Why does this sound so strange? They suspected Wang Teng was showing off, but they had no evidence. Remember to make sure you explain things clearly. You can also mention things like the essence blood of the blood raven ancestor to increase your credibility and prevent people from not believing you. After all, I'm really not the kind of person who would fabricate things, Wang Teng added. 5 deputy regimental commanders. How shameless. Hodge and the others were speechless, their understanding of Wang Teng's shamelessness was completely renewed. Before long, the group arrived at the command center, where everyone was already waiting for them. The door was pushed open. All eyes then fell on Wang Teng. This sudden display of force really startled Wang Teng, especially the pairs of eyes that looked at him as if they wanted to cut him apart completely. That's terrifying. Hey, everyone's here. Wang Teng swallowed hard and waved to greet them. Quote ellipsis ellipsis quote. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then they were both amused and exasperated. In such a serious setting, Wang Teng's words somehow made things a little strange. The leaders of the Red Scorpion and Violent Bear Legions were also present. They finally saw Wang Teng in person and were speechless, feeling that Wang Teng's appearance was somewhat different from what they had expected. Shouldn't such a prodigy be full of arrogance and transcendent? Why does he look a bit goofy? That's right, he's a goofball. These 2 words popped into their minds simultaneously. Is this person really the monster who annihilated all the dark species in the 13th defense line and even captured a lower-level demon emperor level dark species genius alive? They couldn't help but start to have some doubts. Our hero is back. General Mokaran broke the silence with a smile. Come in quickly. Yes, great hero, come in quickly and tell us how you fought this battle. General Mokalan kept it a secret from us and insisted on waiting for you to come back. General Chi Yuanju hurriedly waved and said. The other generals also greeted him warmly, making Wang Teng feel flattered. He walked in and began to report on the entire battle. Although everyone already knew the outcome, they were still shocked when they heard Wang Teng's detailed explanation of the process. Good heavens, so it's a lightning-based formation. No wonder you waited so many days, General Chi Yuanju exclaimed, his eyes filled with amazement. The Grandmaster level rank 5 lightning formation minimized the casualties of the entire Tiger Fiend squad. To our shame, we initially thought you were hesitant to fight because you were afraid, but we never expected it was for this reason. General Yukri shook his head and said. Berkeley and House, the 2 leaders, looked at each other in dismay, thinking to themselves that their defeat was not unjustified. As the new leader of the Tiger Fiend gang had a much stronger presence than they did. They ordered a full-scale attack from the outset, resulting in considerable casualties for their legion. Wang Teng delayed coming out, not caring about winning or losing at all, but rather concerned about the lives of the Legion's warriors. This alone is enough to show that Wang Teng's vision is superior to theirs. Go there, for the fastest updates on the latest chapters of all attribute martial arts. Inside the command center, Wang Teng quickly finished his report. Actually, headquarters has other ways of finding out these things, but certainly not as detailed as Wang Teng's report. Moreover, this report needs to be compared with other reports to see if there are any discrepancies. The generals highly praised Wang Teng's performance in this battle, especially the use of lightning-based formations, which resulted in minimal casualties and can be described as a perfect battle. Major Wang Teng did a very good job, General Mokalan finally said. War is not child's play, it requires a certain amount of wisdom. Relying solely on brute force to wage war is the most foolish method. The ability to consider and utilize factors such as terrain and weather on the battlefield is the wisdom and quality that a leader should possess. Generals Chi Yuanju and others nodded in agreement. Berkeley and House, the 2 Legion commanders, looked ashamed and felt ashamed. They fought this battle in the simplest and most rudimentary way, which clearly put them at a disadvantage. At first they were somewhat unconvinced. Although Wang Teng was considering the casualties of the army, war is impossible without injuries and deaths. Therefore, they felt that Wang Teng was simply trying to rely on external forces to use the power of the formation, which was not the true strength of the Tiger Fiend group. But now it seems that they didn't do their best. The wisdom and qualities of a leader are things they learned after joining the army, but unfortunately, After so many years of being immersed in the great reputation of the Red Scorpion and Violent Bear legions, they have long forgotten these things. Too pragmatic. This is their mindset in fighting this battle. Wang Teng unwittingly taught them a lesson. However, Wang Teng was a little confused as everyone was praising him. Is he really that outstanding? What are the wisdom and qualities of a leader? Does he have it? How could he not know that himself? Given Major Wang Teng's numerous meritorious services, the higher-ups have decided. General Mokalin's voice instantly drew everyone's attention. It's time to reward those who have made contributions. Book lover benefits. Earn cash or points just by reading, and there's even a chance to win adult content. Follow our WeChat official account to claim your rewards. Berkeley and House were immediately invigorated, looking at Wang Teng with envy. Wang Teng looked at General Mokarin with surprise. That was a bit sudden. Promote Major Wang Teng to the rank of Colonel. General Mokalin said with a slight smile. Colonel. Berkeley and House were extremely surprised, and their envy could no longer be concealed, showing directly on their faces. They originally thought it would be good if Wang Teng could be promoted to Lieutenant Colonel, but they didn't expect him to be promoted to Colonel all at once. This is a two-stage jump. It's important to know that they've served in the military for so many years, accumulating numerous merits, both large and small, before gradually climbing to their current rank of Colonel. Wang Teng had only been there a short time when he was promoted directly from Major to Colonel. To be honest, both of them felt it was somewhat unfair. Wang Teng is too young, has only been in the military for a short time, and has little experience, yet he is able to sit on equal footing with them. Anyone would feel a little unbalanced. A hint of surprise also appeared in Wang Teng's eyes. He's a colonel now? He didn't seem to have done anything, did he? General Chi Yuanju, General Yu Kelly, and the others all smiled. They had known about this decision for a long time, and Wang Teng's promotion to colonel was even approved by their unanimous vote. In fact, Wang Teng is indeed too young, but they felt they had to seize such a prodigy and handle it as a special case, rather than sticking to the old ways. Otherwise, if they missed out on this monstrous talent, their losses would be enormous. They were still counting on Wang Teng to continue bringing glory to Defense Star number 29. In this recapture operation, Wang Teng really made a name for himself among the higher-ups, saving face for Defense Planet 29. Having lost 3 major defensive lines in one fell swoop, they were truly unable to hold their heads high in front of the generals of other defensive planets. Many people are saying that they were negligent in their duties, which led to this outcome. Wang Teng's outstanding performance in recapturing the front lines has silenced those people and prevented them from dwelling on the matter. Major Wang Teng, no, I should call you Colonel Wang Teng now, General Mokalin said with a smile. Thank you for your kindness, generals. Wang Teng came to his senses, quickly stood up, saluted the generals, and said solemnly. He wasn't stupid, he immediately guessed that it must have been the support of the generals present that allowed him to be promoted to the rank of colonel. Otherwise, given his age and experience, he probably wouldn't be qualified to be promoted to colonel. Regardless of their motives, he accepted the favor. General Chi Yuanju and the others nodded secretly. Wang Teng was commendable in both strength and character. He was not arrogant because of his favor, nor did he become arrogant after gaining power. Even after hearing such good news, he was able to remain calm and humble, which is something many people cannot do. Overconfidence will not lead to long-term success. Colonel Wang Teng, keep up the good work. If you achieve a few more military merits like this, I can apply for the Pillar of the Nation medal, on your behalf, and maybe even elevate your rank. General Mokalin said with a slight smile. Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat, both surprised and delighted. He didn't know what the Pillar of the State medal was for the time being, but he was very clear about how difficult it was to get a title. Cao Hongtu had spent half his life trying to inherit the title of Baron, only to have it snatched away by him. Now General Mokalin is telling him that if he continues to achieve merit, he will be promoted in rank. Isn't this just a free gift? For him, making meritorious contributions was as simple as eating and drinking. General Mokarin was such a good man. The Pillar of the Nation medal? Roundy suddenly exclaimed in Wang Teng's mind. What is this Pillar of the Nation medal? Wang Teng couldn't help but ask. The Pillar of the Nation medal is arguably the highest honor awarded by the military. Only those who have made outstanding contributions can be awarded the Pillar of the Nation medal, Roundy explained slowly after taking a deep breath. In its view, it was quite absurd that General Mokalin would think Wang Teng had a chance to receive the Pillar of the Nation medal. It should be noted that even many domain lord level powerhouses may not be able to obtain the Pillar of the Nation medal, while Wang Teng is merely a star level expert. However, Wang Teng is too abnormal. With his star level strength, his achievements are no less than those of domain lord level experts, and even surpass those of most domain lord level martial artists. Based on this calculation, Wang Teng does indeed have a very high chance of receiving the Pillar of the Nation medal. Furthermore, General Mokalin would never speak without reason. He must have heard something before he said that. It is highly likely that the military leadership has already placed Wang Teng under close surveillance. For a moment, Roundy felt extremely conflicted. This guy was truly destined for greatness wherever he went. Round and chubby, he was filled with emotion and his mind was filled with countless thoughts. If Nangong Yu had had Wang Teng's abilities back then, he wouldn't have been tricked by others. Humans are afraid of comparison. Compared to Wang Teng, Nangong Yu, though also a genius, seems to be no match for him. So, this Pillar of the Nation medal is really that awesome? Wang Teng wondered to himself. This is a symbol of status and honor. Can you please not use such vulgar language? Roundy said irritably. It's better to be realistic. All honors are meaningless. Wouldn't it be better to do something practical? Wang Teng said. The round mouth moved, but it couldn't find a single word to refute it. I'm so annoyed. It means I don't want to talk to him. Hey, you still haven't told me what the Pillar of the Nation medal is for, Wang Teng asked hastily when it didn't speak. The more Roundy he said that, the more curious he became. The Order of the Pillar of the Nation sounds impressive. It probably comes with some kind of special treatment. Go look it up yourself, the round-faced boy said irritably. Wang Teng, hey. General Mokalin didn't say anything more. Whether or not Wang Teng could receive the Pillar of the Nation medal would ultimately depend on his future performance. It was too early to say anything now. However, after he said that, everyone was filled with envy, including General Qi Yuanju and others. Because they did not have this Pillar of the State medal, and seeing that Wang Teng already had such an opportunity, it made them envious and jealous. Berkeley and House were even more emotional. They felt their eyes were practically red with rage. As military personnel, they naturally longed for the highest honors in the military. However, before they even saw a glimpse of the Pillar of the Nation medal, Wang Teng already possessed the corresponding qualifications. In comparison, they realized that they had no reason to be proud in front of Wang Teng. After the report concluded, General Mokalin and the others left the command hall. Berkeley and House came over to greet Wang Teng and introduced themselves. Colonel Wang Teng, congratulations. Berkeley congratulated Wang Teng. Same to you, same to you. As the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling face, so Wang Teng responded with a smile. Berkeley's lips twitched. Congratulations my ass. What is there to congratulate them about? They were the ones who lost the most. House couldn't utter the words of congratulations he was about to say and quickly shut his mouth. Colonel Wang Teng's words can be incredibly offensive. Major Wang Teng, come visit my Red Scorpion Legion sometime. Berkeley smiled bitterly to himself. If he hadn't realized that Wang Teng wasn't doing it on purpose, he would have turned his back and left. Definitely, definitely, Wang Teng replied politely. Major Wang Teng, please come visit my Bear Legion when you have time, House said in return. Regardless of their envy and jealousy, Wang Teng's potential is undeniable, so they should still befriend him. They won't act impulsively. Okay, Wang Teng nodded quickly. The two were speechless at Wang Teng's polite manner. I always felt that there was something strange about this Colonel Wang Teng. His style of doing things was very different from ordinary people. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the three of them said their goodbyes and left. Wang Teng then met up with the 5 deputy commanders and prepared to return to the Tiger Fiend Regiment's base. Wang Teng had moved to a new place there, which was much better than his previous residence. The 5 deputy regimental commanders were also shocked to hear that Wang Teng had been promoted to colonel. Double jump. Their regimental commander is something else. 2-level jumps are rare. It's generally very difficult for martial artists to advance even one level, especially after reaching the school level, where advancement becomes even more difficult. Because after that comes the general level, and each general must have at least the strength of a domain lord and have accumulated a lot of merits. Very few people can meet these requirements. Therefore, promotions at the school level require rigorous screening, and even promotion by 1 level is extremely difficult, let alone 2 levels. Ellipsis. Just as they returned to the Tiger Fiend Gang's base, a figure blocked Wang Teng and his group's path. That was a young man. Behind the young man was a group of martial artists. You are Wang Tang? The young man asked Wang Tang indifferently. Wang Tang narrowed his eyes, glanced at the young man, and immediately recognized his identity. The Perix family. He was bald with a crimson flame mark between his eyebrows. He wasn't particularly muscular, and his build was similar to that of an ordinary person, except that he appeared somewhat tall and thin. His face was chiseled, giving him a cold and aloof air. What do you want with me? Wang Tang naturally wouldn't give the Perix family a friendly look and said indifferently. I have something to tell you. Tell them to leave. The young man glanced around and said, as if giving a command. Hey Tilda, Wang Tang couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? The young man frowned, a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes. Can I ask you a question? Wang Tang asked. What? The young man frowned even more, but remembering his purpose, he suppressed his impatience. Who do you think you are? Wang Tang asked indifferently. You're courting death. The young man was furious, his eyes flashing with cold light. Boom! A powerful aura emanated from his body, pressing directly down on Wang Tang. Insolence! Upon seeing this, Hodge and the others immediately shouted and took a step forward, each of them unleashing a powerful aura. Wang Tang had already gained their approval. He is the leader of their Tiger Fiend gang, the backbone of the gang, and no one is allowed to offend him. Moreover, Wang Tang was clearly standing up for them. This young man didn't take them seriously at all, trying to make them back down with just a few words, treating them like servants. This is absolutely outrageous. If Wang Tang hadn't been there, they would have already lost their temper. Boom, 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 boom. 5 powerful auras burst forth and collided with the opponent. HMPH. The young man snorted coldly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, and his aura suddenly surged. Boom. Hogwarts and his 5 companions were unable to withstand the attack and were forced back several steps. They stared at the young man in horror, their hearts pounding. Who exactly is this person? He looks so young, yet he possesses such formidable strength. What's even more outrageous is that the opponent was only a cosmic-level martial artist, yet he was able to contend with the 5 of them. Boom! Just then, Wang Tang took a step forward, and a murderous intent suddenly erupted from his body, colliding violently with the young man's aura. A muffled thud. The young man's expression changed slightly. He was actually forced back half a step, and stared at Wang Tang with an extremely ugly expression. Insolence. The martial artists behind the young man shouted and surrounded him. There were more than a dozen of these martial artists, each of whom exuded a stellar-level aura, and one of them was even at the cosmic level. They stared coldly at Wang Tang, weapons already in their hands, pointing at him. It seemed that they would act without any scruples as long as the young man gave the order. Who gave you the audacity to make a move in front of my Tiger Fiend gang's gates? A cold glint flashed in Wang Tang's eyes as he waved his hand and shouted, Guards! Boom! The Tiger Fiend gang members inside the camp had already noticed the situation at the entrance. Upon hearing Wang Tang's order, they all rushed out in no time. 5,000 stellar-level martial artists densely filled the sky, completely surrounding the area. The dozen or so martial artists were caught off guard by this situation. Their expressions changed drastically as they stared at the figure in the sky, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. Judging from your expressions, you want to gang up on me? Wang Tang tilted his head and asked. Quote ellipsis ellipsis quote, damn it, who's ganging up on whom here? Does this person have no shame? I'm the fairest person. Since you all want to gang up on me, then I'll gang up on you too. Come on, nobody back down, Wang Tang called out. Quote. The crowd. Fairness my ass. 5,000 people against a dozen or so, and you're telling me this is fair. Do you have some misunderstanding about the word fairness? Wang Tang, don't go too far. The young man's face was extremely ugly as he coldly shouted. I'm going too far? Wang Tang said coldly, you caused trouble in front of my Tiger Fiend gang, and you still dare to say I'm going too far. With that, he waved his hand and coldly shouted. Men, seize them. Yes. 5,000 martial artists responded in unison, their voices soaring into the sky, ready to attack. What happened? Who angered the Tiger Fiend gang, this ferocious tiger? They're courting death. How dare they cause trouble in front of the Tiger Fiend gang's gate? Who gave them the courage? Ellipsis ellipsis. Many martial artists from the surrounding area were drawn over and, seeing this standoff, couldn't help but discuss it amongst themselves. Wang Tang, how dare you? The young man's face changed completely, and his pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. He did not expect Wang Teng to actually dare to make a move. He said urgently, I, Sweet, have come on behalf of the third prince. I only want to make a deal with you. Don't make a mistake. Third prince. Wang Teng's eyes narrowed. In the Great Qian Empire, there is no one else besides the royal family who can be called the third prince. Wang Teng was truly surprised that the young man from the Perix family was representing the third prince. Hodge and the others' expressions changed, and they hesitated immediately. They naturally knew what the identity of third prince represented. Royal family. The Tiger Fiend gang is not to be trifled with. For a moment, Hodge and the others couldn't help but look at Wang Teng. Wang Teng, don't be impulsive. The royal family is not comparable to non-royal families. Don't act rashly, Yuan Gungun hurriedly said in Wang Teng's mind. I know what I'm doing. Wang Teng paused, his mind racing, and asked calmly, were you sent by the third prince? What evidence do you have? When Sweet saw them stop, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and his arrogant indifference returned to his face. He said, this is the third prince's token. He took out a token and waved it in front of Wang Teng. The token is engraved with a lifelike black mythical beast, which is none other than the Kunwu beast, the national guardian beast of the Great Qian Empire. The Kunwu beast has 8 horns on its head. Each time the Kunwu beast gains a level of strength, a horn will grow on its head. On Wang Teng's baronial seal, the Kunwu beast has only 1 horn, while 8 horns represent the royal family. Only members of the royal family are qualified to possess the 8-horned Kunwu beast. Anyone who forges this document is guilty of the same crime as a capital offense. So this token probably really did come from that third prince. Speak, what does the third prince want with me? Wang Teng asked, his eyes flashing. This matter is only for you and me to know, Sweet said coldly. Tell me if you want, or I'm leaving if you don't, Wang Teng said nonchalantly. You, Sweet was furious. Under the third prince, even some domain lord level experts treated him with utmost respect. This Wang Teng had repeatedly humiliated him and deserved to die. He couldn't help but sneer. He had already decided that once the transaction was completed, he would go back and tell the third prince about Wang Teng's arrogant attitude, and see how long Wang Teng could remain so arrogant. Taking a deep breath, Sweet could only transmit his voice. Wang Teng, my father is under the command of the third prince. The third prince asked me to tell you that as long as you withdraw the charges against my father in the military court, he will owe you a favor. Crofts? Wang Teng asked. Not bad, Sweet said. Wang Teng sneered inwardly. No wonder he dared not speak of this matter openly. To speak of such a thing would be tantamount to a provocation against the military court, something even the third prince could not bear. The fact that the third prince has promised you a favor is already a sign of his respect. Don't be ungrateful, Sweet said calmly when Wang Teng didn't respond. You think you can make me withdraw my accusations just because of a favor? This third prince thinks too highly of himself. Wang Teng said expressionlessly, but his anger was surging inside. This is outrageous. Roundy was furious but also somewhat helpless. The other party was the third prince, a pure royal descendant with an extremely noble status and immense power, whom Wang Teng could not possibly contend with. Wang Teng, I have limited time and don't have time to waste here with you. Have you thought this through? Sweet said coldly. He was arrogant and looked down on everyone. In fact, he didn't think much of Wang Teng at all. If it weren't for Crofts, he wouldn't have come to find Wang Teng in person. As for the feud between Wang Teng and the Perix family, he didn't take it seriously. How could a mere stellar level being possibly shake the Perix family? The reason why the Perix family has repeatedly suffered setbacks at Wang Teng's hands is simply because the real powerhouses haven't made their move. If they were to make a move, even 100 Wang Tengs wouldn't be a match for the Perix family. Upon hearing Sweet's words, Wang Teng remained expressionless, calmly looking at the other person. Wang Teng. Yuan Gungun sensed something was wrong and hurriedly said. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Teng interrupted, Sorry, I refuse. He said it aloud without using telepathy. Since the other party is shameless, Wang Teng doesn't need to worry too much. He wasn't even afraid of the Dark Ones, so why would he be afraid of a third prince? Just go for it. Sweet, who had been confident, suddenly stiffened upon hearing Wang Teng's words, his face turning ugly as he said, How dare you refuse? Who gave you the audacity? What wouldn't I dare to do? Wang Teng chuckled coldly, then said righteously, The third prince wants to use personal connections to make me drop the charges against Crofts. This is disrespectful to the military court and even more so to the military. I, Wang Teng, am a military warrior, and I am favored by the generals, serving as the commander of the Tiger Fiend Regiment. How could I possibly abandon such a mere favor from the third prince? You underestimate me too much. You are insulting my character and trampling on my dignity. I, Wang Teng, would never stoop to such a thing. Even if I, Wang Teng, offend the third prince, even if I die, I will defend the dignity of the military. Don't even think about bribing me. Wang Teng's voice grew louder and louder until finally it almost exploded. You, shut up. Sweet was both shocked and furious. Wang Teng has gone mad. He actually dared to say this out loud. If outsiders were to find out that the third prince had secretly made a deal with him, it would certainly make people think that the third prince was disrespecting the military court, which would definitely have a certain impact on the third prince. Others will surely use this as an excuse to attack the third prince. This is utterly disrespectful to the third prince. Even if others refuse, they probably wouldn't dare to do it. Moreover, Wang Teng is utterly shameless. What military dignity and the general's favor are just empty boasts. Upon hearing this, Hodge and the others showed expressions of anger. This person actually threatened their commander with the third prince. This is absolutely outrageous. Quote. The round little thing was stunned. Is this even possible? It really didn't expect Wang Teng to respond in this way. This guy is incredibly skilled at exaggerating and spreading falsehoods. What, you dare to do it but not admit it? The dignified third prince, you do things in secret, is that all the magnanimity you have? Wang Teng said disdainfully. You scoundrel. The third prince is a man of unparalleled talent, how dare you insult him? Sweet roared in fury. But as soon as he finished speaking, he realized what he had said and his expression changed drastically. The existence of the third prince is completely different when it comes from Wang Teng and when it comes from him. His words were tantamount to confirming what Wang Teng had just said. It was confirmed that the third prince sent him to find Wang Teng, hoping that Wang Teng would withdraw his accusations against Crofts. Things seem worse. What? The third prince has ordered Commander Wang Teng to withdraw his charges against Crofts. The third prince actually dared to commit such an outrageous act. Commander Wang Teng is truly a role model for us. For the sake of our military's dignity, he didn't hesitate to offend the third prince. Yes, Commander Wang Teng is truly a role model for us martial artists. No, Commander Wang Teng has offended the third prince. We must testify for him and not let him suffer. Ellipsis. There was already a crowd of martial artists surrounding them, and Wang Teng's words had been heard clearly by everyone. In addition, Sweet's personal admission confirmed the matter, making them believe it without a doubt. Sweet's face turned extremely pale, alternating between ashen, and he nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood. This has nothing to do with the third prince. What do you mean by revoking control? I don't know anything about it. There's no such thing. Wang Teng, you're slandering me. Sweet pointed at Wang Teng, furious, and hurriedly tried to defend himself. This matter must not be leaked, otherwise the third prince will definitely not let him off the hook. I'm slandering you? Then tell me, what are you doing here? Wang Teng shouted. Sweet. Can't say it, huh? You haven't thought of any other reason. You're here just because of Crofts. Wang Teng didn't give him a chance to think and shouted repeatedly. You, Sweet. What do you mean, you? I've seen through you. Everyone, come and judge for yourselves. Who is more credible, me or him? Why would I go looking for trouble for myself and provoke the third prince for no reason? Wang Teng said innocently. Commander Wang Teng is right. Who would want to provoke the third prince for no reason? Commander Wang Teng must have been forced into this situation to reveal it. He's so pitiful. This is outrageous. This is absolutely outrageous. Even if it's the third prince, he can't treat people like this. The crowd around them was filled with righteous indignation and stood up for Wang Teng. Although some people hesitated and didn't get involved, as long as 10 people spoke up for Wang Teng, the story would spread and couldn't be kept secret. Seeing this, Sweet's face turned as black as a pot. He glared at Wang Teng with gritted teeth, wishing he could bite him to death. You're very good. You'll regret this. The cold words came out of his mouth, and Sweet didn't linger. He turned around and wanted to leave. There's no point in saying anything more. This is the military's home turf, and everyone else will only believe Wang Teng, not stand by his side. He must rush back now to tell the third prince about this so that the third prince can take precautions. Who said you could leave? Wang Teng snorted coldly and said indifferently. You dare stop me? Sweet stopped in his tracks, turned around and looked coldly at Wang Teng. You come and go as you please? What do you take my tiger fiend gang for? Wang Teng said, then shouted, take them down. Insolence. Sweet finally reached his breaking point. He was incredibly strong and exceptionally talented, and had been recruited by the third prince. Everyone treated him with utmost respect. Yet Wang Teng had repeatedly humiliated him. Now that the pretense of civility had been broken, he saw no need to hold back. Boom! He struck out with his palm, and a dense fire elemental stellar force condensed into a palm print in his palm, which crashed into Wang Teng's chest. To catch the thief, first catch the king. As long as we defeat Wang Teng, the so-called Tiger Fiend Gang won't be able to cause any trouble. Boom! The palm print came rushing in, and a scorching heat swept outwards. Wang Teng was the first to feel the intense heat. This sweet was indeed a member of the Perix family. He was clearly someone who played with fire. However, Wang Teng was not intimidated at all. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and the netherworld ice within his body emitted waves of coldness, so that even the highest temperature could not affect him. Immediately, a ball of blue flame erupted and coiled around Wang Teng's fist. Wang Teng unleashed a powerful punch. The secret of fire. The profound meaning of power. The two profound techniques combined and quickly condensed into a fist imprint. Boom! The next moment, the fist imprint and the palm imprint collided instantly, producing an astonishingly loud sound, and the energy rippled outwards. Hogya and the others around were instantly blasted back, and no one could stay within a radius of 500 meters around Wang Teng and Sweet. It's so hot. Hodge and the others' expressions changed slightly as they stared in surprise at the center of the collision. Since both of them used fire-based elemental forces to attack, the resulting high temperatures were terrifying, distorting the air and making even cosmic-level powerhouses feel somewhat unable to adapt. In an instant, their fists and palms clashed and separated, and Wang Teng and Sweet were both sent flying backward. Sweet took 10 steps back, while Wang Teng took 7. How is this possible? Sweet's pupils contracted, and an extremely incredulous expression appeared on his face. He knew that Wang Teng had defeated Long Shixi and others, but his strength was far beyond what Long Shixi and others could match. At the cosmic level, although he was only at the 3rd level, he was able to contend with peak cosmic level martial artists and had almost no rivals. He was definitely a genius among geniuses, otherwise he would not have been valued by the third prince. As a result, he was actually at a disadvantage in this head-to-head battle with Wang Teng. What he found even more unacceptable was that Wang Teng was only a stellar-level martial artist. This dealt a blow to his pride. Wang Teng gave him no chance to react, rushing forward instantly and unleashing his ultimate technique, blasting out a series of fist imprints. Boom, boom, boom. He was truly enraged by that third prince and Sweet, so he showed no mercy in his attack. Isn't the third prince very powerful? With just a few words, they wanted him to drop the charges against Crofts. Do you really think he's made of clay, that you can play with him however you want? If we don't teach them a lesson, they'll never know how many eyes the Horse King has. Sweet's expression changed, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes immediately. He unleashed all his fire elemental power and used his ultimate technique without reservation, clashing head-on with Wang Teng. He didn't believe that with his strength, he couldn't defeat Wang Teng, a stellar-level martial artist. Hodge and the others looked at Sweet with a bit of pity. This guy hadn't been through any real beatings and didn't know how terrifying their commander was. They had no intention of intervening, they simply watched from the sidelines. Wang Teng and Sweet fought from the ground into the sky. Sweet unleashed all his abilities, even employing the Dragon Blood battle body, his entire body wreathed in flames, greatly enhancing his physique. His strength, speed, and control over fire-type stellar primal force all skyrocketed, transforming him into what appeared to be a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. Boom boom boom. The dull thud echoed through the sky. The two attacks carried terrifying fluctuations of primal force, sweeping across the sky and shaking the void, attracting the attention of numerous martial artists. What happened? Why did they start fighting? It seems to be someone from the third prince's faction, trying to threaten Commander Wang Teng, but Commander Wang Teng directly retorted. Third prince. Is Commander Wang Teng really this tough? Many people were confused, but after the explanation from the onlookers, they learned what had happened and were amazed. Sweet became increasingly impatient as the game progressed. No matter how frantically he attacked, he couldn't shake Wang Teng. He rarely encountered this situation. Only with the third prince could he feel this kind of tangible pressure. But that's the third prince. What makes Wang Tang worthy of being compared to the third prince? Suddenly, Wang Tang seized the opportunity when Sweet was distracted, and with a flash of light, he appeared behind him, and with a thunderclap seal in his hand, he slammed it down hard. Boom! Sweet was horrified, but he had no time to react. In an instant, his mind went blank, and he began to fall downwards uncontrollably. He was blasted down from the sky and crashed to the ground. As the smoke cleared, a deep pit was revealed on the ground, surrounded by spiderweb-like cracks. Sweet was, after all, a cosmic-level martial artist. Although he was coughing up blood from the punch, he struggled to climb out of the pit. But Wang Tang clearly wouldn't give him a chance. Wang Tang descended from the sky, stomping Sweet to the ground with one foot. Looking down at him, he said, "People from the Perix family are indeed more comfortable to step on." You! Sweet spat out another mouthful of blood, this time from sheer anger. He was a proud martial artist, yet he was trampled underfoot by someone he looked down upon. This was an immense humiliation. Wang Tang squatted down, looking at him with a smile, and transmitted his voice, "You think I'll be afraid if you bring up the third prince? You're dreaming if you think you can save Crofts. He's completely finished, and this is just a little interest. I'll settle my score with the Perix family later. An ant dares to shake the heavens, kid, you're overestimating yourself." Blood seeped from the corner of Sweet's mouth as he glared at Wang Tang with a ferocious expression and said resentfully, "If you dare to touch me, the third prince will be the first to not let you off the hook." Still stubborn, Wang Tang weighed the thunderclap seal in his hand and gestured it over Sweet's head, seemingly trying to find the best place to strike. "What are you doing?" Sweet's expression changed. He felt a sharp pain on the back of his head, obviously from being hit by something. Now that he saw the thunder seal, he knew exactly what had happened. When Hodge saw this scene, a strange sense of familiarity welled up in her heart, and her lips twitched. "Don't worry, you won't die," Wang Tang said, and the thunder seal in his hand flashed with lightning, growing larger and larger in Sweet's eyes. Thump thump thump, crackling sounds. A dull thud, tinged with a faint rumble of thunder, landed on Sweet's head. Large bumps suddenly appeared on that shiny bald head, swelling up at a visible speed. His body was still trembling. "You bastard, Wang Tang, you'll die a horrible death. Stop, wah!" Sweet's initial shouts gradually turned into sobs, and he could no longer speak clearly. He was filled with despair and deep humiliation, and in the end, he even began to question the meaning of life. This Wang Tang, he's not human. Wang Tang, you're courting death. How dare you treat Lord Sweet like this? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the third prince? The warriors who came with Sweet looked grim and shouted loudly. But they were surrounded by 5,000 martial artists and dared not move at all. Wang Tang ignored them and continued fighting for a while. Seeing that Sweet was barely breathing, he figured it was about time and stopped, feeling his anger dissipate considerably. "Very good, the thought has been cleared." Quote. Roundy opened its mouth, completely speechless. This is going to absolutely offend the other party. They left themselves no room for maneuver. This style is so Wang Tang. "Lock him up and wait for someone to come and ransom him," Wang Tang ordered, looking at Hodge and the others. Yes, Hodge and the others were still in shock when they heard Wang Tang's voice, and they quickly responded. But looking at Sweet's current appearance, their eyes couldn't help but twitch. Then Ji Lu and the other 4 deputy commanders couldn't help but look at Hodge, their eyes filled with a hint of sympathy. He was the only one among them to have received such treatment. I remember when Hodge was carried back, he looked just as miserable. Now they finally know how those wounds came about. It must hurt a lot. Depend on. What are those expressions on people's faces? Hodge was extremely frustrated and wanted to swear, but considering that Wang Tang was right next to him, he swallowed the words that were about to come out. The group quickly took Sweet and the others away. Seeing Sweet's fate, the dozen or so martial artists swallowed hard and stopped shouting. They didn't even dare to look at Wang Tang. Wang Tang picked up the attribute bubble that Sweet had dropped. Dragon Blood Battle Body *500. Fire Type Star Force *4500. Stellar Level Spirit 1200. Cosmic Level Comprehension *1500. Fire Technique *2400. This attribute bubble from Sweet is quite good. It significantly boosted several of Wang Tang's attributes. Especially the Dragon Blood Battle Body, with 500 attribute points, makes it even more powerful. Dragon Blood Battle Body, 1800-1000, Tier 1. Wang Teng's Dragon Blood Battle Body is only at the first level, but when combined with various strange flames of heaven and earth, its power is stronger than that of many geniuses in the Perix family. Thank you all for speaking up for my Tiger Fiend gang today. I am deeply grateful, Wang Teng said, cupping his fists in thanks after picking up the attribute bubbles. Commander Wang Teng, you're too kind. We only did a small thing. Those people are going too far, we can't stand by and watch. Yes, they are all military personnel. We absolutely cannot let them bully us. Ellipsis. Everyone was surprised that Wang Teng would personally thank them, and they were flattered and quickly spoke up. After exchanging pleasantries and saying a few more words, the onlookers gradually dispersed. However, what happened today will inevitably spread as everyone leaves, making it known to more people. Even if the third prince wanted to keep quiet, it would be impossible. Wang Teng returned to his residence at the Tiger Fiend Gang's base and stayed inside. Having gone through a major battle, the Tiger Fiend Gang also needed to recuperate, and Wang Teng himself needed to absorb and digest what he had learned. And he didn't forget to help the void-devouring beast clone build a 9 treasures pagoda. During his battle with that dark vampire genius, he clearly experienced the power of the 9 treasures pagoda. The 9 treasures pagoda easily suppressed the opponent's mental attack without even flinching. As a vampire genius, how could Thorby lack mental fortitude? Obviously not. This only proves that the 9 treasures pagoda is too powerful. Therefore, it is necessary to cast another one. In future battles, when one 9 treasure pagoda is insufficient to suppress an enemy, a second one will be summoned. The thought of it makes me a little excited, like I'm about to cheat. The second casting of the 9 treasures pagoda was naturally much simpler, since there was already experience, and the 2 divine hammers had not dissipated. So there was no need for further visualization. Another point is that the void-devouring beast's sea of consciousness is very vast and resilient, allowing Wang Teng to create it at will without having to be as careful as he would be in his own sea of consciousness. This caused the void-devouring beast clone to harbor deep resentment. One day later, within the void-devouring beast's sea of consciousness, a colossal 9 treasures pagoda floated silently, its height impenetrable. Wang Teng and his void-devouring beast clone appeared simultaneously, gazing at the 9 treasures pagoda in awe. I'm even a little jealous, Wang Teng said. This 9-jeweled pagoda is even larger than the one he built before. It truly lives up to its reputation as a uniquely blessed cosmic behemoth, the void-devouring beast. Even if he had cheat codes, he still couldn't compare at this stage. We are one, what's mine is yours, isn't it? What's there to be jealous of? The void-devouring beast was both amused and exasperated. Haha, that makes sense. Wang Teng couldn't help but laugh, in a great mood. 2 9-jeweled pagodas. It's estimated that even the creator of the Buddha Sutra never imagined that someone could forge 2 9-jeweled pagodas. Wang Teng returned to reality, went into the bathroom, and prepared to wash up. This time, forging the 9 treasures pagoda wasn't as painful, since it was the void-devouring beast clone that suffered, which he could completely shield himself from. But it was hard work, and it took a lot of his energy, so he took a shower to relax. Taking a bath alone might seem too lonely and doesn't suit his status. So Wang Teng released Cao Jiao, handed her a towel, and ordered, "Scrub my back." Cao Jiao finally got out for some fresh air, but Wang Teng actually asked her to rub his back. Veins popped out on her forehead, and her pretty face turned red with anger. Hurry up, you're a maid, don't you have any sense of responsibility? Wang Teng urged, lying next to the huge bathtub. He ultimately did not use bewitchment on Cao Jiao. Bewitchment? This skill is too low level and doesn't suit his rank. It's more fun to train someone slowly. Since the soul imprint has already been placed on her, Cao Jiao can't resist, so Wang Teng isn't worried about her causing any trouble. Cao Jiao took a deep breath, glared fiercely at Wang Teng's back, and stepped forward to rub his back. 10,000 words omitted here. More than half an hour later, Wang Teng walked out of the bathroom, followed by Cao Jiao, who was full of resentment and blushing. In a good mood, Wang Teng remembered the Pillar of the Nation medal and logged into the virtual universe to check it out. Soon a large amount of information appeared. Wang Teng browsed carefully, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. The benefits of this Pillar of the Nation medal can be summed up in 2 words, privileges. That's right, it's privilege. The Pillar of the State medal represents privileges in various fields of the Great Qian Empire, such as the education of future generations, the purchase of important resources, and official appointments, all of which come with certain preferential treatment. In some respects, the privileges of this order of the Pillar of State are greater than those of his baronial title. For example, the descendants of those who possess the Pillar of the State medal can directly enter the empire's highest institution of learning without any examination, while even the sons of barons need to pass an examination to be admitted. Some other important supplies that Wang Teng might not be able to buy even with his baronial title could be purchased directly from the imperial authorities by possessing the Pillar of State medal. There is also the matter of official appointment. Having a title does not necessarily guarantee an official position, but having the Pillar of the State medal will certainly get you a good position. Of course, this applies to the holder of the Pillar of the State medal, not his descendants. That's the difference. In addition to these, there are various other privileges. The treatment is simply too good to be true. After reading these materials, Wang Teng couldn't help but feel a sense of longing. This Pillar of the Nation medal was truly a symbol of status. Wang Teng waited for 3 days before someone came to redeem Sweet and the others. And he came with General Mokaran. Upon learning the news, Wang Teng received them in the Tiger Fiend Gang's reception hall. The Tiger Fiend reception hall was not large, nor could it be described as luxurious. It was simple and in line with the military style. After everyone sat down, Wang Teng had someone pour water for the guests. The person the third prince sent this time was also a man who looked to be only 27 or 28 years old. But it was not difficult for those present to see that his real age was far more than 20. However, for martial artists at the planetary level or above, being under 100 years old is actually considered very young. Even some special races are still in their infancy when they are under 500 years old, or even under 1,000 years old. At that moment, the man looked at the water in the glass beside him, his brows furrowing imperceptibly, without moving an inch, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. No one ever offered him a simple glass of water. Wang Teng was truly unworthy of respect. "I'm sorry, I'm rather poor and don't have much to offer," Wang Teng said casually. General Mokalan's lips twitched. He believed what others said, but he didn't believe Wang Teng's words at all. He knew that Wang Teng had brought out a bunch of master-level and grandmaster-level spiritual foods to share with his team members. If this is considered poor, then what about the others who are beggars? Standing next to Wang Teng, Peggy remained expressionless, her mind as calm as a rock. "These are all basic operations. You'll get used to it." "Commander Wang Teng, you don't need to be so polite," the man said. "Colonel Wang Teng, let me introduce you. This is Baron Lu Qing, under the command of the third prince," said General Mokalan. "Colonel." Lu Qing was slightly taken aback and looked at Wang Teng. He was genuinely surprised that Wang Teng had been promoted to the rank of colonel. "Baron." Wang Teng was equally surprised, not expecting that the person in front of him was a baron of the empire, just like him. "Commander Wang Teng is truly young and promising. He's only been in the military for a short time and has already been promoted to colonel," Lu Qing said, his eyes flashing. He had begun to take it somewhat seriously, but that was all. For those of them who had been by the third prince's side for many years, they had seen many people in high positions and were already used to it. "You flatter me. It's all thanks to the kindness of you generals," Wang Teng said with a smile. General Mokalan was speechless. This guy is just spouting nonsense again. He already knew what had happened a few days ago. This guy was really good at exaggerating and had tricked all of them, the generals, into it. However, no one thought Wang Teng had gone too far. The ones who really went too far were the third prince's men, who actually came to the military to cause trouble. Wasn't that a slap in their face? Moreover, if they can't protect Wang Teng, wouldn't they lose even more face? "Baron Lu, have some water." "Why aren't you drinking? Is it not to your liking?" Wang Teng asked. Lu Qing. "This is totally not to my taste. What appetite can one have with just a glass of water?" "No need to be polite, I'm not thirsty," Lu Qing said. "Does Baron Lu look down on me?" Wang Teng asked coldly. "I'm treating you kindly, and you're not giving me any face?" Lu Qing's expression stiffened, and she looked at Wang Teng with a slightly cold gaze. No one has ever dared to speak to him like that. This Wang Teng really doesn't know what's good for him. The atmosphere in the living room immediately became tense. Ahem. General Mokalan coughed, breaking the silence. "Commander Wang Teng, enough with the nonsense. I'm here on the orders of the third prince to bring Sweet back," Lu Qing said calmly, the cold glint in his eyes fading. Baron Lu, if you don't give me face, how can I talk to you? I'm not going to keep you company any longer. Wang Tang stood up and was about to leave. Damn it. Lu Qing's face darkened. He thought that by bringing up the third prince, Wang Tang would definitely not dare to cause any more trouble. He didn't expect that Wang Tang would leave at the slightest disagreement, completely disregarding common sense. Please wait, Lu Qing quickly called out, otherwise if Wang Tang left, it probably wouldn't be so easy to see him again. So she took a deep breath and said with great frustration, this water. I'll drink it. That's more like it. Wang Tang turned to watch the other person drink it, then smiled and sat down again. Alright, now we can talk about the ransom. I'm taking sweet with me. Name your terms. Lu Qing put down his cup, regaining his composure and speaking with an air of confidence. Originally, I wouldn't have dared to detain these people of the third prince, Wang Tang said. Quote. Lu Qing. Fart. You dare not detain him? You even dared to threaten the third prince, what else wouldn't you dare to do? General Mokalin took a sip of water and almost spat it out. Could this guy be any more shameless? However, that sweet has caused trouble for my Tiger Fiend gang, which has damaged the reputation of my Tiger Fiend gang. If I do nothing, it will probably have a great impact on the reputation of my Tiger Fiend gang. So I really have no choice but to do this. Wang Tang ignored their expressions and said innocently. Lu Qing said, Commander Wang Tang, you can just state your conditions directly. Baron Lu, that's not right of you. It makes me sound like I'm blackmailing you, Wang Tang said unhappily. You're just trying to blackmail me. Lu Qing took another deep breath and could only say, sweet was in the wrong first, so it doesn't count as blackmail. That's good. Baron Lu is indeed very righteous, and the third prince must also be very righteous and able to understand my difficulties. Wang Tang said, in that case, I won't make any excessive demands. You can just give me 3 or 500 billion. PFF'd. This time, General Mokalin really spat out a mouthful of water. This guy really dares to say that. 3 to 500 billion, what's the difference between that and extortion? Lu Qing's face darkened as he stared at Wang Tang and said, Baron Wang Tang, you've gone a bit too far. No way, this price is already very fair. Didn't you see that the gate of my Tiger Fiend gang was smashed when you came in? This was all done by Sweet, and several hundred of my subordinates were also injured and are still recovering. As for the compensation for mental distress, damage to honor, medical expenses, repair costs, etc., I didn't ask for 3 or 5 trillion. I'm already being generous because of the third prince's influence. Wang Tang said calmly. Peggy finally couldn't help but twitch her lips. So, Wang Tang made them dismantle the door a few days ago just for this whole thing. And those hundreds of wounded soldiers, weren't they injured during the fighting at the 13th line of defense? When did it become Sweet's fault? Lu Qing's face darkened. That Sweet is a complete waste, he's good for nothing and good for nothing. He was just asked to do a small thing, and it turned into this mess. They even started fighting in front of the Tiger Fiend gang. Isn't this a slap in the face to the military? This has put him in such a passive position now. He was so angry he wanted to kill someone. You're asking for the moon, Lu Qing said, his face grim. Nonsense, I have a complete list of evidence. If you don't believe me, I'll show you this list. Wang Tang pulled out a long list from somewhere and waved it in front of Lu Qing. Let me see. Lu Qing didn't believe it, but after taking a look, she was completely shocked. The compensation for the losses was listed clearly, but each one was outrageously expensive. The material of this broken gate was actually a very precious metal and stone, which was comparable to the material of the gate of the imperial palace. Who would believe something like that? However, he had no evidence because the door had been dismantled, and he couldn't find the original material at all. Wang Tang was certain that he had no way to deal with him. As for compensation for emotional distress and damage to reputation, that's even more difficult to say, there's no definitive answer. Lu Qing was speechless with frustration, almost spitting out blood. He could only look at General Mokalin and say, General Mokalin, is this how your military operates? Ahem, I think this has nothing to do with the style of our military, it's purely a personal matter, General Mokalin said with a dry cough. Quote. Lu Qing. Damn it, they're a bunch of thugs. Baron Lu, what's your decision? How about letting Sweet stay with us a little longer? We'll provide him with good food and lodging. We won't mistreat him, Wang Tang said. Number need, I'll pay for it, Lu Qing said through gritted teeth. If we stay any longer, what will become of the third prince's reputation? People who don't know the situation might think they can't afford it. As expected of someone under the third prince, they are indeed generous and magnanimous. On behalf of the wounded soldiers, I thank your highness the third prince, Wang Teng said admiringly and gratefully. Lu Qing gave Wang Teng a deep look, said nothing more, asked for Wang Teng's account number, and then transferred the money to him. 300 billion universe coins. He gave the lowest possible value. Wang Teng had no objection. This was already quite a lot, and it was impossible to actually ask the other party for 500 billion. Of course, this is a huge sum of money for ordinary martial artists, but for the third prince, it is actually just a drop in the ocean. Otherwise, Wang Teng wouldn't have brought it up. Bring Sweet up here, Wang Teng ordered with a smile after receiving the money. Soon after, Sweet was brought up. His facial injuries had mostly healed, but Wang Teng had been too ruthless, and he still looked bruised and swollen, so much so that Lu Qing almost didn't recognize him. Brother Lu, have you come to save me? This Wang Teng is too much. Brother Lu, you must avenge me. Sweet saw Lu Qing and it was as if he had seen a savior. His eyes lit up and he immediately perked up and shouted. Shut up, you disgraceful thing, Lu Qing coldly shouted. Sweet was immediately taken aback, not expecting Lu Qing to be so cold to him, even scolding him, and he was at a loss for what to do. Lu Qing's status was much higher than his, and he dared not be presumptuous in front of Lu Qing. Sweet, you're free now. Make sure you behave well after you get out, and whatever you do, don't ever come back in, Wang Teng said. That sounds a bit strange. Sweet glared angrily at Wang Teng. Commander Wang Teng, I'll remember this incident. His Highness the Third Prince is of noble status and won't hold it against you, but I'll be keeping an eye on you. We'll see what happens in the future. Lu Qing exuded a faint but dangerous aura as he locked onto Wang Teng and spoke calmly. Without waiting for Wang Teng's reply, he left with Sweet and the others. With a stern face, Lu Qing led Sweet and the others out of the Tiger Fiend gang. Brother Lu, Sweet called out cautiously. He could already sense Lu Qing's anger and knew that he had probably made a huge mistake this time. Go back and apologize to His Highness the Third Prince yourself, Lu Qing said. But, Sweet wanted to say something more. Lu Qing glanced at him and immediately shut him up. The two walked a few more steps when Lu Qing suddenly stopped, looked ahead, and her expression changed slightly. Sweet sensed something was wrong and looked ahead. His pupils contracted instantly, and he exclaimed, Zhou Jingtian. Why is he here? Sweet looked on incredulously, as if he had seen a ghost. It seems His Highness the Second Prince has heard some rumors and can no longer sit still, Lu Qing said slowly, his eyes slightly narrowed. Did the Second Prince send him? Sweet asked. Otherwise, why do you think he would come here? Lu Qing sneered. The person approaching from the opposite direction quickly came closer. He was a tall young man with thick black hair casually draped over his shoulders. His eyes were sharp as knives. He grinned at Lu Qing and said, So the Third Prince sent you here? HMPH. Lu Qing snorted coldly, the Second Prince really is omnipresent. Don't misunderstand, His Highness the Second Prince only sent me to express his condolences to Baron Wang Teng. After all, Baron Wang Teng has just made a contribution, and the Third Prince's actions are really disheartening. His Highness the Second Prince is also worried that he will lose face for the royal family, so he is cleaning up the mess for the Third Prince, Zhou Jingtian said with a smile. You, Lu Qing's face turned ugly. Alright, I won't say any more to you. I'm going to see Baron Wang Teng. Zhou Jingtian waved his hand and walked into the Tiger Fiend gang. Lu Qing stared at Zhou Jingtian's retreating figure, his face extremely gloomy, but his heart was in turmoil. He quickly led Sweet and the others away. It seems the situation is much worse than he imagined. Inside the Tiger Fiend gang's reception hall, Wang Teng sat in a chair, expressionless. The aura emanating from Lu Qing just now made him feel a little uneasy. The other party's realm was also at the cosmic level, but he had never encountered a cosmic level being who could give him this feeling before. This is the first one. That Lu Qing is no simple man. Wang Teng is not afraid of powerful opponents, but he must always be on guard against a powerful venomous snake lurking in the shadows, which is a very troublesome thing. Colonel Wang Teng, you've gotten us into quite a bit of trouble, General Mokalin said. I'm helpless too. I didn't invite this trouble. They provoke me, Wang Teng said innocently. General Mokalin was speechless. You don't look like someone who should be provoked at all. Look how badly those Third Prince's men have been bullied. To express my gratitude to all the generals for their kindness, I have decided to donate 200 billion to our headquarters. which can be considered as a contribution to our number 29 defense planet, Wang Tang said suddenly, his eyes darting around. Ahem. General Mokalin coughed lightly, his expression turning serious, and said, "Don't worry, on this defense planet 29, no one can harm you." Wang Tang, _ At that moment, Hodge walked in from outside and whispered something to Wang Tang. Oh? Wang Tang was extremely surprised, and nodded, saying, "Bring him in." "What's wrong?" General Mokalin asked. "The second prince has sent someone," Wang Tang said. "Second prince?" General Mokalin's gaze sharpened as he looked at Wang Tang with a meaningful smile. "You really are quite popular." "I don't want to get involved in their fight," Wang Tang said helplessly. "I'll leave this matter to myself. I have a lot of official business to attend to. I'll be going now." General Mokarin shook his head, stood up, and took his leave. Wang Tang was speechless. General Mokalin ran away really fast. He clearly didn't want to pay any attention to the third prince or the second prince. Actually, he wouldn't have come if it weren't for Wang Tang. A short while later, Hodge led Zhou Jingtian into the reception hall. Wang Tang sized up Zhou Jingtian, somewhat surprised. This Zhou Jingtian gave him a feeling very similar to the previous Lu Qing. His eyes were like knives, sharp and unusual, and he exuded an invisible sense of oppression. "That's impressive. Baron Wang Tang, it's an honor to meet you," Zhou Jingtian said, clasping his hands in a fist salute to Wang Tang. "Baron Zhou Jingtian, please have a seat," Wang Tang said politely. This week, Jingtian has also become a baron. When he first heard about this person, he had Yuan Gungun investigate, and sure enough, they found that Zhou Jingtian also had a certain status. It seems that these princes truly have hidden talents among their ranks. Any one of them could easily become a baron. There's a saying that even a 7th rank official is no match for the prime minister. Isn't that exactly what it means? Zhou Jingtian sat down. Before coming, he had heard that Wang Tang was arrogant and disrespectful, and had even taught the third prince's men a lesson, showing no regard for the third prince. In his opinion, Wang Tang probably wasn't so easy to get along with. But seeing Wang Tang's appearance now, he was puzzled. Wang Tang was polite and courteous, and didn't seem like that kind of person. "Please have some tea." Wang Tang waved his hand, and a pot of tea with a faint fragrance appeared on the table. He personally poured a cup for the other party. "This is..." Zhou Jingtian's spirits lifted at the aroma, his gaze involuntarily falling on the tea. He seemed eager to take a sip, his eyes gleaming as he exclaimed in shock, "Spirit-bright tea. Wow, what a tycoon." He had some doubts at first, but after actually tasting it, he finally confirmed that it was indeed the spirit tea. Lingming tea is no ordinary thing. It is a precious spiritual tea that can nourish the spirit, and it is very expensive. The main problem is the lack of distribution channels. Ordinary people simply cannot buy them. Even Zhou Jingtian himself could only occasionally drink at the second prince's place. "I never expected to be able to drink Lingming tea here with Wang Tang today. This is unbelievable. Please don't mind if we haven't been very hospitable," Wang Tang said. Zhou Jingtian's lips twitched. Is this not a good enough hospitality? Is it because his perspective is too narrow? Why is Wang Tang so outstanding, even though they are both barons? Zhou Jingtian suddenly began to doubt whether he was a fake baron. "I wonder what business Baron Zhou Jingtian has with me?" Wang Tang asked. "Don't call me baron anymore. I'm a few years older than you. If you don't mind, you can just call me Brother Zhou," Zhou Jingtian said. "Then I shall respectfully accept your offer," Wang Tang nodded. "Haha, you've really stirred up a big mess this time. Many people on the Imperial Star have heard the news." Zhou Jingtian was very happy and laughed. "That's why the second prince sent me to see you." "Is this some kind of attempt to win me over?" Wang Tang chuckled. "I did intend to, but judging from your expression, I doubt you'll agree," Zhou Jingtian said, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. "The second prince probably couldn't afford to support someone who serves Lingming tea to his guests. Wang Tang is an anomaly." Zhou Jingtian silently gave himself a thumbs up for his cleverness. He saved the second prince money. Brother Zhou is very knowledgeable. Wang Tang had already prepared his words of refusal, but before he could say anything, the other party gave up, saving him the trouble of saying anything more. As for why the other party inexplicably gave up on trying to win him over, only God knows. Wang Tang poured Zhou Jingtian another cup of Lingming tea. He originally brewed this tea for himself, but he's been feeling quite mentally exhausted lately, so drinking more Lingming tea can help relieve his mental fatigue. As for where it came from, Wang Tang didn't spend money to buy it. Instead, he found it among the treasures left behind by the Lord of the Fire River Realm. As a Realm Lord level powerhouse, Fire River Realm Lord naturally knows how to enjoy life, but now it's all benefiting Wang Tang. When he heard that Zhou Jingtian had arrived, he took out the food to serve him. The second prince had no grudge against him, and Wang Tang did not want to provoke another powerful enemy, so he was relatively polite to Zhou Jingtian. If Lu Qing knew that Wang Tang had served Zhou Jingtian Lingming tea, she would probably be furious. This discrimination is too obvious. Zhou Jingtian was overjoyed and immediately picked up the teacup as if it were a precious treasure, sipping it little by little, afraid that it would be gone once it was finished. If Brother Zhou likes it, I'll give you some later, Wang Tang said with a shake of his head and a smile when he saw his expression. Really? Zhou Jingtian's eyes lit up. Of course. Wang Tang nodded and said, I still have quite a lot of this Lingming tea, and I can't usually finish it all, so giving you some is no problem. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jingtian was speechless, and at the same time felt that Wang Tang was even more mysterious. How extravagant. The Lingming tea is never finished. Just who is Wang Tang to have such wealth? But no matter what, the second prince was indeed too expensive to support. Thank you very much then. Zhou Jingtian had a variety of thoughts flashing through his mind, and he quickly thanked him. No need to be so polite, Wang Tang said with a smile. The atmosphere then became quite harmonious. The two chatted for a few more minutes. Since Zhou Jingtian knew that Wang Tang would not join the second prince's side, he said no more and took his leave. Wang Tang's life has returned to normal. As for the turmoil on the Imperial Star, that's none of his business. With no missions at the moment, he returned to his room to continue his secluded cultivation. He is currently considering fusing his ultimate techniques to see if he can create an even stronger ultimate power. He also possesses numerous domains, which are already extraordinary when used in combination. If they were to be merged together, they would likely become even more powerful. Time flew by, and before we knew it, it was evening. The Tiger Fiend gang members had recovered enough, so Wang Tang gathered them together for a meal and drinks to strengthen their bonds. A campfire was lit, and the air was filled with the aroma of food and jam. Warriors were sparring and playing games, creating a lively atmosphere. Wang Tang, Hodge, Peggy, and others were sitting together, chatting. Happy times always pass quickly. 2 hours flew by. Boom! Suddenly, a loud roar came from afar. Wang Tang immediately turned his head to look, and his expression changed. That's over there. Hodge and the others also looked over, their expressions becoming serious. That's the laboratory of the great sage Veblen. Wang Tang immediately recognized it, his figure instantly soaring into the sky, his voice booming, you all prepare for any possible accidents. I'm going to take a look. Wang Tang sped toward Veblen's laboratory, his face grave. In his spiritual vision, a powerful fluctuation of dark stellar primal force had just erupted from that direction. It's not outside the defensive shield but inside the main base. What does this tell us? This means that some dark species have infiltrated the main base. Wang Tang made a guess in his mind, but felt it was somewhat absurd. The fact that a dark species could infiltrate the heavily guarded main base is a slap in the face. But why specifically in Veblen's area? That old man has no fighting ability. If he encounters a dark being, he'll be doomed. Wang Tang was worried, so he increased his speed to the maximum and soon arrived near the Veblen laboratory. Chaos had broken out here. The roar of the force and the shouts of martial artists filled the air. However, being well-trained military personnel, despite the chaos, the group didn't run around like headless flies. Instead, most people have split into several teams and are chasing in several directions. In those directions, Wang Tang saw through his spiritual vision that streaks of dark primal force were fleeing out of the main base. Those are dark races. And there was more than one. Damn it, how could so many dark races appear inside the main base? Wang Tang frowned, and before he could think any further, he landed. When he saw the Veblen laboratory building, his expression changed slightly. The building was severely damaged, as if it had been violently blasted open from the inside. The worst-case scenario has occurred. As Wang Tang landed, the martial artists who were moving stones around him immediately recognized him and called out. Colonel Wang Tang. How is the situation? Wang Tang asked immediately without wasting any words. We just arrived and are clearing away the surrounding debris. The people inside haven't been rescued yet, a martial artist quickly replied. Get out of my way. When Wang Tang heard that the person had not yet been rescued, his heart sank even further, and he immediately said. Knowing that he was about to make a move, everyone was secretly pleased and naturally made way for him. The heart of primal magnetic energy, open. Wang Tang gave a soft shout in his heart, and an invisible force emanated from his body, spreading forward. Boom! Countless scattered boulders and metals were attracted by this magnetic force and flew into the sky. With a deafening roar, the rubble and metal coalesced into two large pieces of stone and metal. With a wave of his hand, Wang Tang sent the two massive rocks and metal pieces crashing to the ground beside him with a loud thud. Those around them were dumbfounded. Although martial artists are incredibly strong, clearing away rubble and metal is not so easy for them and will inevitably waste a lot of time. Unlike Wang Tang, who solved it so easily. What are you all standing there for? Quickly, save them, Wang Tang shouted. Yes. The surrounding martial artists instinctively obeyed Wang Tang's order and rushed into the building to rescue people. Wang Tang himself rushed in, activated the Eye of Origin, and broke through numerous obstacles to search for Veblen and Moira. Soon, Wang Tang found him at the location of Veblen's laboratory. Fortunately, the laboratory's metal walls were very sturdy and were not damaged. Veblen was simply trapped inside and unable to get out. Wang Tang kicked open the laboratory door and saw Veblen lying on the side. His expression changed slightly. Veblen is injured, no wonder they couldn't get out. Although Veblen's combat strength is lacking, his cultivation level is not low, so he shouldn't be trapped. Wang Tang only now knows the reason. Veblen bore the marks of a dark attack and was currently unconscious, clearly having been attacked by a dark species. Wang Tang quickly cast a goddess's blessing on him. Veblen was wearing the armor of light, so he was not greatly affected by the power of darkness. Under the effect of the healing method of light, he quickly regained consciousness. Old man, what exactly is going on? Wang Tang asked hurriedly. Wang Tang? You saved me. Veblen groaned, rubbing his head, then seemed to suddenly remember something and said urgently, where's Moira? And the demon egg? Damn it! The Dark Ones stole the demon egg and took Moira hostage. What? The demon egg has been stolen, and Moira has been taken hostage. Wang Tang exclaimed in shock. Why would a dark species infiltrate? They're the mind race, Veblen said with a grim expression. The Demon Brain Clan. They actually infiltrated the main base. Wang Tang's face darkened. Wang Tang, hurry and chase after them. We can't let them leave with the demon eggs. And Moira, who knows what will happen to her if she falls into the hands of the dark race. We must rescue her, Veblen said urgently, his voice filled with worry and pleading. Okay, Wang Tang nodded, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Don't worry, I will definitely rescue Moira. Please, Veblen said, gripping Wang Tang's hand tightly. I'll take you out first. Wang Tang didn't say anything more and led Veblen out of the laboratory and to the open space outside. At this moment, General Mokalin and his men arrived and met with Wang Tang and his companion. Great wise man Veblen, it's so good that you're alright. General Mokalin breathed a sigh of relief. Veblen's identity is too important to afford even the slightest mistake. Fortunately, Wang Tang arrived in time and rescued Veblen. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. General Mokalin, the dark race of the demon brain, has infiltrated the main base by taking over human bodies and has already stolen the demon eggs. Even Moira's has been taken hostage. I'm going to retrieve them, Wang Tang said. Dark species of the mind race. General Mokalin knew of the existence of the dark species of the mind race. He had been wondering how a dark species of the mind race could have infiltrated the main base, but now he finally knew the reason. This matter was probably not the fault of his subordinates. The mind race was too strange, and it was normal that they could not detect it. Okay, I'll leave this to you. He nodded quickly. Wang Tang once captured a dark species of the Demon Brain Clan and pursued it. Probably no one is more suitable than him. We must capture him. General Mokarin's eyes flashed coldly, and he added solemnly. Wang Tang nodded, then immediately took to the air and chased after the direction in which the dark species of the Demon Brain Clan had left. Due to the obstruction of other martial artists, those dark creatures did not escape far, but only rushed to the edge of the main base. Only the dark creature that had taken Moira hostage had broken out of the main base, leaving all the pursuing warriors far behind. Ignoring the other dark beings, Wang Tang chased straight after the one who was holding Moira hostage. Boom! Wang Tang, clad in battle armor, suddenly unfurled his wind and thunder wings, accompanied by the sounds of wind and thunder, instantly increasing his speed. He transformed into a dark red streak of light, piercing the sky and rushing out of the main base. Bussen turned his head and glanced at the human warriors chasing after him, then smiled disdainfully. Trying to catch up with me? How naive. Boom! As soon as it finished speaking, its speed increased dramatically, transforming it into a streak of cyan light that sped away into the distance. Even with someone in her arms, it had no effect whatsoever. Its appearance is no different from that of a normal demi-human, with slightly pointed ears, arms covered with exquisite blue scales, and an extremely handsome face. There is a blue prismatic crystal between its eyebrows, as if it were embedded in its flesh and blood, integrated into one, making it look particularly strange. This is actually a very rare race in the universe, the Wind Elf race. The Wind Elemental Elves are known as Windwalkers in the universe. They not only possess exceptionally high Wind Elemental talent, but also have an innate affinity for Wind Elemental forces. As a result, they can naturally blend into the wind, as if they have completely transformed into the wind, and move at extremely high speeds. However, it is clear that this Wind Elemental Elf warrior has been controlled by the dark race of the Demon Brain Clan. How can this dark creature be so fast? Wang Tang's pupils contracted. His speed is already quite fast, and with the wind and thunder wings, even ordinary cosmic-level martial artists might not be as fast as him. However, the dark creatures ahead were much faster than him. And if he wasn't mistaken, it should be the fluctuation of wind elemental celestial force. In other words, this dark species is using the primal force of the wind elemental stars. It really is a dark species of the Demon Brain Clan. Otherwise it would be impossible to use the wind elemental star power. Wang Tang had completely confirmed the species of that dark species in his heart. And he was secretly troubled by the strangeness of the dark species of the Demon Brain Clan. This dark mind race likely used soul possession to control an extremely fast human wind-type warrior, which is why it was able to use wind-type primal force. This is blatant cheating. As the distance between the two sides widened, Wang Tang remained expressionless. However, on the wind and thunder wings behind him, complex silver patterns suddenly lit up, connecting with each other and instantly covering the entire surface of the wind and thunder wings. Previously, Wang Tang obtained a space-type star core and a space-type starbone from the treasure vault of the Holy Star Tower of the Orient Federation, and immediately planned to use them. Unlike Saint Luo, he wouldn't keep it for later use. In the end, not only did he fail to keep it, but it also benefited Saint Luo. Later, the star core and starbone were completely integrated into the wind and thunder wings, giving them spatial abilities. This works perfectly in conjunction with Wang Tang's spatial talent. Wang Tang originally intended to forge it into a weapon for a divine sense master, but after thinking about it, he decided to integrate it with the wind and thunder wings. After all, Wang Tang had never had any special means in terms of speed, only the wind and thunder wings, so strengthening the wind and thunder wings was very necessary. At that moment, as the silver patterns spread and the wings of wind and thunder flapped, Wang Tang's figure disappeared from the spot. The next moment, thousands of meters away, the void rippled, and Wang Tang's figure burst out. Spatial fluctuations. Bussen's expression changed, and his pupils contracted. This is a method of spatial travel. This human warrior is actually able to use short-distance spatial teleportation techniques. This is unbelievable. Windrunner is fast, but that depends on who you compare him to. Compared to teleportation, it's just asking for trouble. MMP, this human is cheating. Without a second thought, it immediately disregarded all the energy expenditure and increased its speed to its maximum, disappearing from the spot. The human behind it could travel thousands of meters in a single spatial traverse. If it did this a few more times, it would really be caught. Bussen is only at the cosmic level and cannot use spatial means like a domain lord. However, by borrowing the talent of the wind elemental elves, its speed is so incredible that it can no longer be seen with the naked eye. From a distance, one can only occasionally catch a glimpse of a bluish afterimage. Wang Tang's expression turned slightly serious upon seeing this. The body possessed by this dark mind race member is definitely that of a wind-type genius with extremely powerful talent. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to possess such terrifying speed. Among the martial artists he had encountered before, Wang Tang would call him the fastest in terms of speed. At this moment, Wang Tang paid even more attention to the talent of the body occupied by the dark species of the Demon Brain Clan, and dared not underestimate it. If we don't keep up, they might really get away this time. Snort. Wang Tang snorted coldly in his heart and continued to use spatial power to traverse space, approaching the dark creature in front of him. The two sides continued their chase, gradually moving away from the main base by 50 kilometers and entering the dangerous territory occupied by the dark race. In the outer areas, large numbers of dark species may appear at any time. Buseng looked somewhat exhausted. The chase had taken a heavy toll on him, and the human warriors behind him were like leeches, sticking to him relentlessly. Moreover, the other party kept using spatial teleportation techniques and never stopped along the way. This suggests that the other party may possess an extremely rare spatial talent. When did such a freak appear among humans? Buseng looked grim. It dared not stop for a moment, fearing that if it did, the humans behind it would catch up. Just then, a group of dark beings appeared ahead. Buseng's eyes lit up as if he saw a glimmer of hope. A sinister smile appeared on his lips as he charged straight ahead. Boom! The force within Businger roared, transforming into an invisible force that shoved him forward with tremendous force. Damn it! Wang Tang naturally saw the figures of those dark creatures as well, and his expression changed slightly. Although he was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety when these dark creatures appeared. The group of dark beings ahead were members of the goat-headed demon clan. They roamed the wilderness, hunting human warriors, and had noticed Wang Tang and Buseng, who were chasing and fleeing. Even the dark races couldn't easily see through the disguise of the dark race of the Demon Brain Clan. However, Buseng had already unleashed the Dark Star Force, so these goat-headed dark race members immediately realized that it wasn't human. On the contrary, Wang Tang, who comes later, is clearly a human. Stop him! Businger rushed forward instantly, took out a token, and shouted at the goat-headed dark race without any politeness. That is, one of the large, goat-headed dark demons was clearly the leader. Upon seeing the token, its expression changed drastically, as if it had seen something incredible. How did that person's token end up here? Do you want to disobey orders? Buseng shouted angrily when he saw that it was still in a daze. Yes, Gardner obeys your orders, sir. The goat-headed dark demon immediately knelt on one knee and said in a trembling voice. Hold him back no matter what, Buseng said, then continued speeding forward, leaving the goat-headed dark race behind. Gardner stood up only after Buseng had left, his expression a mixture of emotions. Lord Gardner, whose token was that just now? A goat-headed dark demon asked cautiously from behind. No mistake, it's definitely that person. Gardner cast aside his worries, a fervent look in his eyes, and said excitedly, that person must have descended upon this 29th defensive planet. So that means, another goat-headed demon of the dark race interjected. Shut up, this is not something we can speculate on, Gardner snapped. Yes. The dark creatures around them changed their expressions and quickly replied. That lord must have been carrying out a very important mission. We need to stop that human behind us. If we can make a contribution, we might gain his attention. Gardner looked back, his eyes filled with coldness, and his face gradually turned ferocious. Just a human, kill him. Yes, kill him. Killing a mere stellar-level human is as easy as turning one's hand. Ellipsis. The surrounding ram-headed demons grinned menacingly, all eyeing Wang Tang menacingly as he approached. Before long, Wang Tang arrived. Without saying a word, he simply pointed, and the moon golden wheel flew out, transforming into a golden light that pierced through the void and sped toward the dark creature before him. So fast, Gardner's pupils contracted. Before he could think, the fleshy wings on his back flapped violently, turning him into a blur. Sizzle. The sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh rang out immediately. Before the other ram-headed demon race members could react, their heads were sliced open one by one, and the ferocious expressions on their faces instantly froze, their faces split in two. Bang. One after another, lifeless corpses of the dark race fell from the sky and crashed heavily to the ground. How is this possible? Gardner's figure appeared thousands of meters ahead, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, his heart filled with utter horror. This human appears to be only a stellar-level warrior, so why is he so powerful? Wang Tang killed several goat-headed dark demons without even glancing at them again. His expression was indifferent as he charged past them, pointing at the last goat-headed dark demon. Whoosh! The moon wheel vanished into the void. Gardner felt a chill run down its spine and a sense of impending doom. It sensed a life-or-death crisis and completely forgot about any thoughts of obstruction or merit. At this moment, all it wanted was to escape. In an instant, it flapped its wings frantically, turned around, and fled. However, the next moment, a golden light appeared behind it, flashed by, and left a trail of blood. Gardner's body stiffened, his life force rapidly dissipated, and then he crashed to the ground. This ram-headed demon race dark species, which had reached the third level of the lower-level demon emperor, was completely vulnerable in front of Wang Teng and was killed instantly. It probably never imagined that this human would be so terrifying, making it impossible for it to even escape. In its final moments before death, it was filled with nothing but resentment and hatred towards Buseng, and it also took the opportunity to curse Buseng's entire family. Damn it, that's totally a trap. Wang Teng ignored the dark creatures, used his mental power to collect all the attribute bubbles, and then disappeared. Dark Star Force * 1600. Stellar Level Spirit 200. Dark Star Force * 1400. Dark Star Force * 2500. 500 Stellar Level Spirit Points. Ellipsis. Don't even think about running, Wang Teng said indifferently, chasing after them. Because he killed the ram-headed demon race dark creature at an extremely fast speed, the demon brain race dark creature ahead had not run far. And Wang Teng could continue to track it based on the traces it left behind. Damn it, Buseng hadn't expected Wang Teng to be so powerful. Those few goat-headed dark demons couldn't even last a few seconds. They're utterly useless. However, a few seconds was enough for it to widen the distance again. The two are now completely relying on time differences to engage in a chase, and neither can surpass the other in speed. But the situation was very favorable to it, because there were many dark creatures in the occupied area. It only needed to lure Wang Teng to the location of those dark creatures so that they could hold him back, and it could find an opportunity to escape. Busenger's eyes flashed, and he immediately made a decision. Next, it led Wang Teng closer and closer to the area where the dark species existed, thereby slowing down Wang Teng's speed. This was indeed very effective, causing the distance between Wang Teng and it to increase continuously. Damn it, Wang Teng's face was grim, and he felt utterly helpless. This dark mind beast was too cunning. It didn't confront him head-on at all, and he couldn't catch up with it, so he could only run around following behind it. Get out of my way! Wang Teng roared and controlled the Moon Golden Wheel, charging towards a group of Dark Moth clan members that appeared in front of him. This was already the 7th wave of Dark Moth clan members. The Dark Brain clan member had led him through 7 waves of Dark Moth clan members. If this were any other martial artist, their internal energy would probably have given out long ago. Damn it, what kind of monster is this human? How can he still hold on? As Wang Teng roared, Buseng's face also turned ugly. It was exhausted, but the human behind it was still relentlessly pursuing it. Even after encountering 7 waves of obstruction, it still couldn't shake him off completely. In the vast wilderness, Wang Teng stood above a forest, his face looking rather grim. The dark species of the demon brain clan that was just now entered this mountain range and forest, and has now disappeared without a trace. What troubled him most was that the other party had used some kind of concealment method, and he could no longer sense any trace of their presence. This dark mind race creature was extremely cunning. From the beginning, it planned to create distance and then, before he could catch up, it entered the jungle and completely disappeared. If this method doesn't create enough distance between the two sides, and there isn't enough time, the other side won't be able to shake off Wang Teng. Therefore, the dark race of the demon brain must have had this plan from the beginning. Unfortunately, Wang Teng did not realize it beforehand. Or even if he did notice, there was nothing he could do, because he simply couldn't catch up. This is really frustrating. Wang Teng's eyes flickered as he racked his brains for a solution, when suddenly a brilliant idea struck him. The next moment, figures appeared around Wang Teng, all of them looking exactly like him. Dark Clone Technique. He created a total of 10 clones, each representing a different type of primal force. Wang Teng possessed a total of 11 primal forces, but the dark primal force could not be used indiscriminately, so he only created 10 clones. These 10 clones are only at the planetary level. Unfortunately, the dark clone technique is only a demon lord level technique and cannot create stronger clones. This is why Wang Teng uses the dark clone technique less and less these days. A clone with planetary level strength is of little use to him. It can only be used to find people now, like it is now. Some of Wang Teng's talents can be shared by clones, such as Spirit Vision and Origin Essence Eye. In this way, he effectively gained several more pairs of eyes, allowing him to expand his search area. Wang Teng gave the order, and the 10 clones immediately sped off in different directions. Regardless, we must find that dark mind race member. He thought for a moment and then summoned his void-devouring beast clone as well. The void-devouring beast clone with long, dark purple hair looked at Wang Teng's main body and said, I never expected that my first appearance would be to find someone. If I could, I wouldn't want to use you to find people, Wang Teng said helplessly. Let's get started. Let me know immediately if you have any news. Alright, the void-devouring beast clone nodded without any hesitation and sped off in one direction. The direction that Wang Teng's main body and the void-devouring beast clone went to search was the direction he believed the dark species of the Demon Brain Clan were most likely to have escaped from. He refused to believe that with such a formidable force, they couldn't find that dark mind demon. Wang Teng and his clones traversed the jungle, searching in all directions and sharing information from time to time. Unfortunately, it was never discovered. That dark mind clan member seemed to have vanished into thin air. No matter how hard we searched, we couldn't find it. Time ticked by, and despite their continued exploration, they still hadn't found any trace of the other party. Wang Teng frowned, his expression turning grim. Have we really lost them? Just then, Wang Teng had a sudden thought and received a message from the void-devouring beast's clone. Devil's Vine. The void-devouring beast clone encountered the Devil Vine. Wang Teng's eyes flashed, he hesitated for a moment, and then hurried over. The appearance of the Devil's Vine in this place indicates that the Dark Mind clan member has likely ventured deep into the jungle. After all, the Dark Mind race creature he captured last time appeared after he crossed the Devil Vine's blockade. Is there any connection between the two? Wang Teng had previously reported this intelligence to his superiors, but it's unclear whether they have sent people to investigate again. He always felt that place wasn't as simple as it seemed. Etc. This mountain range seems to be connected to the previous one. The two mountain ranges crisscross and stretch across the land, which can be regarded as a great spectacle of the 29th defense planet. Could it be? As Wang Teng sped along, he pondered in his mind. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding fog thickened, exuding a dense, dark power. However, it didn't pose much of a problem for Wang Teng. This only strengthened his belief that this place definitely held some kind of secret of the dark race. He soon stopped on a large tree and looked to his left. You've arrived. A purple-haired void-devouring beast clone appeared on a large tree nearby, pointing to a spot on the ground ahead and saying, "This is where the Devil Vine appeared. I've already killed it with a single blow." A hint of surprise flashed in Wang Teng's eyes. The ground was completely undamaged, but the Devil Vine hidden deep underground had indeed lost all its vitality and was dead beyond any doubt. This void-devouring beast clone has a very strong control over power. What do you plan to do? The void-devouring beast clone asked. There's definitely something strange about this place. We can't find that dark mind race creature right now, but I'm sure it's hiding here, so I've decided to sneak in quietly, Wang Teng said. I knew you would do this. The void-devouring beast clone smiled slightly. Then I'll head back. Thanks. Wang Teng nodded. The void-devouring beast transformed into a dark purple light and flashed by, disappearing into Wang Teng's brow. At the same time, the 10 clones located in various parts of the jungle also dissipated, turning into beams of light that converged towards Wang Teng's location. In a short moment, 10 rays of light entered Wang Teng's brow, and he returned completely. Now let me see what secrets you're hiding, Wang Teng muttered to himself, before slowly dissipating and merging into the dark shadows cast by the surrounding trees. This time, with no one else following him, Wang Teng had no reservations and directly used the Dark Seed's stealth technique. The Devil Vine's underground didn't consider him an enemy at all, so he easily passed through the large area blocked by the Devil Vines. What a pity, Wang Teng glanced back. These Devil Vines are all attribute bubbles, so you can't pluck them, or you'll alert them. If I get the chance later, I'll definitely take advantage of this opportunity. The area blocked by the Devil's Vine stretched for more than 10 kilometers. If he didn't possess the Eye of Origin, he probably wouldn't have guessed that so many demonic vines were hidden deep underground. Ordinary martial artists who enter this area will absolutely die. Once these devil vines erupt simultaneously, even a domain lord level martial artist wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Even if General Mokalin and his men sent people to investigate, they probably wouldn't be able to get past the area blocked by the devil's vine, and naturally they wouldn't be able to find anything. At this moment, Wang Teng was hidden in the shadow of a large tree, looking ahead. After passing through the area blocked by the devil vines, many high-level dark creatures appeared ahead. The nearest point to him, about a kilometer away, was a low-level Demon Emperor-class dark being leading 10 Demon King-class dark beings on patrol. The dark race of the Demon Armor Clan. Wang Teng's eyes flashed and a strange smile appeared on his lips. Then his figure slowly changed, and dark primal force quietly surged, transforming into a pitch-black, ferocious armor that covered his entire body. Magic armor. Wang Teng was now clad in demonic armor, his entire body growing to over 2 meters, nearly 3 meters tall. His armor was menacing, surrounded by dark primal force, exuding a chilling demonic aura, making him appear like a true demon king. Anyone who looked at him would hardly doubt that he was a human being. 2 beams of red light shot out from behind the armor from the crystals around the eyes, exactly like the characteristics of the dark race of the Demon Armor Clan. He emerged from the darkness and slowly walked forward. Who's there? Stop right there. Among the several dark armored race members on patrol, the leader, a lower Demon Emperor level armored race member, was the first to notice him and immediately shouted coldly. Wang Teng walked slowly forward, passing through the mist, and came to them. I am on a mission ordered by my superior. A cold, hoarse voice came from behind the armor, speaking in the dark common tongue. There was no explanation, just a curt, unfiltered sentence. But the dark races are particularly susceptible to this. The lower-ranking Demon Emperor-level dark creature glanced at him, showing little suspicion, and simply asked routinely, "What's your name?" Kato Taka. Wang Teng's eyes flashed as he replied. New account, online. Kato Taka, your name sounds a bit improper? Lower-ranking Demon Emperor-level dark-armored Rulov asked suspiciously. My name is very proper. Wang Teng said in an unchanged voice. Alright, you can go in. Gurulov only thought this subconsciously, without being able to explain it at all. He coughed and let them in. They had absolutely no doubt about Wang Teng. After all, Wang Teng looked very real at the moment, and he spoke with a genuine dark race accent and the authentic dark race language. It's even more like a dark race than a dark race itself. Wang Teng walked past several dark creatures with an expressionless face, completely calm and composed, as steady as an old dog. Why are there so many people who went out on orders from the Lord? One of them just came back, Gurulov muttered. Wang Teng's ears perked up suddenly, as if he had heard something extraordinary. Could it be that Dark Mind clan? The one who just went in was a member of the Demon Brain clan, Wang Teng asked, turning back after taking a few steps. What, you know him? Jaruruv asked in surprise. It's more than just knowing each other. Wang Teng chuckled, ignoring the lower-level Demon Emperor-level dark creature, waved his hand, and headed deeper into the mist. Strange. Gurulov shook his head and ignored Wang Teng. Wang Teng entered the territory of the dark race with ease, and even managed to extract some very important information. Sure enough, that dark-type demon brain race creature ran inside. He was certain that it was the same dark mind race member he had lost track of, otherwise, it wouldn't be such a coincidence that another dark mind race member was returning from outside. As Wang Teng delved deeper into the area, he pondered his next move. The most important thing is to find that dark mind race creature and rescue Moira. As for the demon egg, it would be best to destroy it if possible. Although he had absorbed all the dark essence of the demon egg, he could not guarantee that the dark species would have other means to revive it. Finally, we should also investigate what the dark races in this area are doing. Wang Teng had a bad feeling. The dark creatures here seemed to be brewing something. Tap tap tap. A group of dark creature guards walked by not far away. This was already the third wave of patrolling darkfolk. Every time Wang Teng ventured a certain distance, he would encounter a patrolling group of darkfolk. With such tight security, Wang Teng became even more curious about this place. However, the guards patrolling the building completely ignored Wang Teng, making his infiltration feel unrewarding. It was truly effortless. You've got some nerve, the round, chubby voice echoed in Wang Teng's mind, startled. What's there to worry about in my condition? Wang Teng retorted. Actually, there's a question that's been on my mind for a long time, but I don't know if I should ask it, said Roundy. Since you've asked so sincerely, I'll mercifully tell you, Wang Teng said calmly. The round thing was silent for a moment, but curiosity eventually won out over its sarcasm, and it asked, are you human or a dark species? Is that even a question? Of course I am. Wang Teng paused for a moment. What is it? The round, chubby boy pressed. Of course I'm a human. Wang Teng laughed inwardly. Your question is stupid. How could I be a dark species? It's impossible. That's hard to say. Looking at you now, who would believe you're not a member of the dark race? Roundy said speechlessly. Then you can treat me as a rather special person, Wang Teng said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Teng suddenly stopped in his tracks, his pupils shrinking slightly. A massive valley shrouded in black mist appeared before him. Within this valley, countless dark creatures patrolled the surroundings, and a strange, colossal structure lay prostrate within the black mist, a truly magnificent sight. The round, chubby sound also disappeared. Clearly, it had witnessed this scene and was extremely shocked. There's definitely something strange about this place, Wang Teng muttered to himself. Who would have thought that the dark race would establish a base here so quietly? The dark ones must have ulterior motives. So many attribute bubbles. Suddenly, Wang Teng came to his senses and saw many attribute bubbles floating around the huge, strange building. His eyes lit up. These attribute bubbles floated in the black mist, and he wouldn't have noticed them if the mist hadn't just dispersed a little. The distance was too great, so he didn't rush to use his mental powers to avoid being discovered. There are some fundamental differences between the mental power of humans and that of the dark race. The mental power of the dark race is relatively chaotic and has certain dark attributes, while the mental power of humans is very pure. Therefore, if you want to use your mental power, you need to go through some processing. Only when Wang Teng got closer could he clearly see the attribute bubbles around him. That's not just a lot, it's an absolute ton of stuff. They floated densely around the huge building in front of me, and I wondered how they came to be. I've never heard of buildings generating attribute bubbles before. Without much thought, Wang Teng prioritized collecting the attribute bubbles. So he immediately attached dark force to his mental power, which would at least be safer and less conspicuous. He swept out with his mental power, picking up all the attribute bubbles around him. Dark Star Force *300. Dark Star Force *500. Dark Star Force *200. Earth-type Celestial Force *300. Dark Star Force *400. Saint-level Dark Talent *100. Earth-type Celestial Force *600. Earth-type Celestial Force? Wang Teng was slightly taken aback. He originally thought it was just a dark-type attribute bubble, but unexpectedly, Earth-type Celestial Force appeared. This isn't right. How could Earth-based celestial energy appear in a place filled with dark primal energy? This was quite unexpected for him. Just as Wang Teng was filled with doubt, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were being watched. Whoosh! Wang Teng looked up abruptly, and he clearly felt that the gaze was coming from above. Sure enough, just as he raised his head, a pair of huge, scarlet eyes pierced through the black mist and met his gaze. Wang Teng's pupils contracted, and cold sweat immediately dripped down his forehead beneath his demonic armor. Fear. Horrifying. He felt as if he were being stared at by an extremely terrifying being. His scalp tingled and a chill ran down his spine. He had only ever felt that kind of feeling before, when he encountered the void-devouring beast. Almost instinctively, he instantly wanted to use the power of the void-devouring beast. Only the powerful bloodline of the void-devouring beast could contend with this unknown being before them. But he immediately stopped himself from having that thought. To reveal one's special qualities in front of an unknown and powerful being, is it because one doesn't want to stand out enough? Fortunately, he had a strong enough mentality. He had never panicked when facing a World Lord-level expert. After the initial shock and horror, he gradually calmed down. The unknown, terrifying being paid no attention to this tiny figure. It glanced at him, found nothing, and then slowly closed its eyes, its crimson gaze disappearing into the black mist. That was close. Wang Teng breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the huge, strange building in front of him with a complicated expression. This is no building, it's a terrifying, dark behemoth. No, it is also a building. A building that grew out of it. What the hell is this thing? Roundy swallowed hard, his voice filled with shock and disbelief. I don't know. Wang Teng's voice was serious. He paused for a moment and then said, "Let me look for it." He searched through the inherited memories of the void-devouring beast for a while, then his eyes flashed with a sharp light. He glanced at the giant beast again and said in shock, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be the legendary dark behemoth, the great rock-armored dragon beast." Great rock-armored dragon beast. Roundy was stunned and said awkwardly, "Never heard of it." Quote. Wang Teng retorted, "As an intelligent life form, aren't you ashamed? Should I retire? Roundy paused for a moment, then said dejectedly. Ahem, alright, I was just teasing you. Wong Teng coughed and explained. The great rock-armored dragon beast is an extremely powerful dark behemoth that lives in dark places where dark primal force is abundant. It possesses both earth and dark primal force attributes and has many powerful racial combat skills, making it as famous as the starry sky behemoth. On par with the cosmic behemoths? Roundy was shocked, then asked in confusion, its size, can it grow bigger? That's right, this giant beast can grow bigger. Wong Teng nodded solemnly. Hiss, then wouldn't this number 29 defensive star be? Roundy gasped, too afraid to continue. No matter what the Dark Ones are planning, we must get this message back as soon as possible, Wong Teng thought to himself. Without further hesitation, he circled the giant rock dragon in front of him and picked up all the scattered attribute bubbles. Wong Teng had a very fruitful haul after this round of collecting. His Dark Star Force advanced directly from the 8th level of the stellar level to the 9th level. Dark Star Force, 8,009,000, stellar level 9. This is incredible, because his Dark Star Force had only just advanced to the 8th level before, but now it has directly reached the 9th level. This means that there are more than 80,000 Dark Star Force attribute bubbles falling around the Great Rock Armored Dragon Beast. In addition, the Earth Star Force has also advanced from the 8th level of the stellar level to the 9th level. Earth-type Star Force, 12,009,000, stellar level 9. At the same time, Wong Teng felt that after several special attribute bubbles merged into his body, his Dark Talent and Earth Talent were quietly changing. Saint level. This is a Saint level talent that surpasses even the Emperor level. Wong Teng was both surprised and delighted. He could clearly feel that his Dark Talent and Earth Talent were undergoing a transformation, making him more sensitive and affinity to the Dark and Earth primal forces in the world. As if he had become a part of the Dark and Earth primal forces. He had only felt this way when his Wind Elemental talent reached the Saint level, but now he was experiencing two of the same feelings at the same time. How could Wong Teng not be pleasantly surprised? He was only briefly pleased to have obtained these two Saint-level talents before his heart grew even more solemn. Clearly, this is a talent of Magnatium. How terrifying would a Magna Graemon with such talent be? Wong Teng simply couldn't believe it. After collecting the attribute bubbles, Wong Teng took a deep breath and prepared to search for the dark species of the Demon Brain Clan. However, the structure on the back of this behemoth is so enormous that it's impossible to know where to begin searching. Wong Teng frowned, his gaze sweeping over the buildings above. Never mind, we can just go and find them one by one. After a moment, he gritted his teeth, stopped hesitating, and randomly chose an entrance to enter the building. The building was enormous. Even if Wong Teng looked up, he couldn't see the top. Fortunately, the entrance wasn't high and was connected by a stone staircase that descended to the ground. These stone steps were clearly not formed naturally, but rather constructed by some kind of force. Wong Teng thought of the Earth-type talent of the great rock-armored dragon beast, making the creation of such a stone staircase a piece of cake. He walked up the stone steps and soon entered one of the entrances at the very bottom. The entrance was extremely dark, with an eerie and chilling atmosphere. It was completely silent, and the only sound was the clanging of the armor on the ground as one walked inside, which seemed particularly jarring in this environment. Under the magic armor, Wong Teng frowned and scanned his surroundings. After walking for about several dozen meters, he finally saw a few cave entrances leading in different directions. Wong Teng didn't know where to go either. He activated the Eye of Origin, but he still couldn't penetrate the walls and couldn't see anything. The current Eye of Origin has indeed reached its limit and can no longer be as invincible as before. Wong Teng sighed inwardly. He felt like a headless fly, just bumping around aimlessly. Without further hesitation, he randomly chose a cave entrance and went inside, where he could faintly sense the stench of blood. Instead of avoiding the dark creatures here, he went to meet them. To break the deadlock, one must integrate into them. After walking another 100 meters or so, and turning a corner, a huge space appeared in front of us. Wong Teng saw a group of dark beings inside. Dark vampire. But when his gaze swept around, his pupils involuntarily contracted. Because there were not only dark vampires here, but also many human warriors. Their hands and feet were bound, and they were hanging upside down in mid-air, with several vampires crawling on them and sucking their blood. These human warriors were deathly pale, clearly having lost too much blood, and it was unknown how much of their life essence had been drained. Even a powerful martial artist would not last long if their blood were drained like this, and would soon die. Hiss. The blood of human warriors is still the most delicious. A dark vampire sat on a stone chair, raising its head from the neck of a female rabbit woman warrior. Crimson blood dripped from its sharp teeth, but it swallowed every drop with a flick of its tongue. It raised its head, closed its eyes in ecstasy, as if savoring the taste. A moment later, it opened its eyes again, threw the rabbitman warrior's corpse aside, and said coldly, "Clean it up, this blood food has dried up." Immediately, a vampire pounced over, dragged away the lifeless rabbitman warrior's corpse, and disappeared into the darkness. "You beast!" Wang Tang's eyes widened in fury, and a surge of mad killing intent rose within him. "Oh, what are you doing here, you demon armor clan member?" The dark vampire sitting on the high seat looked at Wang Tang slowly and asked indifferently. It had already noticed Wang Tang's arrival, but didn't pay it any mind and finished eating first. Wang Tang desperately suppressed his anger and murderous intent, took deep breaths, and said calmly, "I'm lost." The dark vampire probably didn't expect Wang Tang to give such an answer and was speechless. However, he didn't let Wang Tang off so easily. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "You seem to have a hint of killing intent towards me just now." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere around them froze. One by one, the vampires raised their heads, their scarlet eyes staring straight at Wang Tang. Wang Tang's heart skipped a beat. "Wang Tang, won't we be exposed?" Roundy asked with a somewhat serious expression. "Don't worry." Wang Tang was only startled by the sudden change in the other party. He had hidden it well enough, but he didn't expect that this vampire could still sense his killing intent. Now that he had come to his senses, he felt no fear and was even full of confidence. In his current state, he'd get angry at anyone who dared to call him human. Wang Tang looked at the dark vampires in front of him without showing any weakness and said indifferently, "I'm sorry, in my opinion, everyone here is a bug, so I want to crush you. I accidentally revealed my thoughts and caused you trouble. I am very sorry. Damn, this is how you put my mind at ease." Quote. Round and plump. How dare this armored creature insult them? The surroundings fell silent. The dark vampires were somewhat bewildered, but then they all reacted and howled angrily. "You're asking for it. Insolence. Kill it, I'll suck its blood dry." Ellipsis. The dark vampire ahead exuded a chilling killing intent as it locked onto Wang Tang and coldly said, "Are you courting death, you demon armor race member? Do you dare to kill me?" Wang Tang said with disdain and provocation, "With your pair of sharp teeth, you can't even bite through my magic armor, yet you want to suck my blood? Aren't you afraid of breaking your teeth?" In his understanding, the status of the Demon Armor clan was much higher than that of the Blood clan, and the Blood clan in front of him was only at the 4th level of the lower Demon Emperor realm. So he was not afraid of a real fight. "Since we've already clashed, let's not back down and go all out. Perhaps it can even gain the recognition of other Demon Armor races." The group of dark vampires were speechless, feeling so frustrated they wanted to vomit blood. Because Wang Tang was right, the armor of the Demon Armor clan couldn't be bitten through at all. So how could they suck blood? That's so awkward. You're quite something. It's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me like that. Today, I, Crosa, will teach you a lesson and show you the consequences of offending my Brook clan. The dark vampire's face was grim, and as his voice rang out, he vanished from the stone chair. Boom! The next moment, it appeared in front of Wang Tang, its one hand shaped like a knife, radiating a blood-red light, and slashed straight down at Wang Tang's chest. Wang Tang stood still, but suddenly his body erupted with a dazzling black light. The Codex of Armor. An even larger phantom of demonic armor materialized outside his body, at least 5 or 6 meters tall, radiating a dark metallic luster, making it quite extraordinary. Clang! Crosa's crimson blade slammed into the phantom of the demonic armor, producing a metallic clang. "Get lost!" Wang Tang shouted coldly, raised his hand and slammed it out. The demonic armor on his body burst out with a powerful black light, and as his fist slammed out, it transformed into a huge black fist imprint. Crosa's eyes narrowed. With no time to dodge, he had no choice but to confront him head-on. Boom! The next moment, a tremendous force surged forth, and it was blasted away, crashing into the stone wall. The Holy Scripture of Demon Armor. A mere Demon King level cultivator has actually mastered the Holy Scripture of Demon Armor. Crosa emerged from the rubble, staring at Wang Tang with a grim expression. The Holy Codex of Magic Armor. Crosa called out the name of Wang Tang's cultivation technique, his face extremely ugly. It never expected that a Demon King level Dark Armor clan member would actually cultivate the Demon Armor Holy Scripture. This Demon Armor Holy Scripture is an extremely profound book of the Demon Armor clan, and ordinary Demon Armor clan members simply cannot obtain the qualification to cultivate it. This shows that the armored demon in front of us is definitely not an ordinary armored demon. Has this vampire misunderstood something? Wang Teng was slightly taken aback, his expression a bit strange. Boy, which clan are you from? Crosa asked. Who knows which clan it is? This vampire has definitely misunderstood something. Wang Teng felt increasingly strange, but calmly replied, no comment. Crosa's face turned pale and then red. This armored race looks down on it. They actually look down on this noble Brook vampire. The Brook clan is an extremely ancient race among vampires, with a noble bloodline that is incomparable to ordinary vampires. What are these armored clan members anyway? In an instant, its expression completely calmed down. Looking at Wang Teng, its scarlet eyes seemed to contain a dense, bloodthirsty light, and it chuckled softly. He. So what if you've cultivated the Demon Armor Codex? You're just a mere Demon King level cultivator. Do you really think you can contend with me? Then let's give it a try. Wang Teng stared directly at the dark creature in front of him, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Get angry, you tool of anger. Roar. Crosa was indeed enraged, even letting out a roar, and a terrifying bloody aura erupted from its body. Die! Boom! Crosa transformed into a streak of crimson light and charged straight at Wang Teng. Wang Teng's eyes flashed, a smile appeared on his lips, and the dark star force within his body erupted, surging forward with a roar. Boom! 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 The two sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle. The cramped space in front of them was simply unable to withstand the attacks of the two. Although the stone wall was formed by the giant rock controlled by the great rock armored dragon beast, it was not very hard. Soon, the surrounding walls were shattered. Boom! Amidst the rubble, Wang Teng and Crosa collided and burst forth, breaking through the mist and soaring into the sky. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of many dark beings, who stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky. What happened? A fight has broken out. Are these two crazy? How dare they fight here? Do they want to die? The adults won't let them get away with it. Ellipsis. The surrounding dark beings erupted in uproar, some sneering, some mocking, some terrified, all thinking that these two guys had gone mad. Only the great rock-armored dragon remained motionless, seemingly unconcerned about the two little creatures fighting beside it. It probably saw it as two ants fighting. Boom! 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 A continuous rumbling sound came from the sky, attracting more and more beings from the darkness. Even the high-level dark creatures inside the building were alarmed and flew out of the building. Several dark creatures, each exuding a powerful aura, stood high in the sky. There were vampire dark creatures, armored dark creatures, trolls, moths, and so on. Judging from their aura, they are at least mid-level demon emperors. At a glance, there were at least a dozen of them. Hey, Jaffric, it's one of your kind, little one. A dark troll, its arms crossed, stood over 5 meters tall in the air, looking like a giant, terrifyingly powerful. It spoke to a dark armored demon not far away. Ha, this little thing is pretty good. The dark demon-armored creature was also incredibly tall, standing 5 or 6 meters high, covered in black armor, with red light emanating from its eyes. It couldn't help but laugh heartily. With the strength of a demon king, how did the Demon Armor clan produce such a genius? A dark creature covered in black skulls, with ghostly blue flames flickering in its empty eye sockets. Opened and closed its jaws, its hoarse voice emanating from its mouth. That little vampire must be from the Brook race, right? It's really embarrassing that he couldn't even defeat a Demon King-level armored clan member. A dark moth of the demon moth race spread its wings and slowly flapped them, scattering colorful powder that was beautiful and exquisite. Its appearance was very similar to that of a normal human woman, with a stunningly beautiful face and 2 antennae on its head, making it look extremely peculiar. It smiled faintly at this moment. HMPH. A dark vampire snorted coldly, its face somewhat unpleasant. Without thinking, it suddenly stretched out a fair palm and slapped forward. The other mid-level Demon Emperor-level dark races exchanged glances but did not make a move. Wang Teng suddenly felt a fierce gust of primal force coming from behind him. His expression changed slightly, and he was about to resist when he suddenly remembered something and gave up the idea of resistance. Instead, he concentrated all the dark primal force in his body into the demonic armor to reinforce it. As the Magic Armor Codex activated, the phantom of the magic armor on Wang Tang's surface erupted with dazzling black light, almost solidifying into a physical form. Boom! In an instant, the hand of the dark vampire condensed into a huge dark red palm print, which landed on Wang Tang and Crosa, causing them to fall like cannonballs. Boom! Two muffled thuds rang out, and dust billowed up from the ground. Haha, those two guys really got beaten up by the adults. I knew they were doomed. To dare to fight here is simply outrageous. Seeing Wang Tang and Crosa slammed to the ground with a single palm strike, many of the dark races gloated. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated, revealing the ground. Crosa was smashed into the ground, leaving only a deep crater. Wang Tang, however, was standing on the ground, with only the earth beneath his feet cracked like a spider web. This scene left many of the dark races dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. This armored demon can actually stand up after being attacked by a mid-level demon emperor. That bastard. Crosa crawled out of the deep pit. Although he was not seriously injured, he looked extremely disheveled. When he saw Wang Tang not far away, his expression suddenly became even more unpleasant. Interesting. The mid-level demon emperor-level dark species in the sky all showed expressions of surprise. A demon king level being actually able to block an attack from a mid-level demon emperor level being. This little demon armor clan member is quite something. The mid-level demon emperor level dark vampire looked rather grim. A mere demon king level being had actually blocked its attack. This made it feel quite embarrassed among the dark species of the same level. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of this dark vampire, and it stretched out another hand, its dark primal force condensing into a giant claw, grabbing towards Wang Tang below. Boom! The black giant claw slammed down with a roar, unleashing a powerful gust of force that sent dust and sand swirling in all directions. Sao, a type of plant. Wang Tang's expression changed, and he cursed inwardly. These dark vampires are utterly shameless. It's one thing to do it once, but to do it again? Moreover, this time it was clearly a one-on-one attack on him, completely excluding the dark vampire next to him. MMP, this is blatant discrimination. Asshole. He had already restrained his strength. Otherwise, with his power, he could have easily shattered that attack instead of being slammed to the ground in a sorry state. But he didn't expect the other party to be so petty. Just because he wasn't as disheveled as that dark vampire, he was going to attack again. If this were in the human world, he would definitely teach it a lesson in no time. No, teach it to be a dark species. What should we do now? To act or not to act? Faced with the attack, Wang Tang hesitated. Although the attack was not enough to kill him, it could seriously injure him. This is not what he wanted to see. But if they retaliate, who knows if this dark vampire will continue to attack. If things go on like this, it might only get worse. In the end, Wang Tang still didn't move. He was betting that the dark race of the Demon Armor clan would make a move. He had already demonstrated enough talent that he didn't believe the dark armored race present would ignore him. On the side, Crosa's eyes revealed a mocking look as she coldly watched Wang Tang about to be gripped by the giant black claw. Boom! A roaring sound rang out. The giant black claw finally descended, gripping Wang Tang tightly in its palm. Smoke and dust billowed up all around, and all the dark creatures stared at the scene within the smoke and dust. The mid-level Demon Emperor class dark vampire frowned and turned to look at a mid-level Demon Emperor class armored dark vampire not far away, Jaffric. Bloodloon, don't you feel ashamed to attack a mere Demon King level brat? Jaffric said calmly. HMPH, just teaching a Demon King a lesson, Shui Lun said indifferently. It's not your place to lecture my Demon Armor clan, Jaffric said coldly. What if I insist on teaching it a lesson? Bloodloon narrowed his eyes slightly as he stared at it. Then let's have a fight and see if you have the ability. Jeffrey's body was incredibly tall, standing in the sky, rubbing his fists together, and he sneered disdainfully. Shui Lun's expression shifted between light and dark, but he finally let out a cold snort and said no more. Below, as the smoke and dust dissipated, Wang Tang's figure appeared. At this moment, his body was covered by a huge black demonic armor, which was larger and harder than the demonic armor he had previously conjured himself. And was obviously not something he had created himself. Bloodloon's attack did not damage the demonic armor in the slightest. As the attack subsided, Wang Tang stepped out of the demonic armor and looked up at the sky. It seems he got the poison right. Little guy, come with me. Jeffrey looked down at Wang Tang from high above and said calmly. Wang Tang remained silent, glanced at the dark vampire that had just attacked, gave a cold smile, and left with Jeff. Come with me. Shui Lun's face grew even uglier, but he was powerless against Wang Tang and felt extremely frustrated. He could only coldly say to Crosa. Crosa. Asterisk greater than D less than O. The structure on the great rock armored dragon beast is divided into 3 layers. The higher the layer, the fewer the dark species that live there, and the higher their status. The 3rd level is inhabited primarily by dark species at the mid-level Demon Emperor level or above. At this moment, inside a room on the 3rd floor, Frake, a mid-level Demon Emperor level dark armor clan member, sat on a huge stone chair. The room was dimly lit, and he cast his gaze down at Wang Tang from the shadows, his indifferent voice booming out. How dare you? Thank you for your praise, sir. Wang Tang stood below, his expression extremely calm, and replied indifferently. Jia Fulik was taken aback by Wang Tang's response and sneered, Do you think I'm praising you? Isn't that right? Wang Tang pretended to be clueless, scratching his head as he spoke. This guy seems a bit slow on the uptake? Jeffrey was speechless. He stared at Wang Tang for a moment, not knowing whether he was really stupid or pretending. Do you know that with the commotion you caused outside just now, you deserve to die countless times? It said coldly. My lord, this is not my fault. It was that vampire who wanted to kill me, so I took action. Wang Tang feigned innocence and protested his innocence. Why would it kill you? Jeffrey asked. I called it a bedbug, Wang Tang answered truthfully. This guy is really straightforward. Jeffrey's lips twitched and he looked at Wang Tang speechlessly. If you call someone a bedbug, do you think it won't kill you? But for some reason, I felt a sense of relief. It had long disliked those blood-sucking creatures, who always wore such a stern face, as if their kind was some kind of powerful being. Ahem, you were able to contend with a lower-level Demon Emperor with your Demon King-level strength, which is quite an achievement for our Demon Armor clan. I won't pursue this matter further, Giafrek said with a dry cough. Thank you, sir, Wang Tang said. Jeffrey nodded, then asked, by the way, what's your name? Where are you from? It's here. Wang Tang's heart skipped a beat, but without hesitation, he revealed the identity he had already fabricated. My lord, my name is Kato Taka, and I come from the Abyss world. Oh, the Abyss world, that lowly world. It seems your origins aren't exactly noble. Jaffrick didn't doubt it and asked with surprise. A lower world, Wang Tang muttered to himself. So the Abyss world he visited before was indeed a low-level world. The highest level of dark species he encountered in that Abyss world was only Demon Lord. Compared to the Demon King and Demon Emperor level dark species that have appeared now, the Demon Lord level dark species are simply the lowest level existences. Such a world could not possibly be a higher world. Such a worldview truly surprised him. So here's the question, is this so-called Abyss world a planet? Or is it a separate world? Unfortunately, this question can never be answered now. Fortunately, he managed to fool the dark creature in front of him. If he hadn't been to the Abyss world and knew some inside information, he probably wouldn't have gotten through this challenge so easily. At this moment, Jeffrey spoke up again. However, with such strength, your talent is quite good. From now on, you will stay by my side and serve as the captain of my personal guard. The captain of the personal guard. Wang Tang was taken aback, his heart filled with surprise. Although he did do that to attract the attention of the dark race's higher-ups, he never expected to be given such an important position so readily. The captain of the personal guard, that's no ordinary position. Is he about to reach the pinnacle of life in this dark world? Indeed, outstanding people become the center of attention wherever they go. This is really annoying. Jada's, Giafrek suddenly called out. A dark-type demon-armored creature walked in from outside, knelt on one knee, and respectfully said, My lord, what are your orders? Take this kid under your personal guard for now, and give him the position of squad leader, said Jeffrey. Yes. Ja Deas was surprised, but he didn't ask any more questions and simply nodded in response. Go ahead, Jeffrey waved his hand. Ja Deas was about to leave. Sir, Wang Tang stopped in his tracks and asked, if we run into those guys again, can I still call them vermin? Jeffrey. Ja Deas gave Wang Tang a strange look. He knew what Wang Tang had just done and had almost been beaten to death, but he didn't expect that this guy was not afraid at all and even dared to curse those vampires. That's incredibly bold. No way? Then forget it, Wang Tang said disappointedly. Do you think my armored clan would be afraid of its vampire race? Jaffric said calmly. I understand. Next time I encounter them, I will definitely greet them warmly. Wong Tang nodded and grinned. After Wong Tang left, Jeff couldn't help but chuckle. Interesting. Ellipsis ellipsis. Meanwhile, Jia Deas and Wong Tang walked out of the building and headed towards the guards' encampment. On the way, Jia Deas couldn't help but ask, Jia Taka, are you and Lord Jaffrec related? Relatives? Wong Tang was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head and said, no, I am just an ordinary member of the Demon Armor clan. I don't have any illustrious status or position, nor do I possess any noble bloodline. Then there's only one possibility. Even adults think your talent has great potential for development, Jia Deas said in surprise. My talent is still pretty good, Wong Tang nodded in acknowledgement. Quote. Jia Deas. This guy has a thick skin. Haha, Kato Taka, from now on you will serve well in the Royal Guard. The Royal Guard is a force personally commanded by the Lord, and it is the closest to the Lord. If you perform well and make contributions in the future, the Lord will definitely promote you, said Cadeus. It's my duty to do things for the adults, Wong Tang said, seemingly very self-aware. Not bad. Jia Deas patted Wong Tang on the shoulder, stopped, and looked ahead, saying, we've arrived. The so-called encampment was actually a jungle shrouded in black mist, where a large number of Dark Armor clan members gathered. The arrival of Wong Tang and Jia Deas immediately attracted their attention. Lord Jia Deas, a dark-type demon-armored warrior, hurriedly stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Jia Deas. Jia Ohad, this is the captain of the personal guard personally appointed by the Lord. You should prepare a small squad for him to lead, Jia Deas said bluntly. The Lord personally appointed him. Jia Ohad was taken aback. He glanced at Wong Tang and quickly nodded, saying, yes, I will arrange it. Then I'll head back now. Jia Deas patted Wong Tang on the shoulder and said, you can come find me if you need anything. Thank you, sir. Wong Tang nodded. Jia Deas said nothing more and turned to leave. Jia Ohad witnessed all of this and began to value Wong Tang even more. Lord Jia Deas is the captain of the personal guard. It stays by the master's side all year round and has a very high status. The fact that it takes such good care of Wong Tang shows that he probably carries a lot of weight in that person's eyes. What's your name? Jia Ohad asked in a very friendly manner after a flurry of thoughts. My lord, my name is Kato Taka, Wong Tang said. Your name, is it proper? Jia Ohad paused for a moment, feeling inexplicably that something was off about the name. It's very serious, Wong Tang said in a very serious tone. Excuse me, I was just suddenly a little curious. Jia Ohad shook his head and said, by the way, you don't need to call me sir. I'm not some sir. I'm just a squad leader, temporarily helping Lord Jia Deas manage the affairs of the personal guard. Okay, Captain Jia Ohad, Wong Tang said. Seeing that he hadn't shown any disrespect to him because of the adult's favor, Jia Ohad felt much more at ease and said with a smile, I'll gather everyone here. And you can choose 50 people to join your squad. Before long, it gathered all the Dark Armor clan members and arranged them neatly around the open space. Wong Tang's eyes flickered as he looked at the dark race of the Demon Armor clan. He estimated that there were over 1,000 dark race members at the Demon King level or above. According to Jia Ohad, these dark creatures are the elite of the Demon Armor clan. There are others in other places, but they are ordinary dark creatures of the Demon Armor clan. So, the number is quite terrifying. In addition, the number of dark races from other races is naturally no less than that of the dark armored race, and they are all gathered in their respective areas. Wong Tang estimated the number of the dark race's elite troops in his mind, and at the same time, he became increasingly solemn. There are so many dark creatures gathered here. However, the human race was completely unaware that if they were to attack simultaneously, it would be a disaster. Not to mention that dark behemoth. All of this indicates that the dark race has ulterior motives and is definitely not just having a picnic here. Gentlemen, this is Captain Kato Taka, personally appointed by the Lord. Anyone who wants to join his team can step forward. Cowherd's voice pulled Wong Tang back from his thoughts. A group of dark-armored race members looked at each other, staring at Wong Tang, and began to whisper among themselves. Was it appointed personally by the Lord? Could it be a nobleman? I know him. He fought a low-level demon emperor-level vampire outside before, and it was a draw. Neither of them could do anything to the other. He is indeed very strong. He was able to fight to a draw with a lower-level demon emperor-level vampire, no wonder he was appointed as the captain. I want to join Lord Kato Taka's team. Me too, count me in. Ellipsis ellipsis. Soon, members of the Dark Armor clan stepped forward, willing to join Wang Tang's team. The process went very smoothly and no one complained. The dark race believes in the supremacy of the strong, and Wang Tang's strength left them with no room for doubt. After all, many of the dark-armored race members had witnessed his previous battles. Their ability to fight on equal footing with a lower-level demon emperor-level dark being is beyond question. Wang Tang thus became a squad leader in the Demon Armor clan's personal guard, successfully infiltrating the enemy ranks. In less than half a day, he had made a name for himself among the Dark Ones. If General Mokalin and the others knew, they would probably be horrified. However, if they find out, Wang Tang's dark primal force will be exposed. After all, infiltrating the dark race is not something that can be done by ordinary means. Even if General Mokalin doesn't say anything, other members of the military will probably do everything they can to keep him in the dark race. 3 years after 3 years. The thought of that situation sent a chill down Wang Tang's spine. As night falls, the forest, shrouded in black mist, remains largely unchanged, but it is time for the dark creatures to venture out. Large numbers of dark creatures have swarmed out to hunt for food. However, the higher-ranking dark creatures remained inside the building, making no move. While out, Wang Tang left a clone outside, hiding it until daytime to return to the main base and relay the message. Judging from this, he will remain among the Dark Ones for some time. If there is no further news, General Mokalin and the others may simply assume that he is dead. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Tang spent the last 3 days in the Dark Race's lair, and apart from being sent out on patrol on the second day, there was nothing else for him to do. However, the dark species of the Demon Brain Clan never showed up, as if it had completely vanished. Wang Tang knew he couldn't wait any longer. Having figured out the patrol patterns of the Dark Race, he felt confident and prepared to take action. He was going to sneak into the building on the back of the Great Rock Armored Dragon. He had never been to many areas of the building, and in the past 3 days he had found out that there were indeed dark species of the Demon Brain Clan here. And that they were located in a certain area on the 3rd floor. The Demon Brain Clan is very special. When many dark species mention it, they are reluctant to talk about it, as if the Demon Brain Clan is some kind of taboo, and they are afraid that others will find out. Fortunately, Wang Tang also learned what he wanted to know. At this moment, Wang Tang did not appear in the form of a demon-armored race. Instead, he found a place and transformed himself into the appearance of a dark vampire before arriving at the 3rd floor of the building and following the location he had inquired about. According to other dark races are not allowed to enter the area where the brain demons reside. If they are discovered, they may be eaten by the brain demons. Therefore, Wang Tang had to be cautious. He walked silently through the dark passage, concealing his aura and using his disguise talent to hide himself in the darkness. The camouflage talent of the Loot people should not be underestimated. Combined with the shadow-stealing techniques of the Dark Race, ordinary Dark Race members should not be able to detect him. After walking about 100 meters, Wang Tang finally saw several figures emerge from the darkness and head towards another passage. They did not find Wang Tang. When Wang Tang saw the figures, his eyes narrowed involuntarily, and his heart was filled with shock. Because these figures were clearly human, not of the Dark Race. Wang Tang was even very familiar with 2 of the figures. One of them was Moira, and the other was the Dark Brain Clan demon he had been chasing before. Wind Elf race. No wonder. At this moment, Wang Tang finally understood why the other party was so fast. This Demon Brain Clan was occupying the body of a Windwalker. So they really are the Demon Brain Clan. Wang Tang's eyes flashed, and he quickly activated the Origin Eye to see, confirming the true identities of these figures. They are not human at all, but rather a dark race of demonic beings who have taken over human bodies. Even Moira's body was taken over. Within her body, Wang Tang sensed a familiar soul essence, which was none other than the dark species of the Demon Brain Clan that he had captured earlier. No wonder they kidnapped Moira. It turns out it was meant to serve as a body for that dark mind demon. Fortunately, Wang Tang could still sense that Moira's soul had not dissipated, indicating that she was still alive. Moreover, it seems that the Dark Mind Demon Clan won't be able to devour her anytime soon because Moira's soul is exceptionally powerful. It will probably take the Dark Mind Demon clan a long time to successfully digest her soul. Suddenly, the demonic creature that had taken over the body of the wind elf abruptly stopped and looked back. Wang Teng was startled. We've been discovered? What's wrong, Buseng? The Dark Mind race member who had taken over Moira's body asked in confusion. I think I felt like someone was watching me from behind just now, Busen said hesitantly. Ha ha ha, you must be mistaken. This is our territory. Who would dare to spy on you here? A dark-type demon brain race member laughed. Bussinger, have you been with the human race for a while and become a bit paranoid? Said the demon brain race member who had taken over Moira's body. Ukup, you were too careless. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been captured by the humans. If I hadn't rescued you this time, you would probably still be in the humans' laboratory. Bussen shook his head. I must kill that human. Ukup's expression was rather grim. By the way, did you get any information on that human? We need to eliminate this human prodigy as soon as possible, said a dark-type demon brain race member. I have already reported this to the Lord, and his name will definitely be on the dark kill list, Bussen said, a cold glint in his eyes. Once I've absorbed the soul of this body, my strength will increase even further. Then, I'll possess another powerful body, and I'll personally kill that human, Ukup said. You got a really good deal with this body. I never imagined that such a frail body could contain such a powerful soul, Bussen said regretfully. He, I guess I've turned misfortune into blessing, Ukup laughed. We've been preparing for so long, when exactly are you going to make your move, sir? Another member of the Demon Brain Clan suddenly asked. The demon egg has just been retrieved, but its essence has disappeared. To move it, we must replenish the essence of the demon egg, Bussen said. Those humans are too foolish, thinking that destroying the source will solve everything. Fortunately, they didn't completely destroy the demon egg, Ukup mocked. How could humans possibly know the secrets of the demon egg? A dark demon of the mind race sneered. Alright, let's go. You're right, how could anyone here dare to spy on us? Buseng sensed the surroundings, shook his head, and continued forward. Several figures slowly disappeared into the distance. The kill list. Wang Teng stood in the darkness, shadows looming over his face, his eyes flashing with cold light, HMPH. I'll slaughter you all first. And there are demon eggs which can actually revive the dead. He was shocked and his killing intent surged, but he completely suppressed it and did not reveal it at all. Then he chased after the direction in which the few Dark Brain clan members had left. The passage wasn't long, and soon Wang Teng saw several Demon Brain Race members separate. There were many rooms around, and they went into their rooms and never came out again. After identifying the room, Wang Teng waited outside for a while. Seeing that they didn't seem to intend to come out again, he quietly left. This building was formed from the body of the great rock creeperman. He didn't know if he would be discovered if he made a move here, so he had to give up for the time being. Now that we've found the two dark mind race creatures and confirmed Moira's location, things will be much easier, so there's no need to rush. In addition, he also had to search for the demon eggs, but unfortunately these demon brain races did not go to the location of the demon eggs, forcing him to search for them one by one. Wang Teng searched the third floor for a long time, but still couldn't find the demon egg. How could there not be? He frowned and muttered to himself. There were some areas inside the building that he dared not go into, because according to his inquiries, it was the residence of a high-ranking demon emperor-level dark creature. If we get too close, we might be discovered. Left with no other choice, he had to give up and return to the Demon Armor Clan's encampment. Jia Tengying, where have you been? Jia Ohad asked when he saw Wang Teng return. Oh, I went for a walk, Wang Teng casually made up. It's really boring staying here every day, and we don't even know when we'll start a war with the humans. Jia Ohad understood and nodded in agreement. It should be soon, Wang Teng said, recalling what those few Dark Mind clan members had said earlier. If the demon eggs recover, they will probably really have to start attacking the human race. He couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. I hope it can happen soon. I can't wait to use human lives to build my own glory, Jia Ohad sneered. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Wang Teng's eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. He chuckled and said, I'm looking forward to it too. Haha, with your strength, you should be able to achieve considerable merit in this battle, Jia Ohad laughed. Wang Teng smiled but didn't say anything. Ellipsis. Another day has passed. This is Wang Teng's fourth day as an undercover agent in the Darkseid's lair. Time really flies. Wang Teng, disguised as a member of the Demon Armor clan, squatted under a large tree, gazing at the valley shrouded in black mist, and let out a soft sigh. At this moment, he felt very helpless. Those two dark mind race creatures never left their homes, so he didn't have a chance to make a move. Could it be that all members of the Brain Demon clan are shut-ins? Wang Teng made a malicious speculation in his mind. It's good to come out and take a piss. Don't you get bored staying in your room all day? What if you get sick from holding it in? Sigh, being an undercover agent is not easy for me. I also have to consider their mental health issues. Wang Teng's mind raced, his eyes fixed on the direction of the valley, eagerly hoping that the two figures he longed for would appear. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, ellipsis. Wang Teng squatted there for more than 3 hours, which the other dark races had long since become accustomed to. In particular, Zhao Had came over to check on him and asked if he was constipated. I'm constipated. Wang Teng's face darkened, and he stared at Zhao Had for a long time before it sheepishly retreated. They simply assumed that this genius of the Demon Armor clan had some kind of quirk, liking to squat there, and didn't pay him any more attention. It wasn't until nightfall that Wang Teng managed to stand up, leaning against a large tree nearby. My legs are fucking numb. Many of the dark creatures went out to forage one after another, but Wang Teng did not leave, intending to wait for another wave. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the valley, and Wang Teng's eyes immediately lit up with joy. MMP, we've finally waited for you. Fortunately, he did not give up. The figure was none other than Moira. Wang Teng had not forgotten the dark mind demon he had captured before, which was inside her body. Wang Teng flashed and disappeared into the shadows behind the tree, only following after the Dark Brain clan member entered the jungle. What is it going to do? Wang Teng wondered and quietly followed behind it. The two moved quickly through the jungle, one in front of the other. The dark-type demon brain race creature was looking around furtively, seemingly afraid of being followed. Wang Teng hid in the shadows, stroked his chin, and became increasingly suspicious. This dark mind race creature is strange. Ukup looked around to make sure no one was following him, then suddenly flashed away to the left. Its speed suddenly increased, leaving everything behind. Unfortunately, it didn't know that Wang Teng was following it at a leisurely pace all along. Compared to its previous battle with Wang Teng, this dark species of the Demon Brain Clan was clearly much weaker. The strength of the Demon Brain Clan is closely related to the body they possess. Currently, it occupies Moira's body, but Moira's strength is not that great. Therefore, even if it goes fast at this point, it can't go much faster. Wang Teng's speed completely overwhelmed it. If it weren't for wanting to know what it was going to do, he would have already made his move. As he followed along, Wang Teng became somewhat speechless. He hadn't lost patience yet, but the Demon Brain race member was already getting anxious. Damn it, this body is too weak. Ukup stopped and panted heavily on the trunk of a large tree, his huge chest heaving violently. Speaking of which, this Demon Brain clan member should be male, right? Wang Teng's expression was strange as a thought popped into his mind. It seems that the soul possession skills of the Demon Brain clan are subtly influenced by the soul possessing the body. Over time, will this Demon Brain race become androgynous? This looks like a lot of fun. However, Moira's strength is indeed far too weak. Look how anxious the dark race of the Demon Brain is. After resting for a moment, Ukup sped forward again. Half an hour later, it seemed to have finally reached its destination, wiped the sweat from its forehead, and took a few deep breaths before it could catch its breath. Wang Teng looked ahead. That's a cliff face. I wonder what this Demon Brain clan is doing here. Ukup flew up the cliff face and in a flash, he disappeared into the cliff face. There's actually a concealment formation here. Wang Teng frowned, somewhat surprised. He waited for a while below, but when the Demon Brain clan didn't come out, he concealed himself and flew up the cliff. With his expertise in formations, he easily located the hidden formation. Instead of entering the formation, he used the elemental magnetic heart to merge his body into the cliff wall beside him. After Wang Teng discovered the formation, he found himself in a sizable cave where the dark mind demon was located. Huh, Wang Teng couldn't help but let out a soft huh in his heart. This cave is strange. A glint flashed in Wang Teng's eyes and he activated his spiritual vision. Sure enough, he discovered that it contained extremely high energy fluctuations like a mineral vein. Wang Teng is a master prospector who is very familiar with various mineral veins. He first used spiritual vision, to see the dense energy fluctuations in this place, and then used Source Essence Eye to see the internal situation through the layers of stone walls. Within his field of vision, white mineral stones of varying sizes were embedded in the mountainside, radiating a dazzling light. This is the Immaculate Source Ore. Wang Teng was greatly surprised and almost couldn't believe his eyes. Immaculate Source Ore. This is an extremely rare source ore, even rarer than level 8 or 9 source stones, and yet a vein of it has appeared here. Did a pie fall from the sky? So here's the question. What is a clean mineral source? Generally speaking, originium possesses various attributes, such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, poison, light, darkness, and so on. These originium stones are mined from originium mines. Most originiums naturally absorb the primal forces of heaven and earth, thus forming their own attributes, such as fire attribute originium, wood attribute originium, and so on. Martial artists can absorb the corresponding elemental power within these source stones for cultivation. But this pure originium is quite special. It is a source stone without any attributes, and the primal force it contains is the purest attribute-free primal force. Martial artists of any attribute can absorb and cultivate it, even those of the dark race. No wonder this dark mind clan member came here so stealthily, looking like it was afraid of being found out. This guy probably found this place somehow and wants to monopolize it. Pure originium is extremely rare. The primal force it contains is more precious than any other type of originium with attributes. It is said that powerful beings at the Realm Lord level and above all use Immaculate Source stones for cultivation. It's not surprising that the Dark Mind race wanted to monopolize it. Wang Teng stroked his chin, his eyes flashing with a sharp light, feeling that his luck seemed to be getting better. Opportunity favors the prepared mind. It was worth it for him to squat there all day, waiting for this guy to show up. Inside the cave, Ukup rubbed his hands together, took out a shovel that had been prepared beforehand from his spatial ring, and began to dig. What a stroke of luck. This is truly my good fortune. I never expected to stumble upon a vein of pure originium. Ukup, truly amazing. When I passed by here, I could tell at a glance that there were mineral veins here. He kept digging and muttering to himself, appearing extremely excited. But as it dug, it started to complain. It's all because this body is too weak and frail. Otherwise, I wouldn't need to dig so hard. I could easily take out the Immaculate Source stone from inside the mountain. Ukup, filled with resentment, muttered to himself, HMPH, fortunately, with this Immaculate Source stone, my speed of absorbing soul bodies will be much faster. Once I absorb the soul of this body, my strength will definitely be stronger than that guy Bussin. So what if he saved me? He's always giving me attitude and lecturing me all the time. He really thinks he's something. Once I break through my strength, I'll make him pay. Ding! After digging for a while, the shovel seemed to hit a hard object, making a crisp ding sound. I found it. Ukup's eyes lit up. He dropped the shovel in his hand and lay down on the stone wall. Sure enough, he saw a fist-sized white crystal shimmering among the surrounding yellowish-brown stones. This Immaculate Source stone is big enough for my cultivation. Ukup was overjoyed and dug it out with great effort. Thanks for your hard work. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out in the cave. Who? Ukup's pupils contracted. Although the voice sounded somewhat familiar, he didn't have time to think about it and quickly turned his head to look. Bang! Instead, it was greeted by a square object in purple and gold. Ukup had no time to react. His head was hit instantly, his ears rang, his vision went black, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. The pure source stone that he had just dug out slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. So this is the Immaculate Source stone. Wang Teng picked up the Immaculate Source stone from the ground, examined it carefully in his hand, and found it quite rare. This was the first time he had ever seen such a thing. After a brief assessment, he realized that the crystal did indeed contain extremely pure energy. This energy is very different from the ordinary force and unlike any other attribute, but if you sense it carefully, it seems to have some commonality. A single primal force contains countless variations, seemingly capable of transforming into any type of primal force, which is quite peculiar. You. At this moment, Ukup also came to his senses and stared at Wang Teng, who had suddenly appeared in front of him, his eyes wide open as if he had seen a ghost. Serprua ~die~. Wang Teng squatted down with a smile. Little friend, do you have many questions? Ukup was completely distraught, filled with despair, and countless question marks floated across its mind. Why is this bastard here? Why is he here? The person it least wanted to see appeared in the place it least wanted to be exposed to. That feeling almost drove it crazy. Surprised? Unexpected? Wang Teng said with a smile. Unwilling to sit idly by and wait for his death, Ukup's eyes flashed with a cold light, and a black dagger appeared in his hand, which he thrust fiercely towards Wang Teng's head. Without turning his head, Wang Teng reached out and grabbed its wrist, laughing, so excited to see an old friend. Who the hell is your old friend? Ukup felt a deep sense of despair. It realized that this body was far too weak and could not possibly be a match for the human in front of it. Oh, and I also want to thank you for helping me find this immaculate source mine, Wang Teng said casually as he took the dagger from its hand. PFF'd. Ukup felt so frustrated he wanted to spit out a mouthful of blood. Its pristine mineral source. This is an entire immaculate source mine, not just one or two immaculate source stones. Such a huge fortune, are you really going to let this human get away with it so easily? The thought of such an outcome made it wish it could just smash its head against the wall and die. Don't be like that. At least you received my gratitude, Wang Teng comforted it when he saw its expression. Human, you will die a horrible death. Ukup glared at Wang Teng, wishing he could tear him to pieces. Sigh, how can you be so ungrateful, you dark creature? I was trying to comfort you out of kindness, and you actually cursed me, Wang Teng said, shaking his head and sighing. Ukup was so angry he couldn't speak. How could anyone be so shameless? Alright, enough of the small talk, let's get down to business. Wang Teng glanced at it with a half-smile, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. Bewitchment. Ukup immediately sensed something was wrong, but Wang Teng's eyes were like a deep, bottomless vortex, instantly drawing his mind in. It only felt a sudden darkness before its eyes, and then it knew nothing more. After an unknown amount of time, Ukup slowly awoke, looked at Wang Teng before him, and respectfully said, Master. Inside the cave, the situation suddenly took a dramatic turn. The tense atmosphere that had been on the verge of conflict has now become harmonious. Wang Teng sat on a rock to the side, while Ukup stood respectfully in front of him, a far cry from the fierce look he had just given Wang Teng, as if he wanted to tear him to pieces. Ukup was also confused. It clearly still hated this human, but for some reason, it couldn't help but regard him as its master. There was no way to resist. Something's not right. This is very wrong. Ukup was unwilling. It struggled desperately, but could not break free from the bondage that came from the depths of its consciousness. This made it pale, and cold sweat dripped down its forehead. Even though his face still wore that respectful expression, two contradictory expressions appeared on its face, making it look very strange. Horrible. That's terrifying. What exactly happened? Ukup groaned inwardly, then suddenly froze, as if a bolt of lightning had struck his mind. It seemed to have remembered something. Magic egg. This is the bewitching power of the demon's egg. Ukup was completely stunned, his heart filled with extreme horror, his face growing paler and paler, feeling utterly incredulous. How is that possible? He is clearly a human, so how could he be possessed by the bewitching power of the demon egg? And you use it so skillfully. It was caught off guard and didn't even realize what was happening. No matter how terrified and struggling it was inside, the seed of bewitchment had already been planted, and it was impossible for it to resist. The matter is settled. Your name is Ukup, right? Wang Teng asked casually. Yes, sir. Ukup resisted strongly, but to no avail. Unable to resist the temptation in his heart, he obediently spoke up. Where did you hide the demon eggs? Wang Teng asked the most important question directly. Ukup's expression changed. This human was indeed after the demon egg. Its lips moved slightly, as if trying to stop itself from speaking, but it still managed to say, the demon egg is in the hands of Lord Wunao Demon Emperor. Backquote. Why can't it control its mouth? Ukup felt like crying. What, a brainless demon emperor? Wang Teng was stunned. What a bizarre name. It's Wunao, not Wunao. Ukup's expression changed slightly, and he quickly reminded him, seemingly very afraid of the Wunao Demon Emperor. Whether you're brainless or not, you're both weird, Wang Teng said speechlessly. Quote. Ukup, since you've already said that, what else can I say? Your Majesty the Demon Emperor, this is what this human said, it has nothing to do with me. It prayed silently in its heart that the Demon Emperor Wu Nao would never find out, otherwise it would probably die a very ugly death. Is this brainless Demon Emperor a high-level Demon Emperor? Wang Teng frowned again. Yes. Ukup nodded, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Now he knew fear. Lord Wunao Demon Emperor was the commander-in-chief of the invading human army. His strength was unfathomable. How could a mere stellar-level warrior contend with him? He actually dared to covet the demon egg. He was truly courting death. This is a bit troublesome, Wang Tang sighed inwardly. The demon egg is in the hands of a high-ranking demon emperor-level dark being. Can he take it back? Is the demon egg on the mindless demon emperor's person, or where is it? Wang Tang asked again, his eyes flashing. This. Ukup was shocked. It deliberately tried to mislead people, but the humans still saw through it. Speak. Wang Tang narrowed his eyes slightly, staring coldly at it. It seemed that the influence of the seed of bewitchment was not deep enough, as this demon brain clan member was actually able to put up some subtle resistance in this way. However, it doesn't matter. As time goes by, the influence of the seed of bewitchment will become deeper and deeper, making it completely unaware of it. It cannot be carried around in Lord Wunao Demon Emperor's room, Ukup finally said. Wang Tang's eyes lit up. If that was the case, there was still a chance. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, does the Demon Emperor Wunao usually go out? I don't know about that, Ukup shook his head. Even if the master goes out, it's not something we can know. Wang Tang glanced at it and, seeing that it didn't seem to be fake, had no choice but to give up. In fact, he had expected this to happen long ago. The Wunao Demon Emperor, who was at the level of a high-ranking demon emperor, was probably the strongest in this invasion. How could the other dark species possibly know its movements? He then asked a few more questions, learned what he wanted to know, and then kicked it. Alright, go mining. From now on, you're a glorious miner. What the hell are these glorious miners? Where exactly does its glory lie? I don't want to. Ukup. Oh. This is clearly its mine, but now it has become a miner. How miserable. Ukup wanted to cry, but he could only pick up the shovel on the ground and start digging up the immaculate source ore. Oh, right, don't absorb the soul of that body anymore, just let her continue to sleep, Wang Tang suddenly remembered and quickly said. Poor Moira, Wang Tang had no choice but to resort to this tactic to avoid being discovered. Now is not the time for her to wake up. Yes, Ukup was even more miserable. It's bad enough that the immaculate source mine is gone, but now even this fragrant soul is going to fly away. Your Majesty, please find this bastard and kill him. Your subordinates are being treated inhumanly. It knew that only with Wang Tang's death could it possibly break free from the control of the bewitching spell. Wang Tang had no idea how the dark seed of the demon brain clan was cursing him from the depths of his heart. At this moment, as he examined the immaculate source ore in his hand, a round voice echoed in his mind. Is this immaculate source ore? Wang Tang nodded. Your luck is truly unparalleled, said Roundy. Haha, when luck comes, no one can stop it. Wang Tang couldn't help but laugh. The immaculate source mine is a cultivation resource that even realm lord level experts crave. The fact that he was able to find a vein of it is beyond just good luck, it's incredibly fortunate. However, he soon noticed that the mining speed of this dark mind race was incredibly slow. It took them half a day to dig out only 1 or 2 immaculate source stones. He thought for a moment, then waved his hand, and the ironclad flame scorpion instantly appeared inside the cave. After this period of training, the ironclad flame scorpion is now a powerful star beast at the 9th level of the king rank, perfect for mining. It's incredibly skilled at digging holes. Such a strong fluctuation of primal force. The ironclad flame scorpion immediately sensed the abnormality around him and said with shining eyes, Master, you finally remembered me? Wah, I thought you were going to abandon me. Little White has been benefiting recently and is undergoing a transformation. If I don't improve, I'll fall behind. Are you misunderstanding something? Wang Tang asked with a strange expression. The ironclad flame scorpion was stunned and asked cautiously, isn't the fortune here meant for me? No, it's not your destiny, it's mine, Wang Tang said calmly, glancing at it sideways. Ironclad flame scorpion, ##. I just realized we have double monthly votes. Please give me your votes, everyone. *3, epsilon *, love you all. Another miner has been added. Inside the dimly lit cave, 2 figures, one large and one small, were diligently digging a pit. Ironclad flame scorpion is much faster than Ukup. Although it is not as strong as Ukup, Ukup is currently unable to exert its full power, so its speed is extremely slow. However, Ukup glanced at the ironclad flame scorpion beside him, his heart filled with disdain. TCH, is this big scorpion stupid? It's being used as a laborer and it's still working so hard. If I had a master like that, I would have killed myself here long ago. It seemed to have forgotten who had just been calling him master. What are you looking at? Look again and I'll eat you up. The ironclad flame scorpion sensed Ukop's gaze, turned around and glared at it fiercely, saying in a cute but menacing way. HMPH, go ahead and eat me if you dare. Ukop didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of Wang Teng, but he wasn't afraid of the ironclad flame scorpion and he sneered. Oh dear, still so stubborn. Ironclad flame scorpion was annoyed. Hurry up and dig, stop talking nonsense. Wang Teng said in a low voice, once you're done digging, I'll teach it a lesson. Ironclad flame scorpion was overjoyed and chuckled, hee hee, thank you, master. After saying that, it gave Ukop a smug look, its eyes fierce, and sized it up as if it was thinking about where to start. Ukop, oh. A tiger fallen into the plains is bullied by dogs. As an elite member of the Demon Brain Clan, when did it become the turn of a spirit pet to teach it a lesson? Damn it. With the addition of the ironclad flame scorpion, the mining speed increased significantly. The night passed quickly, and only a small portion of the innocent source ore had been mined, with the remaining large portion still unmined. But Wang Teng and Ukop had to return, otherwise they might arouse suspicion from other dark races. Wang Teng left the armored flame scorpion behind and gave it a spatial device, instructing it to dig out the remaining pure source stones. He'll come over tonight and take the ironclad flame scorpion with him then. Ukop, you should know what you can do, what you can say, and what you cannot do and what you cannot say. As he walked out of the cave, Wang Teng glanced at Ukop and said calmly. Killing you only requires a thought. I know. Ukop's eyes struggled, he was silent for a moment, but in the end, the fear of death overcame everything, and he nodded miserably. In reality, the seed of bewitchment that Wang Teng planted in it had already begun to subtly change its mentality, making it unable to betray Wang Teng. Go ahead, Wang Teng waved his hand. Ukop left and quickly disappeared from Wang Teng's sight. Wang Teng didn't want to reveal his identity as a member of the Demon Armor Clan, so he met it using his human identity to remain hidden in the shadows. In this way, even Ukop would never have guessed that Wang Teng was actually in their lair. Wang Teng transformed into the form of a dark member of the Demon Armor Clan once more, circled around, and returned to the Demon Armor Clan's encampment from another direction. Kato Taka, where have you been? It's your turn to patrol today, Cowhod said as soon as he saw him. I'm going out to cultivate, I'll be on patrol soon, Wang Teng said without further explanation. Go quickly. Zhao Had was already used to Wang Teng's elusive nature, so he didn't think much of it, nodded and urged him to hurry up and go on patrol. Wang Teng led his team into the valley. His patrol area is within the valley, which is a good opportunity to pick up the attribute bubbles dropped by the Great Rock Armored Dragon Beast. Dark Star Force *300. Earth-type Celestial Force *400. Dark Star Force *200. Saint-level Dark Talent *100. Ellipsis. One by one, attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body, significantly enhancing his Earth-type Star Force and Dark Star Force, as well as his Saint-level Dark Talent and Saint-level Earth Talent. However, there aren't as many attribute bubbles picked up this time as the first time. Probably because the previous attribute bubbles were the result of accumulating over a considerable period of time. The duration of the attribute bubble is not fixed. In certain special locations, or when faced with powerful beings, the attribute bubbles that drop will last for a longer period of time. Magnamin is very powerful, so the attribute bubbles it drops can naturally last longer. That's why Wang Teng doesn't need to collect attributes every day, he can collect them occasionally when he's on patrol. The day ended on patrol. When Wang Teng returned to the Demon Armor Clan's encampment, he found that the Demon Armor Clan members seemed a bit excited and were discussing something. What are you doing? Wang Teng asked Zhao Had. You've forgotten that there will be a battle between the various races later? Zhao Had said, wiping a huge black battle sword. A sparring match? Wang Teng was taken aback, quite surprised, but he didn't show it at all, lest he give away his secret. He then subtly inquired with the team members and learned that this combat sparring was held periodically, with mid-level Demon Emperor-level dark species appearing to watch. If one performed well, they could receive rewards from the dark species. The dark race is extremely warlike. If they are not given a platform, they will probably suffocate and various conflicts will easily arise. That's why the dark race's higher-ups decided to hold a combat sparring competition every so often. Occasionally bestowing gifts upon them further fuels the dark creatures below, making them incredibly energetic and stimulating their competitive spirit. This motivates them to train even harder, which is very helpful in improving their overall combat strength. Wang Tang's eyes flickered, and he suddenly wondered if he should also participate. If I can't do anything else, I can at least torment the dark races. Kato Taka, be more proactive later. With your strength, you'll definitely receive a reward from the master, Kato Taka reminded him. Don't worry, I will. A smile appeared on Wang Tang's lips, which looked particularly ferocious against the backdrop of the Demon Armor clan's appearance. For some reason, Zhao had always felt that his smile was somewhat eerie. Night falls. Under the shroud of black mist, the surroundings appeared even darker, but for the dark race, it was a time of revelry. On the clearing in the valley, a group of dark creatures gathered, their clamor reaching the sky, but it seemed to be blocked by an invisible force, unable to reach the outside. Good heavens, it's a complete mess. Wang Tang exclaimed, looking around in astonishment. Just then, several powerful figures appeared in the sky. They were none other than mid-level demon emperors like Jiafolik. After they appeared, they all knelt down on one knee, facing the top of the building on the back of the great rock-armored dragon beast, and shouted, "Welcome, Emperor Wunao. Welcome, Demon Emperor Wunao." The dark race below, their faces filled with fervor, also knelt down and shouted loudly. Wang Tang mingled among the group of dark beings and let out a couple of exaggerated howls. He felt he was becoming more and more like a member of the dark race. Then look up at the sky. At the top of the building, an enormous figure emerged from the void, standing 7 or 8 meters tall, like a dark god. Its body was shrouded in black mist, making it impossible to see its appearance clearly. One could only sense an incredibly powerful aura emanating from it. The appearance of the Demon Emperor Wunao completely ignited the atmosphere around them. All the dark creatures stared at it with extreme fervor. To the uninitiated, they would have thought they were seeing an unparalleled beauty. Get up! The Demon Emperor Wunao's eyes were indifferent as he looked down at the dark creatures through the black mist, his voice soft and distant. Thank you, Demon Emperor, the dark races shouted in unison. These dark creatures act like cultists, Wang Tang muttered speechlessly. However, it must be admitted that this brainless demon emperor put immense pressure on him. Wang Tang didn't even dare to look at it for long, for fear of being exposed. Oh no, will we be found out? Wang Tang thought to himself with some apprehension. But then he thought about it again and realized that his transformation was already flawless. Apart from the dark primal force, all other primal forces within his body had retreated into the sea of nothingness and had not been exposed at all. If he's still discovered this way, then he'll have no choice but to run away. Fortunately, the Demon Emperor Wunao did not seem to have noticed him, and at this moment it sat down in the sky. As it sat down, the black mist quickly condensed into a throne, enveloping its towering body. Those mid-level Demon Emperor-level dark species stood directly around Wunao Demon Emperor, appearing extremely respectful. Let's begin. With a wave of his hand, the ground suddenly trembled. Rumble! A loud bang was heard, and it rose from the ground, transforming into a huge crude arena. Wang Tang couldn't help but turn his head to look at the great rock-armored dragon beast beside him. He had just sensed a slight fluctuation of Earth-type primal force coming from the great rock-armored dragon beast. This must be its ability, right? Ordinary Earth-type talents cannot achieve this. Even Saint-level talents are only more sensitive to primal force, which is reflected in the speed of absorption and refining. To change the external terrain and structure, one can only rely on special talents. Just like Wang Tang's elemental magnetic heart talent, it can subtly change some terrain, such as turning stones into sand or recondensing them. Although it can also condense an arena, it is definitely not as easy and natural as before. Does this giant rock-armored dragon beast possess other unique Earth-type abilities? There was no relevant description in the information Wang Tang found, so he could only guess. I can't exactly go and chat with Magnesium. If it knew that Wang Tang wanted to inquire about its talent, it would probably slap him flat. Wang Tang had no choice but to abandon this unrealistic idea. At this moment, a dark creature leapt onto the arena, looked towards the location of the armored dark creature, and coldly shouted, "Vampire Crosa." Challenging the armored vine eagle of the armored clan, "Do you dare to come up and fight?" It was none other than the dark vampire that had clashed with Wang Tang earlier. I'm just a regular tool. Unfortunately, it has no self-awareness whatsoever. Needless to say, many of the dark creatures knew about its feud with Wang Teng and were now excitedly watching the spectacle. Ha ha ha, this Crosa fought that armored demon before, and the battle ended in a draw. Now he can't wait any longer. Hee, it lost a lot of face a few days ago, so it's probably trying to get back at them. The vampires are known for their vengeful nature. I wonder if the Demon Armor clan dares to accept the challenge? I heard that the armored demon is only at the Demon King level. Isn't going up on this arena just courting death? What are you afraid of? Go for it, it's either you get killed or you kill it. Superior, go, ellipsis. The surrounding dark races were buzzing with discussion, some even just enjoying the spectacle, constantly egging each other on and on. Displaying the ferocity and belligerence of the dark races to the fullest extent. Wang Teng raised his head, met the gaze of the dark vampire on the arena, and suddenly grinned. Let's have some fun then. Boom! He stomped his foot on the ground, cracking it, and his figure transformed into a blur as he landed on the arena with a deafening roar. A woo! Beat! Hurry up! Ellipsis. Seeing that Wang Teng was not intimidated, the surrounding dark creatures became even more excited and howled wildly below. You've got some guts, you didn't cower in. Crosa sneered. With your strength, do you think you can make me cower? Wang Teng asked calmly. It's not very aggressive but extremely insulting. Upon hearing Wang Teng's calm tone, Crosa felt an overwhelming rage. Although Wang Teng's face was covered by magic armor, obscuring his expression, Crosa could still clearly sense the mockery in his voice. You're asking for it. As soon as he finished speaking, Crosa transformed into a blood-red afterimage and charged towards Wang Teng. A sharp battle sword appeared in its hand, covered with blood patterns. At this moment, the blood patterns lit up and transformed into streaks of blood-red sword light, slashing towards Wang Teng. The sword light contained some profound meaning of swordsmanship. Furthermore, this profound meaning has reached at least 30%. Wang Teng's expression was somewhat strange. Among the cosmic-level martial artists he had encountered, this vampire was really a bit weak. Is the 30-sen secret technique very strong? Although he can only use dark primal force now, his mastery of profound techniques far surpasses that of the dark vampire before him. Boy, today I'll show you the difference between a demon king and a lower demon emperor. You dare to offend me? You'll pay the price. Crosa's eyes flashed with cold light as he stared at Wang Teng with murderous intent. This move was clearly made with the determination to kill Wang Teng, showing absolutely no mercy. Meanwhile, the surrounding dark creatures became increasingly excited, completely unfazed, as if killing someone outright was a common occurrence in such a competition. Wang Teng stood still, watching the blood-red sword light rapidly approach, a black battle sword appearing in his hand without him even noticing. Boom! The next moment, a chilling killing intent erupted from his body. A massive black sword light condensed on the sword, unleashing a terrifying killing intent that created a special area around Wang Teng. This area was filled with black sword energy. Boom! The menacing crimson sword light from the opposite side collapsed completely, unable to withstand the terrifying killing intent. Crosa's pupils contracted as she stared at Wang Teng in disbelief. This guy, how is that possible? Countless questions arose in its mind, making it impossible for it to believe that Wang Teng was so strong. It wanted to retreat but it was too late. Wang Teng raised his head and looked at Crosa with a calm gaze. Boom! He suddenly slashed out with his sword, the sword light flashing across the sky. Crosa gritted his teeth and slashed out with his sword, unleashing a burst of crimson sword light. Unfortunately, it was shattered into pieces. Then the black sword light crashed down on its body. PFF'd. Crosa's body was sent flying backward involuntarily, a long, narrow sword wound appeared on its chest, and blood spurted out. Wang Teng stepped onto the ground, vanishing from his spot and instantly appearing above Crosa, looking down at it and moving alongside it. His indifferent voice slowly drifted out. Do you think my strength is only this much? I was just joking with you before. Are you kidding me? Crosa's eyes widened, her heart filled with extreme horror. Upon hearing these words, she coughed up a mouthful of blood in frustration. This is ridiculous. It didn't want to believe it. But why is this guy so strong? He's clearly just a Demon King level character. Without another word, Wang Teng unleashed a punch aimed directly at Crosa's head. I admit it, Crosa's pupils contracted sharply. At this moment, she finally realized that death was imminent, but it was too late. PFF'd. A sound like a watermelon bursting rang out above the arena. Boom! Crosa's body was slammed into the ground with tremendous force, creating a deep crater. His head got smashed. Its life force had completely dissipated, and its soul had perished along with it, resulting in utter death. A moment of silence fell over the surroundings, followed by an even more terrifying howl. "Oh woo, he's dead. Crosa has been killed. As expected of warriors of my demon armor clan, the vampires are no match for them. Sharp, well done. Ellipsis. All the dark creatures seemed to be driven even more mad by the blood, their eyes glowing red, eager to rush onto the arena and fight. Wang Teng descended from the sky and stood beside Crosa's corpse, his gaze unwavering, devoid of any emotion. Finally, we can rightfully and legitimately kill this dark vampire. It wasn't easy. It killed so many humans, it deserves to die. However, this is only a small amount of interest, the real debt collection has not yet begun." Compared to the excitement of the other dark races, the dark vampires had rather gloomy expressions, glaring at Wang Teng as if they wanted nothing more than to go up and fight him to the death. Although Crosa was killed in the ring, he was simply outmatched and had no one to blame but himself. But Wang Teng was only a demon king, which made the dark race of the Blood Clan feel extremely humiliated, and they were naturally furious. In the sky, the demon emperor Wunao turned his gaze to Wang Teng, as if sizing him up, and slowly said, "A demon king who has mastered 50% of the secrets of killing, quite talented. Thank you for your praise, sir." Jia Fulik was extremely pleased and quickly expressed his gratitude, feeling even more satisfied with Wang Teng. Useless. The Blood Clan member, a mid-level demon emperor-level dark seed named Bloodloon, stood to the side with a gloomy expression, remaining silent, though inwardly he was filled with rage. How could that piece of trash, Crosa, have made such a promise to it, only to be killed by a demon lord-level being? They've completely disgraced the vampire race. The demon king Wunao didn't speak again. To it, a demon king with decent talent was worth a glance, but that was all. It wouldn't say anything more. Unless Wang Teng can demonstrate even more outstanding talent, he will be able to attract the attention of this demon emperor Wu Nao. On the arena, Wang Teng picked up the attribute bubble that Crosa had dropped after his death. Dark Star Force *4200. Stellar Level Spirit *2400. Cosmic Level Comprehension *2600. Blood Essence *1500. Good Looks *10. The profound meaning of blood. Wang Teng was stunned for a moment, his heart filled with surprise. As the attribute bubbles merged into his mind, they transformed into a realization. At that moment, a very strange image appeared in Wang Teng's mind. A vast, boundless sea of blood. He transformed into a beam of light and sat cross-legged upon it. Wisps of crimson light swirled around him, like threads or tiny streams, strangely wondrous. Wang Teng gradually grasped a completely new profound meaning. The profound meaning of blood. This is a unique secret technique of the vampire clan. Wang Teng savored the insights in his mind, and a strange feeling arose within him. At this moment, he seemed to be able to clearly feel the rhythm of the blood in his body. Blood flows through the blood vessels, like the ceaseless, inexhaustible flow of life. This profound meaning of blood is quite extraordinary. Wang Teng murmured to himself. After comprehending the profound meaning of blood, Wang Teng gained a more intuitive understanding of its hidden power. If Nakrosa could comprehend a deeper level, it wouldn't be so easy to kill him with only 50% of the ultimate killing technique. Unfortunately, he ultimately failed to grasp the full meaning, and its power was limited. Wang Teng's ultimate killing technique is extremely powerful. Even if he only unleashes 50% of its power, it is still stronger than 50% of the normal power, which is more than enough to kill this dark vampire. That being said, even if the other party comprehends a higher level of the blood profound meaning, it would only give him a few more attribute points. Blood secret technique, 502,000 20%. 1500 attribute points can only bring his blood essence to 20%. This is a bit frustrating. So, that Crosa really is a useless member of the vampire clan. It's confirmed. Open black lens bracket. Crosa died with her eyes wide open, JPG close black lens bracket. This blood mystery is good, but it consumes a lot of blood. Wang Teng shook his head again, feeling a bit troubled. Why not just drain the blood of the void-devouring beast? Anyway, with such a large body, it must have a lot of blood. Void-devouring beast clone. Oh. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Aside from the blood profound meaning, the other attribute bubbles are dark force, spirit, and comprehension, which did improve him a little. but there's nothing particularly noteworthy about them. But surprisingly, it also has an appearance attribute. How long has it been since we've had a focus on physical appearance? Wang Teng himself couldn't remember, but ever since his appearance attribute reached 98 points, he had never encountered one again. I never expected to encounter this vampire again today. Is it cool? Wang Teng looked at the vampire corpse in the pit. Oh, sorry, its face was gone. He thought back for a moment and realized he was quite handsome. No wonder his looks were so low. No wonder I slapped it in the face. This is the law of cause and effect in the dark, it's not his fault. This vampire didn't die unjustly. Appearance 108, 100 is the maximum for ordinary people. At this moment, Wang Teng's appearance attribute directly exceeded 100, breaking through the upper limit of ordinary people. If his appearance was still within the realm of ordinary people before, now it's estimated that he has already gone down a path of inhumanity. If handsomeness were to be categorized into levels, it could be divided into ordinary handsomeness, very handsomeness, extremely handsomeness, super handsomeness, invincible handsomeness, and so on. He's probably incredibly handsome now. I wonder what it has become. Wang Teng thought with a sense of anticipation. Is it possible for someone to complain about having high looks? Just as Wang Teng was about to step off the stage, a figure suddenly appeared on the stage. I, Carrie of the Vampire Clan, challenge you. Do you dare to accept? The one that appeared on the arena was also a dark vampire, just as handsome and dashing, with the same tall and straight figure, making Wang Teng a little confused. Uniform handsomeness lacks soul, unlike him, who is both handsome and funny. The only drawback of these vampires is their lack of temperament. They are pale and look like they have kidney deficiency, which is incomparable to him. Wang Teng stopped and looked at the vampires opposite him. This vampire exuded a powerful aura, its scarlet eyes staring indifferently at Wang Teng, a fang showing at the corner of its mouth. Lower level Demon Emperor, 5th level. This vampire is clearly stronger than the previous one. No wonder they dared to come up here. Oh ho, fight it, fight it. The dark creature below yelled again, reigniting the atmosphere. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish, Wang Teng said calmly. You think you're invincible just because you defeated that piece of trash, Crosa? A cold glint flashed in Carrie's eyes and a ferocious look appeared on his face. I don't have time to waste with your nonsense. Wang Teng shook his head and disappeared from the spot the next moment. Boom! With an explosive burst of power, still employing the ultimate technique of slaughter, the sword light swept across. How is that possible? Carrie's eyes narrowed. That's incredible. How can he be so strong? This vampire finally experienced firsthand the despair and disbelief that Crosa felt before her death, and a sense of regret suddenly welled up in her heart. It shouldn't have come up here. Roar! Carrie roared, making a final struggle. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Its attack was instantly destroyed, and the sword light cleaved it in two, leaving it utterly dead. In the blink of an eye, the battle was over. The dark creature below stared wide-eyed, its face frozen, unable to utter a sound. Quiet. Everything was quiet. All the dark creatures stared at Wang Teng as if they had seen a ghost, still somewhat bewildered. Dead. Another vampire has died. Isn't this speed a bit too fast? If the battle had been intense, they wouldn't have been so bewildered and shocked, but the battle ended too quickly. From Wang Teng's attack to Kylie's death, it was only a fleeting moment. It's hard to believe that a low-level Demon Emperor-level dark species was killed so easily. Lower-level Demon Emperors are already considered strong among the dark species, and their numbers are not large. In every war, lower-level Demon Emperors are the backbone of the fighting force. Now both sides have been wiped out in one fell swoop. They still managed to take them down so easily. Even the dark race, known for its ferocity and bloodthirstiness, was starting to feel its heart pounding at this moment. The expression on the faces of the dark vampires was even more grim. The loss of two lower-level Demon Emperors was a significant blow to them. Oh, the Demon Emperor Wu now showed a hint of interest in Wang Teng and asked, Ja Furik, does this armored demon have any bloodline inheritance? My lord, it comes from the Abyss world, so it shouldn't have any powerful bloodline inheritance, said Jaffrik. The Abyss world, it actually comes from a lower world. His talent is quite good, he can be nurtured, said the Demon Emperor Wanao. Yes, I will keep an eye on it, Jeffrey said. Wu Nao Demon Emperor didn't say anything more, but he paid more attention to Wang Teng. Unfortunately, if it knew that beneath that demonic armor was actually a human, it would probably be furious. Bloodlin listened to the conversation between the Demon King Wunao and Jiafalik, feeling impotent rage. However, the Jia Tang Eagle had already caught the eye of the Wu Nao Demon Emperor, so it could not openly retaliate. Shui Lun was unwilling, but his eyes darted around. He bowed slightly to Wu Nao Demon Emperor and said, "My lord, my blood clan also has a genius who hopes to have a match with this demon armor clan." "Alright." Wu Nao Demon Emperor glanced at it and nodded. On the arena, Wang Tang picked up the attribute bubble dropped by the vampire carry. Dark Star Force * 5000. Stellar Level Spirit * 2600. Cosmic Level Comprehension * 3000. Blood Secrets * 2000. Ellipsis. Another wave of attribute bubbles was obtained, which still contained the blood essence, attribute, and even more than the previous vampire dropped. Blood Secrets 5,003,000, 30%. Wang Tang's blood profound meaning instantly increased to 30%. This was because Kairi's comprehension level was slightly higher than Croce's, which greatly enhanced his understanding. In addition, the attributes of Dark Star Force, Comprehension, and Spirit have also been enhanced once again. This time, no appearance-related attributes were dropped. This made Wang Tang's face darken. His looks had just surpassed the incredibly handsome threshold, and now they're not dropping any further, making my expectations go to waste. But, blind student, I think I've discovered the key point. Wang Tang stroked his chin. This appearance attribute is probably only something that someone with an even higher appearance would drop an attribute bubble on. Previously, his appearance attribute was 98 points, which was almost the limit for ordinary people. Even if the appearance of the dark race wanted to surpass his, it would not be easy. Until he met Croce, it must be admitted that it does have some good looks. Therefore, Wang Tang's current appearance is comparable to, or even surpasses, that of this vampire. It's important to know that these vampires who have reached the Demon Emperor level do indeed have perfect appearances. This is related to their bloodlines. The stronger and more perfect the bloodline, the higher the appearance. At this moment, after Wang Tang finished collecting the attribute bubbles, he was no longer in a hurry to go down. Is there anything more satisfying than openly killing darkfolk in their lair and fleecing them? Keep going, don't be a coward. So Wang Tang stopped worrying about looks, looked down at the vampires, and asked calmly, "Who else?" Wow, all the dark races were in an uproar. It seems the Demon Armor clan is going to clash with the Blood clan. So exciting, so thrilling. A werewolf, a dark race member, let out a howl, acting as the DJ to liven up the atmosphere among the dark race. The dark vampires were ashen-faced, gritting their teeth and letting out low growls. This is outrageous. The armored vine eagle of the Demon Armor clan simply didn't take the vampires seriously. The vampires' eyes turned red, already red, but now even redder, like angry bulls wanting to ram Wang Tang into the arena and kill him. Damn, it's like I've stirred up a hornet's nest. Wang Tang felt a chill run down his spine when he saw the murderous gazes below. Being stared at by so many blood-red eyes is quite terrifying. However, Wang Tang wasn't a coward who would be intimidated by a single glance and immediately glared back. Bite me. This time, the vampires were truly enraged and roared in anger. Damn it, that's outrageous. Who will kill him? Let go of me, don't pull me, I'm going to bite him to death. Suddenly, a commotion broke out behind the vampires. Euphoria, the blood demoness. A name erupted among the many vampires. The crowd spontaneously parted, forming a path, and a figure clad in blood-red, ferocious armor slowly walked towards them from afar. Her long, dark red hair was loose, and she was wearing armor that accentuated her graceful figure. She was extremely tall and shapely, and her face was exceptionally beautiful, with almost no flaws. What's even more remarkable is its character. She seemed cold yet not cold, demonic yet not demonic. Her eyes and brows moved with captivating allure. Wang Tang naturally noticed the suddenly appearing, exceptionally beautiful dark vampire, and narrowed his eyes as he looked at it. The vampire also raised its head, met his gaze, and a slight smile suddenly appeared on its lips. Hiss! This vampire is terrifying. Wang Tang gasped inwardly, realizing he couldn't take it anymore. Did these vampires know they couldn't defeat him, so they resorted to using their femininity? Joke, is he that kind of person? How could a mere vampire shake his unwavering belief? Euphelia walked over unhurriedly, and the surrounding dark creatures fell silent, their gazes following her. Finally, it stepped onto the arena, stood not far from Wang Tang, smiled slightly, and said, "I'll fight you." I don't really like hitting women. Wang Tang's hoarse voice came from beneath the magic armor. Suddenly, he smelled a faint, sweet, and slightly fishy scent that was not unpleasant. In fact, it was quite intoxicating. Wang Tang's heart tightened and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Huh? Euphilia let out a soft exclamation, looking at Wang Tang in surprise. She hadn't expected that this armored demon could get rid of its bloody scent so quickly. It seems the battle began the moment you stepped onto the arena. Wang Tang glanced at the vampire before him, tilted his head, and a ferocious smile appeared on his lips. Then, I won't hold back. Your smile is terrifying. Euphilia patted her chest, looking terrified, her chest heaving in a rather spectacular display. Her armor was already partially concealing her, but now, with the surge of energy, it was almost completely exposed. Glug! Many of the dark creatures below swallowed hard, their mouths watering. The dark race also has needs. Undeniably, all members of the dark vampire race, whether male or female, are handsome men and beautiful women. There are almost no unattractive individuals among them. Wang Tang remained indifferent, completely ignoring the vampire's feigned posture. He suddenly lunged forward, his sword gleaming with light as he slashed fiercely at the opponent. They really don't know how to cherish women. Euphilia's expression remained unchanged, a smile playing on her lips, and a strange black scythe-like dagger appeared in her hand, slashing across her face. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. The sword and the black scythe clashed, and two completely different forces swept outwards, blowing away the dust on the ground. You're really strong. Euphilia let out a sigh of admiration, her eyes seemingly burning with dark red flames, indicating that she was a warlike vampire girl. Wang Tang's strength ignited its fighting spirit. When Shui Lun asked it to participate in this arena battle, it was unwilling. There were no geniuses in the team that it was going to pay attention to, and in its eyes, this arena battle was just a game and had no value. However, it was only after Shui Lun mentioned Wang Tang's achievements that it aroused a little curiosity. Being able to kill a 5th-level lower-level demon emperor vampire with a single blow while at the demon king level, regardless of whether that vampire was weak or not. The sheer ability to fight beyond one's level is something that ordinary dark creatures cannot accomplish. Euphilia herself is capable of fighting beyond her level. She is a 1st-level lower demon emperor, but some of those who died at her hands were even at the peak of the lower demon emperor level. Her terrifying record earned her the legendary title of Blood Demoness. Now that it has met Wang Tang Zhenren and fought with him, it has found that its opponent is indeed very strong. It just doesn't know if it can make him use his full strength. Let me see if you're worth my time. A blinding crimson light erupted from the black scythe dagger in Euphilia's hand, instantly condensing into streaks of blood-red blades that lunged forward, stabbing towards Wang Tang. Just as Wang Tang was about to suppress Euphilia, the two were very close when the blood blade that suddenly appeared was right in front of him. However, his fighting spirit was incredibly strong. Even in the face of such an extremely dangerous situation, he remained completely calm and his eyes showed no fluctuation. Pshaw! The blood-stained blade pierced his body, but it was only a phantom. Wang Tang appeared to Euphilia's left, his black sword slashing horizontally, mercilessly aiming for Euphilia's long, smooth neck. If this strike lands, Euphilia will definitely be decapitated and her blood will splatter on the spot. Truly brutal JPG. Not bad speed. Euphilia's expression seemed to heat up. It sensed a change in the oppressive force emanating from the black scythe dagger in its hand as soon as Wang Tang disappeared, and thus it was prepared. The long handle of the black scythe spun in its hand, the scythe pointing towards Wang Tang, drawing a blood-red arc in mid-air. Clang! The two weapons clashed once more, sparks flying everywhere, followed by a piercing hiss as Euphilia swung her black scythe dagger toward Wang Tang's head. A sharp, blood-red light burst forth from it. Wang Tang's eyes flashed, he realized he had underestimated this vampire. It's very strong. With only the power of the Dark Star Force at his disposal, many of his abilities were restricted and unusable, which was very frustrating. He couldn't be hit, he could feel the sharpness of the attack, which contained profound power, enough to cut through the demonic armor that had formed around his body. Boom! The ultimate killing technique erupts. The black sword light on Wang Tang's sword surged forth, forcefully blocking the black scythe dagger. He once again avoided the sharp edge, launched a flanking attack, and charged towards Euphilia from another direction. He stretched out his other hand, and black primal energy surged, transforming into black vines that seemed to grow from his palm, wrapping around Euphilia's limbs. Devil's Vine. This skill from the Devil Vine finally had a chance to be put to good use. Oh, Euphelia's face showed surprise, and she glanced at the black vines that were wrapping around her with a strange look, while her black scythe dagger drew an arc in her hand. Pshaw! All the vines were cut down. However, it underestimated how troublesome the black vines were. Even after being cut, they quickly grew back and relentlessly coiled around it. In an instant, Euphelia's limbs were completely entangled by black vines, rendering her unable to move at all. Since the start of the battle, the dark beings below the arena have been dazzled by the sight. The battle between the two sides is extremely dangerous. The profound power emanating from them is so strong that they can clearly feel it and have to retreat for fear of being affected. The fact that Wang Teng was able to fight Blood Demoness to such an extent truly surprised all the dark race. They originally thought that even if Wang Teng was very strong, he would definitely lose to Euphelia. But now Euphelia's limbs were entangled and she was in danger. This result was truly unexpected. The dark vampires all changed their expressions drastically. They had placed high hopes on Euphelia, expecting her to defeat Wang Teng. But something seems a little off. How did I get entangled with this? That's Blood Demoness, you know. It can't just be defeated like this, can it? Under everyone's gaze, Wang Teng showed no intention of holding back, his sword condensing 60% of its killing intent. Strike while the iron is hot and kill it. Boom! The sword light flashed across the sky and landed heavily on Euphelia. A loud explosion rang out, the ground cracked and dust billowed up. The terrifying residual force of the force rippled outwards in all directions. No way? The dark vampire stared wide-eyed, unable to accept what was happening. However, Wang Teng frowned and stared intently ahead, where a red light could be seen faintly appearing amidst the explosion. As the dust settled, a semicircular, blood-red light shield, like an inverted bowl, enveloped Euphelia. The sword light from before did not harm it. You really are strong. Euphelia became completely excited, her eyes glowing red. She stuck out her tongue and licked her scarlet lips, staring intently at Wang Teng. The way you're looking at me is giving people the wrong impression, Wang Teng said calmly, his sword pointing diagonally at the ground. I like strong people. If you can defeat me, even if you are a member of the Demon Armor clan, I won't mind submitting to you, Euphelia said with a charming smile. The dark vampires below, having just recovered from the joy of Euphelia's survival, erupted in wails. That was their Blood Demoness, how could she submit to a mere armored vampire? This won't do, absolutely not, we disagree. Seeing that Euphelia had safely blocked Wang Teng's attack, all the dark races were naturally very happy. But when I suddenly heard what she said, the aroma immediately vanished. Blood Demoness. How could the most beautiful blood flower of their vampire clan submit to a mere demon armor clan? Even talking about it is not allowed. This is an insult. Interracial relations are fruitless. Many of the dark vampires felt offended, especially since the one who offended them was the Blood Demoness herself, which made them extremely frustrated. The other dark races became extremely excited, and their howls grew even louder. Many of the dark races were shouting, "Take it down! Take it down!" A typical case of them trying to get others to do what they couldn't do themselves. Wang Teng remained calm and unmoved. He was joking, he had no interest in vampires whatsoever. You're probably not qualified. He held his sword and walked step by step toward the other person, speaking calmly. Euphelia's expression stiffened for a moment. First, no dark species has ever been able to resist its temptation. In the past, when it uttered the word submission, the other dark species were all driven mad with desire, as if they wanted to devour it alive, although in the end none of them succeeded. But today, when it said the same thing, the armored demon in front of it actually said that it was not qualified. This was the first time it had received such a dismissive response. You can imagine how angry they were. It was even a little awkward. Seeing its expression, Wang Teng sneered inwardly, that sycophant won't last long. Unexpectedly, even in the world of dark species, there exists such a so-called goddess, but unfortunately, he never falls for it. Thump, thump, thump. Wang Teng walked step by step toward Euphelia, his sturdy armor stomping on the ground with a dull thud, and his aura continued to rise. Since even 60% of his ultimate killing technique couldn't kill his opponent, he had no choice but to use 80% of it. This dark vampire is indeed extremely powerful. It was stronger than he had expected. A lower-level Demon Emperor Level 1 Dark Species is far stronger than the previous lower-level Demon Emperor Level 5 Dark Species. Boom! When Euphelia saw this, her eyes turned cold. The black scythe in her hand emitted an intense red light, and a rich, bloody aroma wafted through the air. Wang Tang's mind was affected, and he began to hallucinate. It was as if endless phantoms appeared in his eyes, and the fragrance filled his nose. Everything turned into a hazy, bloody scene. Within his sea of consciousness, the Nine Treasures Pagoda emitted a golden light, giving him a jolt of energy. Snort. Wang Tang snorted coldly, and the Nine Treasures Pagoda was unleashed, bursting forth with golden light. Give me the town. The enormous pagoda crashed down onto the blood-red, hazy illusion. Cracks appeared in the illusion, and golden rays pierced through the blood-red hue, leaving it riddled with holes. Boom! The next moment, the entire crimson illusion exploded and vanished into nothingness. Wang Tang's mind was clear. However, as he regained his sense of reality, a fierce gust of wind was already hitting him head-on, less than 5 meters away. For martial artists of their level, such a distance only takes a moment. However, when the illusion was broken, Euphelia's eyes revealed a hint of shock. It was this slight shock that caused its attack to pause for a moment. Wang Tang instantly seized this moment of stagnation, and the terrifying killing intent erupted from the sword in his hand. The black sword light almost solidified, and he slashed forward. Euphelia's expression changed slightly. She brought her black scythe down, transforming it into a crimson scythe-like beam of light to meet the attack. Boom! With a deafening roar, two incredibly powerful attacks, one red and one black, collided violently. The residual force of the force rippled outwards in all directions. The attacks from both sides were surprisingly evenly matched. Euphelia's mastery of arcane power is clearly not low. Wang Tang stood amidst the fierce winds, his demonic armor radiating a black light that blocked all the gusts. Instead of retreating, he strode into the center of the winds and charged towards Euphelia. Euphelia hadn't expected Wang Tang to be so reckless. The aftershocks of the force hadn't completely dissipated before he dared to step into the blast radius of the two attacks. Its heart sank when it saw the demonic armor on Wang Tang's body. The advantage of the armored race is its hard shell, but as a vampire, it dared not step inside, so it could only retreat hastily. Wang Tang's face was contorted with rage as he charged forward, brandishing his black battle sword and unleashing a brutal flurry of blows. Weapons that can be used by the Demon Armor clan are naturally relatively large weapons, so the black sword in Wang Tang's hand is also a broadsword with a wide blade. And its swing is undoubtedly extremely impactful. The dark creatures below were stunned. Blood Demoness was actually being overwhelmed. Terrifying. Just what kind of monster is this armored vine eagle of the Demon Armor clan? Could it be a genius even more terrifying than the Blood Demoness? Clang, clang, clang. The enormous sounds continued to resound, as if striking the hearts of all the dark beings. The broadsword in Wang Tang's hand was taken from the Dark One, and its level was not high. So, after such a forceful slash, it was already chipped in many places, and soon broke in two with a crack. Euphelia's face lit up with joy, and she prepared to retaliate. Damn it, you're beating it so badly, do you think it's made of clay? However, so fragile, trash. Wang Tang glanced at the broken sword in his hand with disdain, threw it away casually, and then a black broadsword reappeared in his hand. He's killed so many dark ones, he has plenty of these swords. Euphelia. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of brutal slashing echoed across the arena once more. Before long, the black sword broke again, so Wang Tang replaced it with another one. It broke again, and he replaced it again, and it broke again, and he replaced it again. In the end, he didn't know how many swords he had replaced. Euphelia was so frustrated she felt like vomiting blood. High in the sky, Blood Loon's face twitched. It had finally managed to summon Blood Demoness to fight Wang Tang, but this was the result? When Jeffrey saw its expression, his mouth stretched into a wide grin. Euphelia's face darkened, a flash of anger crossed her eyes, and she suddenly let out a sharp scream. Boom! A peculiar wave emanated from it and spread outwards. Wang Tang was thrown away, but he couldn't escape the speed at which the shockwave spread, and was instantly enveloped within it. Domain. Euphelia expanded her domain. The arena vanished, replaced by a blood-red hue. A hazy, intoxicating aroma, many times stronger than before, wafted around, and the blood-red mist obscured all figures. Euphelia, who was originally not far in front of Wang Tang, had disappeared and was nowhere to be found. You're the first person to force me to use my domain. Although I only recently mastered it, it's enough to deal with you. Euphelia's cold voice came from within the mist. First order domain? Wang Teng's expression was somewhat strange. First-order domain. Wang Teng swore that he had absolutely no discriminatory mindset, he was just somewhat surprised. After all, he hadn't seen a first-order domain in a long time. Then he looked at his attribute panel and saw that there were 3 types of dark-related domains. Evil Eye Domain, Blood Raven Domain, Dark Domain. All are 3rd tier. So here's the question. Which one should I use? Euphilia gave him no chance to react. As soon as she finished speaking, the surrounding crimson mist surged and condensed into huge blood beasts, lifelike and realistic, all roaring. In the blink of an eye, Wang Teng was surrounded by hordes of blood beasts, some even in the sky. Go to hell. Euphilia's icy voice came from within the mist. She appeared on the back of a flying blood beast, looking down at Wang Teng. Roar! Upon hearing its command, the surrounding blood beasts roared and charged towards Wang Teng, unleashing a dense aura of blood that nearly engulfed him. Wang Teng stood still, his expression utterly calm, letting the overwhelming blood beasts rush in and completely engulf him. Euphilia's eyes revealed a hint of pleasure. The battle should end. Ellipsis ellipsis. Boom! A tremendous roar suddenly rang out, as if a terrifying force had erupted from the center, blasting all the blood beasts away, turning them into blood mist in midair. When Euphilia saw this, her pupils contracted and an expression of disbelief appeared on her face. What's going on? Before it could think any further, a strange and incredibly powerful wave emanated from the front. Domain! Euphilia exclaimed in disbelief. Boom! The next moment, the power of the domain swept out and impacted all around, instantly shattering its blood beast domain. PFF'd. A powerful force slammed into Euphilia, sending her flying. Euphilia was struck as if by a heavy blow, spitting out blood as she crashed to the ground, her face turning even paler. But it paid no heed, staring ahead in horror, its heart filled with disbelief. Domain. This armored demon has also mastered a domain. Moreover, it is clearly a stronger domain power than it. The crimson mist all around disappeared, restoring the scene on the arena. Wang Teng's domain only appeared for a moment from beginning to end, and it disappeared before it was even fully revealed. They didn't even see the dark species outside. Euphilia's eyes were filled with despair. She knew she had lost completely. This armored demon was simply too strong, she couldn't defeat it at all. The dark creatures below also realized what was happening, their eyes wide with shock, and they cried out in disbelief. We lost. Blood Demoness actually lost. Is that armored demon that strong? Ha ha ha, the genius of my demon armor clan is indeed powerful. What are the vampires compared to this? Damn it, how could Blood Demoness possibly lose? Ellipsis ellipsis. The dark vampires were utterly unable to accept this outcome, and their faces were all extremely grim. 3 consecutive losses. Now even Blood Demoness has lost. Their vampire clan has lost face, they'll likely become the laughingstock of other races for some time to come. At this moment, Wang Teng walked over with his sword, looking at Euphilia with indifferent eyes. Quote? Euphilia was stunned. Something's not right here. What is this guy up to? Could he really be planning to kill it? Do you have any last words? Wang Teng asked calmly. Euphilia's gaze sharpened slightly, and she quickly said, I said that as long as you defeat me, I can submit to you. No need, Wang Teng said. Euphilia looked at him in disbelief. Surprisingly, some people were actually able to refuse it. It simply couldn't understand how he could be so unmoved by this incredibly beautiful blood demoness. Is this armored demon clan member out of their mind? Or is it that he simply doesn't like women? Hiss. This is terrifying to think about. Such people are the most terrifying because their most prized assets are utterly useless in their presence. Euphilia felt something was amiss for the first time, and her gaze toward Wang Teng suddenly became very strange. What kind of look is that? Wang Teng's face darkened, though it was impossible to tell from under the demonic armor. He raised his battle sword. I guess I should just kill you. What a joke. Euphilia was naturally unwilling to sit idly by and wait for her death, so she quickly retreated. Wang Teng's eyes flashed with a cold light as he pursued closely, his sword flashing out repeatedly, transforming into streaks of black sword light. This vampire is quite a genius, it's best to kill it as soon as possible. To prevent them from growing up and becoming a major enemy of humanity. Euphilia staggered backward, her black scythe dagger blocking Wang Teng's attack. She had never imagined that she would be forced into such a sorry state, and her face looked terrible. Unfortunately, it had just been severely injured by Wang Tang's domain and was now completely unable to withstand Wang Tang's full power. After enduring several blows from Wang Tang, it could no longer hold onto the black scythe dagger in its hand, and it flew out of its grasp in an instant. Oh no! Euphilia's expression changed drastically. Pshaw! With a flash of sword light, Wang Tang gave it no chance to react and beheaded it directly. Ruthless destruction of flowers. Show no mercy. Euphilia's head flew high into the air, her beautiful face still showing extreme astonishment. She hadn't expected Wang Tang to actually kill her without even the slightest hesitation. Is this guy even a man? The dark creatures below were stunned. My god, what did they see? This armored demon actually killed the blood demoness. How could he bring himself to harm such a stunningly beautiful blood demoness? This is absolutely outrageous. However, Wang Tang frowned. After he beheaded the blood demoness, no blood splattered out. Instead, she turned into a cloud of blood mist, instantly moving away from his attack range, and then regrouping. Euphilia reappeared in the distance, her neck fair and slender, without a single scar. It looked at Wang Tang in fear, as if it were looking at a beast of burden. That's right, they're livestock. A guy who doesn't treat women like women is nothing but an animal. It's that kind of tactic again. Wang Tang felt a headache coming on. It was very similar to the Bloodcrow clone used by the vampire he had encountered before. Do all vampire geniuses have such cheating ways to save their lives? That's too much. His eyes grew even colder as he continued his pursuit. This vampire genius cannot be allowed to live. I admit it. Euphilia's face darkened, and she quickly withdrew, not daring to resist at all. Methods for preserving one's life should not be used indiscriminately. Overuse can severely damage their essence. You dare admit it? Wang Tang didn't give it a chance, and slashed out with his sword again, forcing it to shut up. Thus, an extremely comical scene unfolded on the arena. Euphilia was chased around by Wang Tang, looking utterly disheveled, with not a trace of the blood demoness's elegance remaining. Unfortunately, Wang Tang was somewhat helpless in the face of Euphilia, who was only focused on saving her own life unless he used his spatial powers. But he did not want to reveal himself at this moment. Revealing too much information is not good for him. Enough. High in the sky, Shui Lun's face grew increasingly dark, and he finally couldn't hold back any longer and made a move, sending a blood-red claw slashing downwards. It's that bastard again. Wang Tang's expression changed, and he cursed inwardly. He had no choice but to give up chasing Euphilia and dodge to the side. Boom! The blood-red claws slammed down onto the arena, leaving a deep, menacing mark. Wang Tang's face was grim. If he were caught, he would definitely be seriously injured. An uncontrollable anger surged into his heart. On the arena, Wang Tang's expression was extremely unpleasant. He stared coldly at the mid-level demon emperor-level vampire above him. If the situation hadn't prevented it, he would have already prepared to condense a spatial storm and send it to it. This is the second time. This is the second time it has attacked him. Does he think he's a jerk without a temper? Euphilia, standing nearby, breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, its life had been saved. This scene also alarmed the other mid-level demon emperor-level dark species. They looked at Shui Lun, who had just made the move, with a mocking expression, as if to say, "Can't you play games?" It's not uncommon for higher-ranking dark creatures to attack lower-ranking dark creatures, but it's rare, especially in arena battles. This is also a shameless thing for them. Bloodlust. Joffrey's eyes turned icy, and his anger was barely contained. If it weren't for the fact that the demon emperor Wanao was right next to it, it would have already attacked. The reason it didn't make a move last time was because it wanted to see just how strong Wang Tang was, but this time, Wang Tang is already its subordinate. It attacked its subordinate right in front of it, and it didn't even have time to react. If Wang Tang hadn't dodged in time, serious injury would have been almost inevitable. This was a blatant slap in the face for Jeffrey. Bloodloon is stomping on its face. They didn't take it seriously at all. It never expected that Shui Lun would make a move in front of Wu Nao Demon Emperor, otherwise it wouldn't have just watched helplessly without being able to stop him. Wu Nao Demon Emperor also looked at Shui Lun, his gaze calm to the point of indifference, which made Shui Lun shiver involuntarily. It knew how terrifying the Demon King Wanao was. If it weren't for protecting Euphilia, it wouldn't have risked attacking the Demon King Wanao in front of him. That would have been an offense against the Demon King Wanao's authority, tantamount to courting death. My lord, Euphilia is a genius of my vampire clan. I acted rashly in a moment of panic. Please punish me. Shui Lun immediately knelt on one knee and bowed his head to admit his guilt. The demon emperor Wanao sat on his throne, looking down at it. After a moment, he spoke indifferently, "Get up. I'll let it go this time. But if there's a next time, you won't have to kneel." "Yes." Shui Lun's heart trembled again. "What do you mean by no need to kneel?" "Because kneeling down to confess is useless. Wanao demon emperor will kill it directly." Among the dark species, lower-level dark species have never been able to resist higher-level dark species unless their strength can rival that of the higher-level dark species. Unfortunately, it can't do that. "You can decide how to compensate that little demon-armored fellow yourself," said Wu Nao demon emperor. "Your subordinate understands," Shui Lun said with genuine admiration. "Jaffrek, do you have any doubts?" Wanao demon emperor asked Jiafrek. "Your Excellency's handling of the matter is fair, and I have no objections," said Jeffrey. "Even if it exists, it wouldn't dare to say it. Since the demon emperor Wanao has said so, there is no room for resistance, and it dares not provoke him. Moreover, since the demon emperor Wanao has personally spoken, the Blood Clan's compensation for Jitang Eagle will certainly not be a mere formality." It believed this was enough to quell the anger of Kabutung Eagle. They wouldn't pay too much attention to dark creatures without talent, but they naturally wouldn't ignore dark creatures that could rival or even surpass the blood demoness in talent. Some appeasement was necessary, so it immediately transmitted its voice to Wang Teng and told him the final outcome, which was considered an explanation to Wang Teng. Wang Teng's eyes flashed, and he took a deep breath, resigned to his fate. He's not stupid. Making a move now would be suicide. Be reckless when you need to be reckless, and be patient when you need to be patient. So this grudge can only be kept in a little notebook for now. Truly holding a grudge, JPG. He then looked at Euphilia. Given the current situation, this vampire genius was beyond saving. It wasn't that he was being chivalrous, it was just that the circumstances didn't allow it. When Euphilia saw Wang Teng's gaze, her heart skipped a beat, and the muscles on her face twitched involuntarily. That bastard is still staring at it. What did that look mean? It was like he was thinking about where to start. Wang Teng grinned at it and made a throat-slitting gesture. Euphilia's face was grim. She knew that if this guy got another chance, he would definitely kill her. Judging from his previous actions, it's clear he won't hold back. What's wrong with me? It's so beautiful, doesn't he have any thoughts about it at all? All he knows is killing. But why am I inexplicably feeling a little fluttery? Wang Teng ignored the vampire and scanned his surroundings, picking up the scattered attribute bubbles. Dark Star Force * 5600. 3200 Stellar Level Spirit. Cosmic Level Comprehension * 3500. Saint Level Dark Talent * 500. Blood Beast Domain * 400. Blood Essence * 3500. Good Looks * 3. Ellipsis. Hey, this vampire's pretty good. It dropped quite a lot of attribute bubbles. Wang Teng was a little surprised. As each attribute bubble merged into his body and mind, his surprise not only did not diminish but intensified. This is incredible. No wonder he's called a vampire genius. This blood demoness is qualified. Look at these attribute bubbles, they're much better than the two vampires from before. With another wave of Dark Star Force, Spirit, and Comprehension attributes added to his account, Wang Teng felt that his strength had increased significantly. It's actually a saint-level dark talent. Wang Teng was suddenly stunned. Euphilia's talent was somewhat beyond his expectations. He originally thought it was a top-tier royal-level talent, but it turned out to be a saint-level talent. Saint-level talents are extremely rare. Even a super behemoth like the Great Rock-Armored Dragon Beast possesses saint-level talent, demonstrating the extraordinary nature of saint-level talent. He found it hard to believe that Euphilia also possessed saint-level talent. This increased my desire to kill it. Euphilia was about to step off the stage when she suddenly felt a sense of malice approaching her. She couldn't help but look back and saw that Wang Teng wasn't looking at her, which made her suspicious. Are there other dark species that want to kill it? What's wrong with this world? Euphilia felt it was absurd. It used to be very popular, but now it seems to have become a character that everyone hates. Something's not right. Euphilia left with doubts, deciding to go back into seclusion and not come out again until it reached Wang Teng, thus hiding herself away. It paid no attention to the disappointed looks from the other dark vampires. It's just garbage, what right do you have to criticize it? Wang Teng continued to take stock of his gains. Unfortunately, the Saint-level Dark Talent only has 500 points, which can only slightly improve Wang Teng's Saint-level Dark Talent, not much. However, it was still a Saint-level talent, and even the slightest improvement allowed him to feel that his talent was getting stronger. Cool. Next up is the Blood Beast domain. It should be the same domain that the opponent used before. Unfortunately, with only 400 points, it can only be upgraded to the first tier domain. Blood Beast domain, 401,000th tier 1. Goodness, I just said I haven't seen a first order domain in a long time, and here comes a first order domain right away. He has only grasped half of the first order domain. Feeling the not so profound insights in his mind, Wang Teng gave a wry smile. Is this considered retribution? However, at least I gained another field, so I guess I've made a profit. I can improve it slowly in the future. Then comes the secret art of blood. Once again, Wang Teng gained the blood essence attribute, this time gaining 3,500 points, which boosted his blood essence once more. Blood secrets, 1,004,000ths 40%. The blood essence increased from 30% to 40%, which is quite a good gain. The opponent had a deep understanding of the essence of blood, otherwise he would not have been able to contend with his killing intent. It's a pity that he couldn't get more benefits out of him, otherwise Wang Teng could have squeezed him dry. Finally, there were even 3 points related to appearance, which greatly surprised Wang Teng. Is this vampire more attractive than him? Okay, I am indeed a tiny bit taller than him. After all, it only dropped 3 points in appearance attribute, the difference is very small, and it can be caught up in no time. In fact, there's no comparison between genders. Among men, Wang Teng felt he had few rivals. Appearance, 111, average maximum is 100. When Wang Teng saw the change in his appearance attribute, his face suddenly darkened. Isn't this number insulting to him? After collecting the attribute bubbles, Wang Teng stepped off the stage. The harvest was not bad, but the final appearance attribute filled him with resentment. He felt like the system had put a curse on him. Full of malice. This time, Wang Teng stepped off the stage smoothly, and no dark creatures stopped him. He has proven his strength, earning the respect and fear of many dark races. For example, the vampire dark races over there clearly want to beat him up, but they simply don't have the courage to step onto the arena. Even Blood Demoness was no match for Wang Teng and was almost killed, making her question her existence. Are they going up there to die? Therefore, only impotent rage remains. On the other hand, Wang Teng received a warm welcome from the armored clan. Jia Deas, the leader of his personal guard, led a group of armored clan members to congratulate Wang Teng. From this moment on, the name Kato Taka will surely become famous among the dark race. Wang Teng felt truly great for spreading the name Kato Taka so widely. Your strength is almost catching up with mine, Jia Deas laughed loudly. I dare not compare myself to adults, I am still far from being good enough, Wang Teng said modestly. This Gadyas gave him the impression of being extraordinary. As the captain of the Gadyas Royal Guard, this dark armor clan member must be exceptionally strong. Humility is not a virtue of our armored clan. Jia Deas patted Wang Teng on the shoulder and laughed, but you have truly brought honor to our armored clan this time. Lord Jia Freak must be very happy. I just did what I was supposed to do, Wang Teng said with a very proper attitude. Killing vampires is killing dark races, no doubt about it. Jia Deas was increasingly satisfied with Wang Teng, and it decided that it must say a few good words for this, Jia Teng Eagle, in front of Lord Jia Freak to elevate his status. Such a conscious genius, if not properly promoted, are we going to promote other mediocre, dark types instead? Ellipsis. Next, the dark races from other races took to the stage to compete, but with Wang Teng's outstanding performance preceding them, the dark races that followed seemed somewhat lacking in skill. Their strength is decent, but not to the level of Wang Teng and Blood Demoness, and they are not impressive enough. Several mid-level Emperor-level dark races high in the sky watched the battle below while discussing the fight between Wang Teng and Euphilia. They were quite surprised that Wang Teng had grasped the domain. Jaffrick, what domain has this little guy from your armored clan comprehended? A mid-level demon emperor from the troll clan asked curiously. Because Wang Teng's domain had not been fully unleashed before, these mid-level demon emperor-level dark species could only see that he had used a domain, but did not know what kind of domain he had used. There are strong and weak domains. People with strong talents generally comprehend more powerful domains, which is why they are curious. After all, in their eyes, Wang Teng's talent was indeed very strong. He had comprehended a domain at the Demon King level, which was terrifying. The domain he had comprehended should also be quite good. Even the Demon Emperor Wanao looked over, showing a hint of curiosity. I don't know that. Jeffries shook his head. It's a pity it didn't fully expand its domain. Otherwise we would have known, the mid-level Demon Emperor of the Moth Clan said regretfully. He's probably trying to hide his strength. This kid wants to save his trump card for last, the mid-level Demon Emperor, who looked like a skeleton, laughed. Saving your trump cards for last is the only way to survive longer, said a mid-level werewolf Demon King. That little vampire's bloodbeast domain is actually quite good, but he only mastered the first level. So he's no match for Armored Vineagle, said the mid-level Demon Emperor of the Demon Moth Clan. Euphrates' bloodbeast domain was inherited from that lord, and it can evolve into the Blood Sea domain in the later stages. No matter what domain that Demon Armor Clan comprehends, it cannot compare to it. Bloodloon sneered and said disdainfully. The Blood Sea domain. The mid-level Demon Emperors were all taken aback. If it could evolve into a sea of blood, it would truly be terrifying. At the same time, they also knew who the Great One Shui Lun was talking about was. The Blood Sea domain is that lord's domain of fame. Oh, it's actually it. Even the Demon Emperor Wanao showed surprise, as if he knew that being very well. He then asked, is Euphilia its descendant? Yes, sir, Bloodland said. No wonder you stood up for Euphilia, said the Demon King Wanao. I had no choice but to do this. Before that lord left, he instructed me to take good care of Euphilia. I couldn't just watch her essence be damaged, Shui Lun said with a wry smile. Wu Nao Demon Emperor nodded and said nothing more. Bloodland breathed a sigh of relief. It used this opportunity to reveal the existence of that Great One in order to dispel the anger of Wanao Demon Emperor over its previous actions and to prevent any misunderstandings from arising. It is not something it can afford to offend, such as a high-ranking Demon Emperor. At this moment, after learning of that being, the Demon Emperor Wu Nao no longer cared about what had happened before. However, it became increasingly interested in Wang Teng. Since he was able to defeat Euphilia, whom that guy had trained, Wang Teng's potential was worth nurturing. More importantly, wouldn't it be interesting if it personally trained Kato Taka, and ensured that it always had an edge over Euphilia? As time passed, the arena battles gradually came to an end, until no more Dark Ones stepped onto the stage. All the dark species dispersed. Wang Teng was very happy because he had just obtained a lot of attribute bubbles. These dark species were very warlike, which caused them to fight extremely hard in every battle, resulting in a lot of attribute bubbles being dropped. Have you ever seen a sheep that automatically sheds its wool? There are a bunch here. The main reason is to obtain the Dark Star Force attribute. His Dark Star Force has now been upgraded to the late stage of the 9th level of the Stellar level, and he will soon reach the peak. Dark Star Force, 73,509 thousandths, Stellar Level 9. Such an improvement is incredibly fast. I never expected that being among the dark race would bring such benefits. Wang Teng was secretly delighted. Then his various spiritual and comprehension attributes also improved, and in addition, he also obtained several profound attributes. One is the profound meaning of blood. The blood mystery is the ultimate power mastered by vampires. Basically, whenever a dark vampire appears on the field, they will lose some blood mystery attribute. As a result, Wang Teng's blood essence has rapidly increased, and it has now reached 70%. Blood secrets, 307 thousandths, 70%. If the Dark Clan knew about this speed of improvement, they would probably be very upset. The other is the dark mystery. This is a completely new and profound power. Dark arts are a type of arcane power mastered by most of the dark races, and are considered relatively common. But widespread doesn't mean this profound mystery is weak, it is the purest form of dark power. It is only because the dark race is naturally affinityful with the power of darkness that they generally comprehend the mysteries of darkness. Because he had mastered a considerable number of dark species, Wang Teng also obtained a large number of related attribute bubbles. And even caught up with the level of comprehension of the blood mystery in an instant. Dark Secret Technique, 2,507 thousandths, 70%. Looking at the dark mystery on the attribute panel, Wang Teng's eyes flashed. Only those who master the mysteries of darkness can be considered true dark races, all other blood-related mysteries are heretical. He felt his disguise was becoming more and more perfect. In addition to the mysteries of blood and darkness, Wang Teng also obtained a third, rather peculiar, mystery power. The profound meaning of bones. a profound power originating from the dark race of the Bone Spirit clan. The Bone Spirit clan is the same black skeleton Wang Teng encountered on Earth before, the Black Bone Demon Lord. He never expected to encounter this race again here. Moreover, there was more than one. There was even a mid-level Demon Emperor-level Black Skull, standing out conspicuously among a group of mid-level Demon Emperor-level dark species. It was nothing more than a skeleton with ghostly blue flames flickering in its eyes. Even among the dark species, it was a very unusual existence. The mid-level Demon Emperor-level black skeleton was much larger than the Black Bone Demon Lord, with a very rough bone structure and an extremely hard texture. You could take any bone and use it to hit someone. It must hurt a lot. Wang Teng's gaze was strange as he felt the enlightenment of the profound meaning of bones. The bones in his body writhed as if flowing water. Previously, Wang Teng had obtained the Black Bone Talent from the Black Bone Demon Lord, which caused some changes to his bones, allowing them to change shape at will and making them extremely hard. This made Wang Teng's physical abilities much stronger. Bones are also part of the body. When he cultivated his ancient god body, he not only cultivated his physical body, but also tempered his bones to a certain extent. However, if bones are used as a means of attack, they are clearly inferior to Wang Teng's other methods. So he hasn't used it much. Now that I have grasped the profound meaning of bones, I have a deeper understanding and mastery of this power. If Wang Teng were to unleash a bone-related attack now, its power would be immense. After all, with the blessing of the ultimate power, any attack will become extremely powerful, that is beyond doubt. The profound meaning of bone, 1,303,030%. The only regret is that the number of Bone Spirit Dark Race members seems to be relatively small compared to other dark races. Therefore, Wang Teng obtained relatively few Bone Essence attribute bubbles, which only allowed him to increase Bone Essence to 30%. 30% of the power of the profound mysteries is still too little. Wang Teng shook his head helplessly. If the Dark Bone Spirit race knew his thoughts, they would probably rush up and fight him to the death. Is this bastard even speaking human language? After watching a few arena battles, you've already raised your ultimate power to 30%. What more do you want? Ellipsis. Wang Teng only obtained these 3 types of profound powers this time. No special profound powers from other races appeared. I don't know if it doesn't exist, or if it's just hidden away because it's useless. In addition, no attribute bubbles related to the domain appeared, which disappointed Wang Teng. But thinking about it, it makes sense. If the power of a domain were so easy to master, it wouldn't be the power of a domain. Most of those fighting in the arena are lower-level Demon Emperor-level dark species. Those who can master the power of a domain at this level are extremely rare. The most mysterious dark mind race has yet to appear. Except for the Demon Emperor Wanao. This puzzled Wang Teng, who took note of it. After all the dark creatures dispersed, Wang Teng planned to take advantage of the night to find the ironclad flame scorpion and see if it had finished mining. He was worried about leaving the Wugoyuan ore outside. But Jiafulik left Wang Teng behind, along with the mid-level vampire demon emperor, Shui Lun. Enemies' meetings should be filled with hatred, but Wang Teng could only hide his anger in his heart. Now was not the time to take action. Jia Tengying, Lord Wanao Demon Emperor personally ordered the vampires to provide you with appropriate compensation for your previous actions, Jia Freak said, looking at Wang Teng. In fact, it had already told Wang Teng this back in the arena. This is just bringing it up again in front of Shui Lun to make him look bad. Here are 30,000 level 5 Dark Source stones as compensation for you. Shui Lun said expressionlessly, taking out a gray bag and tossing it directly to Wang Teng. If it weren't for the order from the Demon Emperor Wanao, it wouldn't have paid any attention to Wang Teng. He made his move, and it's already lucky he wasn't killed. Wanting compensation? Dream on. It really wanted to kill Wang Teng directly, but unfortunately, the other party was a member of the Demon Armor clan, and both Jiafulik and Wanao Demon Emperor were protecting him, preventing it from taking action. Wang Teng looked rather unwell. 30,000 level 50,000 Dark Source stones, this guy's compensation isn't sincere at all. Jiafulik snorted coldly, grabbed the grey bag with his large hand, and grinned maliciously. Bloodloon, shall we go to Lord Wanao Demon Emperor to settle this matter? Bloodloon's face darkened. He had originally planned to easily get rid of a Demon King level being, but unfortunately, Jia Freak was right next to him, ruining his plan. HMPH, give it back to me, I took the wrong one, it sneered. HMPH. Jeff scoffed, tossing the gray bag back and looking at it with a half smile. 30,000 blood demon crystals. Knowing he couldn't avoid it, Shui Lun frowned, took out another bag from his spatial ring, tossed it to Wang Tang, and then turned and left. Blood demon crystal. Jiafrek was somewhat surprised but did not stop Shui Lun from leaving. This item is worth more than enough to cover the compensation. Wang Tang was puzzled, wondering what the blood demon crystal was, but he didn't ask to avoid arousing suspicion. This blood demon crystal is enough to compensate you. Don't take Shui Lun's actions too seriously, just be more careful with him in the future, said Jiafulik. Yes. Wang Tang nodded. You did well this time. Even Lord Wunao Demon Emperor seems to be looking at you differently now, said Jiafulik. The brainless Demon Emperor is looking at me differently? Wang Tang was startled. Damn it, his status among the Dark Ones seems to be rising higher and higher. This is not good. We should find the demon egg as soon as possible and run away. The closer you get to the higher-ups, the easier it is to be exposed. A high-ranking demon emperor is equivalent to a realm lord. Who knows if getting too close might allow them to see through you. Although he was once inexplicably confident, he really didn't want to gamble on the possibility of something going wrong. By the way, what kind of domain did you use before? Would you mind revealing it? Jeffrey suddenly asked. There's nothing I can't say, it's the Dark Realm. Wang Tang replied, his eyes flashing. The Dark Realm, is it really the most ordinary and common Dark Realm? Joffric seemed somewhat disappointed. Is there a problem? Wang Tang asked curiously. No, it's not a problem. Comprehending a domain at the Demon King level is already incredibly difficult, even I couldn't do it back then. Jiafrek shook his head, hesitated for a moment, and then said. It's just that Euphilia's Blood Beast domain can evolve into an incomparably powerful Blood Sea domain in its later stages. It stopped there, not saying anything more, as if afraid of hurting Wang Tang. The Blood Beast domain can actually evolve into the Blood Sea domain. Wang Tang's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered a new continent. This is amazing. Don't be disappointed. What, that's great. Jeffrey looked at Wang Tang with a bewildered expression. Joffrek was completely bewildered and couldn't understand what Wang Tang meant at all. If Euphilia were to master the Blood Sea domain, her strength would definitely experience a qualitative leap, and defeating her would not be so easy then. This Kato Taka actually said it was good? Has he lost his mind? Where is it? Jeffrey asked. Ahem. Wang Tang coughed lightly, coming back to his senses. He almost let slip that he had almost let something slip. He immediately adopted the look of a battle maniac, clenched his fists, and grinned menacingly. The stronger the opponent is, the more interested I am. Isn't that great? I see. Jeffrey was speechless, inwardly both amused and exasperated. It was worried that the armored eagle would be attacked, but it didn't care at all and instead inspired a stronger fighting spirit. Jaffric had no idea that Wang Tang had already set his sights on Euphilia's Blood Sea domain. Just from the sound of it, this Blood Sea domain seems incredibly powerful. He's determined to get his hands on that attribute bubble. Nobody can stop him. My lord, there's no need to worry. If I could defeat it once, I can defeat it a second time, Wang Tang said confidently, a glint in his eyes. It's good that you have that confidence. Jeffrey paused for a moment, then nodded. It had no idea where Wang Tang's confidence came from. However, it's not good to discourage him. Having confidence is better than having no confidence. What if he succeeds? Thank you for your concern, sir, Wang Tang said, feigning gratitude. Jiafrek was satisfied with Wang Tang's attitude and nodded. He then said, with your strength, you are almost on par with Jia Dea's. From now on, you will serve as his deputy and assist him in managing my personal guard. After this invasion war ends, if you can make enough contributions, I will consider giving you a higher position. Regardless of whether you came from a lower, darker world before, you will shed that identity and gain a higher status. The deputy of Jia Dea's. That's the second in command of the Royal Guard. So, he got promoted and received a raise again? Wang Tang was stunned. It took him a while to react. He was speechless and could only thank him again. Thank you for your guidance, sir. If you have any questions about cultivation in the future, you can come and ask me directly. I can give you some advice on domain cultivation, said Jeffrey. Wang Tang was stunned again. Isn't this dark species being too kind to him? He got a promotion and a raise, personally answered all his questions, and just now he even helped him get compensation. This is practically the image of the perfect boss. Wang Tang was even embarrassed to consider it a dark species. No. He's an undercover agent, after all. He needs to figure out his own identity. How can he be corrupted by the Dark Foss's sweet talk? Damn it, this must all be a conspiracy by the Dark Ones. To try and break his will in this way is truly malicious. Yes, he replied hastily. Free guidance from a mid-level demon emperor, don't miss out. Jeffrey didn't say anything more. After giving his instructions, he left. Wang Teng, filled with melancholy, sighed softly as he gazed at the dark night sky. Sigh tilde. What if you climb higher and higher in the dark race world? I'm so troubled. This isn't what he wanted. He was just an undercover agent. This is not a good sign. After a moment, Wang Teng shook his head, stopped thinking about it, turned around and left, disappearing into the darkness. He arrived at the cave where the Wugo source mine had been discovered before, and only after confirming that no one was following him did he step into the formation. The stone wall was no longer what it used to be. It was riddled with holes of all sizes, and the ironclad flame scorpion was nowhere to be seen. However, Wang Teng knew it was deep inside the cave. After sensing it for a while, he identified a cave and went inside. Before long, he arrived at the place where the ironclad flame scorpion was digging. Master. The ironclad flame scorpion's eyes lit up when it saw him, and it eagerly came over to claim credit. Master, I've almost finished mining this source mine. The source stones are all in here. Take a look. As it spoke, it held a spatial ring between its huge pincers and handed it to Wang Teng. The spatial ring was only normal size, which contrasted sharply with the ironclad flame scorpion's enormous pincers, making it look somewhat comical. Fortunately, the spatial equipment is very sturdy and cannot be damaged by ordinary means, so even though it is very powerful and its pincers are extremely sharp, it has no effect on the spatial ring. Wang Teng took off the spatial ring and probed it with his spiritual power. He saw a mountain of immaculate source ore inside and was immediately overjoyed. Goodness, so many. Although he had long suspected that the output of this source mine would not be low, he did not expect it to be so much. It is very difficult for pure minerals to form, and even if they do, the quantity will not be large. The spotless source mine he discovered had a production output that was at least at the standard level for a typical small to medium-sized source mine. Preliminary estimates suggest there are approximately 40,000 cubic meters of originium. That's equivalent to 40 trillion universe coins. That's right, it's 40 trillion. Wang Teng secretly checked the price of the pure origin stone. Because it is relatively rare and has a wide range of uses, the price of the pure origin stone is very high. It's equivalent to needing 1 billion cosmic coins for one piece of immaculate originium. This is truly incredible, but that's just how it is. Pure originium is always a rare and priceless commodity in the outside world. With these 40,000 cubic meters of immaculate source stones, Wang Teng's net worth instantly skyrocketed several times over. Of course, he wouldn't be foolish enough to sell the immaculate originium. That would be a complete waste. He had no shortage of cosmic coins, but he didn't have any of these immaculate source stones. He had never even seen one before. Therefore, it is essential to keep this knowledge in hand, as it will definitely come in handy in the future. Wang Teng was in a good mood after unexpectedly receiving a large sum of money. At that moment, the formation in the cave fluctuated, and Ukup walked in from outside. Wang Teng's eyes flashed. He had tampered with the formation, and he immediately sensed its presence. He wasn't surprised by Ukup's arrival, because it was he who had sent Ukup. A moment later, footsteps echoed through the cave. Ukup made no attempt to conceal himself and went straight to where Wang Teng and the ironclad flame scorpion were. Looking at the surrounding stone walls that had been completely excavated, its heart was bleeding. These things that should have been its are now gone. Damn it, master. It bowed respectfully to Wang Teng. Wang Teng nodded and asked casually, how did things go? I have investigated the matter you asked me to investigate, Ukup said honestly. Oh? Wang Teng's eyes lit up, tell me about it. In about 9 days the demon egg will be fully restored. Lord Wunao Demon Emperor has gone to great lengths this time, sparing no effort to use the origin crystal to restore the dark origin of the demon egg, allowing it to revive and even help it grow rapidly. That will be the time for the war to begin, Ukup said directly. What? 9 heavens! Wang Teng was shocked and his face immediately darkened. Upon hearing the news brought by Ukup, Wang Teng's heart sank. 9 heavens! Only 9 days. 9 days later, the demon egg will revive and even grow rapidly, reaching a level it had not reached before. No one understands the terror of the demon egg better than Wang Teng. If its bewitching, infection, and other skills were to be unleashed, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the human race. By then, before the war even begins, the human race will already be 70 to 80% likely to lose. Wang Teng's mind raced as he tried to figure out how to break the deadlock. If all else fails, let General Mokaran launch a full-scale attack. After all, we've already found the dark race's hidden lair, and a strong assault might just thwart their plans. This is one approach. However, it comes at a great cost and success is not guaranteed. This hiding place of the dark species has very strong defenses, with as many as 3 layers of defensive shields, all of which Wang Teng discovered over the past few days. In addition, there are areas sealed off by Devil's Vine, and large numbers of dark folk patrolling, etc. In addition, all the powerful dark species are gathered here, including the dark behemoth Magnaman. Wang Teng didn't have high hopes for the success rate of a strong attack. Even if they were to break through, it's highly likely that they wouldn't be able to stop the dark race from leaving with the demon eggs. This is very troublesome. If the demonic eggs were to erupt in any region of the human race, the consequences would be endless. However, Wang Teng planned to inform General Mokalan of the situation first. His clone had returned to the main base, and he could communicate with General Mokalan directly through the clone. The final decision would then be up to them. He's not in the decision-making level, so thinking too much is useless. He continued with his plan. The dark race's lair was a great place. The dark race there were kind, friendly, and easy to talk to, making it perfect for fleecing people. After fleecing them, if General Mokalan and his men decide to launch a full-scale attack, he will take Moira and run away beforehand. Having made up his mind, Wang Teng turned his gaze to Ukup in front of him, his expression suddenly becoming somewhat strange. Looking at it now, with Moira's appearance on its head, standing respectfully in front of him, made him feel pretty good. Moira is actually quite arrogant and proud. If she knew that her body had been controlled and that she had done these shameful things, she would probably want to kill Wang Teng. Ukup felt uneasy under his gaze, his heart pounding with unease. Could this human have some kind of unusual fetish? It now appears as a female human, and according to human aesthetics, this female is quite attractive. If he tries to take advantage of the situation to do something beastly, will it resist or not? This is a very serious issue. Ahem. Wang Teng, unaware of what Ukup was thinking, coughed lightly and asked, "The origin crystal you just mentioned is the dark origin crystal?" Yes. Ukup nodded, somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Wang Teng to know about the existence of the origin crystal. This was not common knowledge among martial artists below the World Lord level, very few people knew about it. It seems the brainless demon emperor really went all out, even using the origin crystal. Wang Teng stroked his chin. He searched through the inherited memories of the void-devouring beast and found out about the primal crystal, and knew what it was. The crystal of origin, as the name suggests, is a type of crystal that condenses the power of origin. Only World Lord level powerhouses can master the power of origin, which shows how rare the crystal of origin is. Generally speaking, there are 2 ways to obtain the primal crystal. One type is formed naturally, but this method is not so easy. It requires meeting many stringent conditions and takes a long time, just like the formation cycle of ordinary minerals, which takes hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. Take the current Immaculate Source mine, for example, its rarity is far less than that of the primal crystal. It's a matter of probability. The chances of the primordial power merging into various substances to form crystals are much lower than the chances of the immaculate primordial power condensing into crystals. To date, the most frequent places to find origin crystals are those extremely mysterious secret realms. Because each secret realm is considered an independent, small world, where origin power occasionally appears, and if the conditions are met, it is very likely that origin crystals will be born. The second method involves powerful beings at the Realm Lord level or above using their own source power to condense crystals. This is a method that few strong individuals would be willing to use. The power of origin is difficult to cultivate. For powerhouses above the Realm Lord level, their own cultivation is the most important thing. Who would be so idle as to extract their own origin and condense it into an origin crystal for others to use? Unless absolutely necessary, when they are so poor they have no other choice, but there are probably not many strong people like that. Another possibility is that their time is running out and they are about to die, in which case they might actively condense the crystal of origin to leave something for future generations. This situation is quite rare. For example, the origin crystal was not present in the inheritance that Wang Teng received from the Lord of the Fire River Realm. The Lord of the Fire River Realm was already extremely old at that time and had to use the power of origin to sustain his life. So he did not have any extra power of origin to condense the crystal of origin. This is the current situation. That's why it's said that not many realm lords are willing to expend their own source power to condense the source crystal. A brainless demon emperor. Ukup's lips twitched. This guy really wasn't going to change his tune. If the demon emperor Wanao finds out, it would be strange if he didn't hunt him down. Wang Teng's ranking on the dark kill list might even improve significantly by then. That said, if you want to increase your brand awareness, this is certainly a good way to do it. It was as if Ukup had opened the door to a new world. If you have nothing else to do, go help the ironclad flame scorpion mine. Finish it quickly, lest something goes wrong, Wang Teng said. Oh, Ukup's heart began to bleed again. Is this something a human being would do? My mine. Unable to resist, Ukup picked up the shovel from the ground with tears in his eyes and began the arduous task of mining. Huffing and puffing, the ironclad flame scorpion glanced back at it and let out a sneer. Poor thing. Ukup was furious. That stupid scorpion was just asking for a beating. There wasn't much of the immaculate source ore left. With the combined efforts of the man and the scorpion, they finally finished it off in one night. All the immaculate source ore went into Wang Teng's pockets, filling them to the brim. Wang Teng told Ukup to go back first and that he would contact him if anything came up later. He then stored the ironclad flame scorpion in a spatial fragment before transforming back into the armored vine eagle and returning alone to the Dark Race's base. In the morning, General Mokalan also sent word that Wang Teng should try his best to steal the demon eggs, but the time limit was not more than 7 days. If he failed, they would launch a full-scale attack. A 2-day buffer period, huh? Wang Teng was resting at the Demon Armor clan's encampment when he heard the news. His eyes flickered and he gradually made a decision. Next, he's going to start causing trouble. Whether or not we cause trouble is not important. What matters is how to complete the task perfectly. Wang Teng wasn't on patrol today, so he had a lot of free time. However, just as he was about to avoid the dark species of the armored race, such as Jao Had, and sneak into the building on the back of the great rock armored dragon beast, the dark species of the brain race, which had taken over the body of the wind elf, suddenly appeared in front of him. Wang Teng was taken aback, wondering what this dark species of the brain clan wanted from him. A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind, various guesses flashing through his mind. However, his current identity is Armored Eagle of the Demon Armor clan, and he has never met the other party before, so he can only pretend not to know him. Jia Tengying, this is Lord Buseng, the special envoy of the Demon Emperor Wanao. He has something to discuss with you. You two can talk at your leisure. Jia Had introduced them and then left alone. It seems the mindless Demon Emperor sent it to find me. Wang Teng thought to himself. So you're the Armored Eagle that's been making headlines lately. Buseng sized up the armored clan creature before him, his brow furrowing slightly. This big guy didn't seem to have anything special about him, so why was the Demon Emperor giving him special attention? In terms of strength, it believed itself to be far superior to this armored demon. So what if he defeated a vampire genius? It's nothing. Moreover, it is a genius of the Demon Brain clan, and belongs to the same clan as the Wu Brain Demon Emperor. Does it make sense that the Wu Brain Demon Emperor does not value it, but instead values an outsider? That's clearly not plausible. Exactly. Wang Teng's eyes flashed, and he said calmly, "Come with me, lucky armored creature." Buseng had no idea that the armored creature in front of him was the human who had been chasing him all the way. At this moment, a hint of envy flashed in his eyes. He said this and led the way. Wang Teng's eyes flashed, and a hint of joy swept through his heart. It's not hard to guess from the words of this brain-dead demon that he's being taken to see the brainless demon emperor. Such good luck? What you wish for comes true. He had just been trying to sneak into the residence of the brainless demon emperor, but now, the brainless demon emperor had sent people to pick him up. There's no need to risk being discovered by sneaking in, we can just go in openly and honestly. What a wonderful coincidence. Wang Teng remained calm and pretended to hesitate for a moment, making himself appear like a newbie. Come on, the Demon Emperor wants to see you. Buseng frowned, turned around and said coldly. This Demon Armor clan member is incredibly stupid. What exactly does the Demon Emperor value in him? Wang Teng thought to himself, as expected, and without further hesitation, followed after them without a word. HMPH. Busan snorted and led the way. The two entered the building on the back of the great rock-armored dragon beast and went directly to the top floor, to a large hall located in the very center. The towering Wunao demon emperor sat languidly on his throne, one hand resting on the armrest of the throne, supporting his cheek, seemingly resting with his eyes closed. Faint black mist drifted around him, making it impossible to see his appearance clearly. My lord, the Katotaka has arrived. Busang bowed respectfully to the demon emperor Wunao. A heavy nasal sound came from the nose of the Wunao demon emperor. It slowly opened its eyes and a deep, dark pupil looked at Wang Teng through the black mist. Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat. The mindless demon emperor's eyes seemed to see through everything, making him somewhat uneasy. System, hang in there. Wang Teng shouted in his heart. Fortunately, the mindless demon emperor didn't notice anything. The scrutiny in his eyes disappeared, and he waved to Busan, you can go now. Completion. The demon emperor has indeed found a new love. Yes. Busan was extremely unwilling, but dared not show it at all. He could only bow respectfully and then retreat. Wang Teng's expression was somewhat strange. Why does this dark mind race creature look like a neglected, resentful woman? Was it just his imagination? That's really weird. He didn't think any further and focused his attention back on the brainless demon emperor in front of him. This was a high-level demon emperor, and he couldn't afford to be negligent in the slightest. It would be funny if we accidentally exposed ourselves. He glanced at the mindless demon emperor, somewhat shocked. The body possessed by this mindless demon emperor seems to be very powerful, but it is shrouded in black mist, and it is unknown what race the body belongs to. Unfortunately, his eye of origin could not see through the black mist and perceive its body. Even his spiritual vision was useless, and he could only vaguely sense the opponent's general strength. Kato Taka. Wunao demon emperor's voice came from above. My lord, Wang Teng replied respectfully. Your talent is quite good. Would you be interested in receiving my guidance? Wu Nao demon emperor said calmly. Huh? Wang Teng was momentarily stunned. What does that mean? Accept its guidance? Is this to take him as an apprentice? Yesterday, Jaffrick only said that the demon king Wunao was treating him differently, but he didn't say that he would personally guide him. This is really sudden. Wang Teng was filled with countless questions. This matter had blown up. The demon emperor Wunao actually wants to take him as a disciple. If General Mokurin and the others find out, he will never be able to clear his name again. He will be completely blackened. The round little one also heard these words and had no idea what to say. A high-ranking demon emperor-level dark being wants to take Wang Teng as his disciple and personally teach him. Is there anything more absurd than this? Don't want to? Wu Nao demon emperor said calmly. No, it is my honor to receive your guidance, Wang Teng said quickly, patting his chest. Who cares if it's washed clean or not? It's stupid not to take the benefits. Besides, what is the relationship between Wang Teng and the master whom Kato Taka studied under? His heart is as pure as the moon, he sits upright and walks straight, he will always be a pure and upright human being, no doubt about it. Quote. Round and speechless. Where is your integrity? Very good. Wu Nao demon emperor nodded in satisfaction and said directly, next, I will guide you on how to unleash the greater power of your domain. The use of your domain is more important than you think. Jeffrake has probably already told you about the Blood Sea domain, hasn't he? Yes, Wang Teng nodded. He remembered what Jiafulik had said, and now that he heard Wunao demon emperor mention it again, he became even more curious about the Blood Sea domain. Could it be that the Blood Sea realm is something special? The Blood Sea domain is indeed powerful, but it is not invincible, said the demon emperor Wunao calmly. Wang Teng's heart stirred, and he continued listening. Any field, if pushed to its limits, will undergo its own transformation. Even the most ordinary dark field is no exception, said the demon emperor Wunao. Please enlighten me, sir. Wang Teng's curiosity grew, and his attitude became very respectful. His current realm is only at the 3rd or 4th level, which is already quite remarkable for him, but for a strong person, this is just the beginning. Therefore, he doesn't actually know much about many things in the field. At this moment, Wu Nao demon emperor intended to give guidance, and Wang Teng naturally listened attentively. Come with me. With a wave of his hand, the demon emperor Wu Nao sent a spatial fluctuation through the air. Wang Teng's heart stirred, but he did not resist. Then he felt a blur before his eyes. When he looked closely, he was no longer in the original hall but in the mountains. Is this the method of a high-ranking demon emperor? That must have been a spatial manipulation technique, similar to spatial transfer. The spatial techniques mastered by a world lord level expert are indeed far superior to those of a domain lord level expert. If the Ice Spirit Clan Realm Lord level expert who was chasing him back then hadn't been too careless, he probably wouldn't have escaped so easily. Wang Teng was somewhat horrified, his previous confidence had vanished completely. Oh my god, it's better to stay away from Realm Lord level powerhouses in the future. Even with his spatial talent, he might not be able to match the spatial techniques of a World Lord level expert. What are you thinking about? Wu Nao Demon Emperor stood not far away, his figure extremely tall, and his voice came. I'm somewhat amazed by the adult's strength, Wang Teng said honestly. It's not bad that you're aware of your own weakness, said the Demon Emperor Wu Nao. Now, let me show you the true changes in your domain. As soon as it finished speaking, a strange wave swept out from its body, and the surrounding world immediately changed. It was pitch black all around, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, and Wang Teng felt a little panicked. MMP has invaded the other party's territory. If his real identity is discovered, he's probably doomed today. Your domain should be at the 3rd level, so I suppressed my domain to the 3rd level to fight you. You will gain different insights from the battle. The voice of the Demon Emperor Wu Nao came from all around. Wang Teng steadied himself, calmed himself down, and then unleashed his 3rd-tier dark domain, attempting to break through the dark domain of the Demon Emperor Wu Nao. But then his expression changed slightly, and he was shocked. His domain was unable to break through the domain of the Demon Emperor Wu Nao. From his perspective, it's clear that Wu Nao Demon Emperor's domain is indeed only at the 3rd level, not exceeding that limit. But why is it that even though both are at the 3rd level, he cannot break through the other's domain? This was the first time Wang Teng had encountered such a situation in a domain confrontation. Attack my domain, said the Demon King Wu Nao. Wang Teng took a deep breath and mobilized the power of the dark domain. Countless dark forces converged and invaded the dark domain of the Wu Nao Demon Emperor. However, when his dark power rushed into the dark domain of the Demon Emperor Wu Nao, it was actually swallowed up by the other party's darkness. Not only did it fail to achieve the intended attack effect, but it also seemed to be aiding the enemy. What did you sense? Asked the Demon Emperor Wu Nao. Wang Teng fell into deep thought. The other party's field seemed to be of much higher quality than his own. Originally, he simply used brute force to drive the power of his domain and directly confronted his opponent head-on. Because his domain was obtained from the system, his comprehension was extremely solid, which was naturally considered very powerful compared to others. However, compared to a Realm Lord level expert, his domain is not impressive. He is currently only accumulating quantity, while World Lord level powerhouses have already improved quality, making their domains different. It's like two planets, the same size, one extremely loose and the other incredibly solid. If they collide, the loose one will definitely shatter. However, the difference between these two things cannot be explained in a few words. The insights involved are not something one can easily grasp without guidance, it takes a long time to understand them. Wang Teng was a little annoyed. He has good comprehension skills and has already figured some things out, but it will definitely take some time to fully understand them. At that moment, he suddenly saw attribute bubbles emerging from the opponent's domain, and his eyes lit up. It actually started bubbling. Pick it up. Open black lens bracket dark territory 80 close black lens bracket. Dark territory 50. Ellipsis ellipsis. A series of insights flooded into Wang Teng's mind, where he digested and absorbed them. Although both are of the dark domain attribute, the insights contained in the attribute bubbles dropped by Wu Nao Demon Emperor are clearly more profound. In an instant, Wang Teng felt he had a breakthrough, and his understanding of the dark realm reached a new level. So that's how it is. Wang Teng's eyes gleamed, finally understanding why Wu Nao Demon Emperor's dark domain was stronger than his. He did not answer, but instead integrated his insights into the field before him, causing the field to change instantly. Seeing that Wang Teng did not answer for a long time, Wu Nao Demon Emperor was somewhat disappointed, feeling that his comprehension was not as strong as he had imagined. However, seeing the change in the domain that Wang Teng was using, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Ignoring Wu Nao Demon Emperor's astonishment, Wang Teng continued to alter his own domain, making his dark domain increasingly resemble Wu Nao Demon Emperor's dark domain. But after a moment, he had to stop because the number of attribute bubbles that fell was limited, and he had only grasped so little, which was far from enough. You have grasped it? At this moment, the voice of the Demon Emperor Wu Nao rang out. Wang Teng wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt that Wu Nao Mo Huang's voice didn't seem as calm as before. Although the slight fluctuation in the words of the Demon Emperor Wu Nao was only fleeting, Wang Teng clearly caught it. His expression couldn't help but look a little strange. This brainless Demon Emperor has probably misunderstood something. Clearly, even this high-ranking dark being was shocked by his speed of comprehension. I've grasped a little bit. Wang Teng decided to be modest. Quote. Wu Nao Demon Emperor. That's a good understanding. Although I haven't grasped much, it's definitely more than just a little. This Kato Taka is a bit pretentious. A slight distortion appeared in the dark domain of the Demon Emperor Wu Nao ahead, and the Demon Emperor Wu Nao revealed himself, walked over and said indifferently. You have comprehended a little bit, barely enough. When I first comprehended it, it was at least 30% of yours. Wang Teng. This brainless Demon Emperor is just showing off to him. What you say is true, sir. I will try my best to reach the same level of understanding you had within an hour. Please continue to guide me, sir. Wang Teng looked at Wu Nao Demon Emperor with a diligent and inquisitive expression and said humbly. 1 hour. Wu Nao Demon Emperor's facial muscles twitched. Where did this monster come from? It had always thought highly of Wang Teng's talent, but it seems it still underestimated him. However, it still had some doubts. Can Kabuterimo really comprehend 30% of the knowledge in just 1 hour? Then let me see what you can do, said the Demon Emperor Wu Nao calmly. No matter how shocked you are inside, you must remain calm on the surface and not let this junior look down on you. Yes, I will definitely not let you down, sir, Wang Teng said earnestly. Where else can you find such a good opportunity to be personally taught by a high-ranking Demon Emperor-level dark species? You must study hard, learn and run away. Unaware of what Wang Teng was thinking, the Demon Emperor was quite pleased to see how diligent and inquisitive he was, and continued to guide Wang Teng in his cultivation. 1 hour later. How much have you comprehended? Asked the Demon Emperor Wu Nao. The power of the domain has increased by about 40%, Wang Teng said, glancing at his attribute panel. Dark Domain, 1453 thousandths, Tier 3. Although this dark domain is still at the 3rd level, it is indeed much more powerful than before. This is a qualitative change. The main reason is that Wu Nao Demon Emperor suppressed his domain to the 3rd level, so not many attribute bubbles dropped. Otherwise, his comprehension speed would have been even faster. Wu Nao Demon Emperor had no idea what to say. It didn't expect Wang Teng to actually be able to do it, increasing the power of the domain by 40% in just 1 hour. Is this something a human could do? If this continues, won't it run out of things to teach it in just 1 day? Thinking about this outcome, Wu Nao Demon Emperor suddenly felt a sense of defeat. Damn it, a high-level Demon Emperor was actually defeated by a Demon King. Ahem. Wu Nao Demon Emperor coughed lightly and said calmly, 40% in 1 hour, not bad. That's all for today. Go back and study it carefully, thoroughly digest and consolidate what you have learned, and don't rush it. Now you are considered my disciple. Take this token. If you have any trouble in the future, you can come to me directly. A black token appeared in its hand and was tossed to Wang Teng. Disciple. Wang Teng was slightly taken aback, a hint of curiosity in his heart. Does disciple mean apprentice? He looked at the token in his hand, wondering what material it was made of. It felt icy cold to the touch, like a piece of ice. One side of the token is engraved with the 2 characters, Wu Nao, in dark language, like 2 peculiar symbols, exuding an ancient and rustic feel. On one side is an eye full of evil intent. If you stare at this eye for a long time, your mind will be involuntarily drawn in and unable to extricate itself. Why do these eyes look so familiar? Wang Teng frowned, racking his brains, but couldn't quite place where he had seen them before. He looked up and found that the Demon Emperor Wu Nao had disappeared from the spot at some point, leaving him alone in the forest. Wang Teng was dumbfounded. Hey, why are you leaving already? Can't you give me a ride since you're going the same way? He looked around, not knowing where he was or how to get back. Wang Teng, filled with resentment, cursed the entire family of the brainless Demon Emperor. But then again, doesn't this seem like revenge? Moreover, the way Wu Nao Demon Emperor left just now seemed a bit disheveled, as if he was running away. What's going on? Could it be that they were scared away by his speed of comprehension? Wang Teng thought about it more and more, and it seemed very possible. Then he thought about what Wu Nao Demon Emperor had said at the end. Wasn't that telling him to slow down? So they're afraid he'll grasp things too quickly and there won't be anyone left to teach him? Wang Teng felt he had seen through the truth, and he was both amused and exasperated, his expression somewhat strange. He stood there for a moment, then shook his head, no longer thinking about it. His expression gradually became serious as he recalled the main hall where the Demon Emperor Wu Nao had been. There's no sign of the demon egg. Wang Teng frowned. Could Ucup have lied to him? Impossible. His manipulation was flawless. His connection with the seed of manipulation had not been severed but rather deepened. Ucup could not possibly have lied to him. Therefore, there are two possibilities. One possibility is that the demon egg was placed inside the residence of the Demon Emperor Wu Nao as a decoy, and was actually placed elsewhere. Another possibility is that the demon egg was indeed there, but he just couldn't find it. Wang Teng's eyes flickered, and he decided to find another opportunity to sneak in and take another look tomorrow. If the previous infiltration difficulty was the difficulty of death, then this is the difficulty of normal. Wang Teng himself never expected that the Demon Emperor Wu Nao would personally come forward to teach him, and not inside the main hall but outside. This is practically creating an opportunity for him. Tomorrow, the Demon Emperor Wu Nao will teach him again, and then he will send his void-devouring beast clone to infiltrate, where the chances of being discovered are very low. He has an alibi. Everything was perfect. Wang Teng was utterly stunned by his own plan and silently gave himself a thumbs up for his ingenuity. He then had no choice but to find his own way back to the Demon Armor Clan's encampment. He wandered around for most of the day, almost getting lost in the forest, and didn't return to the Darkfolk's lair until evening. He was actually taken to a place dozens of kilometers away. That brainless Demon Emperor is so petty, leaving him alone outside and almost never finding him again. As soon as he returned, Zhao Had approached him and asked curiously, "Jia Tengying, what does the Demon Emperor want with you?" "My lord, you have accepted me as your disciple today and will guide me in the cultivation of your domain," Wang Teng said. "What, the Demon Emperor has accepted you as his disciple and is personally instructing you?" Zhao Had's eyes widened, red light flashing rapidly in them, feeling utterly incredulous. "I just gave you a couple of pointers, it's nothing serious," Wang Teng said. Quote. Zhao Had, "It's not a big deal? That's the Demon Emperor's disciple. This guy talks about it so casually, as if he doesn't care at all. If you don't care, give me the opportunity. Bah, it's practically an old Versailles." Zhao Had cursed it in his heart, filled with envy, jealousy and hatred. He muttered to himself as he walked away, his resentment running deep. He really wanted to seize this opportunity, but unfortunately, he could only dream about it. With its talent, Wu Nao Demon Emperor probably wouldn't even give it a second glance. Wang Teng's expression was strange. This armored demon looks just like a simpleton. Not long after, Jeffrey arrived. "Did the Demon Emperor look for you?" Jia Fulik pulled Wang Teng aside and asked in a low voice. "Yes," Wang Teng admitted directly, feeling a bit speechless. It was just a guidance from a high-level Demon Emperor, why make such a fuss? "What do you want?" Jeffrey asked urgently. Left with no other choice, Wang Teng had to repeat what he had told Zhao Had earlier. "What, a disciple?" Jeffrey exclaimed in surprise. "Actually, it's nothing. The master just gave me some guidance on cultivation in the domain." "It shouldn't be anything serious," Wang Teng said. "It's nothing, hee." Jeffrey laughed meaningfully. He was speechless at Wang Teng's antics and asked, "Do you know what being a disciple means?" "What does that mean?" Wang Teng asked. "This means you will receive the Demon Emperor's protection and resources. That bloodlord who attacked you twice before will probably never dare to attack you again. There are also many other benefits, which you will experience when we return to the Dark World," said Jaffrick. "Oh, that's impressive." Wang Teng was somewhat surprised. The disciple's identity seemed to be more complex than he had imagined. "What do you think? You're taking your blessings for granted." Jaffrick shook his head and said, "But no matter what, this is a good thing. You should seize the opportunity and make sure you don't anger the Demon Emperor." "I understand," Wang Teng nodded. "All right, that's settled then. Focus on your cultivation, and you don't need to worry about patrols anymore," said Jeffrey. Its attitude towards Wang Teng has clearly improved, as if it regards him as the future of the Demon Armor Clan. Having climbed onto the powerful tree of the Demon Emperor Wu Nao, the future of Jitang Eagle is definitely extraordinary. Thank you, sir, Wang Tang said. Jeffrey gave Wang Tang a deep look, said nothing more, and left. Wang Tang stood there, somewhat speechless. His status has been elevated yet again. Suddenly having the status of a disciple, even a mid-level demon emperor level dark being like Jaffric started to take him seriously. This disciple's identity was far more remarkable than he had imagined. However, he ignored Giafulic's thoughts. He was an imposter, not a member of the demon armor clan. Once things were settled here, he would run away. Who cared about anything else? Wang Tang put the matter out of his mind and prepared to plan the infiltration operation for tomorrow. But not long after, another dark vampire came looking for them. I heard you've become Lord Wunao Demon Emperor's disciple. This is a congratulatory gift from Lord Shuilin. The vampire glanced at Wang Tang enviously and handed him a grey bag. A congratulatory gift? Wang Tang was a little confused. Did Shui Lun send him a congratulatory gift? Is it true or not? Could it really have such good intentions? Wang Tang opened the bag and saw a pile of dark red crystals lying quietly inside. They looked very bright and dazzling, and they were none other than blood demon crystals. Judging by the quantity, there are at least 50,000 coins, more than what was given before. Did Shui Lun get his head caught in a door? At night, Wang Tang sat on a big tree, tossed the bag in his hand, and muttered to himself. He became a disciple of the demon emperor Wunao, and the latter actually sent him a congratulatory gift. The two have quite a grudge. Clearly, the reason Shui Lun did this was because of the disciple's identity. It seems this disciple's identity is even more important than I imagined, Wang Tang thought to himself. He had originally planned to completely abandon the identity of Kato Taka after the undercover operation here was over, but now it seemed like he was losing out by just throwing it away. To be honest, he never intended to manage this identity properly, and who knew it would turn out like this so inexplicably. It feels a bit unreal. He naturally didn't know that the reason why the demon emperor Wunao accepted him as a disciple was largely because of Euphilia. The entity behind Euphilia is his old rival. The two sides had been fighting for a long time, but unfortunately the other side was so talented that Wu Nao Demon Emperor was never able to gain any advantage from him and was always the loser. Wang Tang's victory over Euphilia gave the demon emperor Wu Nao a glimmer of hope. If we can nurture him and defeat him after Euphilia has fully mastered the Blood Sea domain, wouldn't that prove that he is stronger than her? That's why Wang Tang became a disciple of the demon emperor Wu Nao by a twist of fate. When luck is on your side, nothing can stop it. We'll see when the time comes. Wang Tang thought for a moment, then shook his head, deciding to decide based on the situation. However, Shui Lun was too naive to think that he could offset his previous two attacks with just a bag of blood demon crystals. Did Wang Tang think he was such an easy person to talk to? The grudges are all written down in a little notebook, they certainly won't be so easily erased. Wang Tang also didn't have the habit of wiping away grudges. As for the blood demon crystal, of course we'll keep it. What does the blood demon crystal that Wang Tang collected have to do with Jia Tengying? By the way, what exactly is this blood demon crystal? Wang Tang searched the void-devouring beast's memories but found no relevant information. The void-devouring beast didn't know anything about it either. So he asked the round thing directly to see if it would know. Blood demon crystal, I feel like I've heard of it somewhere before. Roundy pondered for a moment, seemingly searching his stored memories, then his eyes lit up and he said, I remember now. I've seen records about blood demon crystals before. It's a unique crystal of the dark vampire race, formed by condensing essence blood, and it helps to improve physical fitness. After Yuan Gungun's explanation, Wang Tang gradually learned about the uses of the blood demon crystal, and his eyes became brighter. This is great stuff. It can actually improve physical fitness, making it very suitable for body tempering. Wang Tang obtained a total of 80,000 blood demon crystals. If he used them to cultivate the ancient god body, he could significantly improve it, thus saving a lot of blank attributes. He was currently very poor. From this perspective, Shui Lun really did give him a great gift. Wang Tang chuckled to himself, tossed the blood demon crystal into his spatial equipment, and planned to use it for cultivation when he had time. The current situation was clearly unsuitable. Nothing was said that night. The next day, Wang Tang arrived at the main hall of the demon emperor Wu Nao. The brainless demon emperor remained seated on his throne, his posture unchanged, exactly the same as yesterday. Without saying a word, it took Wang Tang away from the main hall and once again traveled dozens of kilometers away. Today, Wang Tang was prepared, so he didn't rush to start cultivating. Instead, he took out a bunch of questions that he had racked his brains over last night and asked Wu Nao Demon Emperor. Tak no Jutsu, the art of stalling for time. Seeing that he was not only talented but also eager to learn, Wu Nao Demon Emperor felt that he had found a good disciple, so he answered his questions one by one. This also shows that Wang Tang doesn't know everything. There are still things he can teach him. It was also frightened by Wang Tang's speed of comprehension, and it was just as happy to buy some time. Both sides had their own ulterior motives. On the surface, they appeared to be a loving teacher and a filial disciple, but in their hearts, they each had their own hidden agendas. Ellipsis. Meanwhile, after Wang Tang and Wu Nao Demon Emperor left, a figure dressed in a black robe silently entered the main hall. It was the void-devouring beast's clone. He had long, purplish-black hair, but his appearance was not that of Wang Tang himself. Instead, he had transformed into something else entirely. Although the Void Devourer does not possess the talent for shape-shifting and disguise, its inherited memories are vast and boundless, naturally including skills that can change its appearance. He also used a method to conceal his form, placing himself between the void and reality, a talent that made him difficult to detect. The reason for doing this was actually to avoid being discovered by the great rock-armored dragon. At this moment, a glint of light flashed in his deep and noble purplish-black eyes as he surveyed the hall. But the hall was completely empty, with nothing at all, let alone such a large demon egg. Void frowned. Void was the name Wang Tang gave to this clone, and he accepted it gladly. He walked to the wall of the main hall and felt his way along it inch by inch, trying to see if there was any hidden door. If not, the demon egg is likely hidden somewhere else. He moved quickly and soon explored the stone walls on both sides. In the end, only the stone wall behind the throne remained unexamined. He went directly to the stone wall, reached out and touched it to sense it. Found it. A hint of joy flashed in Void's eyes. He sensed a hidden door less than a meter to his left. He walked straight to it, made sure there were no guards behind it, then his figure suddenly became blurry and he passed through it. This is the characteristic that allows him to exist between the void and reality, enabling him to pass through most obstacles without destroying them. After entering the door and walking 5 or 6 steps, you will see a room that is neither too big nor too small. This room is very special. It's filled with all sorts of mechanical instruments, and the machines are flashing with lights of various colors. Such a scene caused a flicker of surprise to cross Void's eyes. There's actually such a place behind the residence of this high-ranking demon emperor-level dark species, he muttered to himself, filled with curiosity. Although the dark races also possess technology, they rarely study these things. Only some special races are interested in them and may apply them. He suddenly remembered that the Demon Brain Clan seemed to be such a race, and there were related descriptions in his inherited memories. Finding the demon egg is the priority. Void's gaze swept around, and when it saw a cylindrical machine on the right, its eyes suddenly stopped. A black, fleshy ball-like object was floating inside the cylindrical machine, filled with a large amount of green liquid. A tube extended from the top of the machine and inserted into the black fleshy ball. And that black fleshy ball was thumping like a heart. The demon egg. Shu Wu was overjoyed. He had finally found it. He hadn't expected it to actually be here. However, his expression quickly turned serious, because the demonic egg was much larger than before, radiating a strong evil and bewitching aura. It was growing. The demon egg did not detect the existence of nothingness, otherwise it would probably have screamed in fright by now. It was certain that it could sense Wang Tang's presence from the void. Just as Void was about to act and steal the demon egg, he didn't want to absorb its dark essence. He'd rather let his true self handle it, since his true self had already taken away his innate divine power, devouring heaven and earth. Recently, Wang Tang, having nothing to do at night in this dark spawn's lair, would go into the forest and have his void-devouring beast clone unleash its power to fleece him. Boom! Just then, a loud explosion suddenly came from the back of the room. Void was startled. Had he been discovered? His expression turned serious. He was ready to run away with the demon egg if anything went wrong. But after waiting for a long time, he saw a figure covered in charred black skin walk out of a door at the back of the room. The figure was a short, dark creature with pointed ears, an extremely lewd appearance, a wrinkled face, and green skin. It was utterly ugly. Dark goblin race. Void's eyes flickered, and he immediately recognized the other party's race. After all, the racial characteristics were too obvious. Cough cough. The dark goblin staggered out of the back door, looking quite disheveled, coughing incessantly, with a plume of black smoke billowing from its mouth. I hope this goblin doesn't blow itself up, Void thought with a strange expression. Damn it, another failure. This demon bomb is too difficult to make. Luckily, I reduced the dosage or I would have been blown to bits. The dark goblin muttered to himself, sounding somewhat relieved. A demon bomb? Void was stunned for a moment. What is that? The dark goblin paused for a moment, then re-entered the room behind the door, seemingly to continue its work. The Void followed silently and saw that the room was a messy laboratory-like room, very similar to Veblen's laboratory. The dark goblin was standing in front of a workbench, fiddling with various tools and materials. Is this guy making one of those demon bombs? Void curiously moved closer and watched the other person operate from a short distance behind him. The dark goblin was completely unaware of anyone behind it. It was diligently working with its tools and materials, beginning to create a demon bomb. A moment later, something resembling bubblegum appeared on the table. It was very soft and even wriggled like a living thing, able to change shape. This thing is the demon bomb? Void was full of questions. Even in his inherited memories, there was nothing so strange. However, it seems it's not finished yet. The dark goblin race is still adding refined materials to it. And that bubblegum-like thing opened a hole and swallowed all sorts of ingredients. Suddenly, the bubblegum-like object paused abruptly, then began to expand. Oh no! The dark goblin hurriedly patted a certain spot on his body. Boom! With a loud bang, the bomb that was half finished on the workbench exploded, and the dark goblin was blasted away and crashed hard into the wall. However, a black protective shield suddenly appeared on its body, blocking the impact of the explosion and preventing damage to its main body. A protective shield automatically rose on the workbench, containing the explosion within a small area and preventing it from spreading outside. Void stroked his chin, his gaze somewhat strange. This devil bomb looks pretty interesting. The dark goblin slid slowly down the wall. After a moment, it shook its head and opened its eyes as if it had just been stunned. However, when it tried to get up, it found a figure standing in front of it. It subconsciously raised its head to look, but its gaze met a pair of eyes that gleamed with an eerie light. What kind of eyes were those? Deep, dark, with a hint of purple, it subtly reveals a noble quality derived from its bloodline, seemingly superior to any other creature. The moment the dark goblin saw that gaze, he felt his mind being sucked into a vortex and instantly lost consciousness. It's unclear how much time passed, perhaps just a moment, but when it awoke again, it looked at the figure shrouded in a dark purple mist. Its expression changed instantly. And its feelings became extremely complicated. It felt itself being controlled, unable to resist the figure in front of it, and could only submit. The last two uses of bewitchment were not as gentle as when he used it on Wendell. After all, that was the first time, and Wong Teng was afraid of problems, so he used a relatively gentler method to bewitch. The subsequent two uses against the dark race were completely simple and brutal, directly and forcibly planting the seed of bewitchment, leaving the opponent unable to resist. This dark goblin was only a lower-level demon emperor, and its mental power did not exceed the limits that the void could withstand, so the bewitchment was very successful. Owner. At this moment, the dark goblin race got up from the ground and spoke respectfully. What's your name? What's your status among the dark race? Void asked calmly. My name is Gokri, and I am a scientist. The dark goblin answered honestly. Scientist. Void felt speechless, as if the other party had said something extremely funny. It was rather comical that the filthy appearance of the dark goblin race made him solemnly utter the word scientist. Anyone who sees it would probably find it hard to associate the person with the identity of a scientist. Gokri seemed to sense the strange meaning in the void's tone, and he was furious. His green skin turned red, which was very peculiar. Gokri is a scientist. It suppressed its anger and repeated it with utmost seriousness. If it hadn't been planted with the seed of bewitchment, it might have rushed up and fought with the void. It felt insulted. Ahem. Okay, you're a scientist. Void nodded seriously. He felt he should reflect on himself and not judge others based on their appearance. After all, the other person was a legitimate scientist who could even make bombs. Seeing this, Gokri's expression softened, but it was still somewhat fearful. It was very timid, and under normal circumstances, it would never dare to contradict the void. However, the word scientist seemed to be its Achilles heel, and once it was touched, it would inevitably become furious without regard for anything else. Alright, let me ask you, what was that demon bomb you were making just now? Void had no time to pay attention to the other party's inner struggle and ask directly. He controlled this dark goblin because he was somewhat interested in the demon bomb. Although Gokri never succeeded and the final form of the demon bomb was never revealed, his intuition told him that this thing was not simple. When it comes to his field of expertise, Gokri becomes exceptionally excited, and without caring who the Void really is, he launches into a detailed explanation. It turns out that this demon bomb is a kind of biological bomb. The reason why Void saw it wriggling like a living thing was because it had certain life characteristics. The main material of this bomb comes from the shell of a creature called a sea worm. These life forms are very peculiar. Their bodies are like a pool of water, without a fixed shape, and they wander in the depths of the sea, rarely seen. And they have one thing in common: they eat brains. He eats his own brain and turns himself into an empty shell devoid of consciousness. Even the Void was almost dumbfounded by this bizarre move. There are creatures like this that have to eat their own brains of all things. Don't they know that not having a brain is a very serious problem? Is it hungry? But even if you're starving, you can't eat brains. What on earth is this? Emptiness indicates a lack of understanding. Getting back to the point, although the sea worm was left with only an empty shell after eating its own brain, this empty shell still had life in it and was not completely dead. Intelligent beings are always very curious. Someone accidentally discovered this strange life form and studied it. In the end, some ancestor had a brilliant idea and actually turned the outer shell of this life form into a living biological bomb. This is the origin of the devil bomb. Later, Gokri obtained the method for making the demon bomb. As a scientist who considered himself exceptionally talented, he naturally wanted to study such an interesting thing and planned to make it. Unfortunately, no matter how hard it tries, it cannot succeed and has only been able to complete half of it so far, unable to continue. Interesting. Void stroked his chin, muttering to himself, I think I'll really like this. As an avatar, it cannot pick up attribute bubbles. Although this dark goblin failed to create the demon bomb, it has at least studied it for so long and has some experience that can save the main body from many detours. Thinking this, Void spoke up, show me how to make the demon bomb. Gokri immediately took out an old animal hide scroll from his spatial equipment and handed it to Void. Shu Wu glanced at it, and after confirming that there were no problems, he nodded, put it away, and asked, were you cultivating the demon eggs outside? Gokri felt a chill run down its spine. It guessed that the other party must have some ulterior motive for appearing here. It didn't know what his purpose was before, but now that it heard the other party mention the demon egg, it knew that the other party must have come for the demon egg. Answer my question, Void said coldly, seeing its hesitation. I'm the one who's nurturing it. Gokri's heart skipped a beat, and he could only answer honestly. How far have we progressed? Void asked. Half of the Dark Origin crystals given by the Demon Emperor have been used up. In 8 more days they will be completely used up. By then, the demon egg should have fully grown and be able to influence this planet, Gokri said after a moment's hesitation. It seems to be similar to what Ukup said. Void pondered for a moment, hesitating whether to take action immediately. So he informed Wang Teng about the matter through his connection with his true self. A moment later, his eyes flashed, and he temporarily abandoned his plan to take the demon egg. This was Wang Teng's decision. Afterwards, Void gave some instructions to Gokri and left the palace of the Demon Emperor Wanao. Not long after, Wang Teng and Wu Nao Demon Emperor finished their instruction. Wu Nao Demon Emperor then left Wang Teng in the forest again and teleported back to the main hall. It appeared directly on the throne, rubbed its forehead, and its eyes gleamed with a strange light. This kid's comprehension is truly terrifying. Today's lesson ended quickly as usual. Although Wang Teng had prepared a lot of questions, the whole process was still very fast compared to the others. This shocked Wu Nao Demon Emperor, and at the same time, he was a little exhausted. A master can feel immense pressure when his apprentice is too clever. Wu Nao Demon Emperor felt this way. He realized that he might not need to teach Jitang Eagle more than a few times, as there was nothing left for him to teach at this stage. As for deeper changes, it requires comprehending the power of origin. In its view, Kabutung Taka is only at the Demon King level and is still too far from comprehending the power of origin. It is meaningless to talk about these things now. But it didn't know that Wang Teng had already comprehended the power of origin. But that's fine too. With his talent, even if it's the Blood Sea domain, so what? No matter how strong the domain is, it depends on who wields it. Even the weakest domain will have a powerful effect if it falls into the hands of someone with strong talent. Wu Now Demon Emperor chuckled, seemingly anticipating an extremely interesting scene. Wang Teng returned to the Demon Armor clan's encampment. He had a very good day. The power of the dark domain had increased by another 20%. Although it's less than yesterday, it can't be compared directly because this is a further 20% increase on top of yesterday's improvement. In fact, Wang Teng could also sense that Wu Now Demon Emperor was deliberately suppressing him, not wanting him to finish learning so quickly. This was its last act of defiance. Wang Teng expressed his understanding. After all, it can't be forced. Dark Realm, 2103,000th Tier 3. Wang Teng checked his attribute panel. His dark domain should be able to reach level 4 in the next few days, which was good news. After returning to the Demon Armor clan's encampment, Wang Teng made an appearance, then made up an excuse to go out and cultivate, so as not to arouse suspicion from Zhao Had and the others. Before leaving the encampment again. Night. In the forest, Wang Teng sat cross-legged on the trunk of a large tree, holding a scroll of animal hide in his hand, looking at it with great interest. The method for making the devil bomb was clearly recorded on it. Void stood beside him, watching him with great interest and said, "I knew you would like this. As expected of my clone, you understand me perfectly." Wang Teng said with a smile without looking up. "That's all secondary." Void shook its head and asked, "The demon egg has been found. What are your plans now? What do you think about secretly stuffing a few demon bombs into the demon egg? When the dark race wants to use the demon egg, we detonate the demon bombs and then, boom. The world will be peaceful." Wang Teng described with great interest, his eyes gleaming. Shu Wu was slightly taken aback, somewhat surprised by Wang Teng's idea. This guy is a bit wicked. He discovered the devil bomb first, so why didn't he think of this idea? Was he just too naive after all? But we can't make this demon bomb yet, and how can you guarantee that it won't be detected once it's inside the demon egg? Void thought of the crucial question and asked quickly. "I'll study it later and see if I can make it," Wang Teng said thoughtfully. As for how to avoid being discovered, that shouldn't be too difficult. Oh? Void looked at Wang Teng with some surprise. Did the main body actually have a way to hide it from the demon egg? It's quite unbelievable that even it couldn't find a way to access the inherited memories. You'll find out when the time comes, Wang Teng said mysteriously with a smile. Shu Wu shook his head, both amused and exasperated. He had gradually come to understand Wang Teng's personality and was quite familiar with the various wicked quirks of this original body. He didn't ask any more questions and said, "Then I'll leave first. Call me if you need anything." "Okay, thanks for your hard work." Wang Teng waved to the Void, still engrossed in the animal hide scroll containing the demon bomb. Void shook its head helplessly again, its figure transforming into a cloud of dark purple mist, drifting towards Wang Teng and disappearing. Wang Teng focused intently on the animal hide scroll in his hand, memorizing the process of making the demon bomb. Then he looked at the attribute panel and searched for a long time before finally finding the attribute value of the demon bomb in the special skills section. Devil Bomb, 1/1000th, Beginner. As expected, Wang Teng smiled slightly to himself, but immediately frowned again. It actually requires 1000 attribute points to get started. The crafting difficulty of this demon bomb is a bit high. No wonder that Dark Goblin tried countless times but couldn't make it. Just use the blank attribute points. Finally, he looked at the blank attribute column. These past few days, while at the Darkling's lair, he spent his free time hunting star beasts in the forest to improve his blank attribute. The dark race goes out to hunt every night, and his actions are consistent with their hunting patterns, so they won't arouse suspicion. After several days of accumulation, his blank attribute reached 54,300 points, which is quite considerable. I originally planned to use the accumulated points to upgrade Spirit Vision and Eye of Origin, but now it seems I can only upgrade the Demon Bomb first. System, add points. The blank attribute value dropped rapidly, while the attribute value of the Demon Bomb immediately began to increase. In no time, the Demon Bomb skill had progressed from beginner to proficient, which had already consumed 10,000 attribute points. The exchange rate between the attribute boost from the Demon Bomb and the blank attribute is 1 to 10. The next proficiency stage requires 3,000 attribute points, which is 3,000 blank attribute points. Wang Teng gritted his teeth and continued to add points, eventually mastering the Demon Bomb skill from the proficient level. Demon Bomb, 1/5000th Mastery. The loss of 40,000 blank attribute points was a painful blow to Wang Teng. He stopped adding points, feeling that it was enough. He had mastered the demon bomb in his mind and could start making it. Gokri prepared a lot of materials, and the void clone took a dozen or so sets of materials for the demon bomb from it, which could be used to refine them. At this moment, Wang Teng took out a set of materials, and a powerful mental force surged out, forming a golden light that enveloped his hands. Then, he fused the various materials according to the procedure. The shell of the sea worm is the main material, and other materials are slowly incorporated after being refined. In less than 3 minutes, a transparent liquid-like object appeared in his hand, slowly wriggling and constantly changing shape, but always in an irregular form. With a thought, Wang Teng controlled the liquid demon bomb in his hand with his mental power, and it slowly transformed into the shape of a sparrow. The sparrow flapped its wings and actually took flight. A good thing. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. The changes in this demon bomb were beyond his imagination. He felt like he had found a treasure. Let's see how powerful it is. He controlled the demon bomb to fly towards an open space in front of him, and the demon bomb, which had transformed into the shape of a sparrow, crashed hard into the ground from the sky. Boom! A loud bang rang out, the ground shook, and a powerful wave of primal force swept outwards, blasting a large crater into the ground, raising dust and destroying trees one after another. Whoa! Wang Teng stepped back and instantly appeared 100 meters away, shielding his eyes with one hand as he looked ahead and exclaimed in surprise. The void also revealed its form, its gaze fixed ahead in surprise. Very powerful. It is indeed very powerful. This is only the power produced by using 1/10 of the dosage. If the dosage is increased, it will definitely be enough to give the demon egg a hard time, Wang Teng said with a smile. How did you do that? Void asked curiously. I mean, how did you master the method of making the demon bomb in such a short time? It must be quite difficult. Although he knew some things about attribute bubbles, he didn't know much about them. At this point, in his view, Wang Teng should not have had a chance to pick up the relevant attribute bubbles, so how exactly did he increase his proficiency in making demon bombs? With my talent, creating a demon bomb is a piece of cake, Wang Teng said. I don't believe you for a second. Void rolled its eyes. You'll need to deal with the Demon Emperor Wanao tomorrow, Wang Teng said suddenly with a serious expression. I'm going to deal with the Demon Emperor Wanao? Shu Wu was taken aback. Yes, Wang Teng nodded solemnly, I will personally deal with that demon egg. If I go to deal with the Demon Emperor Wanao, will I be discovered? Shu Wu frowned. I will temporarily grant you the magic armor skill in the dark domain. Dealing with the Wanao Demon Emperor shouldn't be a problem then, Wang Teng said. There is a certain connection between the clone and the original body. Some skills and insights can be transferred between them. Alright, Void nodded in agreement. There were some things that Wang Teng needed to do personally. The key was how to put the demon bomb into the demon egg. He couldn't do it for him. The two discussed the details again, and the ethereal clone merged back into Wang Teng's body, awaiting the arrival of tomorrow. To be honest, even he felt a little nervous facing a being like Wu Nao Demon Emperor. He didn't know how his true self managed to deal with it and still be able to have close contact with Wu Nao Demon Emperor every day without being discovered. In fact, the two even got along quite well. This is simply unscientific. Ellipsis. The next day, as planned, Shu Wu and Wu Nao Demon Emperor went out for some alone time, while Wang Teng personally went to the place where the demon eggs were stored. However, he did not touch the demon egg, as there were some unpleasant memories between them. If he were to appear in front of the demon egg, it would probably explode on the spot. Upon seeing Gokri, Wang Teng couldn't help but mutter, this dark goblin is really rather ugly. He appeared directly in front of Gokri, startling it greatly. Master, Gokri called out hesitantly. It could sense from the connection of the seed of bewitchment that the person in front of it was the one who controlled it yesterday, but there seemed to be something different about him. Yesterday, the person was shrouded in a purplish-black mist, while today, the person is shrouded in black mist, and their auras are somewhat different. It's me. Wang Teng ignored Gokri's questioning gaze, nodded, and said calmly, I've come to see you today because I need you to do something for me. Please give your orders, master. Gokri's heart skipped a beat, but he could only obediently reply. I want you to put these demon bombs into the demon egg. Wang Teng took out more than a dozen demon bombs and handed them to Gokri. These dozen or so demon bombs were all condensed into small spheres, like beans. This was the smallest shape Wang Teng could condense. What, a demon bomb? Gokri stared wide-eyed in astonishment at the object in his hand. This is actually a demon bomb. But where did its owner get this devilish bomb? Did he make it last night? Gokri found the possibility utterly absurd and unbelievable. The owner just received the recipe for the demon bomb from it yesterday. How could it possibly have already crafted it? You have to understand, it tried countless times, but it still didn't succeed. However, it counted the small round balls in its hand. There were 18 in total, exactly the amount of materials it had given to the other party yesterday. This is too much of a coincidence. Is it really possible for someone to forge a demon bomb on their first encounter with it, without making a single mistake? That's absolutely impossible. Gokri's worldview was shaken, and he couldn't help but ask, Master, where did this demon bomb come from? I made it, Wang Tang said calmly. He knew that this dark goblin was hopelessly addicted to demon bombs, so he acknowledged it and made it want something, which naturally deepened the influence of the seed of bewitchment. You made this? Gokri was shocked and still couldn't quite believe it. You really made this? What, you don't believe me? Wang Tang smiled mysteriously, too lazy to explain, and said directly, Fine, bring out a few more materials, and I'll make a few more demon bombs. You can put them into the demon egg later. When Gokri heard that Wang Tang was going to make a demon bomb on the spot, his eyes lit up. As for the last sentence, he automatically ignored it. Nothing was more important than making a demon bomb. It immediately took out the materials for making the demon bomb, placed them on the workbench, and looked at Wang Tang eagerly. Please go ahead. When Wang Tang saw its appearance, he smiled inwardly and immediately began to make it. Oink oink. Having worked on it all night, he was very familiar with it. His hands were enveloped in golden light, and he moved with incredible speed, quickly producing one demon bomb after another on the workbench. Gokri's eyes widened to their limit, filled with fascination, as he muttered to himself, So that's how it is, so that's how it is. No, it's too fast, I can't see it clearly. Unfortunately, it dared not disturb Wang Tang and could only watch helplessly as the demon bombs were completed. Although it saw part of the production process, it could not see the later stages. It was so anxious that it scratched its head and felt like a million ants were crawling inside its heart, making it extremely uncomfortable. If you do the things I ask you to do well, I'll consider giving you some guidance, Wang Tang said calmly, pausing his work. Gokri snapped out of his daze, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Tang. Lian Mang said, My lord, please rest assured, I will definitely follow your instructions and place the demon bomb inside the demon egg. This time, it agreed without hesitation. Wang Tang was speechless. This goblin of the dark race has completely lost all sense of decency. Wang Tang then attached the dark essence to the surface of the demon bomb, enveloping it, and the demon bomb turned completely black. He even hid a wisp of spiritual power within the bomb, enabling him to sense the state of the demon bomb and control it at any time. In this way, the demon egg should not be discovered. This is Wang Tang's method. Use the source of darkness to prevent the demon egg from being detected. Gokri was shocked to see this and began to speculate about Wang Tang's identity. Who exactly is this person who can wield the power of darkness? If he is a dark being, why would he do this? But it wisely didn't ask any more questions, and simply injected the demon bomb into the demon egg through the tube at the top of the demon egg. Along with the dark essence formed by the primordial crystal. As expected, the demon egg showed no abnormalities whatsoever. A glint flashed in Wang Tang's eyes. He gave some instructions to Gokri and then left. He needed to contact General Mokurin and urge him to launch a general offensive. Everything is ready, except for the east wind. Just as Wang Tang had finished preparing everything. At the headquarters of Defense Planet 29, orders were issued one after another from the command center. The entire military base on Defense Planet 29 sprang into action like a giant machine, with well-trained teams beginning to assemble. All of this was done in secret, without the Dark Ones noticing. General Mokurin was very careful. Even when he was assembling troops, he would announce it as a military exercise. Only a few top-ranking generals truly knew the purpose, and they were absolutely not the ones who could have been involved. General Mokurin was furious about the previous infiltration by the dark race of the Mind Clan, which also made him more vigilant. Every general involved in the decision-making process underwent testing and screening to prevent the infiltration of the dark race. At this moment, in the main base command building, General Mokurin stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, gazing into the distance with an extremely serious expression and a hint of worry in his eyes. General Qi Yuanju and others also gathered here, discussing the next battle plan. Seemingly noticing General Mokalin's concerns, General Qi Yuanju exchanged glances with the other generals and asked, General Mokalin, is there any problem with Colonel Wang Teng? Everyone's eyes flickered. This question voiced everyone's concerns. Is everything really okay? It wasn't that they didn't trust Wang Teng, but rather that the whole thing seemed rather dubious. Is Wang Teng really able to infiltrate the Dark Race army and retrieve the demon egg? This is not something an ordinary person can do. However, General Mokalin chose to trust Wang Teng and, in a desperate move, mobilized almost all of his troops to launch a general offensive against the Dark Race army in coordination with Wang Teng. What an insane decision. To everyone else, this was simply not a decision General Mokarin could make. If it hadn't been verified repeatedly, they would have suspected that General Mokalin had been replaced. At this moment, General Mokalin slowly turned around, glanced at everyone, and smiled. I still stand by my decision, and I believe in Colonel Wang Teng. He doesn't seem to have disappointed me yet. Quote. The crowd fell silent, somewhat taken aback. They never expected General Mokalin to say such a thing. Too subjective. That's not something a decision maker should say at all. However, upon reflection, everyone realized that it made sense. Wang Teng always completed his missions perfectly, leaving no room for criticism. The incident of the Dark Race of the Mind infiltrating the main base has caused quite a stir. Now they also know that Wang Teng once captured a demon egg and captured the dark species of the Demon Brain clan. Everyone was shocked. Both the demon egg and the dark species of the Demon Brain race are extremely difficult to deal with, causing great headaches for the human race. Surprisingly, Wang Teng managed to handle it. He did so much quietly, no wonder General Mokalin valued him so highly. Don't put too much pressure on everyone. I will take full responsibility for this. If anything goes wrong, I will resign and apologize to headquarters, General Mokarin said. Everyone's expression changed. Absolutely not, General Qi Yuanju shouted. Since this is a decision we made together, how can we let you bear the responsibility alone? General Yukri shook his head and said, Indeed, since we have all chosen to agree, we are already prepared to bear everything. Which of us is not a veteran of countless battles? Why would we be afraid of a mere defeat? General Kimberly said in a deep voice. Other generals also spoke up, their words filled with determination and without fear. General Mokarin's lips moved slightly, but he swallowed the words that were about to come out. He simply said in a deep voice, Fine, then let's go all in and fight to the death. Let's fight to the death. A fierce fighting spirit erupted in everyone's eyes and they said in deep voices. In less than 3 days, the entire force of the 29th Defense Planet quietly began to move. Apart from leaving a portion to guard the base, the other warriors had already traveled by warship to the mountains where the Dark Race was lurking, and then divided into small teams to infiltrate the mountains. However, only a few main forces infiltrated the mountains, the rest of the reinforcements remained hidden elsewhere, using military exercises as a pretext to avoid arousing suspicion from the Dark Race. Dark races are present everywhere on Defense Planet 29. If they openly mobilize their troops, their true purpose will surely be discovered. In addition, General Mokalin also ordered a large number of warriors to block the outer perimeter of the mountains. Once any suspicious dark creatures were discovered, they were to be killed immediately, and absolutely no one was to be allowed to return and report back. Are we about to begin? Inside the Demon Armor clan's encampment, Wang Teng stood under a large tree, a glint of light flashing in his eyes, and muttered to himself. Zhao Had, standing not far away, heard his voice and asked in confusion, What has started? Look at the sky, it's going to rain, Wang Teng said quietly. Zhao Had looked up and saw that the sky was indeed overcast, as if a storm was about to break. It looks like it's going to rain. Time to go home and bring in the laundry since it's raining. Wang Teng waved and walked into the forest. Zhao Had was completely bewildered. This dark-type demon-armored race had no idea what he meant. Do those armored creatures even need clothes? They're not vampires or werewolves, they don't need small pieces of cloth to cover their private parts. Today, as usual, Wang Teng went out to cultivate with Wu Nao Demon Emperor. His dark domain had broken through to the 4th level after several days of cultivation, and the power of the domain had been greatly enhanced. Dark Realm, 3,004,000, Tier 4. Reaching level 4 in the first realm of the dark element is truly remarkable. Tier 4 is already his strongest domain power. The Gold Domain, Black Gold Domain, and Heavenly Stone Meteorite Domain have only just reached Tier 4. Previously, with the power of the 4th tier domain, he was almost invincible among peak cosmic level martial artists, with few rivals, which shows the power of the 4th tier domain. Moreover, due to the personal guidance of the Demon Emperor Wunao, the 4th level of this dark domain underwent a qualitative change, becoming more thoroughly understood and more powerful than the other 3 4th level domains. Even Wang Tang himself had to admit that Wu Nao Demon Emperor's teaching was excellent. Without its careful guidance, his dark domain would never have reached this level. Wang Tang silently expressed his gratitude in his heart. What a good person. No, he should be called a good demon. Above the forest, 2 realms that resembled pitch-black spheres were colliding without making a sound, as if all sound had been suppressed within the 2 black spheres. However, around those 2 black spheres, the void began to distort, as if it could not withstand the pressure of some powerful force, and tiny spatial cracks appeared one after another. The 2 black spheres collided repeatedly, remaining evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. An hour passed quickly, and the 2 black spheres separated and slowly dissipated, revealing the figures of Wang Tang and Wu Nao Demon Emperor. Wang Tang's eyes flashed, and he picked up the few attribute bubbles that had fallen in front of him. Dark Territory 150. Open black lens bracket. Dark Territory 220. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Dark Territory 120. Close black lens bracket. Ellipsis ellipsis. As the attribute bubbles merged into himself, Wang Tang immediately felt that his dark domain had improved again, and he was extremely happy. Dark Realm, 7,904,000, Tier 4. Your talent is indeed the best among all the geniuses I have ever seen. Wu Nao Demon Emperor looked at Wang Tang with a complicated expression and couldn't help but sigh. It's all thanks to the good teaching of the adults, Wang Tang said. The Demon King Wunao was pleased. Teaching a highly talented disciple gave it a great sense of accomplishment. Then it said, you have completely mastered the first level of change in the domain. This level of change is called real reality, which condenses the power of the domain into a tangible form. Its power is at least 3 times stronger than that of a domain of the same level. Real realm, Wang Tang muttered to himself, recalling the changes in his domain over the past few days, and found it quite fitting. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he asked, are there any other realms ahead? Of course there is, but it's too early for you right now. Wu Nao Demon Emperor glanced at him and said indifferently. This kid has a pretty big heart. Having just grasped the essence of reality, he set his sights on the later realms. Quote. Wang Tang was speechless. These big shots always like to leave some things unsaid. It seems impossible to learn about the upcoming changes in the domain from the Demon Emperor Wunao. Well, I'm already lucky to have comprehended this first level of change. I can't ask for too much. I was too greedy, Wang Tang thought to himself. If this realm hadn't been deliberately created by the Demon Emperor Wu Nao, he wouldn't have had anywhere to pick up the attribute bubbles. And he wouldn't know when he would have been able to comprehend it. Therefore, one should be content. If others knew that he had completely mastered the realm of the field in just a few days, they would probably be green with envy. Furthermore, with this first enlightenment, Wang Tang is expected to reach real world status in other areas as well, which is his greatest gain. Thinking about this, he felt a sense of anticipation. Thank you very much, sir, Wang Tang said with genuine gratitude. No need to thank me. If you didn't have such talent, I wouldn't have taught you. Ultimately, it depends on yourself. Wu Nao Demon Emperor waved his hand, and his figure slowly disappeared from the spot. Are you leaving me here alone again? Wang Tang stretched, his demonic armor slowly receding to reveal his true form. His gaze sharpened. Fine, it's time to begin. Almost simultaneously, somewhere in the mountains, inside a massive, stealthy warship, General Mokalan and his men stood solemnly before the control panel, the atmosphere extremely tense. One of Wang Tang's clones was also standing to the side, resting with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, General Mokalan, we can begin. Good. General Mokalan and the others' eyes flashed with a sharp light, their fighting spirit blazing. They had been waiting for this for a long time. Scattered throughout the forest, warships received orders and instantly began charging, their force cannons blazing with dazzling, multicolored light as they aimed at the valley where the dark race was hiding. In an instant, the force cannons were fully charged and fired. Countless force cannons streaked through the air, their trajectories forming streaks of light, as if creating a vast net that enveloped the valley where the Dark Ones were hiding. Boom, 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 boom. A terrifying roar resounded, and the dark creatures stared in astonishment at the sky before the entire valley exploded. For the dark race, the sudden bombardment was quite unexpected. Therefore, many of the dark races were completely bewildered. Then came endless terror. The transition from bewilderment to terror happened in an instant, and the change in expression was extremely complex. They had no time to react and could only watch helplessly as countless force cannons rained down from above, their dazzling light like a spectacular fireworks display. The pupils of each of the dark creatures shrank to pinpoints. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as the force cannon rained down, engulfing a large number of Darkin in the force explosion. In just a moment, countless dark beings were blasted to death by the force cannon, their bodies torn to pieces, beyond dead. In addition, a large number of dark beings were seriously injured, their screams echoing everywhere. Enemy attack! A sharp cry, filled with terror and anger, suddenly rang out, echoing through the sky and soaring into the heavens. The sound was like a beautiful woman taking off her clothes to take a shower, when a lewd, burly man suddenly barged in, chuckling. The woman was terrified and let out a high-pitched, piercing scream. Roar! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Quickly open the protective shield. Then, all the dark creatures finally reacted, and angry roars erupted, plunging everything into chaos. Awoo! Startled, the great rock-armored dragon roared to the sky. The force cannons had just struck it, waking it from its slumber. Although they did not injure it, they did damage the structure on its back. The demon emperor Wunao burst out of the building and appeared in the sky, his face covered in frost, and the coldness in his eyes almost solidified. Jaffric, Bloodrin, and other mid-level demon emperor-level dark beings also rushed out. What happened? They stared at all of this in disbelief, their faces extremely grim. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, another wave of force cannon fire came crashing down from afar. Activate the defensive shield, Wu Nao Demon Emperor said coldly, his face grim. My lord, the defensive shield has been breached. A low-level Demon Emperor-level dark creature rushed in from below in a panic, shouting in terror. What? Jeffrey and the others were shocked. How could this happen? Who destroyed the defensive shield? Shui Lun grabbed the dark creature and asked with a grim expression. No, I don't know. The lower-level Demon Emperor-level dark creature stammered in terror. Useless. Enraged, Wu Nao Demon Emperor's voice had barely faded when the lower-level Demon Emperor-level dark creature exploded into a cloud of blood mist before it could even scream. No sooner said than done, the force cannon finally came down. However, a black light shield rose from the bodies of the dark beings, including the Demon King Wunao and Jiafulik, blocking the force cannon. Boom! Amidst the roar, the protective shield trembled violently and shattered in the next moment, both disappearing completely, demonstrating the formidable power of the force cannon. These force cannons were fired from warships of stellar class or higher, including cosmic class warships and even domain lord class warships, so their power was not to be underestimated. Wu Nao Demon Emperor's expression grew increasingly gloomy. With such immense power, the opponent was clearly well prepared. But what exactly happened? They are hidden so well, so why would anyone discover their existence? Moreover, they didn't even notice that the enemy had attacked their lair. This is incredible. Wu Nao Demon Emperor racked his brains but still couldn't figure out what was going on. It never imagined that a traitor would emerge from among the dark race. Boom, boom, boom. Round after round of bombardment came, and the force cannons landed among the Dark Ones, exploding in the process. After the initial panic, the dark race began to dodge and defend against the force cannons' bombardment. This is, after all, a forest, and once the dark creatures enter, it will be difficult to lock onto them given their speed. Even with large-scale bombing, the effect would be greatly reduced. Therefore, General Mokalin and his men immediately abandoned the force cannon bombardment and began a general offensive. Kill! 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 Shouts of battle erupted from all directions as hidden warriors charged out to surround and kill the fleeing dark race. The dark race had no idea that so many human warriors were hiding all around them. They were only focused on escaping and didn't have time to react. In an instant, many of them were killed by the human warriors. They're humans. Seeing this, the dark races, including Shui Lun, gritted their teeth in fury. They were actually killed by the human warriors. This is unprecedented. In the past, they were always the ones invading and slaughtering humans. Now, the tables have turned, and humans are the ones slaughtering them. This is utterly disgraceful. My lord, what do we do now? Geoffrey asked anxiously. The demon emperor Wunao's eyes blazed with fury, as if a volcano was about to erupt. His face contorted with rage as he said, since these humans are courting death, let's start the war ahead of schedule. I will make them pay for this. Open the spatial passage and annihilate all human warriors here. Yes. The faces of the dark race, including Giafoleke, contorted with rage, their eyes flashing with cold light as they excitedly responded. They had waited too long, and now, facing a counterattack from the humans, they had been suppressing too much resentment and anger. Now, they could finally fight back. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying surge of primal force erupted from the Wunao demon emperor, transforming into a black pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. The dark clouds in the sky were stirred and began to spin rapidly. The black pillar of light that erupted from the body of the demon emperor Wunao impacted the space and released a vast primal force. Space was distorted, and crackling sounds emanated continuously from the impact of the beams of light. The surrounding space could not withstand the impact and began to collapse, shattering like glass and turning into invisible dust that disappeared into the dark void. A deep, dark vortex slowly formed, emanating terrifying energy. Wang Teng was speeding through the forest when he suddenly saw this scene, and his expression changed slightly. A spatial passage. The dark race has opened a spatial passage. He originally thought that the dark species here were all there was, but he never expected that the dark species had kept this up their sleeve. They had already prepared the spatial coordinates, which only needed to be opened. At this moment, Wang Teng was shaken, and his expression was somewhat uncertain. This situation was completely unexpected, as there was no mention of this spatial passage in the intelligence he had previously received. He didn't know that this information was only in the hands of the demon emperor Wunao, and the other dark races were completely unaware of it. Moreover, this is a precautionary measure, it is not normally required and will only be used in the event of force majeure. And that is undoubtedly the case now. At that moment, several whooshing sounds came from ahead. Wang Teng turned his head and saw General Mokalin and his men rapidly approaching, soon arriving beside him. Colonel Wang Teng. General Qi Yuanju and the others looked him up and down and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Wang Teng said urgently. "Now is not the time to talk about these things. The dark species have opened a spatial passage, and I'm afraid a large number of dark species will descend. Don't worry, I anticipated this situation. Our warships are already spread all around, sealing off the entire mountain range. Even if the dark race descends, they will definitely not be able to leave this mountain range. This time, we will make sure they don't return," General Mokalin said confidently. "That's good." Wang Teng breathed a slight sigh of relief upon hearing this. Boom! A sudden explosion rang out in the sky, and silver lightning struck down from the deep void, turning the gray sky appear white. Amidst the flashing lightning, the spatial vortex continued to grow, instantly expanding to a size of tens of feet. "The spatial passage is about to open completely, let's go quickly," General Mokarin said hurriedly. Walk. The group hurriedly rushed towards the valley. If too many dark creatures appeared at once, the human warriors would inevitably be at a disadvantage, and they had to go and stop them. Rumble. The sound of thunder echoed in the sky, and the spatial vortex expanded to a size of hundreds of feet, almost covering the entire sky, as if its boundaries were invisible. A strange red light suddenly flashed behind the spatial vortex. A huge, scarlet eyeball appeared behind the vortex, looking down, and a terrifying mental wave swept out. Twisted, violent, malevolent, chaotic. Endless negative emotions spread out and filled the sky. Demon Lord level. General Mokalin and the others' expressions suddenly froze, their pupils contracting to their maximum. Demon Lord level. At this moment, everyone was shocked and their faces were filled with astonishment. The eye that appeared behind the spatial passage was actually a Demon Lord level being. General Mokalin and his men's initial confidence vanished, their faces turning extremely solemn, a sense of foreboding rising within them. A Demon Lord level being is enough to sweep away all the human warriors present. Demon Lord level. Wang Teng's eyes flashed rapidly, and his expression was extremely solemn. He had seen such a scene before. Back in Yangcheng on the Star Martial continent, when the dark race opened the spatial passage, a giant eyeball was peering at them from behind the passage. A long time had passed, but now the two images overlapped. At the time, the people of the Star Martial continent called that terrifying eyeball a demon god, but now it seems that it was probably just a relatively powerful dark species. And could not possibly be a true demon god. As his horizons broadened, Wang Teng learned what the title, demon god, meant. Even demon lord level beings dared not call themselves demon god. Demons can be considered a forbidden existence. But even if this dark being at the demon lord level wasn't a demon god, it was still an extremely terrifying existence that they couldn't withstand. The chaotic mental fluctuations emanating from those eyes alone would affect the martial artists below. Such an effect is extremely deadly in battle, and the Dark Ones will not give them a chance to recover. Fortunately, these warriors were extremely familiar with the dark race, and upon seeing the eyeball, they immediately lowered their heads and avoided making eye contact with it. Even so, many low-level martial artists still could not withstand the mental shock. It was as if they saw something indescribable and terrifying, heard the whispers of demons in their ears, and suffered a mental breakdown, going mad instantly. Damn it, General Mokalin and the others looked extremely grim upon seeing this. Despite all their calculations, they still made a fatal mistake. No one could have imagined that the dark race would be so ruthless as to send out a demon lord level being. Aren't they afraid of crossing the line? General Qi Yuanju clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. General Mokalin took a deep breath to calm himself down and said in a deep voice, "This demon lord level being is very clever. It is still behind the spatial passage and has not yet descended on Defense Star 29, so it cannot be considered to have crossed the line." "Damn it, we've been tricked by the Dark Ones." General Yukri roared. "Damn it, I didn't expect I'd have to step in after all. You've messed things up." Just then, a cold, hoarse voice came from behind the spatial passage, echoing between heaven and earth. General Mokalin and the others immediately stopped talking and looked up at the sky. "My lord, this is my fault. After this battle, I am willing to go back and accept my punishment," said the Demon Emperor Wunao in a deep voice. At this moment, the black mist on its body had dissipated, revealing an incomparably strong and tall body. It looked like a demi-human, except that it had two dark red horns on its head and some rough dark red scales covering its body, which faintly revealed a noble aura. It seemed to be a kind of nobility and power that came from one's bloodline. "The Candle Dragon Clan," General Mokalin exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the appearance of the Wunao Demon Emperor. "What, the Candle Dragon Clan?" General Qi Yuanju and the others, who had been drawn to the giant eyeball overhead, immediately looked at the Wunao Demon Emperor upon hearing General Mokarin's words. Their faces filled with shock. "It really is the Candle Dragon Clan. How could the Dark Race be the Candle Dragon Clan?" General Kimberly frowned, her expression extremely grave. "That's a dark-type demon brain clan creature," Wang Teng interjected. No one knew this dark creature better than him. After all, they had been discussing the Dark Realm together just an hour ago. "Ah, that was a wonderful experience. A dark species of the mind race." General Mokalin and the others immediately realized, and were shocked, this mind race member actually took over the body of a candle dragon. Unbelievable. If the Candle Dragon Clan knew this, they would probably go mad. These dark species of the Demon Brain Clan are truly terrifying. They even managed to seize the bodies of the Candle Dragon Clan. Ellipsis. Wang Teng agreed wholeheartedly. Through the memory inheritance of the void-devouring beast, he learned the identity of this Candle Dragon Clan. This is an extremely powerful race, usually only appearing in rumors, and ordinary people never see them. Unlike the Perix family, who obtained the Dragonblood battle body by bathing in Dragonblood, they are not a race that obtained the power of the Candle Dragon, but the true Candle Dragon race. The Candle Dragon Clan can transform into incredibly powerful candle dragons, traversing the starry sky and being virtually invincible among their peers. The Perix family is no match for them. Despite such prolonged contact, Wang Teng hadn't noticed at all that this brainless demon emperor had actually taken over the body of the Candle Dragon Clan, which was truly unbelievable. "I want you to sacrifice this planet to atone for your sins." A cold voice slowly echoed from behind the spatial passage. "Yes." A red light flashed in the eyes of the Demon King Wunao, and he responded in a deep voice. Then, a cold killing intent erupted in his eyes, and he roared. "Kill them. Slaughter every human being. Roar, roar, kill." Ellipsis. Upon seeing the appearance of a Demon Lord level being, the morale of the dark race surged instantly, which had been previously broken. They unleashed a powerful killing intent, and one after another, they excitedly charged towards the human warriors around them, launching a frenzied slaughter. General Mokalin and the others looked extremely grim. The favorable situation had been reversed because of the appearance of a Demon Lord level expert. Although this Demon Lord level being doesn't seem to intend to cross over, its existence has a huge impact, like a sharp sword hanging over the heads of human warriors, ready to fall at any moment. This will undoubtedly have a significant impact on the morale of human warriors. Moreover, the terrifying mental fluctuations are a huge problem. If they are not resolved, human warriors will be constantly attacked by them, eventually leading to mental breakdown and madness. Generals, now is not the time to stand still. Let's consider how to withstand the mental attack of this Demon Lord level dark being, Wang Teng said calmly, his eyes flashing. Yes, General Mokalin quickly replied, first, block their mental attack. Without slowing down, the group rushed forward, quickly approaching the valley, which was directly below the giant eyeball. Boom! At the same time, terrifying mental fluctuations emanated from them, merging together to form an invisible, massive protective shield that crashed into the chaotic mental fluctuations rushing upwards. Boom! Two invisible spiritual forces collided. Wang Teng's spiritual power also joined in, working together to resist the spiritual attacks of the Demon Lord level dark species. The Demon Lord level dark being naturally noticed this as well. Its eyeball moved slightly, and its gaze turned towards the area, revealing a hint of contempt. Then, an even more terrifying mental fluctuation swept out. Boom! The chaotic and terrifying mental impact caused the mental shield formed by Wang Teng and the others to tremble violently. General Mokalin and the others turned pale, as if they had been hit on the head with a hammer, their ears ringing, and they almost collapsed. This can't go on. It's impossible to stop them. General Qi Yuanju and the others looked rather grim and hurriedly spoke. HMPH, trying to withstand the Demon Lord's mental attack? You're really overestimating yourself, Shui Lun sneered, mocking him. Ignore them. While they are resisting the Demon Lord's mental attack, immediately slaughter all the humans around them and break out of their encirclement, Wu Nao Demon Emperor ordered. Yes. Bloodloon and the other dark races immediately responded. They then dispersed and charged into the human warriors below. These mid-level Demon Emperor level dark races can be said to be the highest end combat force on Defense Star 29. With their addition, a large number of human warriors were immediately killed, and the bloody aura soared into the sky. Not good. General Mokalin's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and he shouted, all Domain Lord level warriors, stop them. As soon as he finished speaking, several streaks of light flashed from all around the forest, rushing towards the mid-level Demon Emperor level dark species. Boom! 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 The two forces collided instantly, unleashing a terrifying surge of primal force that swept across the forest. Among the human race, there are naturally many Domain Lord level beings lying in wait. They are the high-end combat force of the human race. However, at this time, General Mokalin and his group were held back by the mental attack of the Demon Lord level dark race and could not participate in the battle, which made the number of Domain Lord level beings on both sides somewhat unbalanced. Before long, several Domain Lord level powerhouses were repelled and slammed to the ground. Dilemma. The human warriors were immediately caught in a predicament. General Mokalin and his men were extremely anxious and wanted to rush over to help. Boom! Another impact came, and terrifying mental energy slammed down on everyone's heads. Even with Wang Teng's mental strength, he could barely feel it at this moment. In his mind, the nine-jeweled pagoda shone with dazzling golden light, dispelling the invading chaotic spirit. This Demon Lord level dark species spirit has at least reached the level of a high-ranked Demon Emperor. Wang Teng said in a deep voice. They are too powerful. Our mental strength is far inferior to theirs. General Qi Yuanju said with a grim expression. Generals, I have a plan, but it requires the help of your mental strength, Wang Teng said, his eyes flashing. What method? General Mokalin asked hurriedly. I have a special mental cultivation technique that condenses into a mental pagoda. You inject your mental energy into it, and I will detonate it, catching that Demon Lord level dark species off guard, Wang Teng quickly transmitted. No, detonating your mental energy will cause great damage to your mental strength. General Mokarin frowned and refused without hesitation. General Qi Yuanju and the others shook their heads directly, knowing without a doubt that detonating their spiritual bodies would damage their spirits. If it's serious enough to damage the very essence of the soul, it could very well affect future cultivation. It wouldn't matter if it were anyone else, but Wang Teng is different. He has great talent and might have the opportunity to become an immortal level powerhouse in the future. Every immortal level powerhouse is a tremendous asset to the human race, capable of suppressing a star field. For both public and private reasons, they cannot allow him to take such a risk. It's alright, I know what I'm doing. Wang Teng felt a warmth in his heart but still insisted. General Mokarin and others were still struggling to make a decision. In their view, this battle was important, but Wang Teng was equally important. I'll detonate my spiritual body. Since this demon lord level dark species is wary and dares not cross the line, my spiritual power should be enough to repel it if I self-destruct, General Mokarin said in a deep voice. His eyes narrowing. This won't do. General Qi Yuanju and the others were taken aback. Nothing is impossible. Reaching the level of a world lord is already my limit. In all these years of guarding the 29th defensive planet, I have long since disregarded life and death. If this battle is successful, it will be of great significance to our human race, said General Mokarin. General Mokarin, that one-out demon emperor is a high-level demon emperor. Only you can deal with him, so you cannot self-destruct. And have you forgotten my other identity? I am a Grand Master of alchemy, capable of refining pills to restore soul damage. Even if my soul is damaged, I have ways to recover. Don't worry. Wang Teng smiled and said, besides, I'm not that stupid to joke about my future. A Grand Master of alchemy. General Qi Yuanju and the others were stunned. They didn't know Wang Teng was a Grand Master of alchemy. How could a Grand Master of alchemy be so young? They found it hard to believe. Colonel Wang Teng is indeed a Grand Master of alchemy. General Mokailin explained, seeing the expressions on everyone's faces. He hesitated, then wavered, and said, are you sure there's no problem? It will be too late to back out later. Don't worry. Wang Teng's expression turned serious, and he said firmly, I'm very afraid of dying. How could I do something so selfless? Quote. Everyone was speechless. Is it really okay to so openly admit that you're afraid of death? Warriors on the battlefield are most afraid of dying because they fear being looked down upon. But when Wang Teng said those words, they were not only somewhat amused, but no one thought he was really afraid of death. Instead, they felt a sense of heroic sacrifice. General Mokailin and the others felt that Wang Teng was at least trying to comfort them. If Wang Teng knew what they were thinking, he would probably be completely dumbfounded. Nobody believes me when I tell the truth. Just how great do they think he is? Wang Teng knows his own situation best. He owns 2 9 treasure pagodas, so detonating one wouldn't have much of an impact on him. They don't even feel pain, let alone get injured. If anyone's going to feel pain, it'll be the void-devouring beast clone. Anyway, it's tough and has strong mental power, so destroying a 9 treasures pagoda is nothing to it. Moreover, he can restore his spirit by picking up attributes, which is an advantage that others do not have. So he wasn't worried about anything at all. Oh. The void-devouring beast clone suddenly felt a malice descend upon him. No time for nonsense, let's do it this way, Wang Teng said. Alright, we'll do as Colonel Wang Teng says. General Mokarin gritted his teeth and finally agreed. They knew the situation was urgent and there was no time for them to hesitate. Without further ado, Wang Teng controlled the 9 treasures pagoda that controlled the void-devouring beast clone, which flew out from between his eyebrows and hovered above his head. I beg you, please have some decency. The void-devouring beast clone was on the verge of tears, and in its misery, it wanted to squat on the ground and draw circles to curse someone. He himself may have forgotten what he once said. His belongs to Wang Teng. Therefore, it's not wrong for Wang Teng to use his 9 treasures pagoda. At this moment, the 9 treasures pagoda saw the storm escalate and instantly transformed into a 100-jong-tall structure. The spiritual body of the void-devouring beast clone was extremely powerful, so the 9 treasures pagoda it created was also enormous, a true behemoth. A dazzling golden light burst forth from the tower, immediately attracting countless gazes. Even the eyes in the sky seemed to contract slightly as they looked at the unique pagoda. General Mokarin, General Qi Yuanju and others. Is this the spiritual pagoda that Wang Teng forged? Everyone was a little confused. They might believe it if you said it was a real tower, but they thought it was a pagoda forged by spirit. This tower is breaking the rules. Is this your tower? General Qi Yuanju couldn't help but ask. Yes. Wang Teng nodded and asked, is there a problem? No. General Qi Yuanju shook his head, deeply shocked and at a loss for words. General Mokalin and the others looked at Wang Teng with strange expressions, as if they wanted to say something but hesitated. General Mokalin, in particular, had just confidently declared that he would detonate his spiritual power. Thinking about it now, although his mental strength was stronger than Wang Teng's, it was definitely not as solid. Even if it self-destructs, its power will likely be greatly reduced. However, Wang Teng's pagoda was different. It was clearly formed through some kind of secret method and was extraordinary. If their spiritual power were injected into it, the power that could be unleashed would be absolutely terrifying, far surpassing that of ordinary spiritual power self-destruction. General Mokarin felt very sad. He couldn't even outdo a junior in self-destruction. What was the point of living? I want to cry. Everyone, channel your spiritual energy into it, Wang Teng said in a deep voice, ignoring the expressions on everyone's faces. Okay, everyone reacted and quickly responded. Then, one by one, they mobilized their spiritual power, as if golden torrents were surging from between their brows and entering the Nine Treasures Pagoda. Normally, if other people's spiritual power were to enter the Nine Treasures Pagoda, it would inevitably cause conflict, but Wang Teng suppressed the Nine Treasures Pagoda's riot at this time. Besides, he didn't need to worry about the conflict. He only needed to ensure that the Nine Treasures Pagoda wouldn't be destroyed by those powerful spiritual forces. The more intense the conflict of those mental forces, the more terrifying the explosion will be. The prerequisite is that the Nine Treasures Pagoda must hold up and not explode prematurely, otherwise everything will be in vain. As General Mokalin and others poured their spiritual energy into it, the Nine Treasures Pagoda began to tremble violently, constantly emitting extremely terrifying fluctuations that made people's hearts tremble. The enormous eyeball behind the spatial passage seemed to sense something, and a cold, booming voice resounded. Stop them. Destroy that tower. Boom. As soon as the order was given, several figures rushed toward Wang Teng. HMPH. General Qi Yuanju and the others snorted coldly and immediately went to meet Wang Teng, protecting him behind them. As they poured their spiritual energy into the Nine Treasures Pagoda, they clashed with several mid-level demon emperor-level dark species that charged straight at them. Boom, boom, boom. A deafening roar erupted in the sky, and the aftershocks of the force swept outwards, shattering space and creating numerous dark cracks. General Qi Yuanju and his companions were all Domain Lord-level beings, possessing formidable strength. Each of their attacks was extremely terrifying, causing a tremendous roar. The surrounding dark creatures dared not approach and all kept their distance. With General Mokalin protecting him, Wang Teng was unaffected, allowing him to focus on dealing with the Nine Treasures Pagoda, which could explode at any moment. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that his Nine Treasures Pagoda was forged with the power of heaven and earth fire and tribulation lightning, plus the extraordinary nature of his two divine hammers, it probably would have already collapsed. Just like forging weapons, the better the materials and forging tools, the more durable the weapon will be and the less likely it will break. It's the same principle. Wang Teng was somewhat glad that he had chosen those two divine hammers. Although it was difficult to visualize them, the effect was really good. As more and more spiritual energy poured in, the Nine Treasures Pagoda began to swell, like a skinny person who had eaten too much and was stuffed. The surrounding martial artists and dark beings felt a chill run down their spines upon witnessing this scene. Even General Mokalin felt a chill run down his spine. If that tower were to explode in front of him, he'd probably be sent flying. That's terrifying. At this moment, his confidence in Wang Teng increased greatly. This guy is a freak. Stop him. A cold voice came again from behind the spatial passage, with a hint of sharpness. It's scared. General Mokarin raised his head and sneered. Boom. Just then, the Demon Emperor Wanao, who had been standing still in the distance, suddenly disappeared from his spot. Wang Teng's pupils contracted as he saw a ripple appear in the space not far in front of him, and a muscular arm reached out and pinched him. Get lost. General Mokalin glared coldly and shouted, throwing a punch at the arm. The arm transformed from a claw into a palm, colliding with General Mokalin's fist. Neither of them used any combat techniques, it was just a simple exchange of punches and palm strikes, but it contained extremely terrifying energy. As if everything was compressed into their fists and palms. Bang! The fists and palms collided, producing a dull sound. The surrounding space shattered, and the marks left by the fist and palm formed a clear white line. The two sides clashed and separated immediately. General Mokarin was blasted back hundreds of meters, and the hand disappeared into space. General Mokarin's expression was solemn. He flashed forward and unleashed several punches into the void. Wu Nao Demon Emperor was forced to reveal himself and had no choice but to take the punch head on. That was close. Wang Teng was sweating profusely. He had almost been crushed to death by the Demon Emperor Wu Nao. Having been in close contact with the other party for so many days, he finally truly felt the power of the Demon Emperor Wu Nao. MMP, the Demon Emperor who taught him his field, is definitely cuter. He's really scary when he gets fierce. Wang Teng, are you done yet? General Qi Yuanju's voice came from the front. His face was pale, and the excessive consumption of mental energy was also affecting the upcoming battle. Wang Teng felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the Nine Treasures Pagoda above him. At this moment, tiny cracks had appeared on its surface, from which dazzling golden light shone, as if it were about to explode at any moment. A little more, but he felt he could hold on a little longer. Quote. General Qi Yuanju and the others turned pale, but they had no choice but to follow the plan. Wang Teng himself wasn't idle either. He also mobilized his spiritual power to surge into the Nine Treasures Pagoda. If you're going to do it hard. Wang Teng's personality is actually a bit crazy. Since things have come to this point, he might as well go all in and take a huge gamble. Click click click. A crisp cracking sound could be heard coming from the Nine Treasures Pagoda. As time passed, more and more cracks appeared, densely covering the surface of the Nine Treasures Pagoda, making it look particularly eerie. All right, Wang Teng exclaimed hurriedly, looking embarrassed. General Qi Yuanju and his companions had been waiting for these words for ages, and upon hearing them, they immediately severed the transmission of their spiritual energy. If they keep passing on this for a while, they'll be completely drained. Upon seeing this scene, the Demon Emperor Wu Nao's expression darkened. He looked at Wang Teng and then vanished from the spot. Boom! General Mokalin produced a battle sword in his hand and slashed fiercely, the blade's edge flashing across the sky, directly forcing him back. Get out of my way! A cold voice came from the mouth of the Demon Emperor Wu Nao. With me here, you won't get past me. General Mokalin's expression was calm. Although the large amount of mental energy he had consumed had made his face somewhat pale, the fighting spirit in his eyes was not diminished at all. A terrifying aura erupted from his body and swept towards the Wu Nao Demon Emperor. Wang Teng dared not waste any time and immediately drove the Nine Treasures Pagoda toward the giant eyeball in the sky. Human, you're asking for death. Behind the spatial passage, a cold and malevolent voice boomed out. Its scarlet gaze seemed to solidify, fixed on Wang Teng, containing a terrifying mental impact. At this moment, it also sensed that the spiritual power contained in the Nine Treasures Pagoda was extremely vast. If it were to explode, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, it gathered its spiritual power and directed it all towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng's expression turned slightly solemn, and a dazzling light emanated from between his brows. Another Nine Treasures Pagoda flew out and collided with the opponent's mental attack. Boom! The Nine Treasures Pagoda shook violently, almost collapsing from the impact, but fortunately it was sturdy enough to withstand the force of the attack. Although he was only a stellar-level spirit, his accumulated power was terrifying and far beyond what ordinary stellar-level spirits could achieve. In addition, this Demon Lord-level dark species did not cross over from another realm, so it could not unleash even a third of its spiritual power. Otherwise, with such a huge disparity in strength, how could he possibly withstand it? Even so, cracks still appeared on the surface of the Nine Treasures Pagoda, as if it were about to shatter. Wang Teng suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, a sign of mental trauma. His expression changed slightly, and he quickly picked up the attribute bubbles around him, many of which contained mental attributes that could replenish his energy. Dark Star Force *1300. Stellar Level Spirit 280. Earth-type Star Force *2500. Wood-type Star Force *2100. Space 230. 350 Stellar Level Spirit. Ellipsis. He doesn't care which attribute bubbles he picked up, as long as they have the spirit attribute. Additional information. Wang Teng felt a surge of cool airflow appear in his mind, relieving his pain and even causing the cracks on the surface of the Nine Treasures Pagoda to heal slightly. Behind the spatial passage, the giant eyeball was completely stunned. Why has another tower appeared? Are these humans doing wholesale? One tower isn't enough, so they build another one. Even General Mokarin and his men in the distance were a little confused. There's another one? Just how many mental towers does this guy have? Go! Taking advantage of the opponent's momentary lapse in concentration, Wang Teng unleashed a surge of mental energy, propelling the Nine Treasures Pagoda to a significant speed increase. Much like a rocket undergoing a second acceleration. Boom! The Nine Treasures Pagoda instantly traversed hundreds of meters, getting closer and closer to the spatial passage. Damn it! A hint of anxiety appeared in the giant eyeball as it once again controlled its mind to launch an attack on Wang Teng. Boom! The chaotic and terrifying spirit once again bombarded the Nine Treasures Pagoda, causing it to tremble violently and cracks to multiply. Pick it up! Pick it up! Wang Teng's expression was solemn as he frantically picked up the bubbles to replenish the damage to the Nine Treasures Pagoda. Break! A mocking glint flashed in the giant eyeball as it coldly shouted. Boom! The third wave of mental impact came, but to its astonishment, the tower, despite its increasing number of cracks, remained sturdy and showed no signs of collapsing. In fact, the cracks were even healing. This is completely beyond its comprehension. Did this human cheat? Does he have inexhaustible mental energy? Charge! Wang Teng mobilized all his mental energy, especially since the attribute bubbles he had just picked up had replenished his mental attributes, which in turn replenished his mental energy. Now, all of it formed a propulsive force, slamming into the base of the Nine Treasures Pagoda that was soaring into the sky. Boom! 3 accelerations. The Nine Treasure Pagoda was already very close to the spatial passage, and with the burst of speed, it finally rushed completely into the spatial passage. This scene was completely unexpected for the Demon Lord level dark being. By the time it reacted, it was too late. Insolence! A furious roar came from behind the spatial passage. You insolent bastard! Explode! A cold smile appeared on Wang Teng's lips as he uttered a single word. Boom! The next moment, a loud bang came from the space passage, the Nine Treasures Pagoda exploded, endless golden light filled the entire space passage, and terrifying mental fluctuations swept out. Even within that golden light, flames and lightning flickered, the power of the strange fire and tribulation lightning sealed within the Nine Treasures Pagoda. The terrifying power caused the surrounding dark beings to show expressions of horror. How is this possible? Shui Lun and the other mid-level Demon Emperor-level dark races were all incredulous that the Demon Lord had actually been attacked by a mere stellar-level human warrior. It's like an ant trying to shake an elephant, it's ridiculous, but he actually succeeded. This is absolutely a disgrace. End of Arc 7. Merits of the Baron, Part 2 of 3.